safety.
Friends and family are often the first to notice when a veteran needs help. In those moments, life can feel like the weight of the world is on their shoulders. Or like they are caught in a storm they can't escape. And the metaphors veterans often use for the challenges of life are not exaggerations.
I got you.
Extending a helping hand doesn't have to be just another metaphor. Learn how you could support the veteran in your life at MakeTheConnection.net.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns back to winning ways last night in Memphis in a 117-98 win that felt comfortable the whole way. Dylan Brooks led the way with 21, and the Suns had 7 players in double figures, and here was Brooks' post-game on what they proved in this win.
We're not playing down our competition, that we're diligent and we're focused on our goals, and this is a part of it.
The Suns are back home Friday night against the New York Knicks. Last night, GCU handled Boise State 75-58, led by Jaden Henley's 22 points. The Arizona Wildcats improved to 15-0 last night in their 101-76 win over Kansas State. And BYU was just too much for ASU and Bobby Hurley last night in a 104-76 loss. Tonight, the Fiesta Bowl from State Farm Stadium in Glendale will feature the Miami Hurricanes and Ole Miss Rebels for a chance to go to the national championship. That game will kick off at 5:30. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and Diamondbacks. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire. Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Thursday, Valley sports fans. How's everybody doing today? If you are awake already, congratulations. Your work ethic is as good as ours. How about that, Vinny?
Met a listener last night.
Yeah.
He's always up at 6 o'clock. He was very, very appreciative of the show. But he's out on the golf course a lot with his dad. He and his dad listen every day. He's been listening. He's only 25. He's been listening since he was like 18 years old. Yeah.
I had a young kid at the golf course go, are you Dan Bickley? I used to listen. My dad listened to you all the time, and I was stuck listening to you in the car every morning.
Stuck listening to you.
Excellent.
I'll have to tell my dad.
So, by the way, Waste Management, the WM Phoenix Open had their media day yesterday.
I was going to ask you about this.
The rough at that golf course, Sammy, is unbelievable right now. Golf balls were just disappearing in the rough, and you couldn't find them.
So it's pretty rough?
It's pretty rough.
Hey.
And Jared Carlin, I ran into Gink. Kevin Ginkle.
Wait, the Gink?
The Gink.
The who? What?
The Gink. He told me he's poised for a big comeback year next year, so maybe the Gink is not done.
I hope so.
Did you walk up to him and give him Gink?
I think
I'm sure he thinks that's the creepiest, weirdoest thing he's ever seen.
Why wouldn't he?
I feel like he might enjoy that.
I think they played it for him one time.
Played it for him.
Oh, we have?
Oh, yes.
Wolf and Luke played it for him.
Right, but Wolf and Luke played it for him. But I think we only did that maybe twice the entire season last year. So I'm hoping that it is a bounce back just so I could do that.
My point is you might be back in rotation with your infamous The Gink.
I'm willing to bet on a bounce back from the Gink.
So am I. How do you not like a guy like that?
He was too good previously.
That's a bullpen piece that they could add that we weren't even thinking about.
And he's a bullpen piece that people don't talk about last year because their bullpen was largely terrible all year, but he was hurt most of the year.
And then largely terrible also when he did play.
So how'd the event go?
It went. The weather was terrible. So, and I'll tell you what, Tim Ring and I, we're taking some grief.
The Ringer.
Because Tim Ring and I were Chicago guys, right? And so we're used to bad weather, and we're self-described tough guys. It got real nasty out. He and I left. We bailed.
No way.
We bailed early. We bailed with 4 holes to go, Sammy.
You don't need this.
I don't buy the because we're from Chicago. That's out of your system by now.
Probably.
You're both Phoenicians now.
Probably.
And you've been here longer than Tim has been.
Probably.
Yeah.
But it's like the Scott Passmores of the world, the Nick Kings of the world. We're going to be hearing about this for quite some time.
What year did you move here?
1998.
So you've been in Phoenix for almost as long as you were in Chicago.
Longer.
Yeah.
So the idea, but the bottom line is that we had 4 holes left to play, but we had no chance to win anything. It was a scramble, and we weren't going to win anything.
So, nobody's judging you.
So why keep?
So you wait, hold on. But we're talking about the 4 holes that you missed.
No.
What,
We started
was
on
it
5.
a shotgun?
We started on 5. So all we missed was 18 and 1 through 4. So we missed 5.
Okay,
holes.
all right. See,
and you got to play 16. It was
we did. And Tim Ring stuck his tee shot on 16. He didn't do a whole lot all day. He played well, but he rose to the moment at 16. The Ringer.
I wish I was out there watching. I would have thrown cups on the green.
Take your shirt off. Run around.
Jump in the water.
All right, so that's all I got. What do you guys got?
I got nothing.
You got nothing?
I, again, was not invited to the
you would have gone
WM
anyways.
Phoenix Open.
we're both repping Phoenix Open stuff today.
I can't go if I'm not invited. I'm not a party crasher. I think I've earned the right to turn down an invitation. Thank you very much.
Vince has earned the right to leave early at a media event.
It was nasty out, though, by the end of the day. It was a bad day to play golf.
Even worse today, I think.
Yeah, it was actually, for the first time, I felt cold yesterday.
Yeah, it was a bad deal.
All you Mississippians have golfed 2 times today before the game.
Oh, they so do. They so do.
Yeah.
Oh, you're so right about that.
Sorry about that.
Sorry about that. Start the show, Ferret.
Jarrett feels bad.
Yeah.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Suns back in the win column after a 117-98 cakewalk in Memphis over the Grizzlies. Phoenix jumped out to an 18-point lead at the half, never looked back as they knocked down 22 3-point shots on 56 attempts. Yes, both season highs for the team. Dylan Brooks led a balanced attack with 21 points against one of his former teams. Grayson Allen chipped in with 19, Devin Booker 13. 7 Suns in double figures as they pushed their record to 22-15 on the year. Back home in the Valley for their next 2 games starting tomorrow night against the Knicks, Sunday evening against the Washington Wizards. Good win for the Suns, stress-free win for the Suns, and a nice bounce back after the heartbreak of Monday night.
Yeah, I had another one of those moments when they were casually up 20 last night. And again, the Grizzlies were missing a couple of key pieces, and it was the second of a back-to-back for them.
When aren't the Grizzlies missing a couple key pieces?
How about it? And you know what? The NBA schedule is so ridiculous. You've got Phoenix sitting around for a couple of nights playing a team in Memphis that had just played the night, but it's just so stupid. But anyways, they were up 20, and I'm like, I can't believe this team. How routine they're starting to make this look.
And we'll get into it, but I don't think they played particularly well.
No, Devin Booker scored 13 points, and they wanted a blowout.
Wednesday night in the NBA, Denver beat the Celtics in Boston 114-110. Peyton Watson exploded for 30 points. Their starting lineup is completely depleted. They just continue to win games. Detroit down Chicago 108-93. The Warriors upended the Bucks 120-113. Steph Curry had 31. The Knicks broke their skid. They beat the Clippers in New York 123-111. Jalen Brunson had 26. Oklahoma City survived another scare from Utah. They beat the Jazz in overtime 129-125. SGA had 46 for the Thunder. Portland slipped past Houston 103-102. Denny Avdia had 41 for the Blazers. Kevin Durant missed the potential game-winning 20-footer with 2 seconds left. You can't hit them all, KD. Scapegoat. And the Spurs blitzed the Lakers 107-91 behind Keldon Johnson's 27 bench points. Big trade going down in the NBA as well. The Hawks sending four-time All-Star guard Trae Young to the Wizards in exchange for guards C.J. McCollum and wing Corey Kispert. Young leaves Atlanta as the franchise's sixth leading all-time scorer. We'll get into that trade a little bit and try to make sense of it from either side. Cardinals broadening their own head coaching search, adding a couple of names to their interview request list on Wednesday. ESPN's Adam Schefter reported that the Cardinals will interview former Atlanta Falcons head coach Raheem Morris next Monday. Morris also expected to speak with the Giants and Tennessee Titans. He was let go after a strong finish to 2025 in Atlanta as the Falcons won their last 4 games to finish 8-9 for the second straight season. Cardinals will also speak with Kansas City offensive coordinator Matt Nagy on Friday. That, according to NFL Network's Tom Pelissero. Nagy, the head coach of the Bears from 2018 to 2021, and you may not believe this, actually had a winning record as the head coach of the Bears, 34-31 with 2 playoff appearances. He's been the OC in KC for the last 3 years under Andy Reid. Can you imagine being under Andy Reid?
Briefly.
One team not making a change at head coach is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Todd Bowles told the Tampa Bay Times he'll be back for a 5th season.
Todd Bowles.
He'll be back with the Bucs in 2026. Even though Tampa Bay collapsed down the stretch, they lost 7 of 9 to finish 8-9. They broke their streak of 3 straight NFC South titles. College football playoff semifinal tonight right here in the Valley. The 55th Verbo Fiesta Bowl at State Farm Stadium. 10th seeded Miami taking on 6th seed Ole Miss. Miami making its 6th Fiesta appearance and the first since they lost the BCS National Championship game to Ohio State in 2003. Ole Miss here for the first time ever. Winner moves on to face the winner of the Indiana-Oregon rematch at the Peach Bowl tomorrow night. Miami favored by 3.5. That game gets underway at 5:30. You can hear all the action on ESPN 620. Pregame coverage starts at 5. ASU adds another impact player in the transfer portal. They get Boston College wide receiver Reed Harris, who is the 4th best receiver in the portal, according to 24/7 Sports. Ty Simpson, the Alabama quarterback, he's going pro, passing up his senior season. College hoops, Devils get bludgeoned in Provo, 104-76 by 9th-ranked BYU. The trio of Richie Saunders, Robert Wright III, and A.J. Debanza combined for 81 points for the Cougars. Pig Johnson at 24 in the loss. ASU will host Kansas State Saturday. Speaking of K-State, the Wildcats lost to the Wildcats in Tucson. Arizona cruised 101-76. Freshman Braden Burries had 28 points to lead the Wildcats, who are now 15-0. They will face TCU on the road Saturday. Then GCU, a quad 1 win in Idaho over Boise State, and handily, too, 75-58. Jaden Henley had 22 to lead the Lopes. Makai Williams, 16 off the bench. Lopes will host San Jose State Saturday at 6 o'clock. There you go. There is your splash for this Thursday, January 8th, as we get cooking. Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Coming up, we'll give you the latest on the Cardinals coaching search and reaction to the names connected and not connected to the team at this point. That is straight ahead. It is Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Gigi Jackson dribbles out the final second, and the Suns win 117-98. The final score here at FedEx Forum in Memphis. They end a 6-game skid in the series against the Grizzlies, and they get back to a season-high tying 7 games over 500.
More on this nice Suns road win in Memphis heading your way on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
You might be listening this morning and thinking to yourself, man, I am drowning in private student loan debt. Nobody is going to help me. If you feel that way, let me stop you right there, because Y Refi will help you. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Y Refi helps people escape distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. It's exactly what they do. They will work with you to build a low fixed rate payment plan that actually fits your life. Not a Band-Aid, but a real path forward. And here's the thing. They're not going to make you feel bad about it. There's no judgment, not a whole lot of questioning about how you got in your situation. They know life happens, and Y Refi just wants to help you move forward. If other lenders have told you no, don't think that's the end. Y Refi was built for the people who have been told no by other lenders. Your student loans don't have to control your future. Take back control today. Call Y Refi at 888-YREFI-85 or visit them online at yrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Hey, it's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Denise, a recent Aria Dental patient.
Life before was crazy. I think I've had every other treatment option that you could have. I had the veneers, I did the bridges, the fillings, the crowns, the everything. Yeah, I put a lot of money into my teeth and it never paid off. Since the surgery, my life has changed all for the better. Every day I'm smiling, every day I'm laughing. They say laughter is the best medicine. New teeth for me was the best medicine.
Take it from Denise. Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com and tell them Wolf sent you.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Hey, it's Luke. What are the characteristics of a successful NFL head coach? We'll ask Arizona Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson at 11:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Good morning and a thank you to those listening and watching in our audience from Santan Valley, out in the east side of the valley. We appreciate the support in Santan Valley.
Haven't seen mentioned yet, but worth noting. The Arizona Cardinals, whose general manager, Monty Ossenfort, has a long history with Baltimore, and in an Arizona market where the expectations and the standards and the pressure might not be as high, and an owner who, quite frankly, might be okay with the fact that the Baltimore Ravens might be paying some of John Harbaugh's salary, it becomes a very interesting opportunity out there in Arizona where the pressure is not even nearly as high as it would be in New York City.
Peter Schrager, ESPN, talking about John Harbaugh, the name at the top of the list, the one that everybody wants to talk to. Yet John Harbaugh making it known yesterday he's not going to start interviewing for any jobs until next week.
Gee, I wonder why.
Which has caused some speculation that maybe there could be a team that plays its home games in Western New York, that if they lose a playoff game this weekend to Jacksonville, that the Bills might make a change and move off of Sean McDermott.
Yeah.
And that would be a pretty, despite it being Buffalo, it's a pretty attractive job. It's a good football team with a really good quarterback.
Yeah.
So that's the speculation there. But Peter Schrager bringing up some points that might work in the Cardinals' favor. Less pressure in Arizona. There's not a whole lot of standard here.
Yeah, I don't know if something like that would be appealing to a guy like John Harbaugh. I understand the sentiment, but high achievers, I don't think look at it like that.
Yeah, like I'm going to skate.
Yeah.
You also say less pressure, but the last 3 coaches have only lasted, 1 year, 4 years, 3 years. So it's not like you could just coast to like a 10-year coaching career with no expectations.
No, it's true. And look at the Cardinals' history again. They've never had a head coach. He just finished an 18-year tenure in Baltimore. That's 3 times longer than any coach has ever had in the history of the Cardinals organization.
Yeah, it's very interesting that John Harbaugh wants to get right back up on a horse and not take a year off. I find that to be interesting.
He's no youngster.
No, he's 63. Yeah. So I think that I think it's interesting, this idea that he's going to wait a week, because I think it's very, very real that if the Bills happen to flame out in the first round, they probably do pull the plug on Sean McDermott. I'm not sure there's another coach in the playoffs who might get fired if they lose. Maybe Matt LaFleur. What are you looking like that?
Mike Tomlin? Or do you think they were past that?
Beating Baltimore to win the division, they're not firing Mike Tomlin.
It might, if it's ugly on that's the Monday night game, right?
Yeah.
If it's ugly on Monday night, I could maybe see it, but
all right,
so you wouldn't put it past if the Eagles get blown out at home to the Niners.
Mm,
They'd be calling for Sirianni's
even for
head.
Philadelphia. That's like
Super
I know,
Bowl
right?
champions.
What's his name? The guy Peterson lasted 2 years after the Super Bowl win, right?
True.
Yeah.
True. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would feel comfortable. It's something to think about, but I don't know if I would include Sirianni
But the
on
Buffalo
that list.
job is a primo job because you've got Josh Allen. You're about to move into a beautiful brand new stadium next year, and it's a great football town.
Yeah.
It checks almost, and you've got a really good owner there. So it checks almost every box. So I can see why John Harbaugh would do that, and I would think that would be something that would be in the mix should the Bills not advance.
Yes. And Harbaugh's interesting, too, because, yes, he is going to wait till next week, but he is on everybody's list. He is far in a pretty good crop of candidates, in my opinion.
I agree.
I think he's far and away the top choice by these teams, and everybody's got their opinions. Yesterday, we played the sound from Dan Orlovsky. He should go to Arizona. Here's Jeff Saturday from ESPN.
Probably the Falcons. I mean, listen, you look at what they did. They won 4 in a row at the end of this season. I know they're going to have a quarterback decision to make, whether Penix can come back and whether he's your guy or not. But they have 2 great backs, a good offensive line, great receivers, good tight end, good defense. Like, you look around, that team is, as you're walking, I would have told you that was the best job available before the Ravens.
Right.
And also, you're in a division that's winnable. Like, we always talk about the Super Bowl, but the key to this thing is
home
winning.
playoff game.
Home playoff games. Division championships get you home playoff games, will get fans happy, and and especially in an area that there hasn't been consistent winning, that there's not the pressure of having to win right that second.
So Saturday says Atlanta. His colleague Field Yates at ESPN says the Giants. Q Myers, who does a show on ESPN Radio, says none of the above.
I don't think any of the situations that are currently open are the right situation, right? I mean, I can poke holes in every team that's available, including the Giants. But it's not like the organization as itself is, shown to have a solid front office like one he's just coming from. Like, think about that. Baltimore, in my opinion, is one of the best front offices, if not the best front office in the league. So he's going to want some stability. He's going to want, some obviously a lot of the power as well, because he's been there, done that. So I look up and down all the openings. It might actually be a position or a head coaching spot that's not currently open. I'm not trying to start no mess, but I think there might be more concern from some coaches that are currently employed that their employer might say, "You're nice, he's better."
Yeah, going down that road too about maybe gauging these playoff teams that lose, with everybody looking at Buffalo, because Buffalo obviously, in terms of what they've done and haven't done in the postseason in the last few years, they've got the most pressure going into.
They're in the same spot that Baltimore was.
Yeah.
That specifically with Lamar Jackson and with Josh Allen, like, okay, you're great, but why can't you win more with this guy?
But from Buffalo's standpoint, let's say they do lose this weekend at Jacksonville.
Mm-hmm.
Disappointing end to another pretty good season. You got to move on from a coach who can't get over the hump to hire a coach who historically couldn't get over the hump. And who's older.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's a good point. At least at one point he did get over the hump.
He did.
I will say this, though. Had the Bills won the AFC East, right? Had they won the AFC East, I think the pressure on them would be even more so.
Yes.
Coming in as a wild card, being a road team, I think gives them a little leeway, I think. But the overarching theme that we've talked about before in a conference that doesn't have Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, or Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen is the guy with the most to lose in this postseason.
Absolutely. I think you make a great point, too. You're going on the road. Yes, you're playing a really good team in Jacksonville that's rolling and feeling itself right now. But it's Jacksonville.
Yep.
Weather shouldn't be a factor. I haven't checked the Florida forecast, although last week that Tampa Bay Carolina game was wild. I haven't seen rain like that in a football game. That was like Hollywood level rain.
Yeah, it was.
So I don't know if that's the case this weekend, but if the weather is good, it's a great equalizer. Should be warm weather on a grass field.
Yep.
That's about as low pressure a situation you can have as about going on the road.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think there's probably pressure on the Rams and Matthew Stafford to win that game in Carolina because Carolina's got a losing record, right? So that's dangerous for them given the fact that they were considered Super Bowl contenders at one point in time. And that Packers-Bears game is rife with peril for the team that loses that. I'll tell you that much. That's obvious.
Have you heard? It's on streaming.
Oh, boy.
The
now, what does that mean exactly? How am I going to find that?
WM Phoenix Open is making its triumphant return to the TPC Scottsdale from February 2nd through the 8th. And we are giving you the chance to win tickets. Just text the word green to 620-620, and you could win Greenskeeper passes. That's green to 620-620. Coming up. Last night, the Suns bounced back from a heartbreaking loss with an easy win. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Thursday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We had Jonathan Gannon on every week. I think he was adamant that he was going to come back, but here's the reality. The guy was 3-13 against the West. He was 15-36 overall. He's got one of the worst winning percentages of any head coach, and the firing was justified. If you're Monty Ossenfort or Michael Bidwell, it was justified. It would have been very, very hard to bring him back as the head coach of your football team. Fan base, team, everybody all together. I think people would have thought that the organization didn't care enough if they would have brought Jonathan. I think that's what they would have thought.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
4 years, elite athletes like Peyton Manning to the late, great Kobe Bryant, they'd all head overseas during their off seasons, and a lot of people in sports media were always asking, what are they doing that for? What are they going to Europe for that they cannot find in America? Well, the answer was they were going for advanced regenerative treatments that were not available in America, but they're here now. They're in our backyard, and you can find them at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they empower your body to heal itself by restoring and repairing the damaged tissue in your joints. Not covering it up, not cutting it out, actually helping heal and restore. And the results, long-term lasting results, because this stuff really, really works. 92% of the patients at QC Kinetics express extreme satisfaction. That also includes Emmitt Smith, who raves about what QC Kinetics has done for him after his career in the NFL. I've leaned on them twice, both times with remarkable results. Give them a call, get on the book, schedule a free consultation. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, it's Gambo, and joining me today is Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, let's cut right to it. Why do people here in Arizona need a living trust?
Because, Gambo, without a trust, your estate goes through probate, which means it's the courts that decide who gets your money, not you. It's expensive, it's public, and it can drag on for months or years.
What else does a trust do?
A trust also maintains your family's privacy, helps reduce estate taxes, and most importantly, makes sure the right people inherit your assets exactly exactly the way you intended. Our trusts are an estate planning portfolio that include durable power of attorneys, healthcare POAs, living wills, and pour-over wills.
And just for my listeners, if you allow Asset Preservation to do a portfolio review with $250,000 or more of investable assets, they will set you up for a trust for just $9.99. Call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns took care of the Ja Morant-less Memphis Grizzlies last night, 117-98, in a game where 7 Suns were in double figures, led by Dillon Brooks with 21, and it was good to see Grayson Allen with 19 of his own. And the Suns will be back in action Friday night as they'll host the Knicks. Some other NBA news: 4-time NBA All-Star Trae Young was traded to the Washington Wizards last night for C.J. McCollum and Corey Kispert in what was a wild night in general around the association. Kenny Dillingham continues to add through the portal. Wide receiver Reed Harris has committed to ASU. Harris was the 4th-ranked transfer wideout and will now be wearing maroon and gold. And tonight from State Farm Stadium, the Fiesta Bowl between Miami and Ole Miss will kick off at 5:30 with a national championship spot on the line, and that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. Can Dillon Brooks lead the Phoenix Suns to a win over another one of his former teams? We'll preview Suns and Grizzlies at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Trying to add to that as Brooks gets open for 3, and he hits it again in the right corner. Dillon Brooks' 3rd 3 of the night, and Royce O'Neal grabs the board with just over 2 minutes left in quarter number 2. Brooks stepping into another 3 and burying another 3 on the right side as he gets back on defense with a little extra juice in his step. 61-44, the Suns take their biggest lead.
I hate to spoil Wolf's tease, but yes, Dillon Brooks can lead the Suns to a victory over his former team. It was somewhat the Dillon Brooks experience last night for the Suns in Memphis. He was charged up. Dillon Brooks is always charged up. If you want proof that he was charged up, 8 field goal attempts for Dillon Brooks before the first media timeout of the first quarter.
Yeah.
He wanted to score every basket last night.
Yeah.
He went 8 of 22. He hit 5 threes, 21 points to lead all scorers in a game that was Pretty easy for the Phoenix Suns last night. They went at 117-98 over the Memphis Grizzlies, and it was good to see.
Well, yeah, listen, we kind of knew going in that this would be a game of some import to Dillon Brooks, because you correctly noted the difference between the way he was treated and received in Houston on that return and kind of what was going to be waiting for him and what his thoughts are about the Grizzlies. And it continues to just astound me how good Dillon Brooks is offensively, because that's something you just didn't know. It's like the Chris Paul factor. There were things about the depth of Chris Paul's brilliance. You had to have him on your team to fully get the full effect.
But that at least was like Chris Paul had been that good. I keep thinking this season, if Dillon Brooks is this good, how come he hasn't been this good? You know what I mean? It's not like this is his second or third season in the NBA.
Dillon Brooks answered that question last night.
I still don't get no plays called for me. But, I worked on my game, and I'm able to get to my spots when I want to, and, and I'm making shots. And, and that just goes to the work that I put in the summer and the trust, like I said, from my coach and from the front office. And the players making me great plays, and they challenge me during the games to, when I do get it going and they're loaded up in there and then pass the ball, as you heard Grayson Allen before he left.
Just talking about having a bigger role. More plays called for him, still not having enough, wink, wink, getting a good chuckle out of it. It's true. He's being asked to do more, and a lot of that has to do with the absence of Jalen Green. We've seen Jalen Green play 30 minutes for the Suns this year. If Jalen Green comes back and finds his footing very quickly, Dillon Brooks' role will change. But put that in your back pocket if you're a Suns fan, knowing, okay, you've got Devin Booker, you've got Jalen Green, who is a very talented and explosive scorer, and when it comes down to it, you've got another guy in Dillon Brooks who's proven that he can handle a bigger role. We know he's not afraid to shoot the big shot in a big spot. That's a nice luxury to have for possibly your third option of a basketball team.
And in watching Dillon Brooks, I've been very impressed with his touch from beyond the 3-point line.
I'll say this, it never looks like it's going in.
There's very little arc on the shot.
Very little arc.
Yep.
I mean, the shot, the stroke itself.
The stroke itself is a very weird release.
Yeah, it's but it's
it goes in.
You know, the kids call guys like him unethical hoopers.
Is that what they call him?
Yeah, an ethical
Unlike Devin Booker, who's got the perfect shooting for him.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's interesting to me. Then the other stuff that Dillon Brooks has, some of the when he plays bully ball offensively, when he bangs into the defender and then fades away for that like mid-range fadeaway shot, he's money with that.
See, that's a shot where when he shoots, I almost always think
it's going in. Yeah, that's exactly it. Back down the defender, create a little separation, and the turnaround he's got. The turnaround fadeaway he's got down. He also talked about with Amanda Pflugrad on the television broadcast about being back in Memphis.
I miss him. And, talking about basketball stuff, talking about personal life. Jaren called me ugly, but he's uglier than me. It's great playing against my old teammates, especially when they're over there. And it's great, always great coming back to Memphis.
Yeah, so it was, Dillon Brooks leading the way last night. It was a bit of a strange game. There were 7 Suns in double figures. Devin Booker, who has been living at the free throw line lately, shot 1 free throw. He missed it. Took 15 shots, only 13 points, but had the best plus-minus of anybody on the floor.
This is why this team is just tripping me out.
Yeah.
I mean, completely. The fact that Jordan Goodwin, Dillon Brooks, and Grayson Allen, Jordan Goodwin, and Dillon Brooks, I think they combined for 51 points last night. And Devin Booker's got 13. If somebody has said to you, all right, so if somebody has said to you 3 months ago, let's assume the Suns are going on the road in early January to Memphis, and Devin Brooks is going to Devin Booker is going to score I got Jarrett disease. Devin Booker is going to score 13 points. You'd go, oh, they lost by 40. Yeah. What are you writing down, Jarrett?
Or even to
I'm going to hear that tomorrow at 9:50.
That was a double one. The noise was good, and then I got Jarrett disease.
I'm going to put So, yes, Sammy?
Oh, I was going to say, to your point, like, not even just a random game in Memphis 3 months ago. But if you were 3 months ago to say the Suns would be 22-15 and Devin Booker isn't averaging more than 30 points a game.
How about it? How about the fact that they are now 500 on the road? They're 10-10 on the road.
10 on the road.
Did you see the little dust-up that Dylan Brooks had with Grizzly Adams? Steven Adams of the Grizzlies. So you remember, Jarrett remembers the show, right?
Yeah,
Don't
Grizzly
you?
Adams had a beard, of course. We all know.
Yeah.
Grizzly Adams did have a beard.
Right.
Grizzly Adams mustache. But
no,
they were, it was not a friendly exchange. It was right. I think it was right before the opening tip-off. And they were just exchanging words, and I think Dylan Brooks was just kind of getting into his head a little bit.
Here's Jordan Ott, the head coach, what he liked about the win over Memphis.
Yeah, offensively, we just moved it. That's how you get 56 threes, just by moving the basketball. They were aggressive at the point of the pick and roll, and our ball handlers got off of it. So Book did a great job. Colin, Grayson, those guys getting off of it allows us to get some shots from three. And then I thought in transition, we really ran. Obviously, didn't know they were on the second night of a back-to-back. Then just defensively, just our intent to really guard. I thought our pressure bothered them at times. Again, second night of back-to-back is tough. We want to be one of those teams where it's tough to play against every night, especially on the second night of back-to-backs. And our guys, it's really that second unit, I thought, in the first quarter, really got after them, set a great tone. And then the third quarter, our starters, when they got back in.
Yeah, 56 threes, season high. They hit 22. That's 39.3%. Look, that volume, you'll take 39%. But that just goes to show you, I mean, Memphis is a bad basketball team right now, as currently constructed with all their injuries. They had like 8 rotation guys out last night. But 56 three-pointers, and the vast majority were wide open.
Yeah, and again, I was watching that last night, and I couldn't help but think about the previous iterations of the Phoenix Suns and asking them to shoot three-point shots. It was like pulling teeth.
Yeah.
They wanted no part of it. And then the one night that they did hoist over 50, it was like out of rebellion. It was the weirdest game any of us have ever seen.
It was awkward.
It was awkward.
I know we all know this. Royce O'Neal went 4 for 9. And I'm a big Royce fan. I think he does a lot of little things. But the fact that so many people fall for that deliberate pump fake on the 3, there's nothing resembling a shooting motion when he makes that up fake, and everybody falls for it, and he just creates so much room for himself.
And I'll answer Jordan Ott's kind of response real quick. The Suns might be the worst team to play on a back-to-back.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I would agree with that.
That's a very good point.
I would agree with that.
Yep.
Yeah, because, I mean, the night before, that same group of Memphis Grizzlies beat San Antonio.
Beat San Antonio.
And then San Antonio came back on the back end of a back-to-back and beat the Lakers. But the Dylan Brooks experience, yes, another good game for him, 8 of 22, again, 21 points. The Lakers are going to get themselves a hell of a teammate.
Don't even put it out there.
Right? I mean, I don't know if the Suns would definitely do it in a second, right, Chandler Parsons? I don't know if the Lakers would.
But you know what? After that Luka debacle, you can't blame Lakers fans for feeling that way. They are gifted everything.
The Luka debacle? How about 70 years of being handed whatever they want?
Right.
Yesterday, a big trade in the NBA raised a question that's befuddled analysts for years. Why in the world would anyone want to play for the Wizards? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Thursday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
What if John Harbaugh was like, yeah, I'll come up, but I want Kyler. You guys keep Kyler. So
you know what? Okay,
I'll do it.
You know, we're all laughing. That's so funny. That's it, John. What are you talking about?
His track record's so good, I would do it.
Would you say that Lamar Jackson was similar to Kyler Murray in terms of quarterback and the skill set and the offense? Right. That's so funny.
I don't think that's the case. But let me just throw a wrinkle into this.
Once again, you know, this does create a rare opportunity for Michael Bidwell to shock the world.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. And building wealth is difficult to do if you're starting from scratch, if not downright impossible. But smart people will tell you the best way to do it is to reduce your debt. And if you're in the market to buy a home, if you're looking to refinance, recommend your first phone call is to Life Changer Loan. If you're a good fit, they are going to save you a ton of money and help you wipe out your debt. This is an innovative program where you do your banking inside your mortgage. All of your income goes to paying off all your debt, and you do it without any apprehension because you always have access to your equity. And by doing your banking inside your mortgage, you're going to pay off your home. 5 years is the average length of time a Life Changer Loan client pays off their home, which does a lot of great things, quite obviously. But most importantly, you now get a lot of time to build personal wealth, while most everybody else, they're chained to that 30-year fixed rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. Lots of great things with the Life Changer Loan. Thousands of very grateful clients right here in the Valley. Give them a call. This is not for everybody. You've got to have the right financials, but if you're a good fit, I can guarantee you are going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Is your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
College football fans, this is the game you've been waiting for. Watch the College Football Championships at Talking Stick Resort on Monday, January 19th. Catch every play on massive screens and enjoy mouth-watering food and drink specials that bring the ultimate game day energy. Whether you're cheering for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, this is the place to be. So come early, grab the best seat, and watch it all at Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
That big trade going down last night in the NBA. As expected, the Atlanta Hawks moving off of Trae Young, trading their 6th all-time leading scorer and kind of face of the franchise since he's been with the team. He is headed to the Washington Wizards for C.J. McCollum and Corey Kispert. Couple things that stand out.
Yeah.
Even though there's no draft picks involved.
Okay.
Which, when you consider a player of Trae Young's quality, you might say, oh, that's inexcusable not to get draft picks. But to get the expiring $30 million contract of C.J. McCollum, who's still a very respected pro and who's going to come in, he's going to give you an honest effort.
Yep.
That is huge for the Atlanta Hawks, who made the determination, hey, Trae Young, thanks for your time. They saw what he looked like on the court this year. They were way better without him, defensively and overall winning percentage. They're building around Jalen Johnson, so they moved on. But This is overall, I think, a good trade for the Atlanta Hawks.
Well, listen, I've been reading up about this and what some people think were a shocking amount of suitors for Trae Young. They were looking to trade him any place that would take him, any place that would give back any assets. But the rest of the NBA teams that are good have made the decision you can't win anything substantial with Trae Young. He could be the singular worst defensive player in the NBA.
Oh, yeah. And the metrics bear that out. The results bear that out.
And yet, just a few years ago, he was being touted as the future face of the NBA when they made that playoff run, what he did in Madison Square Garden. People were saying, the
next Reggie Miller, right.
It was an even trade on draft day when they traded him for Luka. People were saying both teams came out winners.
He was a very entertaining player when he was right. The variety of shots, the flash he played with, the range.
He's a walking highlight.
A walking highlight reel. But
between the range and his propensity to shoot, I mean, he's not shy, but he's also a tremendous passer. He led the league in assists last year. So the Wizards aren't getting nothing. But here's Shams Charania, who broke the story last night. Why the Wizards?
This deal came together. Trae Young wanted to be a Washington Wizard.
What?
And the Wizards believe that this is the next step for them in their development process. Obviously, this is a team that's been in a rebuild the last few years, but bringing in Trae Young with this young group, Michael Winger, Will Dawkins, the Wizards' two top executives, they feel strongly that bringing Trae Young in will allow this team to continue to make strides. And Trae Young has relationships across this organization with Will Dawkins, who was one of the key members of the Oklahoma City Thunder front office when Trae Young was a star player growing up in Oklahoma. Travis Schlenk, an executive in D.C., he actually drafted Trae Young in 2018 with the number 5 overall pick. And so Trae Young is now the face of the Wizards movement. He's going to be their lead guard, their point guard moving forward. He's going to anchor their young talent.
Yeah, I mean, so there's connections there. From the Hawks' perspective, here with Sham's thoughts.
For the Hawks is they're turning the page on the Trae Young era. 7+ seasons Trae Young spent in Atlanta as the face of that organization. But they've clearly turned the page with Jalen Johnson moving forward. And this is a group that's starting to play more toward their depth, their wings. And they believe C.J. McCollum as a shooter is going to be the perfect veteran player as a plug-and-play starter, reserve player for Quinn Snyder.
When this trade went down last night, I did something I've never done in my life. I spent time putting myself in the shoes of a Washington Wizards fan.
Wow.
Did you really?
I did too.
I did. And,
wow.
and it was such a depressing thing to do because there is just almost no light at the end of the tunnel. I mean, if this works out well and Trae Young recaptures some of his past glory with Atlanta, at least the Wizards have a recognizable face and a name and somebody who's going to make some highlights. But the more possible reality for Trae Young in Washington is he's going to average 30 points a game, and they're going to win 19 games a year.
Bradley Beal part two.
Exactly.
Probably not even that much team success that Bradley Beal had occasionally there.
Because Bradley Beal had John Wall when he was rolling, and they were actually somewhat relevant. Can one of these young players, Trey Johnson, somebody on Washington, step up and be that John Wall? I mean, Alex Sarr's shown some promise.
But they've had no luck in the lottery the last several years, despite being terrible. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't look like the one guy they had, Demi Avdija, is a star with somebody else now.
And he's going to be an all-star this year for the Blazers. Had 41 points last night.
It also just real quickly shows that in the NBA, barring a wild case, you cannot win at a high level with a small point guard that can't play defense. If he is your number one option, the only reason the Knicks are able to do it is the supporting cast that they've been able to build around him, but you cannot do it.
No, especially when that small point guard who doesn't play defense is your primary scorer.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, we've got example here in Phoenix of a small point guard who didn't play much defense, who was the engineer of a really good team.
That's right.
Steve Nash.
It also shows you that perhaps GMs in the NBA have gotten smarter over the years. They're no longer just blinded by star power and empty stats.
Not all of them.
Not all of them,
Yes.
but it feels like in a different era, just the name Trae Young would have gotten a lot more interest and a lot more back.
And because teams don't want to go into those aprons of paying him those money, it's
You bring up something interesting, and Jarrett, you would probably be able to chime in on this better than I could. Is D.C. a good basketball town? We know it's a really good football town.
It's fine, but it's not like they have they've won a championship there, but it's 40 years ago now or whatever it is. Right, 50 years ago.
Alvin Hayes, Kevin Greavy,
I feel like
Jeff Rulin,
Phil Chenier.
I know they're a pretty good baseball town. They're unbelievable, absolutely first and foremost a football town.
Mm-hmm.
Bob Dandridge. Sorry.
Go ahead,
Kind
Jared.
of similar to around here. They have a passionate, loyal hockey fan base, but it's not gigantic, but it's a small base.
But that's also been paid off with a longtime superstar player, the greatest goal scorer of all time, and a recent Stanley Cup. Go ahead.
I think basketball, it is what it is. It's either the third or fourth sport, and it's when they're good, there's interest, but it's never going to headline. Like they could win a championship, and it would be like the co-headline with what the Commanders are doing in practice.
Let me put it this way to localize it a bit, okay?
All right.
After this football season, we heard from a lot of them on Mondays calling in. You see them all on social media. People in the Valley wondering why they're an Arizona Cardinals fan. I think that's very prevalent among Washington Wizards fans in D.C.
A lot of self-loathing, a lot of self-questioning.
Yeah,
what am I doing this for? Yeah.
Uh-huh. Why am I still on board with this?
And especially as the Wizards, they don't have, at least as the Bullets, they had some sort of history. It feels like since they became the Wizards, you had the Michael Jordan era, the John Wall era, and then now this.
Going back to the 2018 draft, there is now one player that was drafted in the top 15 of that draft. And that was a good draft.
Oh, yeah.
One player who was picked by his original team who's still with that team. and Trae Young wouldn't have even qualified for that because he was drafted by Dallas, but he never played for another team.
Yeah.
Jaren Jackson Jr. is the only player who's still with the team that drafted him, the number 4 overall pick, still with Memphis. Ayton's moved on, Bagley, Doncic, Trae Young, Mo Bamba, Wendell Carter Jr., Colin Sexton, Kevin Knox, Mikal Bridges, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Miles Bridges was drafted by the Clippers, Michael Porter Jr., all of those guys.
Crazy. And Mikal Bridges and DeAndre Ayton and Luka Doncic all made the NBA Finals with the team that drafted him. And Trae Young made the conference finals with the team that drafted him, and they're just a few years later, they're all gone.
Yeah. That's nuts. And DeAndre Ayton, after his display recently, he might be moving on again.
There's a famous Michael Jordan story. I think Chris Webber told it during the 1997 playoffs. The Bulls were up 2-0 on the Wizards, and Jordan walked into the Wizards locker room before the game with a lit cigar and said, "Who's checking me tonight?" Before the game with a lit cigar. And I think he dropped 50, 55 maybe.
What a jerk. Doesn't he know there's no smoking indoors?
Right. Yeah.
It was 97.
That was also famously a series where I walked by one area of that arena, and the two columnists at our paper in Chicago, they didn't like each other one bit, and they were screaming at each other.
At the same paper?
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow.
And Al Gore walked by and was like looking at these two guys yelling at each other.
Hey, guys, what's all the commotion?
Coming up next, Dylan Brooks has been an offensive revelation for the Suns this year. But what happens when the team adds in another shot taker? We'll get into that and more Suns talk next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
When you are struggling with private student loan debt, it feels awful. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you run out of moves. I hear from people who are in that exact spot, but there is a way forward. That way forward is called Why Refi. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Why Refi and their team, they specialize in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is all they do. And they will not judge you in this process. They won't be asking you why you didn't fix it sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment you can actually afford. If you've been turned down by other lenders, that's when Y-Refi really shines. They build a plan around your real life, not some fictional perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't get the final say. Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Give Y-Refi a call at 888-Y-REFI85 or visit them online at yrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma. Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns back to winning ways last night in Memphis, a 117-98 win that felt comfortable the whole way. Dillon Brooks led the way with 21, and the Suns had 7 players in double figures. And here was Dillon Brooks post-game on what they proved in the win.
We're not playing down our competition, that we're diligent and, we're focused on, our goals, and this is a part of it.
The Suns are back home Friday night against the New York Knicks. Last night, GCU handled Boise State 75-58, led by Jaden Henley's 22 points. The Arizona Wildcats improved to 15-0 last night in their 101-76 win over Kansas State with career highs from Braden Burries and Mo Crevis. And BYU proved to be too much for ASU last night in a 104-76 loss. And tonight, the Fiesta Bowl from State Farm Stadium in Glendale will feature the Miami Hurricanes and the Ole Miss Rebels for a chance to go to the national championship. That game will kick off at 5:30, and that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Gambo. Who are some of the players the Cardinals could be keeping an eye on in today's Fiesta Bowl? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Yeah, it's just a repetitive narrative of his just overall demeanor every single night. Sets the tone for our group. He's done it since day one, like we talked about in the pregame. He starts defensively, his aggressiveness defensively. We decided to put him on Spencer because Spencer's had a lot of success lately, especially last night. We tried to put him on the ball, see how aggressive we could be right at the point of the attack. And then any disruption that we can get from him defensively really fuels our offense.
Jordan Ott talking about the impact of Dillon Brooks, not only in last night's win over the Memphis Grizzlies, but overall this season. Setting the tone, has done it since day one. Culture setter. Dillon Brooks, the acquisition of Dillon Brooks, separate of the Kevin Durant aspect of that trade, it was met with a collective groan by most of the people in Phoenix, Arizona.
Oh, no doubt about it.
It was like, oh no, now we're even the ones that weren't totally against it, and I'll put myself in that situation or in that category. The prevailing thought was, he's one of those guys that I haven't liked his whole career, and now I'm going to have to root for him. Oh, great. He has been absolutely fantastic.
He's been unbelievable.
And last night took 22 shots. Dillon Brooks, by virtue, I don't think this is Dillon Brooks coming in and saying, all right, I'm going to take over offensively. I think it's recognizing what the Suns are facing. Necessity. And we saw this. If you go back and you follow Dillon Brooks' career when he was at Oregon, he was a go-to guy. He was the guy taking the clutch shots. He was the offensive cog of those Ducks teams when he played there. He wasn't asked to do that in Memphis, although, it's not like he put up tiny numbers. He averaged 18.4 points in the 21-22 season. His scoring average is up 7.2 points per game, but he's also shooting more and making more than he ever has in his NBA career. He has been an absolute offensive revelation, but it's going to change.
You brought up a great point, and that is you would think that maybe a guy like Dillon Brooks, who wasn't appreciated the way he should have been in Memphis, went to Houston, and then was included in a trade for Kevin Durant. You think that he might come here with a little attitude. He might come here with an attitude like, okay, get me out of here. I don't want to stay here. He did just the exact opposite. He leaned into this thing. He saw this for what it was, a chance to really expand his game and show what he was capable of doing in a much higher profile kind of role. And then a lot of it, though, of course, it comes down to Jordan Ott and the coaching staff here, because clearly all of these guys bought into it. And it's a foundational thing, and it sounds elementary if you're listening, but it's very, very important on a basketball team. Because if you get guys buying in from the very beginning, you can build something like this.
So he's averaging over 17 shot attempts per game.
Yes.
What happens when Jalen Green comes back?
Listen,
where do those shots come from?
I want to make one last point, and that is I would really like Dillon Brooks to get some all-star consideration for what he's done here. And he's not going to get in via the fan vote.
No. And look, the reality of it is it's always going to be tough unless you're putting up monster numbers. And these are big numbers for him, but 21.2 points per game is a career high. But it's not like those are going to jump off the page. It's going to come down to if the Suns keep this going through, close to the All-Star break, which there's no indication or there's no reason not to believe that they won't with the way that they play and what they lean on. Those that are responsible for coming up with the reserves for the All-Star game, they're going to have to do some real soul-searching on Dillon Brooks because his impact has been immense for this team.
You know what advantage he has going for him? He's Canadian.
Well,
they have to fill out an international team this year.
That's true.
And they said even if there's not enough that are voted in, they will select some to fill it out, and maybe
Interesting.
Yep.
Okay. So now let's get on to your question, because the Jalen Green thing, and you said this going into break. How is this going to look? I made a prediction when Jalen Green got hurt that this is going to be the best thing that happened to the Phoenix Suns, and I said that because I'm a big fan of Colin Gillespie, and I just know that without Jalen Green, you're going to have a group that knows they've got to outwork everybody every second on a basketball court. Now, how does Jalen Green slide into this thing and take a primary role without changing where this is going?
Where do you find 15 more shots per game for somebody like that?
They just got to crank up the number of steals.
And maybe that's it. Just more,
more possessions.
And where do you carve off 28 to 31 minutes per game? Who are you taking that from?
It's a good question, and we have zero proof of it. Even in the game, there's been one game where Jalen Green played. He played just under 23 minutes. That was the game against the Clippers, and he was amazing. He took 20 shots in under 23 minutes, and he scored 29 points. Dylan Brooks didn't play that night, so we don't even have one game to fall back on.
Right.
I mean, the shot differential in that game, Booker took 22, Green took 20, Grayson Allen 13, Royce O'Neal 11, Mark Williams 8. That was their starting five that day. I don't want to just brush this aside and sweep it into the corner and say, who cares? Let's just enjoy this. But I kind of feel that way. And I also feel like that's going on to a degree with Devin Booker. And, Devin Booker, when he has a game like last night, he had 13 points. He didn't need to do more. And they won the game handily. I think that...
Mind-blowing.
Yes. That's a plus, everybody.
Completely. That is why what you're saying, this is not going to go away. The Suns team is not going to all of a sudden lose 18 of 21 games and fall to 13th in the West.
No,
it's not going to happen.
You're exactly right. But I think a lot of that is the thinking, okay, Kevin Durant's gone. Bradley Beal's gone. Yes, Jalen Green's coming in. But Devin Booker's going to have to average 32 points. And I think people had their mindset. I certainly thought this way. He's going to challenge for a scoring title this year. And that was the one thing to pay attention to. But the game has changed. This is a playoff quality team. Devin Booker doesn't need to score 35 points a game for them to be a playoff quality team. So you need to, if you're worried about his stats, don't.
Right.
And I've also heard people say when Devin Booker has a big game, that's a negative. Even in a win, that's a negative because the ball's not moving enough. We got to learn how to enjoy good quality basketball again.
And just be okay with the Suns are getting a 23-year-old star coming back.
Yes.
Okay, we'll figure it out.
I mean, the way that it's shaping up. And it's full reps now for Jalen Green. So within the next week, he's going to be back on the court again. And that would be about a month ahead of the NBA trade deadline. View it that way. They're getting an uber-talented offensive player to join their rotation without having to give up anything.
And think about it. If Jalen Green comes in and is really good right away, it'll be that much easier to trade Dylan Brooks to the Lakers at the deadline.
I think somebody's going to get traded. It's not going to be Dylan Brooks. I'll say that much.
You think
From
someone in the rotation?
Oh, yeah. No.
I
get
think
traded?
yes, absolutely.
As Vinny said, one of the ironic things about what they're doing is, from a roster composition standpoint, this team is still wonky. If you were going to look at just their aggregation of what they have. But they're so good at what they do, you'd never know it.
Yeah.
That's we'll get into this more, but I'm interested who you guys think might get dealt.
Oh, I don't think it's any mystery.
Nick Richards.
Well,
that.
Nick Richards, certainly. Although there's, and I heard Burns and Gambo talking about this yesterday, that it's not the easiest decision either because you have a starting center in Mark Williams with a vast injury history, and Nick Richards is kind of an insurance policy.
Yeah.
But Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal, there's so much
similar.
So much positional overlap there.
The last thing I'll say about this, though, I don't worry so much about the shots and who's going to shoot the ball when Jalen Green comes back. I'm just worried about the quality of their defense. That's what I'm worried about, because right now it is suffocatingly good.
Yes, but when you plug somebody in who's not necessarily known for a calling card on the defensive end, he'll stand out like a sore thumb if he's not buying in.
Yeah, that's
Everybody's bought in right now.
Okay.
And I think Jalen Green is wise enough to buy in on that end, too. Yeah.
Exactly.
Coming up next, the Cardinals continue their head coaching search with their list of candidates growing. Meanwhile, a former member of the team railed on their ex-head coach. We'll tell you more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Gigi Jackson dribbles out the final second, and the Suns win 117-98. The final score here at FedEx Forum in Memphis. They end a 6-game skid in the series against the Grizzlies, and they get back to a season-high tying 7 games over 500.
More on this nice Suns road win in Memphis heading your way on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? It sounds perfect, right? Well, it's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. That way, you don't risk missing out on the new home you just found. So here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline, no waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no bending your schedule around the schedule of a bunch of strangers. I've done that. I'm not doing it again. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are some of the most experienced around town, and they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes without the stress. Their flagship program is Buy Before You Sell. Orchard gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, and still get top dollar for your home. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That is a $299 value. Paul Calvisi here. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you're going to feel like you're 20 again. You gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You're going to think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better, because don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Gambo. Who are some of the players the Cardinals could be keeping an eye on in today's Fiesta Bowl? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hey, good morning. A tip of the cap. A thank you and a shout out to our audience in Tolleson. We appreciate you out in Tolleson today. It's the Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings coming to you live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Dan Bickley, Vince Murata, Jared Carlin, Sammy Sabolka taking you up until 10 o'clock today. Of course, the Arizona Cardinals, like 6 other teams in the NFL, doing their diligence, doing their due diligence. I always
I
hate that phrase.
Yeah, that is
You
a
hear it all the
phrase.
time.
Yeah, listen, Jerry Colangelo used to use it all the time, right? And after that, it was like, okay, let's retire that phrase.
Yeah. Due diligence.
Due diligence.
But they're doing it. They're going through their list of candidates up to about 7 or 8 names at this point. Whether or not John Harbaugh joins that list remains to be seen. Real
quick on that.
Yeah.
He has to join the list, right? They have to interview him, don't they? Wouldn't you be disappointed if they don't at least interview him?
Yes.
Or at least reach out to interview him. He might turn it down, but
Yeah, no, listen, and that is, I think that's a no-brainer for a lot of reasons.
And
even perceptually, just you gotta.
It looks like, the name Matt Nagy was added yesterday.
Boo!
Raheem Moore. Although I was reading a interesting story about Matt Nagy and what he went through this past offseason. He went through this process, and it was through Laura Oakman, who's a sideline reporter for CBS, and they've been friends for a while, but she'll offer like blind spot reporting on what people think of you around the league. So Laura Oakman engineered this process to where she got 40 people that were involved somehow in Matt Nagy's tenure in Chicago as a head coach. And it was a no holds barred, what do you think of this guy? And she filed this report, and they got on a Zoom call, and it was a 5-hour Zoom call where Matt Nagy just sat there and listened to what people had to say about him. Not everybody on planet Earth can do something like that, because you're hearing negatives about yourself.
Oh, right, yeah.
He said it was cathartic and a very valuable process, and has opened his eyes wide on what he needs to do in his next tenure as the head coach.
Wow.
Look, I'm not saying
that's wild.
That makes him a better candidate, but for somebody who's willing to go through a process like that, you have to respect that.
Yeah, I do respect that.
And look, we're not going to sit here and we're not going to anyway, but we're just the messengers.
Yeah.
Throw dirt on Jonathan Gannon on his way out of town. But Tyrann Mathieu is part of a podcast, former Cardinal great, I would say.
Honey Badger,
the
man.
In the Bayou podcast. And he shared some thoughts on what were the Jonathan Gannon-led Arizona Cardinals, and shared his reaction to Gannon being fired.
Just imagine waking up 1,000 days straight and you are frustrated because you are losing. That's the life of a loser. I gotta tell you, bro. Listen, it wouldn't have took me 3 seasons to figure that out. Just from the perspective of just figuring out how to use your best players. Like when I watch Cardinals games, I say to myself, man, they don't know what to do with Buda Baker. They don't know what to do with Marvin Harrison. And I think as a coach, man, you should lose sleep trying to draw up ways and scheme up ways to make those dudes look great. Right. And because it's those dudes that's gonna propel the team. But those dudes are gonna they're gonna bring other guys around the league, right? Because of the way you see them play and the way that they having fun, right? And the way that they're featured, it makes other dudes want to go play for them, play with them. You know what I mean? And it's like when you don't show off your best stuff, don't nobody want to deal with you, right? All
right, before we play the second part of this, I think that's fascinating. This is an outside observer saying, he played with Buda. I don't know how to use Buda Baker. I was critical of Buda Baker's performance this year. He still made the Pro Bowl. I think you're in agreement. He wasn't the same Buda Baker this year.
No, not until week 18.
Until the last game of the season.
Last game of the season, he was flying all over the field.
For 2 years, we've been asking the questions about Marvin Harrison Jr., and I think people are down on Marvin Harrison Jr. Maybe we shouldn't be. Maybe we should be pointing the finger at that coaching staff.
The more and more I talk to people, the more and more this narrative comes to life. And once again, this is something I've heard many, many times in the past. A general manager defending his job security and attaining his job security by saying, these guys aren't developing my players. It's not the guys I drafted. It's what they're doing with these guys. But I think in the case of the Arizona Cardinals, it's very valid. I think when you go back, and if you go back and rewatch some of these games, some of it just jumps off the screen at you.
Yes.
From the footwork to the technique to the stupid formation errors, not knowing where to line up sometimes. Very poorly coached team, in my opinion.
You know what?
So yes. So that if you're looking for something to be optimistic about, it's that. It's that a quality, competent coaching staff full of experienced teachers can very quickly elevate some of these young players.
Yes. You want more from the
I
Honey
do,
Badger?
Oh, definitely.
Because you know what they say about the Honey Badger?
He don't care.
He don't care.
He don't care.
On the subject of Jonathan Gannon's quote-unquote passion.
You know, even from him, like I just don't believe in his passion.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta have some passion, man. You gotta mean something to you, you know? And, you know, just too many times in press conferences, and I think we talked about this, but too many times in press conferences and stuff, he's just like nonchalant, or
like it really don't matter.
You know, he's arguing with Josh Weinfuss, and I'm like, you know, I remember Josh was there when I was there, right? And Josh is like that dude in the room. He's like, you know, when you're doing well, I'm gonna support you, and when you're doing bad, I'm gonna ask those hard questions, you know? And you know, he still haven't figured out that. You know, so it's like, you know, it's hard to create fans, you know, like.
And you're losing.
You know, under those sort of under that sort of environment.
Right.
So, you know, I wish him well. I thought he did a great job with the Eagles when he did D coordinator. You know, sometimes, man, you know, sometimes coaches is not ready for that sort of a step.
There's a whole lot of truth in what Tyrann Mathieu is saying.
Listen, and I think that there were people who pointed out, like, if you see Sean McVay has the ability to celebrate with his players. If somebody does something really good, he'll be real emotional on the sidelines. Football teams need that.
Yeah. But to do that, you have to actually make those good plays.
Well, there is that.
Look, and on the subject of passion, I don't think Honey Badger's off on that. And when did we see the most passion from Jonathan Gannon? It came at his lowest moment as the Arizona Cardinals head coach.
Yep.
When he confronted and made physical contact with Amari DiMercato. An act, by the way, that cost him $100,000. That was his low point.
Yep.
But that was really the only thing resembling sideline passion we saw during a game, win or lose.
I really honestly believe that Jonathan Gannon, this was such a surprise to him, that he sat down before this all started and said, this is the way I'm going to be. I'm going to be steady Eddie. Mm-hmm. Never show any emotion. It just didn't work. It's not the way to operate. Not with a football team. Not when you need to push levers and to infuse energy, and I'm just glad they're turning the page. With all due respect to Jonathan Gannon, they needed to hit reset with this coaching staff.
When it's kept in check and when it's controlled, there's nothing wrong with coaching emotion.
No.
Nothing.
No.
Now, there's been coaches that have been absolute maniacs. Mm-hmm. A lot of those at the college ranks. Most of them coached at U of A.
I was just thinking that. Rich Rod, Stoops.
I mean, all those guys.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they took it too far in that direction and have consistently throughout their careers. But there was just nothing. I think that was pretty good analysis
good stuff.
by Tyrann
Yeah, that's
Mathieu.
really good stuff.
And how about the shout out to Josh Weinfuss?
How about that, huh? He should be shouting out Teo Mackey's when he should be shouting out.
Well, Teo wasn't.
I don't know if he was there.
That's the new bulldog in Arizona sports.
I don't think he was
Tyrann
there.
wasn't around when Teo joined the beat. So coming up next, we will hit the Rush Hour reboot with Sammy Sabolka on this Thursday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You know, for me, Basin Earnings right now, this is what I want. I want a guy who has head coaching experience. That's what I want.
I think you have to.
Number 2, I want an offensive mind as well. And number 3, old school mentality when it comes to the game. Old school mentality. You need somebody who understands the true nature of this game. That means the blood sport on the line of scrimmage and how you win and lose football games. And if you want to allow fighting as well, that's fine.
You wouldn't be upset with that. Maybe bring the fullback into a more prominent role. Is that what
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products. In a new year is a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home, make your home really pop aesthetically. And I'm going to tell you a few things about Advanced Window Products and why they deserve your business. Most home windows and doors can be installed in one day. Sales and installation at Advanced Window Products are all done in-house. No middleman markups. They'll build your windows. They'll install your windows. They will guarantee them for life. And that lifetime warranty is serviced by a local team. It includes labor, glass, and parts, and it is transferable to the next homeowner if you ever sell your home. They offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you are going to find in the state. They can get from the factory to your front door in 8 weeks or less. You can customize the color of your windows, white, black, tan, or dark brown, and there is great financing available, which means it is a great time to invest in your number one asset. And finally, their New Year's special is going on. You can get $1,250 off 5 or more windows, $2,500 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. For more information, call 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
They're gonna go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns took care of the Ja Morantless Memphis Grizzlies last night in a 117-98 win in a game where 7 Suns were in double figures, led by Dylan Brooks with 21. And it was good to see Grayson Allen with 19 of his own. And the Suns will be back in action Friday night as they'll host the Knicks. Some other NBA news: 4-time NBA All-Star Trae Young was traded to the Washington Wizards last night for C.J. McCollum and Corey Kispert in what was a wild night in general around the association. Kenny Dillingham continues to add through the transfer portal. Wide receiver Reed Harris has committed to ASU. Harris was the 4th-ranked transfer wideout and now will be wearing the maroon and gold. And tonight, from State Farm Stadium, the Fiesta Bowl between Miami and Ole Miss will kick off at 5:30 with a national championship spot on the line. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. No trust, your estate could go through the probate, meaning the courts decide who gets your money. Schedule your free estate planning review at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Arizona sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
It's that time of the morning. We hit the big stories on this Thursday. It's the Rush Hour Reboot with Sammy.
Yes, good morning. The Rush Hour Reboot, 7:30 every single morning. It's still dark for this Rush Hour Reboot. Normally, we've gotten the sun coming up a little bit.
I think winter actually started yesterday.
The gloominess has set in.
I think we're here, yeah. Gloominess, cold weather, yeah.
And I talked to Jarrett about this at the break. Do you guys like when it's darker further into the show, or the sun's up like immediately in the summer?
I could not care either way.
Really?
I prefer this.
The shades
They have their shades down.
You have
over
the
there.
shade up. Okay.
They don't give us access to the remote, unlike some hosts here at the station.
Okay, that's fair.
It'll be back in the mid-70s by next week.
Yeah, it will. But I want to start with the Phoenix Suns last night, who responded yet again well after a loss and a comfortable win. Aside from there we go. Aside from like players' performances, I think we're all impressed with Dylan Brooks. What have you been most impressed with the Suns this season?
Besides everything?
Well, yeah, if you had to pinpoint one thing, what are you most impressed with?
Their fight. This is a team that had no fight for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
They got a lot of fight.
Yeah,
Chemistry.
they do. And the chemistry, I think the fight is the answer.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
Gotcha. So now the Suns have 12 straight against the Eastern Conference, which includes a 6-game Eastern Conference road trip, and they might be getting Jalen Green back. So do you expect the Suns to integrate Jalen Green comfortably, or do you think it will take a couple games and some time?
Yeah, I've said this before. I hope that in watching all of this basketball, that Jalen Green has kind of realized, okay, this is their standard. This is how they're winning. This is how they play. I kind of know what I need to do. I can't change this. I have to be a positive contributor to all of this. I hope that is very, very clear to him, that he's got a very clear picture of what he needs to do when he comes back.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a combination of the two, Sammy. Honestly,
Okay.
I think Jalen Green probably, when he's healthy enough to play, goes right back into the starting lineup. But I think it'll be a build-up, minutes-wise.
Okay.
Because they've been down this road once before. He
Yes.
ramped up from this hamstring strain, and it lasted 30 minutes. So I think there's going to be a real minutes governor put on Jalen Green, and hopefully it works out this time.
Okay, so now let's move over to the Cardinals again. We're going to be giving our for and against for our coaching candidate today. Our third candidate is Clint Kubiak. Why would you be for him, and why would you maybe be against Clint Kubiak?
Very good pedigree. He's the son of a coach.
Son of a coach.
Son of a coach. Yeah, so he's son of Gary Kubiak. He obviously has done very, very good things with the Seahawks offense because Mike McDonald is the defensive guy. So everything from a strategy standpoint, you like Clint Kubiak a lot. The one thing that gives me pause is he's kind of like Jonathan Gannon. There's not a lot of personality there. And I really think the Cardinals need a guy up front, somebody that's got a lot of that gravitas.
Okay.
The reasons for everything Bick said. I also like that he comes from the division.
Yes, I
when you
agree
can
with
potentially weaken one of your division foes who are superior to you right now, that's the way to go. Against, no head coaching experience, relatively inexperienced resume-wise when compared to other candidates, and my stupid reason to be against it, the last time the Cardinals hired a coach with the initials KK, well, it didn't work out so good.
Yeah, right.
All right, so whoever the next head coach is for the Arizona Cardinals, do you believe that he will have a say and be involved in the plan with the next quarterback, or do you think Monty Ossenfort already has a plan in place for the quarterback position?
Absolutely, the head coach would be and should be 100% involved in the picking of the next
Because I think that would be part of the selling point.
Yes,
like you get to pick your next guy.
Yeah, you've got a voice in this.
Yeah, if it's the other way around, if it's Monty Ossenfort saying, look, let's talk about other positions because I've already got my plan for the quarterback position, I think the guy's probably getting up and walking out.
Well, don't we think that's what happened with Cliff, though? like Keim and the organization went in with the idea we're going to take Kyler Murray and we want to find a coach.
We all believe that. They reported it otherwise, that Kyler Murray wasn't on our radar when we hired Cliff.
Yeah.
Bull crap.
Okay, and so this is
right.
This is more quarterback focused. So the Cardinals are third in the draft. I think we all are in agreement that maybe we don't take a quarterback there. But what would be the number one trait, attribute, or skill you want to have in the next Arizona Cardinals quarterback?
Number one trait? I
Yes.
mean,
what's the most important trait for the next quarterback for the Cardinals?
That he's got the ability to deal from the pocket the way Jacoby Brissett has.
Okay.
That's number one to me.
That's number one. The willingness to stand in and extending plays is, I think, an interesting concept because everybody always looks at it. Extending plays means using your legs to get out of it. Sometimes, and I think Jacoby Brissett has proven this year, sometimes you can extend a play by holding onto the ball an extra tick and being willing to take some physical punishment to give your receiver that fraction of a second to make a move and get some separation. So yeah, I think what Bick said is right on the money.
Okay. And tonight, the Fiesta Bowl right here in Glendale. We'll have more on it coming up. But quickly, as a fan of neither team tonight, who might you be kind of pulling for to see in the national championship?
Yeah, I'm big time behind Ole Miss for a lot of reasons we're going to get into. But look, I've got a lot of friends who love the U. I really like what they've done to this postseason. They brought a special kind of spice, as Eric Moses said yesterday, kind of a sexy team that they brought to the whole kind of thing. But the Ole Miss thing is just too delicious, and I really want it to continue.
Yeah, I kind of feel similarly to Bick. I think you say this about certain teams in different sports. When fill in the blank is good, it's good for the sport.
Yeah.
I think when Miami is good, it's good for the sport because they create a division. It's a divisive program. It always has. It probably always will be. And they're a fearsome bunch, especially on defense. So I think that's a good thing. But to me, with what Ole Miss has dealt with and this uncertainty, look, they didn't know yesterday who was going to be coaching for them at certain positions.
It's crazy.
And, some of those guys will be coaching and some of them won't. And you look at the guy at the forefront of all of it, Lane Kiffin, moving on to a chance where he could win a national championship. Meanwhile, the team he just left is 2 wins away from winning a national championship. Yeah. It's impossible not to root for Ole Miss in this situation.
It's crazy. And lastly, real quick on the way out. So I think at this time of the year, college basketball doesn't get a good rap because there's so much sports going on. But conference play has started, and the number one team in the country is in this state. It's the University of Arizona. Have you guys had a chance to watch them at all? And if so, what stood out to you about them?
Yeah, they just look next level. It's one of the things that I have learned. There are levels in college basketball, and as you get closer to the elite teams, you just see a different size of player, a different skill set of player, and they're elite. I think I won't say this is the best Arizona team I've ever seen. I was absolutely in love with the Richard Jefferson, Gilbert Arenas, Jason Gardner edition that lost to Duke.
This is the 4th best U of A team that I've ever seen.
Is that right?
At this point, in my opinion.
I would like to just push back on the way you presented the question. I only believe in the coaches poll, so the number one team in the country is not in this.
You and Adam Schefter.
It's in Michigan.
Man.
That's so funny.
Yeah, who snuck
so
by
funny.
Penn State.
Look, they're really good for now. Enjoy it before you run into an Ivy League powerhouse in the first round of the NCAA tournament.
Man, Vinny just hates it so much.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
This is not breaking news, Sammy.
I know. I just thought maybe we could get a little. They look really good.
I was watching that game kind of with one eye last night because the Suns were playing at the same time.
Yes.
And my reaction in watching the flow was, okay, this team is just ridiculous, and the size that they throw at you is unbelievable. And those guys play with some ferocity as well with the size. And then Kansas State crept back to within 9, and I thought maybe they were going to make it a game. And nope, Arizona just flipped the switch again. They're really good.
They are. They're tied for the best Arizona team I've seen, at least in my fandom. But
there we go.
There we go.
Rebooted here on this Thursday. Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, at a time of strife and uncertainty in college football, at least there's one thing we can all agree on. Everyone hates Lane Kiffin. We'll expand next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The Cardinals should hire John Harbaugh tonight.
I tweeted him back. You think they're going to pay him $20 million a year? If they ever did that, it would completely change the perception of the organization. Michael Bidwell, the ownership, and the whole organization. If they said, you know what? I've always said, how committed are you to winning? It's a question, right? That would be a screw you, Gambo. We're all in. If we... and everybody else that believes that the Cardinals aren't committed to winning. Michael could sit there all day long. They've been in Arizona since the 80s. They've had 6 winning seasons.
Mm-hmm. Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, and buying a new car is a really, really big deal. You should have high expectations. You should demand a great brand, a great experience, a really fair price, and a car you cannot wait to drive. That's what you're going to get from my friends at Chapman BMW and a whole lot more. After all, they are home to the ultimate driving machine, one of the most exhilarating driving experiences you will find on planet Earth. They've got a great reputation for making luxury attainable. As an automaker, BMW vowed never to forget the average car buyer. Chapman BMW takes it to the very next level. They have something in everybody's price range at Chapman BMW. And remember, we're talking about an automaker consistently ranked #1 by Consumer Reports. Chapman BMW also has a great reputation for elite service and handling. I've had a number of listeners reach back and thank me for pointing them towards Chapman BMW. That's how good their car buying experience was. And finally, remember, you got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Make sure you get your hook up by asking for Shane O'Hanrahan by name. He's the GM of both locations. He's hooked up a number of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
That's the sound of fun. All across the valley, families are discovering their new favorite game, pickleball. At Just Pickle Courts, we design and build custom pickleball courts for homes, clubs, and communities. Beautiful, durable, and made for connection. For a free quote, visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Justpicklecourts.com, design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
Collins Comfort Masters here, your trusted Lennox dealer. Is your AC system over 10 years old? You could be wasting up to 40% on energy costs. Smart homeowners know now is the time to upgrade to a high-efficiency system and lock in our New Year's savings. With nearly 11,000 5-star Google reviews and over 40 years of trusted service, Collins Comfort Masters is your no-worry solution for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com today.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Finding the right time to have your teenager's wisdom teeth removed can be challenging. Trust me, I know. My son's school and baseball schedule is always full, so we're doing what most parents do, and that is booking the extraction of his wisdom teeth during the school holiday winter break. And we're going with ProSmile. ProSmile has oral surgeons on site with state-of-the-art facilities, and they can get your child in and out and feeling great before they head back to school for the new year. So if your son or daughter needs their wisdom teeth out, you can rest assured they're in the best hands at ProSmile. And no need to dread it. They'll handle them with kid gloves, and don't let cost hold you back either. ProSmile takes most insurance plans and offers great finance options as well. You can even ask ProSmile about their wisdom teeth package deals. So make your appointment today before spots fill up. With locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620 for all the information. Hey, you might even see me there in the waiting room. And no, my kid is not allowed to put his wisdom teeth under the pillow expecting cash the next morning. Not happening.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Gambo. Who are some of the players the Cardinals could be keeping an eye on in today's Fiesta Bowl? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't have a message for anybody else. I think our team had a message. They had a message about how they prepared and how they play, and that they weren't tired of playing. And I do think the message is, I'm replaceable, you're replaceable, our players are replaceable, right? I think you want to build a program to where it's heading in the right direction, and one person, one player, or anything like that's not going to derail that. There's been too much invested in that, and it's been aligned correctly that one person is not going to impact something so drastically. If it is, it's probably not built right.
That is Pete Golding, the head coach of the Ole Miss Rebels, on the day before today's Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Ole Miss against Miami in one of the college football playoff semifinals. What a story. He's trying to become like the football version of Steve Fisher, who led as an interim the Michigan Wolverines to the NCAA basketball title in 1989 after their coach took another job. Bill Frieder came to Arizona State. Lane Kiffin made way more headlines with his move to LSU. And here they are, still alive, 2 wins away, halfway to a national championship for a program like Ole Miss. Pete Golding has done a tremendous job. And that's not without interference from Lane Kiffin, who, by the way, every time Ole Miss wins a game, he gets richer. He's still collecting the bonuses.
Yeah.
And now he's interfering in the day-to-day operations, because yesterday Pete Golding had to announce that Charlie Weiss Jr., the offensive coordinator, and Kevin Smith, the running backs coach, will coach. But tight ends coach Joe Cox and wide receivers coach George McDonald are leaving to join LSU before the semifinal game against Miami. Why? I know recruiting's a part of it, and this is the screwed up calendar of college football, but why is Lane Kiffin doing this?
Because he's a jerk?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, listen, so Lane Kiffin has always leaned into being the villain of college football. He's always leaned into the personality. He loves stirring the pot. He loves shooting shots across the bow and taking shots at people and riling people up. This is going to be a different kind of stigma that is going to get stuck with him, because what he did, and one of my better football sources told me this 2 days ago, that Lane Kiffin initially agreed to let his guys coach because he was dead certain they were going to lose to Georgia. Dead certain. And they didn't lose to Georgia. And now pulling them back and then allowing a couple to go back and then now pulling more back towards them. Not to be a conspiracy theorist, but if I were the head coach of Ole Miss right now, how comfortable are you in Charlie Weiss calling plays for you in a national college football semifinal? Because every game Ole Miss wins, it makes Lane Kiffin look even worse, even because he's getting remuneration for it.
Yes.
The idea that he is getting his bonuses paid by LSU that he would have gotten were he still at Ole Miss is one of the most disgusting things I've ever heard in my life.
And he's getting criticism from around the sport, too, including from former Florida State and Texas A&M head coach Jimbo Fisher.
It's selfish. That's what it is. It's stupid. And because here's why I say that. He wanted to coach and thought he didn't get his way. So everybody get on the plane with me, you don't have a job. All right? And he makes them all go. Then he gets down there and takes a PR hit because it looks bad that you really don't care about the kids. Then he says, okay, you can go back. But here's where he screwed up.
He thought they were going to lose.
He thought they were going to lose to Georgia,
Exactly.
and the portal thing was all over with, and it was going to be all over with. And he said, "Okay, I'll look like a hero." Yeah. Now he's got egg on his face because the real Lane came back out. You know what I'm saying? And if those guys were allowed to coach the first game, they should be allowed to coach it because those kids are doing something that you get one time in your life to ever do.
Literally,
that team and those guys one time. And as a coach, listen, I know I've left a job. I get that. But if you took them on and said they're never coming back, that's fine. You set the rules of the game. You don't change the rules in the middle of the game. And as a coach, it's hurting the kids and it pisses me off.
Totally agree with Jimbo Fisher there.
Yeah.
And if Ole Miss pulls this off, they win tonight and then go to Miami for the national championship game, and they beat either Oregon or Indiana, they should have a parade. They shouldn't have it in Oxford, Mississippi.
Baton Rouge?
They should have it in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Again, the idea that you left Ole Miss to win championships at LSU and didn't care about the championship path that was right in front of you, it's motivating those kids because those kids are going, that dude didn't believe in us.
Yeah. But not only, Ole Miss is obviously dealing with this. And again, I think Pete Golding has done a great job to ground his team. And it's a good football team. That was proven when Lane Kiffin was still there. They're also dealing with the Trinidad Chambliss thing because he's trying to get a waiver for another year.
Yep.
And this is all happening while they're preparing for a national championship semifinal game.
It's unbelievable.
College football is so messed up. And we haven't even talked about the DeMond Williams situation today. We brought it up yesterday.
And that's asinine, too. Washington is going to use all its legal means to make sure they enforce this contract of this kid who signed the contract and now wants out of it.
They might be looking at suing LSU.
And if they do enforce it and force him to stay there, how's that going to go?
Yeah.
Because then what's he going to do? Is he going to de-enroll? Is that even a word?
Yeah. No, but that is the option. He could drop out of school.
Drop out of school.
And then everything's null and void, and then I guess you could.
This is where I'll say it again. With all of this in place, maybe they know they got us because college football as an entity is daring you to continue to love it.
Uh-huh.
And I just can't quit it.
Well, listen, and one of the laziest takes, and I've heard this from a couple of national sports guys, and it drives me nuts. Well, at least you're talking about college football. You're consumed by all this chaos, so it must be good. In no world is what's happening in college football good. Go ask Kenny Dillingham. He said it many times. The adults have screwed this up.
It is interesting how each major sport is sort of daring and challenging their fans in a different way to continue to love them.
NFL, you want to watch our games? Better subscribe to those 13 streaming services.
NBA with the load management and stuff like that. The major league,
not to mention the gambling thing.
The gambling stuff.
There was June Lee came out with a scathing piece about how people are not paying any attention to this NBA gambling thing. And people have just brushed it into the corner. Like, it's not a big deal. 20 years ago, it would have been the biggest story in sports.
And then Major League Baseball with the whole Dodgers stuff.
Maybe we should get into this at some point in time because I read a fascinating essay about how everything in our lives now revolves around gambling, that it's all equations and mathematics and stats and prop bets. And the art of consuming sports as a wholesome human competition kind of thing.
I told you my experience. I was watching an ASU football game at a sports bar, and I was reacting to the action as a fan. And a guy was incredulous. He's like, you got money on the game? No, I don't bet on sports. And he wouldn't believe me.
Because you were passionate.
Because I actually cared about the outcome.
Yep.
Some people just don't even grasp it.
And it's so prevalent now, and it's so everywhere that if you're laying a bunch of prop bets, you're not watching the game for the reason of competitive drama.
Therefore, bet the under tonight.
I would disagree.
Really? You think Mississippi's going to light up that defense? What is the over-under set at?
51.5.
Yeah,
I don't care.
Yeah. No, and that's the thing. Some people don't care. Some people do, and it is what it is right now.
You can listen to, if you're not watching it, if you're not going to the game tonight, you can hear all the action of the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on ESPN 620 and Arizona Sports 98.7. But that'll be after Big Red Rage. You can hear it in its entirety on ESPN 620. Also, one other college football note that just came down. Raleek Brown is on the move. We knew he was in the portal. He is going to the University of Texas to take handoffs from Arch Manning next year.
Okay.
And ultimately disappoint an entire fan base. I'm not bitter. Coming up next, Bick's going to kick off the second half of the Thursday show with the blast. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Dylan Brooks experience enjoys revenge in Memphis for a Suns win. Arizona State adds a second top-line receiver via the transfer portal with Boston College's Reed Harris, and 10 players to watch in the Fiesta Bowl between Miami and Ole Miss. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Buddy, Dan Bickley here for Turf Monsters, and if you're a homeowner in Arizona, chances are really good you've had a very bad experience with a contractor or a landscaper. Maybe they charged you a fortune. Maybe they ghosted you when the work was done and something went wrong. Maybe they just quit showing up. Happens to all of us in Arizona. This is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters knocks it out of the park. They are a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. Their range is incredible, from fire pits to barbecue pits, patios to pergolas. They're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you that beautiful green sparkling lawn without the mess and the water bills. If you're a golfer, they can build you a state-of-the-art putting green. What could be better than working on your short game in the comfort of your own home? If you're a pickleball player, they're in the pickleball court business as well. They can build you a pickleball court. Turf Monsters can build you anything you want. They can make your backyard an oasis you can enjoy every day of the year. But the thing that's super cool about them, they believe in professionalism and doing what they say they're going to do, in staying on schedule, sending devoted crews to your house every day so you're not looking at different crews every time you look out your window. They truly believe in your happiness with the finished product. Go check out samples of their work online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you. Like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy place every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Progressive's Accident Response can detect and send help when you need it most, after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say Happy Holidays on someone's birthday. When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you. We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's Accident Response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than just a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. That's what they're all about at Berg Simpson. Dave Burns here. So good lawyers changing lives. What does that mean? Well, it means they're nationally renowned and recognized trial lawyers looking to change lives for the better by preparing for trial, fighting in court, getting families compensation for their injuries. It means putting a high priority on giving back to their community, getting involved and making a difference. It's the heart of everything they do, here to help people who need it the most. Frankly, when we were involved in an accident years ago, we made a mistake by not calling them. So when you've been injured, Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury trial lawyers, they're going to fight for you and what you deserve. You'll get more money for your case when you hire a trial lawyer, and it doesn't cost you anymore to hire a trial lawyer. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
College football fans, this is the game you've been waiting for. Watch the College Football Championships at Talking Stick Resort on Monday, January 19th. Catch every play on massive screens and enjoy mouth-watering food and drink specials that bring the ultimate game day energy. Whether you're cheering for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, this is the place to be. So come early, grab the best seat, and watch it all at Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns got back to winning ways last night in Memphis in a 117-98 win that felt comfortable the whole way. Dillon Brooks led the way with 21, and the Suns had 7 players in double figures. And here was Dillon Brooks post-game on what they proved in the win.
We're not playing down our competition, that we're diligent and, we're focused on, our goals, and this is a part of it.
The Suns are back home Friday night against the New York Knicks. Last night, GCU handled Boise State 75-58, led by Jaden Henley's 22 points. The Arizona Wildcats improved to 15-0 last night in their 101-76 win over Kansas State, and BYU was too much for ASU last night in a 104-76 loss. Tonight, the Fiesta Bowl from State Farm Stadium in Glendale will feature the Miami Hurricanes and Ole Miss Rebels for a chance to go to the national championship. That game will kick off at 5:30, and you can listen to that in its entirety on ESPN 620 or join In Progress after Big Red Rage at 7 on 98.7, and that's what's trending now.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Football season in Arizona ends tonight. Let's hope State Farm Stadium can finish with a banger. Let's hope somebody can create some kind of magic in that building before they turn out the lights. That stadium, by the way, remains the truest barometer of the Arizona Cardinals. They are now 81, 78, and 2 in that building, a statistic that shows how much the team has regressed to the bottom feeders they were for most of the 20th century. One more bad year and they're going to be under 500, and all the griping about that building and its catering to the elite has put a few large dents in Michael Bidwell's reputation. But that can all change overnight, because fans never complain about a stadium when their team is really good, and that is why Bidwell needs to seize the moment, dig deep, and spend what it takes for a high-quality, experienced head coach who can also bring in an excellent staff of teachers. You shoot your shot for John Harbaugh, but in my opinion, a guy like Robert Saleh would also be ideal. A head coach with moxie and gravitas, a real personality, and real leadership skills. Somebody who's done the job once and learned all the hard lessons in the hardest of ways. Because the Cardinals need all of that, no matter what the cost, and because it would be a dark day in team history if the Cardinals ever owned a losing record in a stadium that was supposed to be our salvation. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Robert Saleh mentioned in the blast.
Indeed.
I found it interesting. There's a website that I trust, and I use this website every year when it comes to the NFL coaching cycle.
All right.
But they do a really good job of tracking all of the reports and articles and rumors, and they split it up by team. I find it interesting that Robert Saleh, yes, he is on the interview requested list because, he and the 49ers are getting ready for a playoff game in Philadelphia this weekend. He is an interview has been requested with Robert Saleh by the Arizona Cardinals. There's 7 head coaching openings right now. And this website, again, that does a really complete job of tracking this, only has Robert Saleh on 2 of the teams looking for a head coach. And the other team right now is the Tennessee Titans.
The Falcons also, as of today, have an interview with him as well.
Do they?
Yes.
Okay.
So there's
We're up to 3 now.
They haven't updated on this particular website. But I thought there would be a lot more Robert Saleh talk. I thought there would be, for a name that's not on the Cardinals list, I thought there would be a lot of Mike McCarthy talk. He's only on 2 of the 7 list right now. And these lists are still being shaped, and we're very, very early in this process. I get it. And there's a lot of teams that are probably going to drag this out because of maybe the availability I think a lot of candidates are going to drag this out too because of the possible availability of other jobs that could open up from playoff teams.
Right.
And the John Harbaugh Buffalo connection has been made there too. But I found it interesting that some of these candidates aren't showing up on a ton of lists when I think they're pretty good candidates.
I think that's interesting as well. I also wonder what kind of hurdles the Cardinals are going to get from guys who just look at that and go, I'm not coaching there. Now, I've been surprised, to be honest with you, to hear a couple of national analysts suggest that John Harbaugh should come to Arizona because most aggregations have the Cardinals as the 7th best job out of 7 openings for obvious reasons. The history, the division they play in.
No quarterback.
No quarterback. They've lost 14 of 15 games. The NFLPA report card. There's all sorts of stuff that go into that whole mix. The facilities, they're not going to be changed for a couple of years now. And that's what I worry about. I worry about the Cardinals embarking on this long, prolonged search because they know deep down we don't want to be embarrassed by being told no by everybody we want.
No. But, yes, there is an element of there's only 32 of these jobs. Mike Tomlin was doing an interview yesterday with Rich Eisen, and he talked about his job status, and he said he doesn't worry about it, but he covets the job that he has. As he put it, there's more U.S. senators than there are NFL head coaches. This is a very, very prestigious job. But if you're an organization, and I'm not pointing this at the Cardinals, but if you're going into a coaching search and that's the feather in your cap, that's what you're offering. Well, it's one of 32. Take it or leave it. Doesn't work that way anymore because of all the things that you just mentioned. There are reputations. There are networks of people that have worked for different organizations that will say, hey, look out for this, or you know what, you're going to love it here because.
Yep.
It's a two-way sales job.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So that's interesting about Robert Saleh because I thought for certain he was going to pretty much not maybe have his pick of the jobs. This was pre-John Harbaugh being on the market, obviously. But because, for all the reasons I said in the blast, it's really a tried and true thing in the NFL that guys who are good coaches who fail in their first shot are generally tremendous with a second shot. Generally, if they're a really good coach.
And on that note, another one that falls in that same category that has gotten very little interest that I'm a little surprised is Brian Flores. Today, his first interview is going to be with the Ravens. They're the only team linked to him so far.
Brian Flores once canceled an interview, if I'm not mistaken, to interview in Arizona to remain the DC in Minnesota. He's part of the lawsuit against the NFL and Stephen Ross in Miami. And I believe that Michael Bidwell is in that as a reference point as it relates to Steve Wilkes. And I don't know what Brian Flores would think about all that. Brian Flores would certainly have the gravitas that I'm talking about. And he certainly would have the first experience swing and a miss kind of thing that I've talked about.
Yeah, but I also referenced the process that Matt Nagy went through as a self-examination of his first tenure as a head coach in the league and how painful that could be. And I'm not saying that Brian Flores did the same thing because he's been removed from the Miami job for quite some time. And there's been a lot of headlines attached to Brian Flores about, sued the NFL. He's had some success as the defensive coordinator in Minnesota, but I also think, he proved he was a decent head coach, and I think people would probably put unfairly too much stock in what happened with the Tua situation. I don't think it was handled correctly by either individual, quite honestly.
Yeah, I think
that's
fair.
But I think it sticks to Brian Flores more than it sticks to Tua. And who did you say Flores was linked to?
The Ravens.
Okay, because I got he hasn't been.
That makes sense to me.
A request for an interview hasn't happened yet, but he's been mentioned as a candidate with the Raiders as well.
Okay,
so a lot of this is still, like I said, taking shape.
Yeah, I saw that report that Tom Brady was going to, and then as part of that was going to bring in Brian Daboll as his offensive coordinator, and that's the makings of a really good staff. And that's kind of what Michael Bidwell really has to pay attention to here, is the younger head coach you get. The guy that really wants the job terribly bad generally can't fill a coaching staff with quality. He'll find friends. He'll find guys to do the jobs. But you might end up with what we're dealing with now, a football team that seems very underserved in terms of coaching.
Real quick before we move on, Cliff Kingsbury's been linked to 3 different teams in this whole process. He parted ways with the Commanders as OC. What you just said, too, guys who have had one chance to do it, if they get a second chance, generally they're pretty good. That being said, are you surprised that Cliff Kingsbury's on that many lists?
Yeah, to be quite honest, I am. I mean, as somebody who witnessed a lot of that, all of it in Arizona, yeah, I'm stunned that anybody would entrust him to be a head coach again. I really am.
Made the playoffs.
which
I
is
know.
more than some people on these lists can claim.
Did you see that playoff game, by the way?
I had a thing that day.
Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big, and we want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Wolf and Bernsey on the Arizona Sports team and help raise critical funds for special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event February 21st. Just text the word hike to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today. Coming up next, we'll talk more football, coaching search, playoffs, all of it with the Hall of Famer, Kurt Warner. He joins us straight ahead here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to climb that ladder. I'm going to give you my two names, Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory. Get in line. Be aligned. Those two guys by far. Undeniable! Undeniable!
I'm looking up the words to the Michigan State fight song during the break. I'm gonna have to learn.
And
this.
anyone who disagrees, sit down and be quiet.
If the Suns make even just the play-in, I think you and I need to learn the words to the Michigan State fight song and sing them on the air.
Okay,
with the music in the background.
Okay, if they make the play-in.
Make the play.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Start the year moving, not hurting. If joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you pain. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. Simple procedures that can deliver big, life-changing results. Imagine this instead. You're moving better, stronger, planning the year you actually want, all because you took care of the pain the smart way. Game-changing regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. January's supposed to be your clean slate, so make it one. Stop managing the pain and start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 five-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way. The thing that separates Moving Team 6, obviously, is our team. You need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That is a $299 value. Paul Calvise here. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you're going to feel like you're 20 again. You gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You're going to think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better, because don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
In today's buyer's market, home sellers face more competition than ever. That's why it is crucial to understand all of your options before making a move. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty offers her guaranteed multiple cash offer program, where you receive up to 10 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you, or she'll buy it. Call Carol Royce today to review your offers. Call 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
If the 30-year mortgage wasn't bad enough, now they are considering a 50-year mortgage. Are you kidding me? Hashtag worst financial decision ever. Take the time to become familiar with how a Life Changer loan works. where all your income attacks all of your debt and you pay off your home in just a few short years. Imagine how quickly your nest egg could grow if you had zero mortgage payments. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Hey, it's Gambo. Who are some of the players the Cardinals could be keeping an eye on in today's Fiesta Bowl? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
We'll send a shout out and a good morning to our audience in El Mirage.
El Mirage.
Out in the West Valley, El Mirage, we appreciate the support. Momentarily, we'll be joined by Kurt Warner, Hall of Famer, to talk some Cardinals and NFL football as the Cardinals continue their coaching search. And, of course, when new names pop up on that list, and some teams have way longer lists than others right now, like the New York Giants list is pretty massive compared to the Cardinals, who have a good number of candidates, but it seems like the Giants are going to interview everybody for their head coaching position. Although the belief, I think, widespread, I'm not going to say it's unanimous, but the belief is that the New York Giants make the most sense for John Harbaugh. Do you get that feeling?
The early sense is yes.
Yeah.
He's got an existing relationship with the Mara family. Yeah, I think a lot of people think the same thing about that.
Yeah, so there's that. There's the Robert Saleh we had a little bit of difficulty connecting with Kurt, but I think we got him now via video. And there he is, the Hall of Famer, Kurt Warner, joining us here in Bickley.
Morning, guys.
Mornings. Good morning, Kurt. How are you? Good. How are you?
I'm doing really well, thank you.
Here we are. We're in the midst, early on, yes, but in the midst of another Cardinals coaching search. When you look at this situation, the season that they came off of, the difficulties they had, what kind of qualities do you think the Arizona Cardinals should be seeking in their next head coach, Kurt?
Well, I mean, I think it's so hard to say. I mean, the last few coaches that they've had have been kind of first-time head coaches. And so I think that's the first thing that I look at is that you get a first-time head coach, I think you have to be patient and you have to realize that those guys aren't finished products. It's like taking a guy in the draft. The first year, you can't expect certain things. You've got to be able to be patient with them. And if you're not going to have the patience to kind of see it through and get to that point, then I think you go and find somebody that's been there and done it before. And I think that's the first thing that, I would look for in this situation is, I know there's some guys in this cycle. Is it someone else from somewhere else that has been a head coach that has helped build an organization that has been that stable factor that you want at that position and that has done it and exactly what they bring to the table, I guess would be the first thing that I think of when I think of this situation, just because of how the last few have gone and just the understanding that I just every time somebody is hired for the first time and then they get fired 2 or 3 years into their regime, I always sit back and go, I don't know what you wanted. I mean, I'm sure the interviews were great, but there's got to be so much you have to learn and so much that you can't be prepared for when you go into this process that you might think what you need to know, or an organization may think that they've got everything they need coming into that room or when they're hired. But there's just so much that goes into it that I just feel like in this day and age, it's hard for anybody to have patience because everybody is about win now. And if that's the case, then I really feel like, you've got to, give these, you got to look for somebody that's been there and done it, that exactly what you're going to get and what they've been through and what they can offer you, as opposed to going, more of a young or first time guy.
All right, you've been a voice of clarity about what you need to win at the quarterback position. You need to see the game between the ears. You need to stand in the pocket and deliver the football. Given the fact that it looks like the Cardinals are moving away from Kyler Murray, what do you think they need to, and even if you've got some names you might want to drop, what do they need to look at in their next franchise quarterback, Kurt? In today's NFL, what do you need at that position?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think there's lots of different things that you can have in this day and age when you state it that way. Is we've seen guys that are more in the athletic mold that have had great success. We continue to see guys that know how to process information, see it, and get the ball out of their hands that have great success in this NFL. And so I think there's a multitude of different ways. You guys know how I believe that regardless of how athletic or unathletic you are, the game is still won, and big time games are won in the pocket. That even the greatest athletes that we see at that position, outside of maybe one or two, they're not great enough to live in the world of I can be a better athlete than everybody else on the defense, and I can create and be athletic most of the time and think that's going to win for me. You love to have those guys that can give you 4 or 5 of those plays a game, whatever that looks like. But primarily, you need a guy that can see it, throw it, make the plays, let the offense work for them, make the game easier for them and for your team. And that's where it starts. I mean, look at the 2 guys that we've got, probably the top 2 front runners for the MVP this year, Matthew Stafford and Drake May.
Yep.
And, although there's some athleticism there in different things that they do, I don't think either one of them wins by being an athlete. They win by playing in the pocket and seeing things and getting the ball out and being accurate with the football. And those are all the things that I believe has always won at this level. It's the things that I think continue to win at this level. And the guys that are crazy athletic, like Lamar Jackson, are guys that can do that as well. And so it's a complementary piece. It's not just the main piece that they bring to the table. So, so when you're looking for a guy, whether that's in the draft or in free agency, I think you look at for a guy that you believe can play the game, more conventionally. And again, that doesn't mean they can't play unconventionally, but they can play it conventionally, or you feel like they can see it and make plays on time and allow the playmakers around them to do their work more than they've got to spend time doing their own work to make your offense successful.
Kurt Warner, the Hall of Famer, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. 6 playoff matchups this weekend. We get the wild card weekend. And I think there's some intriguing matchups. But for me, I think the matchup between Buffalo and Jacksonville, with the way Jacksonville is playing, the way Trevor Lawrence is playing, and then on the flip side, the pressure the Bills are facing going on the road, and they're a team that's fallen short of their goal. To me, that's the game of the weekend. Do you agree? And if not, what game jumps off the page to you, Kurt?
Well, I'm kind of with you. I think we got some great games. I mean, I don't know which one's going to be the best game of the weekend, but you got San Francisco, Philly, the strength of San Francisco's offense against Philly's defense excites me. The other 2 units have been much maligned this year. So, which of those units win? I think New England against the Chargers is fascinating. I know New England's had a great year, but there are a lot of young guys there. And then you have the Chargers beat up front, but Justin Herbert, the weapons they have, the defense they have, that's interesting for me as well. Obviously, Packers and Bears, they've split this year. This is the 3rd time around, division rivals, no love lost between the coaches. That's exciting. And then I'm with you on Buffalo and Jacksonville. I think there's maybe more pressure on Josh Allen now and this year than ever before because of no Burrow and no Mahomes and no Jackson in the playoffs. And he's been so good and so close so many times. Yet here they are going on the road to maybe the hottest, most complete team in the entire NFL right now in Jacksonville. And so round 1 is really difficult for them in a season where the expectations are really, really high, for that team and specifically for that quarterback. And so I love a lot of the matchups that we got. I know Carolina has beaten the Rams this year already. I don't foresee that. I think most of us feel like the Rams are the superior team, but Carolina's a lot better at home, so we'll see. And then Houston's been hot. Their defense is great.
Yeah.
Their offense is kind of all over the place. Again, I think everybody thinks Houston's probably going to go into Pittsburgh and win, but going on the road, traveling, you saw a little of the Rodgers magic at the end of the game last week. I think we've got 6 really, really good games. A lot of really good storylines across the board. I don't know which one will be the best game at the end of the day because I really do like the matchups, but that one does intrigue me for sure. Jacksonville against Buffalo and love the way the quarterbacks are playing.
All right, real quickly and lastly, Kurt, I'm curious what you thought of Phillip Rivers strapping it up and playing a couple of games. And would you have one more game in you? If a situation arose, could you strap it up one last time?
Yeah. I tell you what, that was awesome. So cool. Just knowing Phillip and loving Phillip the way that I do, and having feelings like I do about, person of Phillip Rivers. I think a lot of us were, a little bit concerned when this went down and,
Yes.
and he decided to come back out like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? And then knowing, the teams that he ended up having to play and things along the way. And so to see it go the way that it did, and him to help them be competitive, and for him to play at that level after 5 years off was just ridiculous. And it was fun, and it was an awesome story. And I know you two were probably thinking at some point, like I was, like, I think we could all do this. Like, he gave all of us old people hope that, hey, if he could do it, maybe I could get back out there and do it again. And, I've thrown a couple extra footballs the last few weeks after he went out there going, I don't know, maybe I could, because I feel really good. So what an incredible story. And I think that's what he brought to a lot of us older guys, and probably a lot of us older guys that had played, was just, Phillip could do it, and especially, Phillip didn't look like he was in the best shape physically. And so, I'd look and go, I think I'm in better shape than he is. So I think it was just cool from that standpoint of what he brought, and the mindset that a lot of people kind of stepped into watching him play and enjoying his story. So I thought it was really, really cool. And I'm so glad that it went, probably as well as it could be expected after 5 weeks off, because it made it a really fun part of the season.
Yeah, the Cardinals need a quarterback, Kurt.
Yeah, the Cardinals need a quarterback.
Hey, you tell him 6 months ahead of time. Oh, you're not talking about me. You tell Phillip 6 months ahead of time. He get in shape. Maybe he can do this thing.
Thank you, brother.
Thanks so much. We'll catch up again soon. Good to talk to you.
All right, guys. See you.
Kurt Warner, the Hall of Famer, joining us. Yeah, because not too long ago we were talking about that very situation with Kurt Warner.
I was publicly begging him.
Yes.
Publicly.
Yeah. That was some years ago, though.
That was unbelievable. That was unreal.
We'll continue to talk NFL next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
G.G. Jackson dribbles out the final second, and the Suns win 117-98. The final score here at FedEx Forum in Memphis. They end a 6-game skid in the series against the Grizzlies, and they get back to a season-high tying 7 games over 500.
More on this nice Suns road win in Memphis heading your way on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
That's the sound of fun. All across the valley, families are discovering their new favorite game, pickleball. At Just Pickle Courts, we design and build custom pickleball courts for homes, clubs, and communities. Beautiful, durable, and made for connection. For a free quote, visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Justpicklecourts.com, design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations: Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns took care of the Ja Morantless Memphis Grizzlies last night, 117-98, in a game where 7 Suns were in double figures, led by Dylan Brooks with 21, and it was good to see Grayson Allen with 19 of his own, and the Suns will be back in action Friday night as they'll host the Knicks. Kenny Dillingham continues to add through the portal. Wide receiver Reed Harris has committed to ASU. Harris was the 4th-ranked transfer wideout and now will be wearing maroon and gold. But according to Pete Thamel, running back Raleek Brown has transferred from ASU to Texas. Tonight from State Farm Stadium, the Fiesta Bowl between Miami and Ole Miss will kick off at 5:30 with a national championship spot on the line, and you can listen to that in its entirety on ESPN 620 or joined in progress after Big Red Rage at 7 on 98.7. And while the Cardinals search for their next head coach, another head coaching job has just come open. The Miami Dolphins have fired head coach Mike McDaniel, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Yep, and then there were 8. You just heard Sammy on the latest telling you there's another head coaching opening. The Miami Dolphins today on a Thursday, after the season wrapped up on Sunday, say goodbye to Mike McDaniel.
Wow.
And this was after it was widely reported that McDaniel was keeping his job. Not only that, they were going to empower him to be involved in the GM search after they let go of Chris Greer, their GM, that, okay, Mike, you're coming back and you're going to help us with this process. And here we are on Thursday, they fire him.
This is really, really weird, because at that press conference when he said that about, I'm going to aid, I'll be part of the GM search, he was asked, does that mean you're going to remain the head coach? He's like, until I'm told otherwise.
And he's been told otherwise
And he's
now.
been told otherwise. That's a weird delay, though. I wonder what that is all about. I wonder if the Dolphins thought that the Ravens were going to choose John Harbaugh and then trade Lamar Jackson to the Dolphins, which is where he wants to play, or he wanted to play prior to John Harbaugh getting fired. I don't know why that would be related to the head coach in Miami, but I do know that football observers were watching that situation, that if the Ravens sided with John Harbaugh, then Lamar Jackson was going to ask out forcefully.
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
But they're not going to reconvene together in Miami.
No.
I now have a semi-hopeful Arizona Cardinals tandem of Robert Saleh as head coach and Mike McDaniel as offensive coordinator.
I love that.
I love that. By the way, we talk about ownership a lot in the NFL. Certainly it's a big topic here locally. I don't think Stephen Ross gets enough criticism for absolutely just running a dumpster fire of an organization in Miami. They get nothing right.
No.
Nothing.
No, it's a very good point. They get nothing right. Well, he's a very, very meddling owner, right? Isn't that his reputation?
Yes. But I mean,
and it's a shame too because that's one of those teams like the Raiders that when they're good, it kind of awakes the echoes. It's
does,
good for the sport.
It seems like they're good less frequently than the Raiders even are. And that's a once proud. I mean, you want to talk about two teams in the heyday of the 70s in the AFC. It was the Steelers, the Raiders, and the Dolphins. They were kind of running the show in that whole conference. And the Steelers, the only team that's had any legs. And they still have legs. But there you go. 8 openings now. Mike McDaniel is fired in Miami, and I would assume he will be highly coveted as an offensive coordinator.
Sammy's dead right about that. He's like from the Kyle Shanahan school. He's considered that good with running games and concepts, play calling, all that stuff. He's going to be a very much sought-after offensive coordinator.
Or let me take it one step further. I know he just got fired, and that's usually the scarlet letter. If you're the Cardinals, you're contacting Mike McDaniel for a head coaching interview. Nothing says you can't do that.
It was really...
Most teams don't after a firing, unless it's John Harbaugh.
It was really up and down, it felt like, during his tenure about whether he was a head coach material right now, didn't it? It felt like sometimes he was a genius, or it was also...
No, you're right about that. There was a time when his vibe was different, and you thought, wow, this is going to be a really different kind of impact coach in the NFL. But then that Tyreek Hill thing, when they acquired him and they empowered him the way he did.
Even the stuff with Tua this year.
And the stuff with Tua.
His tenure and success or lack thereof was very kind of Cliff Kingsbury-esque here of the young offensive mind comes here, looks good for a season, maybe season and a half, and then it kind of, the rug was pulled out underneath him.
Very, a lot of similarities there. Speaking of dumpster fire ownership, Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
He has stated his career goal before he calls it quits.
My goal in life is to retire as the owner that won the most Super Bowls. That's my goal. To be retired in the NFL as the owner that won the most Super Bowls. We've got 3. How many more do I have to go as a single owner? Bob's got how many? 6? So I've got work to do. Got work to do. I got work to do, but at least I'm up to the second rung in the ladder.
The Rooney family's got more, right?
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah. And look, 30 years ago, that would have been a safe bet. Jerry Jones is going to be the owner with the most Super Bowl titles. Got off to a great start.
Yeah, he did.
He
3
got
in 4 years, 5 years, whatever it was. Yeah.
He was like shot out of a cannon.
Yeah.
I wouldn't bet on that, too. I mean, is he going to have to be the owner? And that's what people are going to say, too. If you want that goal to become a reality, maybe you should step down as general manager.
How many Super Bowls did the DeBartolos win in San Francisco before they were sold to the York family?
Have the Yorks won one? I mean, the 49ers haven't won a Super Bowl since 1994.
They only have 5.
So I think the DeBartolos were responsible for all 5 of those, if I'm not mistaken.
But the Jerry Jones would have to win 4. He's going to be 84 years old this year. You have to win 4 more before he retires.
I saw somebody put out one of those GPT posts. Who's going to win the next 50 Super Bowls? And the Cowboys won't win when it would be like 80 years between Super Bowl titles for the Cowboys. And then somebody commented, Jerry Jones will still be the GM.
And the whole thing about Jerry Jones retiring, that's ridiculous. Is he talking about retiring as general manager? Because he's going to be the owner.
He's going to be the owner, but we've had this discussion so many times over the last 10 years that it was overdue 10 years ago for him to step down as general manager.
Good point. Jerry Jones.
Just verifying. Yeah, the 49ers haven't won a Super Bowl since 1994. Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy.
Been there a couple times, but it's funny. It's funny how they never get the same criticism as the Cowboys do. Maybe because they've been consistently good, just they haven't won a Super Bowl.
And they've made Super Bowls.
That's exactly
They've made Super Bowls, right?
The Cowboys haven't even made an NFC championship game since their last Super Bowl title.
Yeah.
That's
crazy.
mind-boggling.
Yeah, that really is.
Coming up next, Suns get a bounce-back win in Memphis over the Grizzlies, headed home to take on the Knicks tomorrow night. We'll talk some Suns basketball with the man who covers them for us at Arizona Sports, Kellen Olson. That is straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The injuries, in particular, when it comes to the 2024 draft class, have kind of made it hard to evaluate and hard to understand, but you also have to work with what you've got. That almost entire 2024 draft class has been non-contributors. What have you extracted of value from the 2024 draft class? Nobody knows. We're 2 years into this, and nobody knows. And whoever's fault that is, the injuries or the selection and whether the right guy was taken or not, I just don't think you can sweep it under the rug.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and winter time is descending on the valley. It's time to kick on the heat, but you better make sure your system's ready. An HVAC tune-up from Parker & Sons is fast, affordable, can save you from a chilly surprise down the road. That's a good thing to do in terms of preventative measures. Also, this cooler weather means open windows in Arizona, which is absolutely fantastic. But what about the air quality in your home? From duct cleaning to air purifiers, Parker & Sons can keep your family breathing easy. Their Captura air scrubber cleans the air in your home 24/7. It's a great idea now with cold and flu season descending upon us. Keep your family healthy by calling Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And remember, all their technicians are trust certified, which is a pretty big deal. It means they are licensed, bonded, insured, they pass drug tests, and they've passed background checks. They are the firm you can feel safe working in your sacred space. All you have to do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, it's the fourth quarter. The clock's winding down on 2025. What should folks be doing right now with their taxes?
Gambo, this is crunch time. There are 2 big moves that people can make before year end. First, harvesting gains and losses, and then Roth conversions.
All right, give me the quick playbook. Gains and losses first.
Sure, if your investments are up, you can harvest some gains while taxes are still low under the big beautiful bill. If they're down, harvest the losses to offset future gains. Either way, you're putting points on the board.
All right, and how about the Roth conversions?
Converting IRA money to a Roth now means you pay today's low tax rates, and all future growth is completely tax-free. It's like locking in a win for retirement.
Folks, the clock runs out on December 31st. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey, and we're going to react to how the Suns fared last night in Memphis, and, of course, get you the latest on the Cardinals coaching search. Gambo and I start at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
We continue here on the Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Morning. Suns, how would they bounce back after a heartbreaking loss to Houston? Very nicely, quite thank you, with a relatively easy win over the shorthanded Memphis Grizzlies last night, 117-98. 2 games at home before a long Eastern road trip coming up for the Suns, and here to talk about it with us, he's our guru. He covers the team for Arizona Sports, and you can hear him on Arizona Sports at Night and the Empire of the Suns podcast and all over this radio station. Kellen Olson, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. KO, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. Doing well. Thank you for having me.
Let's start with some of the numbers that popped off the page yesterday. 22 of 56 from three-point range, both season highs. I know Dylan Brooks talked about, hey, we can shoot it better than that. I thought so, too. The amount of open looks, was that more a product of what the Suns were doing offensively or more a product of what the Grizzlies weren't doing defensively?
Yeah, a little bit of both, right? I think it showed that the Suns have a level of comfortability with each other and have a level of executing their system right now where if they are going to get a defensive effort and just a complete I guess it was a lack of connectivity from the Grizzlies, but also it was clearly in their game plan to allow these threes. And it's like, oh, okay, to your point, like they could have made 25, 28 threes that night with the quality of shooting they had and the quality of looks that they were able to generate possession after possession. I thought Book did a tremendous job from the start of the game, getting into the teeth of the defense and getting those gears spinning. The return of Grayson Allen has helped a lot already in 2 games with them getting up threes, getting up better looks on their offense, looking better as well. So that's kind of the reality of this team. Like we talk about expecting them to beat inferior opponents. We also expect them to sort of execute at that level and look like exactly like the style of team we expect them to look like when they play a team with that little of energy and that little of defensive and intuity, I guess.
All right, Kellen, so on the long list of pleasant surprises from this edition of the Phoenix Suns, where does Jordan Goodwin rank?
Man, pretty high, but also we're at the point now where we're like 30, 40 games in, and like the trade deadline is going to come up a little bit later, I assume. Jordan Ott's just done such a fantastic job that you're expecting him to maximize just about every player that you see on the floor for the Suns. And so you look at what Jordan does best on a basketball court. It's just, again, to go back to the word, it's getting maximized by Jordan Ott. You look at the offensive rebounding, but then you look at some of the stuff where when Jordan originally got here in the Bradley Beal trade, we were talking about a guy who could play a little bit of combo guard, who could attack the basket, who could find the open teammate occasionally. And he looks completely overwhelmed by that type of role when he got here. But you see what it looks like when it's just a team that plays together under a coach that knows exactly how to use each guy, and they're committed to a style of play. It does wonders for everyone, specifically for individuals, and we've seen that out of Jordan now. We've talked about his contract getting guaranteed lately, but also just how about when this team is fully healthy, the 15th guy, the last guy to make the roster, like has to have a role. He has to be top 8 or top 9 on this team once they're fully healthy. It's a credit to him for sticking with it these last 2 years, going through the Lakers, Memphis, the G League. Like he could have not so much given up, but lost a little bit of his confidence, but he didn't. He stuck with it.
Kellen Olson, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line as we talk Suns basketball. We're all marveling at what Dylan Brooks has brought to this basketball team in a number of different ways, from his edge to his leadership to how he sets the tone. Offensively, he's been a real boost for this team, picking up a bigger role than he's played in his career. But we're wondering, what does this look like? Because Jalen Green's just about to come back, and I think we have 5+ minutes of Brooks and Green on the floor together. That's second game where Green re-injured himself. They actually did start together. But we don't have a lot of proof of what this looks like. What do you think it looks like? What does Dylan Brooks' role look like? What does Jalen Green's role look like when he comes back?
Yeah, I really don't know, and I'm excited to see. You guys have had Dan Devine on your show, and something that he wrote about the Suns and has said about the NBA for a long time now is that, like, the funnest stage you're going to see a team ever reach is, like, the nobody ever expected us to be good, and we're good. Mm-hmm. And then those teams inevitably get to the well, now what portion of the phrase of the season. Uh-huh. And that's what you guys will remember, like, the Eric Bledsoe, Goran Dragic teams. They win 48 games, and it's like, okay, well, now what? And this is now going to be an okay, well, now what move with everyone getting healthy? And then once we get to March, April, and maybe even May and playing really important basketball games, it's like, okay, well, now what? Like, how does Dillon work as an offensive player in this type of situation? Like, you think about the win that they just had at home over Oklahoma City. He took a lot of really big shots in the fourth quarter. Is he going to be in a space still to take those types of shots when we expect it to primarily be Book and Jalen in those types of environments? I don't really know, and I'm really curious to see not how he toes the line, because he's always going to play the way that he does, but how it goes on some of these nights when it's going incredibly well and how it goes on some of these nights when it's not going to be going so well. How much is that? Not the leash, because they want Dillon to play exactly the way that he's playing, and I don't think they're going to limit him by any means, but how is he going to handle the balance specifically, maybe when a couple shots aren't going down? Because there was a play last night where Dillon drove through 3 different guys, and Devin was wide open 5 feet away, just holding his hands up and didn't get the ball. I've never seen Bookett looked off more than he has this year, and I say that with all the respect in the world to Dillon, and those are the types of plays where he's just going to have to be a little bit better, and those can't really happen when they're fully healthy. So to like the point of the question, I don't know what it looks like because we haven't seen it, but like the Dillon Brooks like experience like takes a new chapter, I guess.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, we're a game removed from this, but I'm curious, what was your take to Kevin Durant's over-exaggerated reaction to that victory and his time in Phoenix the other night?
Yeah, he's always been honest, right? And this is something that is clearly on his mind, or at least on his mind when the Suns are in his space or brought up to him or are around. I don't know how you guys felt specifically about like the line of like scapegoated and kicked out. And again, this is the part of, we talk about stars and superstars where like they're under contract, they're here to do a job. Do you feel like it's entitled of them to expect teams to come to them when they are in trade discussions? But the Suns did try to trade it behind his back. He said all along that he never wanted to leave. I think the thing about being scapegoated is true, but at the same time, he should be scapegoated in some ways, aka blamed for what happened, because you look at how poorly this team failed in so many different ways. It's on him. It's on Book. It's on Matt Ishbia. It was on James Jones at the time. It's on everyone that was at the top, and it included him as well. And it's hard not to make it even more of Kevin's fault looking at everything that's going right this year.
Yes.
Right? So I think that he is right to be scapegoated, and I think in some ways you're right to be felt like I think that's the part that rubs you guys the wrong way, right? Is that he feels unfairly scapegoated.
Yes.
Like, it feels like he was fairly scapegoated.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, because
Exactly.
I mean, Vic said it at the time, and he said it even at the end of last season, that there was this attitude, and I think it's probably existed for a long time with Kevin Durant, that we should all be honored to watch him play basketball on a night-to-night basis, which I think we were, but damn the results. Wins and losses don't matter. Just enjoy watching me play. And you're right. I mean, I think he is almost entitled to feel like he was not at fault. Like, how dare you?
That's it. Yeah.
Right. And he's not outright saying that, but at the same time, you can read between the lines of what he's saying, and you would love to, in a perfect world, which we're not going to get, see more self-awareness from like, well, we kind of freaking sucked, and I was a part of that for sure. And like, that's the thing, is like, it's not even that they were like kind of like a mildly underachieving team. Like, no, they were really bad. Like they missed the play-in. Like they were terrible. So like, it's a lot of fault that he deserves for what went down, and it wasn't really the moment for him to take it. I'm sure that he would in other circumstances, but not in that moment, not when he tells him to get out of his gym. Of course not. Come on, guys.
Not in that moment. He did miss the game winner last night, though.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I didn't have to bring that. They're not all going to go in, just against the Suns.
It's a make or miss league, Vinny. Thank you, KO. You're the best.
Thanks, Kellen. We'll talk soon.
Oh, man. I'm so glad Kevin gave you guys all this ammo over the last couple of years. I'm sure that he will in the next couple of following years.
I'm sure he will. That's what he does.
The gift that keeps on giving. That's what he is.
It's like the Jelly of the Month
Be
Club.
a buddy.
Kellen Olson
That's
covers the
right.
Suns for us here at Arizona Sports, our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, we roll into the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy Sabolka is going to take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Sweet James, and you've seen Sweet James on billboards, on Valley buses, television commercials during Suns games. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name, it's a fun brand, but understand this, the work they do is extremely serious, and if you are hurt in an accident, they are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. They are the heavy-hitting firm you're going to need when dealing with those insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They've even got a full in-house trial team, and all the trial experience that their attorneys have is significant because it gives them great leverage when dealing with those insurance companies, when negotiating with those insurance companies. It's why they not only win 98% of the time, they win big, consistently delivering some of the biggest wins in the country. And this is a fact. Having the right attorney on your side can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. If you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000. Online at sweetjames.com.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vitalformen.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Is your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 5-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns got back to winning ways last night in Memphis in a 117-98 win that felt comfortable the whole way. Dylan Brooks led the way with 21 points, and the Suns had 7 players in double figures, and here was Brooks' post-game on what they proved in their win.
We're not playing down our competition, that we're diligent and we're focused on our goals, and this is a part of it.
The Suns are back home Friday night. They'll have the New York Knicks. Last night, GCU handled Boise State 75-56. 58, led by Jaden Henley's 22 points. The Arizona Wildcats improved to 15-0 last night in their 101-76 win against Kansas State with career highs from Braden Burries and Mo Krivas. And BYU was just too much for ASU and Bobby Hurley last night in a 104-76 loss. Tonight, the Fiesta Bowl from State Farm Stadium in Glendale will feature the Miami Hurricanes and Ole Miss Rebels for a chance to go to the national championship. That game will kick off at 5:30, and you can listen to its entirety on ESPN 620 or joined in progress after Big Red Rage at 7 on 98.7, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Jarrett poses the questions. You answer. Sammy sifts for the gold. It's social studies, and it's time for it right now. What do you got for us, Sammy?
Sifting for gold. I like that. But yes,
I couldn't think of the word panning. You're panning for gold.
Sifting works.
Yeah. Sifting is part of the panning process, right?
Yeah, it is.
I think so.
And so, yes, social studies every morning, 9 o'clock. If you don't know where to find us by now, I can't help you, but we are at...
Yes, you can.
Yes, no, I
Tell
can't.
them.
Yes, I can help you. Jerry, you didn't let me finish.
He just chooses not to.
Jerry didn't let me finish. We're at Bickley_Marotta on X, where we'll post the questions daily. We are at Bickley and Marotta on Instagram and Facebook, and at Arizona Sports on YouTube. Again, a good showing today, 336 people watching right now.
All fairness to Jarrett, though, you did start by saying, I can't help you.
Right, that's how I was jumping in. I was like, come on, Sammy, you could help. He was just setting him up.
I was. Nonetheless, our first question for Cardinal fans, okay? Right now, who is your top choice to be the team's next head coach and why? And who is a out-of-the-box choice to be head coach that you would like?
My top choice, and I know everybody's going to point at Harbaugh, and yes, I think they should get into the business of at least talking to John Harbaugh, and maybe something clicks. Maybe there's a chemistry, a spark, and that could work out. I'm still going Robert Saleh as my top choice.
Okay.
My out-of-the-box choice just became unemployed today.
Ooh.
It's Mike McDaniel.
Ooh.
Okay.
I like everything Vinny said. That's exactly where I'm at. I think you shoot your shot for John Harbaugh just in case he says yes, and the fact that was brought up by a national analyst that the Ravens are that you're only gonna have to pay him offset salary.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure would be very, very appealing.
Yes.
So your top choices is Saleh over Stefanski, who's kind of been sort of pushed to the background because of Harbaugh.
Yeah, but I mean, does it make sense for me to pine for a candidate who's not been connected to the job at all?
Right.
I mean,
and I think
now,
Robert Saleh, the reason I agree with Vinny about this, it's the Ben Johnson theory. You're not only getting a very good coach that you think, but you're also weakening a very primary opponent.
Yeah.
So there's a double whammy there. And if you don't think that works, look at the trajectory of the Bears this year and the Detroit Lions this year.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson did that.
That was the double whammy in full effect.
In full effect. And
it was
Robert
a triple
Saleh
whammy.
Is also that he's got, like I said, after the Jonathan Gannon stone face, say nothing routine for 3 years, I want a head coach that you can feel his presence.
Yeah.
Like BA.
But I do see what you're saying, Jarrett. Could Stefanski be my out-of-the-box candidate? I'd put him in there, too. I would actually rank Stefanski over McDaniel on the out-of-the-box because he hasn't been linked yet.
Yeah. I love reading and what our listeners and viewers interpret out-of-the-box hire because there are some very, very out-of-the-box options.
Can't even see the box
from them.
There.
So, for example, Wiz of AZ, and again, he said top choice is Harbaugh because it will also fix maybe some front office issues. The out-of-the-box pick we had on our show today, he said Kurt Warner is an out-of-the-box hire for him.
Kurt Warner doesn't want to be a head coach in the NFL.
He doesn't want to be a head coach in the NFL, but he openly pines to be involved in some way with NFL teams, and they never take him up on it. You know what I mean? Hasn't he said that he wants to work with quarterbacks? He wants to help with the offenses? He never does.
A couple other ones.
No, he always does. He works with a lot of young quarterbacks, but he's offered his help to ASU in the past. He's offered his help to the Cardinals in the past. You're accurate about that.
Justin Prestegard said, top Robert Saleh. I think he's learned from his last mistakes as Jets head coach and would love to see a second chance for him. Out of the box, He said, Frank Caliendo, perhaps he could fool the Bidwells into thinking he's John Gruden for at least one season.
John Gruden would fall into the out-of-the-box category.
Yes.
The real John Gruden.
Yeah, that is out of the box.
Yeah.
Not been linked to anybody.
There's some great questions, great answers, though.
Yes, and then Rich White, a name that we haven't even mentioned. He said, I really like Todd Monken, the OC for Harbaugh and the Ravens. I think he would be great. Paid his dues, and he's ready to lead. And I guess he played college ball here locally. Vinny, did you see any others that you wanted to read?
Yeah. Kirk Ferentz from Iowa, out of the box from San Diego Clobber. Give the guy who knows how to build and fix offensive lines one last hurrah in the NFL.
My God, talk about perpetual mediocrity.
You want a team that scores 6 points a game?
Daryl
goes
Lee.
8-4 every year.
Ask the question, how many years is Monty going to be here? Offer all our draft picks for that many years because Monty can't draft anyways to the Rams to trade for Sean McVay.
I saw that, and I read it, and I was like, the unrealisticness of this, but that was a funny one.
And Las Vegas suggests Henry Winkler as Mr. Coach Klein.
Sure.
Of the SC LSU Mud Dogs.
Indeed. Okay.
Nobody said Kenny Dillingham, though.
Oh, no, there were some Dillingham mentions of Dilly, all that stuff. Okay, our next question for Suns fans, fill in the blank. At this point, I will be disappointed if the Suns don't blank.
Make the playoffs. Not the play-in.
The playoffs.
Make the playoffs.
That's where I'm at.
If they don't
Top 6
play
seed.
in a best-of-7 playoff series this year, right now, seeing what we've seen, I would be disappointed.
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at, and I think at the end of it all, it's going to come down to a battle with the Lakers and the Warriors for that.
Oh no, we've just created expectations.
I know. I was about to say the same thing.
You should.
Well, like Kellen Olson said, what is it? Okay, now what?
Yeah,
right?
That's a great point. And that's kind of what a lot of our listeners were saying. Daylight Film said he'd be disappointed if the Suns don't play the same or better when they get Jalen Green back, hoping his return doesn't mess with the current chemistry. I think that's something to look at. And then a lot of Jordan Kuda said if they're not a top 6 seed in the West when this team gets fully healthy. And then Matthew Warwick said, miss the playoffs. Honestly, they are too much fun right now to miss the playoffs. So we did just kind of put some expectations on this team.
We did.
Okay.
And again, as someone that going into the season was weary of everything, I believe in this team, but putting expectations now creates higher fandom. Okay, our last question, Dan Bickley mentioned yesterday was Media Day at the WM Phoenix Open, and he did mention he left early.
I did. I kind of wussed out because of the weather.
And,
I'm taking a lot of grief from my friends.
You weren't going to win it.
No, that's exactly right. I made the sensible decision.
Yeah.
It was raining. It was cold. I've got to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Haven't you advocated for NFL teams once they're eliminated to just stop playing?
Yes,
right?
Exactly.
And hey, Bick, let me tell you, you are not the first person to leave an event early.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that. So that was our last question. What is a big event you left early, and did you regret it at all?
I've got 2, actually.
Oh, I like this, yeah.
First one, give me a beat.
Ooh,
the
really?
date was October 15th, 1988, Basinonians. That's the exact date. Game 1 of the 1988 World Series. I wasn't there in attendance. I was at home watching the game. It was a Saturday night, my senior year of high school. My buddy was picking me up to go to a house party.
Sure.
I actually held him outside or invited him in, said, we can't leave yet. It's late in the game between the Dodgers and the A's. Kirk Gibson was up.
Oh, my.
If you remember that at bat,
my
Kirk
goodness.
Gibson actually fouled off an inordinate amount of pitches. And finally, I got impatient and I shut the TV off. We went to said house party where the TV wasn't on and nobody had watched the game.
Yeah.
I did not find out about Kirk Gibson's home run until the next day because it was pre-smartphone, pre-internet, pre-all of that.
Oh, my.
The other one was the very first Lollapalooza show was here in Phoenix at Compton Terrace.
No way.
And it was 187 degrees that day. And we decided to leave early, very, very early in Jane's Addiction set. So we walked out and then found out again later about Perry Farrell and Dave Navarro beating each other up on stage.
Wow.
Which led to the demise of the band.
I had a chance. I was a huge fan of Stevie Ray Vaughan, fantastic guitar player back in the day. I had a chance to go see his show at Alpine Valley, Wisconsin, which wasn't far from where I lived, and it was his last show. He got into a helicopter and it crashed after the show, and he tragically died. But I don't know why I said no, but that's always been a regret.
Dang.
You remember Stevie Ray Vaughan? Does anybody?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Amazing.
Steven, is it Tobolowsky? Who played Ned Ryerson in Groundhog?
Tobolowsky.
Steven
Tobolowsky.
Yeah.
He told the most amazing Stevie Ray Vaughan story. I'll give you the abridged version. This actor, what's his last name again?
Tobolowsky.
Tobolowsky. He was in a band. He grew up in Oak Creek, Texas, and so did Stevie Ray Vaughan. He was in a band called Cast of Thousands. This band, and he said they were a terrible band, but they were going to be part of this group album that was going to be released around Christmas time. And they were going in to record their 2 songs, and one of his bandmates said, "We're going to bring this one kid from the community with us, young Stevie Vaughan." And Steven says, "The kid's 14. What are you talking about?" And his bandmate says, "Trust me, this dude is unbelievable." They got into the studio. It was the first time Stevie Ray Vaughan ever recorded anything, and apparently all the people at the recording studio were blown away, like it was the first time they had ever seen greatness.
Wow.
And Steven still has some of those tracks, and he has sold them to Stevie Ray Vaughan fans. It's just the weird, you would have never thought that from Ned Ryerson.
That's wild.
Don't say you don't remember me, because I sure as heck fire remember you.
And sadly,
Watch out for the first step.
It's a doozy.
And we have run out of time, but there are a couple good answers, and we can get to them possibly in Off the Grid. And Mock My World, no need for that. Dan Bickley ran away with it once again.
I did?
You ran away with it.
56.6%.
And we're going to keep track of the stats this year officially. So 1 win for Dan Bickley so far.
Okay.
When you say we, do you mean you?
I mean, Sammy.
He means me.
Okay.
I asked him, but I asked him to, so I was involved.
Jarrett finally getting into the archiving of the show.
Wow.
How many years have you produced this show?
You want a song from 2018? I'll get it for you.
I ran into a friend last night. He yelled, when I walked into the sports bar, he yelled across the bar, "You killed it with your Terry Porter pick and Mock My World." He was convinced I won it with Terry Porter in the 4th round.
Oh, that was a great 4th round pick.
But
no,
not enough to topple the juggernaut that is Dan Bickley. Thanks, Sammy. That's Social Studies. Coming up next, we don't know who the Cardinals' next head coach will be. What we do know is that there's more competition for these open coaching positions. We'll tell you more on that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
What if John Harbaugh was like, "Yeah, I'll come up, but I want Kyler. You guys keep Kyler." So
You know what? Okay.
I'll do it.
You know, we're all laughing. That's so funny. That's it. John, what are you talking about?
His track record's so good, I would do it.
Would you say that Lamar Jackson was similar to Kyler Murray in terms of quarterback
Yeah,
and the skill
bigger,
set
but yeah.
and the offense? Right. That's so funny.
I don't think that's the
just
case,
be
but
quiet.
let me just throw a wrinkle
But
into this.
once again, you know, this does create a rare opportunity for Michael Bidwell to shock the world.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and sports fans know better than anybody you need more than goals to get where you're going. You need the right team. You need the right teammates. You need a really good plan, which is why if you're nearing retirement, if you're thinking about retirement, if you're a little bit anxious about retirement, worried that you might not have enough to do what you want to do during retirement, set up a free appointment at Trajan Wealth. Get a second opinion. Get a game plan that's going to assure you're making the right financial moves for your future. That's what you'll get from Trajan Wealth. They're a veteran-owned, they're locally operated, and they're not beholden to certain products or portfolios, which means they can offer you a multitude of options you might not even be aware of. Plus, they're fiduciaries, which means they're obligated and duty-bound to act in your interests at all times. When I met with Trajan Wealth, super impressed at their approach. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just honest, straight talk. And when you meet with them, you're going to see it all begins with relationships, customized strategies, personalized plans based on your needs and desires. buyers at Trajan Wealth, your future is their priority. Call today to set up that appointment, 480-360-7900, online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma. Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
This is the one the world waits for. Be part of the excitement at Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions. January 17th through 25th at Westworld. There's entertainment for the whole family. Save with advance tickets today at barrett-jackson.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Who are some of the players the Cardinals could be keeping an eye on in today's Fiesta Bowl? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Good morning, and a thank you and a shout out to our audience in Sun Lakes. We appreciate you in Sun Lakes this morning and every morning as we continue live here on the Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, broadcasting from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Another day in the NFL coaching cycle. None of these jobs have been filled, and the list of available jobs grew by 1 today. The Miami Dolphins, interestingly, I'll use that word, on a Thursday after the conclusion of their disappointing season, decided to move away from Mike McDaniel, their head coach, who, again, earlier had been granted, or at least told, he was going to be involved in the Dolphins' search for a new general manager. That is not going to happen as he was let go today. I think Sammy's comparison of Mike McDaniel's time in Miami to Cliff Kingsbury's time in Arizona is a pretty good one. I think they were both, even though McDaniel had a lot of NFL assistant coaching experience at that time and kind of came through those ranks, there are similarities in terms of the out-of-box hires.
Yeah.
Both of them had one really good season with their respective teams.
And both are leaving a high-paid QB that you still have questions about.
There is that. Both of those guys, both of those quarterbacks had the same similar peaks and valleys with their respective teams. I do wonder, again, how prevalent Mike McDaniel's name is going to be in head coaching searches. Maybe not here in Arizona, although another guy I would talk to, even though he's got the stigma of just being fired. But with now 7 other openings, I think there's probably I look at Mike McDaniel kind of as a guy from a coaching standpoint who could be compared to a quarterback. Like we're talking about this Kyler Murray situation. Right. Is a coaching candidate going to come in and sit down with Monty Austin-Fort and Michael Bidwell and say, that Kyler Murray guy, I can fix him? Is there an organization that can say, Mike McDaniel can be our Super Bowl winning coach here in this city?
That's cool. It's a great question. It really is. There was a time when he had a certain different kind of vibe about him that you really thought was unique, and it spoke to players, and then the wheels kind of fell off in the Tua thing. Yeah, that's the whole thing. I mean, this is a head coach that was done in by Tua, basically, is what it comes down to. And I mentioned the Tyreek Hill thing. I'm real curious to see what teams pivot, because to me, Kevin Stefanski and what he does well, he'd be a perfect fit, in my opinion, for the Falcons opening, a team that looks offensively ready-made to win like right now.
Although there still are quarterback questions. Michael Penix, while he was healthy, I don't think unanimously answered the questions that he's the guy.
I think you're right about that.
And now he's coming off a serious injury.
Mm-hmm.
They played their best football with Kirk Cousins at quarterback. So I think there's still questions there. Everywhere else on the offense, I agree with you. They're loaded.
Yeah.
Kyle Pitts reached his potential.
Uh-huh.
Drake London's a stud. Bijan Robinson's the best running back in football.
Yep, that's exactly right. Mike McCarthy probably ends up with the Titans. My gut feeling just seems like a fit.
Really?
Kind of. That's kind of what it feels like to me. Brian Flores probably ends up in the Ravens. I think that's a perfect fit. That's the city, the culture of that organization. He's a hardcore defensive guy that loves violence. Fits in perfectly there. John Harbaugh probably, I think we both agree, probably at the end of it all ends up with the New York Giants.
That would be my bet.
If the Buffalo job doesn't open up, I would.
Yeah, that's true.
That's how I feel.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So where does that leave Kevin Stefanski then?
I said my pick was the Falcons.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. That was the first one.
Vinny's not so certain because of the Michael Penix Jr. piece, but which is fair because as much as I liked him, he certainly did hit a serious valley last year before he got hurt. And the injury thing with him it's an ongoing concern.
Who ends up in Vegas?
That's the wild card for Cliff Kingsbury, in my opinion.
That could be the wild card for the league.
Cliff does have a connection with Tom Brady, right?
Good friends.
And he played with them, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cliff was a backup 1 year. So either way, it's. I think Vinny said it best earlier. The one good thing about this, from an Arizona Cardinals standpoint, is there seems to be enough really good candidates that if you don't screw it up, you're gonna come out of this in a better place than when you went in. And I'm not sure that happened the last time.
Can I ask the Saleh question real quick? I know he's a hot candidate for the Cardinals, and I think he would be good. But to play devil's advocate real quick, his time with the Jets was abysmal, and it's not like when he got to San Francisco, the defense, I know the injuries, but it's not like their defense has been world beaters. Like, is the poll with him a fresh start, another chance at a head coaching job? Like, he has the persona to be the head coach? Is that like the
and it feels like he got sandbagged by the Aaron Rodgers era there too.
Yeah.
He won 7 games in back-to-back years with the Jets. He's been with the 49ers he got fired 5 games into his 4th season with the Jets. I think most people in New York would say that was a mistake in hindsight, considering what happened. And in his 1 year back with San Francisco, you can't overlook the injury. And they're in the playoffs. They won 12
I'm with
games. That. I think he's a hell of a coach.
Yeah, listen, Stephen A. Smith just said it. The New York Jets are an atrocity. Atrocity.
Well, the thing is, though, also going back to another defensive-minded head coach after Gannon. It very rarely works that way.
Yeah, you're right.
You usually swing back one way or the other, like Wilkes, Kingsbury, Gannon. So you would think offensive-minded. But, again, especially when you're acquiring a new quarterback, do you want an offensive-minded head coach to pick that quarterback and mold that quarterback?
Honestly, like,
or is that overrated, all that stuff?
I think it's overrated. If you want to convince me otherwise, I think it's more about the actual offense, the coordinator, the relationship that coach has. We've seen defensive-minded head coaches have great relationships with their quarterbacks. Go back to Pete Carroll and
Russell
Wilson in Seattle.
Oh, yeah.
A pretty good example.
Yeah. True.
So I think that's a little overblown. It's not the end all be all. It's a factor, but I don't. That being said, I mean, you can make a real strong argument that it's time for the Cardinals to go on offense because, as Jared pointed out, they do alternate. The last time they had two.
It is a pendulum. Yep.
It was Wisenhunt to Arians was offense to offense. Ever since then, they've
alternated
every single time.
Arians to Wilkes to Kingsbury to Gannon.
Yep.
And again, I don't even know when you're talking about a head coach why that is even a thing. Because as a head coach, what you need is somebody who's very organized and somebody who's a great leader. I think you can backfill everything else. That's why you have an offensive coordinator. That's why you have a defensive coordinator.
Absolutely.
And that's what Harbaugh did for the most part in his time in Baltimore. He wasn't calling plays on one side or the other. He helped run the special teams.
He was a special teams guy that became a head coach who's, I mean, he's viewed as his strength as a head coach is culture builder.
Another guy to see if he lands anywhere, Vance in his coaching pants.
He's got more interviews than anybody
He's
right
got
now.
he's connected to almost every team.
Yep.
So we'll see. And that would be his second or third.
I haven't seen somebody have that many interviews since Bill Romanowski at Radio Row, babe.
Usually available during the
If you know, you know.
Early in the week.
If you know, you know.
Early in the week. Join Burns and Gambo from 2 to 6 this Friday at TPC DraftKings Sportsbook in Scottsdale as they wrap up their fantasy football season in style. Come hang out, talk football. While you're there, you'll have a shot at winning tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Coming up next, it's back for another week. Youth versus age.
Oh, age. Yeah, that too.
Been a while.
I forgot what we're doing because I'm so old. The generation gap is next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We had Jonathan Gannon on every week. I think he was adamant that he was going to come back, but here's the reality. The guy was 3-13 against the West. He was 15-36 overall. He's got one of the worst winning percentages of any head coach, and the firing was justified. If you're Monty Ossenford or Michael Bidwell, it was justified. It would have been very, very hard to bring him back as the head coach of your football team. Fan base, team, everybody all together. I think people would have thought that the organization didn't care enough if they would have brought Jonathan. I think that's what they would have thought.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
So there's a myth in the electronics industry that prices have to be lower at the big box stores, and that myth exists because people walk into those big box stores. You likely see a TV right at the front of the store. It's really cheap, and you think to yourself, wow, I've got to come back here when I need to buy a television. What you don't know is that TV you're seeing at the front of the big box store is likely hot garbage. It's going to rob you of quality and experience. One of many reasons you shop at Walt's TV and Appliance instead. They're going to give you expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. They're going to give you great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, inventory you will not find anywhere else in the valley, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches, great selection of outdoor televisions, great selection of audio components, and for all their expertise and for all that great experience, you do not pay a premium because Waltz also offers unbeatable prices, and to prove it, you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz, watch them match it. They also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a professional. Finally, when you're at Waltz, drop my name. You get a little extra sugar, 10% off installation, or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your call. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center, and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns took care of the John Morantless Memphis Grizzlies last night, 117-98 in a game where 7 Suns were in double figures, led by Dylan Brooks with 21 points. And it was good to see Grayson Allen with 19 of his own. The Suns will be back in action Friday night as they'll host the New York Knicks. Kenny Dillingham continues to add through the transfer portal. Wide receiver Reed Harris has committed to ASU. Harris was the 4th-ranked transfer wideout and will now be wearing the maroon and gold. But according to Pete Thamel, running back Raleek Brown has transferred from ASU to Texas. Tonight, from State Farm Stadium, the Fiesta Bowl between Miami and Ole Miss will kick off at 5:30 with a national championship spot on the line, and you can listen to that in its entirety on ESPN 620 or joined in progress after Big Red Rage at 7 on 98.7. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication when you start any testosterone program only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is who will win the Fiesta and Peach Bowls to meet in the college football playoff final? Will it be a rendition of Miami, Indiana, Ole Miss, Indiana, Miami and Oregon, or Ole Miss and Oregon?
I am going to go Miami, Oregon, even though it's exactly the matchup I do not want. I want Ole Miss, Indiana. I just think Oregon is a really good team, and I know Indiana is fantastic, and their head coach is one of the coolest, best head coaches I've seen in a long, long, long time. I just think Oregon's really good, and they've lost to this team early, and I just think they're going to have themselves a day. I do.
I'm rooting for the same matchup you are, but I think it's going to be Ole Miss. It's going to be Miami against Indiana.
Okay, so that's
cool too. That'd be a great championship.
Miami,
game.
Oregon would be the Mario Cristo Bowl.
It would be.
It would be. Nice.
Very well done.
45% Miami, Indiana. Ole Miss, Indiana, 32%. And then Miami, Oregon, 13. Ole Miss, Oregon, 9. Again, the Fiesta Bowl tonight, starting at 5:30.
All right, thanks. You can vote on the Sanderson Ford poll question right now at ArizonaSports.com.
Age versus youth in a Goodwill exhibition match.
It's awful being a kid. No one listens to you.
It's rotten being old. No one listens to you.
Okay, it has been a while due to holidays, fill-ins, and the like, days off. But we are returning to the Generation Gap game on this show, which will feature Dan Bickley and Vince Marotta representing the veteran, older, mature generation. People at the twilight of their lives, let's be fair. But no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you know what, Carlin?
I'm just kidding. But they will take on the younger crew, 2 people in their mid-20s, Sammy Cebulka and Jamal Gumo of the Midday Wolf and Luke show. In trivia, there are 4 big categories: sports, music, pop culture, and trends/fads.
And if you keep yapping, we're never going to get through the game again.
Each question will be from the opposite person's generation/era, stuff like that.
All right.
And you can steal if you don't get it right.
Jamal, come on.
All right. Being that they have never, ever won, is it okay if we give the young people the choice? What category would you like to start with?
We're taking pop culture.
Pop culture to start. Okay. In Happy Days, the show from the 1970s and 1980s that is set in the 1950s.
Oh, man.
Actor Henry Winkler plays what leather jacket-clad character?
Oh, okay. Henry Winkler, was that not part of the social studies response that we just had today?
His name was mentioned, yes. But
okay.
That's not going to help you.
He plays, what was the term of the question? He plays
what character? What character? What leather jacket-clad character in Happy Days?
Oh,
I
Jamal.
know who that. I know who Henry Winkler is.
Okay, so what do we think from that? Do we know anything else?
Happy Days.
Have you ever heard of that show?
I've heard of it.
Okay.
You have?
Go.
My guess would be he plays a teacher.
Well, do you know the character? He doesn't play.
Well, he doesn't know. He
Eventually
clearly
might have been.
doesn't know. I clearly do not know.
Okay.
He was a teacher.
Later in this, but no, that doesn't
after it
count.
jumped the
The
shark.
character name.
Go ahead.
Was
Arthur Fonzarelli.
otherwise known as
The Fonz.
not the Foz. No, not the Foz.
The Fonz.
The Fonz.
Cunningham, you nutso.
There's a statue of him in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
All
Okay.
right, we're down. That's fine. Let's go.
All right. Older crew.
One of my top 5 favorite shows of all time, by the way.
Well, how about this one? In Stranger Things, the show from the 2010s and 2020s that is set in the 1980s, actress Millie Bobby Brown plays what crew cut clad character?
I've never watched an
I've
episode
never
of the
watched
show.
it either. Jamal, let's go. So we pass. We've
No
got
guess?
nothing.
All
We got
right.
nothing.
All right.
Her name is 11, but she goes by L.
That is correct.
Well done.
Sammy, you legend.
Well done, young bucks.
Okay, here we go. All right, older crew, what category? Sports, music, or trends/fads?
Go ahead, Vinny.
Let's go music.
All right, music. This artist had the longest running #1 hit on the Billboard Hot 100 charts in history in 2024 with his country hip hop song, a bar song, parentheses, Tipsy.
I know this one.
I honestly think you've asked this question before.
I haven't.
I feel like it's come
because
up.
the answer is
I think-
Shabuzi.
The answer is Shabuzi. Well done. It was a different.
Oh, okay.
Shabuzi was mentioned before on this
You
game
ask
show.
a lot of questions too. The young music questions are always about country rap.
Yes, because I think it's stuff that you don't know and that they do know.
I will say that's my favorite genre right now.
Country rap?
Yeah.
It's a whole genre?
A little
Yeah.
Big X?
I didn't even know it
Oh,
was a genre.
Big X
He's my
country?
favorite artist right now.
Okay.
Big X.
That's a large human being.
I know Little Nas X.
Yeah?
Yeah, no,
Oh, yeah.
not
Big X
relevant.
This is Big X.
That's
All
my
right.
dog.
Okay.
Our question.
I'm
All
a
right.
bigger fan of Lil Q. Lil Q.
All right, young people. In 1988, this band had their first #1 hit in 22 years with the song Kokomo.
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 Man, I don't know.
22 years in 1988.
I know that's a long.
So it was their first *1 hit in 22 years in
that's a wide
1988.
spell.
Big fans about a small town in Indiana, by the way.
Okay, so my brain's going to Fleetwood Mac.
Fleetwood Mac?
Not a bad guess.
Not a good guess, but not a bad.
good guess.
I was going to say the Beatles.
The Beatles? Oh, well, no, not them either.
I say, oh, what's the song?
Haven't they
Kokomo?
Well, you already
How many
gave your
guesses
answer.
did
You
get?
already gave your answer. What's the answer?
Correct answer is
Go ahead, Vinny.
the Beach Boys.
The Beach Boys.
The Beach Boys. Kokomo is the one that goes
Yes,
Bermuda, Bahama, come on, pretty mama.
I
With
actually know it.
John Stamos on the drums in that song, believe it or not.
Yes.
All right,
All right,
I
we're
don't
down
think I ever knew
3-1.
that.
young
Here we go.
people, we got trends
Yeah.
and we got sports.
Let's go sports.
I like it.
3-1 old people, by the way.
Got a chance though.
All right. Without
No
Limits, Without Limits, and Prefontaine were both movies about 1970s athlete Steve Prefontaine, who competed in what sport?
Fontaine. Oh, the name is so.
They made
familiar.
2 movies about this guy, Steve Prefontaine.
I have a guess.
All right, what's your
Talk to
guess?
me
Here we
about
go.
your guess.
NASCAR.
NASCAR. Incorrect. Old people, do you know?
I do.
Yeah.
We both know it.
We both
He's a
know.
long
Go ahead.
distance runner.
Yeah.
A long distance runner.
Track and field.
Track
yeah.
and field.
Track and field, long distance runner,
runner.
University of Oregon.
I didn't know he had 2 movies made about
2
it.
movies.
I've seen both of them.
Within a
Have you?
year of each other. Very strange when stuff like that in Hollywood happens. All right, old people.
Old people.
What is the name of the award-winning Netflix docudrama series that follows the races of the Formula One?
Oh, crap.
Award-winning, very, very popular Netflix show about Formula One.
I think Vinny's gonna pull it out.
No, it's probably some play on words.
No answer?
Give us time.
Well, we're running short. We have one more
Because
big
you
category.
yapped at the beginning.
Yeah, because
You're infringing on our thinking time.
Give a guess, Vinny, if you got anything.
Driven.
Oh, that's
close.
That's not bad. It's not bad. But what's the
It
answer,
is-
young people?
It is Drive to Survive.
Drive to
Wow,
Survive,
Vinny,
the
good guess.
F1
Hey,
show.
We can go 2 for 2 and tie right now.
That's
a great
true.
point. All right,
Let's go.
come on.
All right. Our final category, trends/fads,
The worst.
Okay.
is an interactive category.
Are we going to dance again?
We are. So
Yeah.
please, one or both of you get up and perform if you know it. And I want you to give effort. I don't want you to give, sleepwalk through this. You need to really perform it, okay? So old people, you're first. Do the gritty.
Oh, yes. Nah, that's...
Okay, here we go.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Wait, turn on YouTube right now.
Yeah, oh my
Oh! They got it. Yeah,
do it.
very good, Dan.
like
That was
that was
pretty
a
good.
layup.
Yeah, that was
That's the most activity I've done on the new hip.
That was pretty good.
Break it in.
All right, young people, do the Macarena.
Oh, yeah.
All the way through, please.
Dunk, dunk,
I don't like the first two parts.
Go.
You got to go up to the head.
Yeah, you
Sammy.
forgot the
gotta
head
go up to
part.
the
Partial credit, we'll give it to him.
Okay.
Well done. Good game, everybody, that one. You're becoming, the young people are definitely becoming more competitive.
Yeah. Yes, they have been.
The Beach Boy one is actually going to kick me. I'm a little annoyed that I missed that one. I think we would have had
It's sometimes hard to know from the name of the song or from... But that's weird. They were a big band in the 50s and 60s and then had a weird renaissance in the late 80s.
As soon as you started singing it, I knew exactly who it was.
That song was also on the soundtrack to Cocktail.
Yes.
Tom Cruise.
yeah.
And that was where it was a big hit. And I could tell by Sammy's reaction. You haven't seen that movie?
Cocktail?
I've heard that I need to watch it.
You may have heard
you know why? Because it's the best bad movie of all time.
and has a very, very famous line from it that you might have had.
That's a good Mock My World topic. The best bad
Oh,
movie.
that is a good one. Remember that. What is it? Everything ends badly or it wouldn't end?
Yeah, everything else ends badly or else it wouldn't end. I quote that all the time.
Yep.
I'll write it down.
Well, there you go. That's how you play the generation gap. Another win for the old people.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
But they are narrowing the gap.
Nah, I don't think so. I think we're toying with them. By the way, I'm going to need a massage gun after doing the gritty.
That's right.
Some final thoughts, including for the first time ever, great moments in Louisville sports radio. Louisville. Coming up next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Gigi Jackson dribbles out the final second, and the Suns win 117-98. The final score here at FedEx Forum in Memphis. They end a 6-game skid in the series against the Grizzlies, and they get back to a season-high tying 7 games over 500.
More on this nice Suns road win in Memphis heading your way on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyle of Arizonans, but Southwest Gas also supports economic development in our communities. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas service to support their businesses and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, reliable natural gas service and helps a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. Southwest Gas also, like I said, supports the lifestyle of Arizonans, like cooking a meal. Natural gas is the fuel of choice for chefs, whether you enjoy dining, outdoor cooking at home, or in the backyard for a barbecue with family and friends, or just getting cozy by the fire, roasting marshmallows for s'mores. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you'd like more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future for our community, please visit swgas.com.
Sniffles and sneezes got you down? GoodRx is here to help with big savings on commonly prescribed cold and flu meds. GoodRx is free and easy to use. GoodRx is accepted at all major pharmacies like CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens. Just search your prescription, find a coupon, then show your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx is not insurance, but it works whether you have insurance or not. If you do, GoodRx may beat your copay price. Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com to save today.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Start the year moving, not hurting.
If joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you pain. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. Simple procedures that can deliver big, life-changing results. Imagine this instead. You're moving better, stronger, planning the year you actually want, all because you took care of the pain the smart way. Game-changing regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. January's supposed to be your clean slate, so make it one. Stop managing the pain and start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Oh, yeah. Right from the late 80s.
Oh, yeah.
The Beach Boys.
Why was John Stamos on drums in this song?
I don't know.
He played with them on a semi-regular basis.
Yeah.
But he played the bongos in the video for this song, yeah.
Yep. And, fun fact, the Beach Boys appeared on not one, but 2 episodes of Full House.
Yes. Oh, okay.
2 different episodes in which somehow the Tanner family encountered the Beach Boys at random.
I've seen both those episodes.
In a show set in San Francisco.
By the way, I'm glad you brought that up. On Full House, are you familiar with the show
Of course,
very much?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
On Full House, throughout the run of the show, the 3 main characters each had multiple jobs in show business. Danny Tanner was a sports reporter, and then he was a morning talk show host.
Yes.
Jesse was a musician, and then he was a radio host.
Yes.
And Joey was a stand-up comedian, and he was a children's talk show host. Yet it was set in San Francisco and not Los Angeles. Isn't that odd?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now that I think about it.
There you go.
Jarrett.
It's been bothering me for 30 years.
Poking plot holes from Full House. Kokomo by the Beach Boys and John Stamos, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
I did. Full disclosure, I didn't want to go with the old side of things from the generation gap for Song of the Day. I was looking for something from Big X. Every artist now, you play something new, and it's just filled with expletives. Every song.
Well, that's what the X.
I don't have time to edit it.
That's what the X stands
Great
for.
point.
Clean it up, guys. Come on.
Big expletive. You could have played the theme song from Happy Days featuring the Foz.
The Foz is a Muppet, right?
Fozzie.
Fozzie Bear.
Yeah,
Fozzie
Bear. Okay.
For the first time ever, are you ready for
I
great
am.
moments
I
in
can't wait for this.
Louisville
Can't
sports
wait
radio?
for this.
Now, you would think if it's Louisville related and it has to do with college basketball, it would be something to do with the Louisville Cardinals. No, it has to do with the University of Kentucky. A caller named Luther called into the post-game show on ESPN 680 in Louisville, and he, suffice it to say, not a big fan of Kentucky Wildcats head coach Mark Pope.
If he really understood the assignment, he would turn his card in and walk the hell out. And don't even worry about the $17 million that's supposed to be on the table. Mitch Barnfart would do the same thing, do a about face, and get the hell out of town like he should have 10 years ago. You're 10 years past your prime, Mitch. And Pope, you're never even going to hit a prime. You suck. You always suck. And by the way, is Mark Fox the damn head coach or is Mark Pope? Because of all the assistants, I see that fat bum getting up coaching more than any other assistant. And that's sickening to say the stuff, because what did that bum do while he was a head coach? What Mark Pope, his little airborne protege when he was at Georgia? Get real, bros. This is sickening. I'm not going to keep it up. Keeping up with the BS. The fans aren't going to keep up. We're all about to revolt. Like I said, it's about brown paper bag time at Rupp. You heard the boos at the end of the game. You're going to continue to hear the boos because he sucks. They're going to lose Saturday. Then they're going to LSU. I wouldn't be damned to see if they even get 3 SEC wins this season. He's a bug. He's a goober. He makes me sick. He's a trash bag. Trump rules. Late.
Late. He goes Jim Rome on him. He goes Jim Rome on him at the end.
I don't care what anybody says. When an adult male calls somebody a goober, it just makes me smile. I love it.
It is funny.
That is the distraught reaction of an SEC or
How did you find that?
A Kentucky fan after 2 SEC losses to begin conference play. They lost to Alabama by 15. They lost last night to Missouri, 73-68. And it's not going to get any easier for that bug, Mark Pope in Kentucky.
How did you find that?
Twitter's an amazing thing.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah.
That was on Louisville radio?
Yes.
That must be an interesting daily radio show. Because once you're done with basketball season, what do you talk about? Making baseball bats and horse racing every day?
Horse racing.
Look, I don't know if you know this, Jarrett. They really, really care about their sports in the South, and especially in college towns.
But those aren't like 2 big football markets, you know.
You don't
University of
think,
Kentucky
you don't think
and
so
Louisville.
from your viewpoint
I
here,
guess,
but
yeah, you're right.
Absolutely they are.
Yeah, totally.
I was watching a breakdown of, it also came out, it was out of Lexington, but it was a breakdown of the NIL situation with the Kentucky quarterback situation when it looked like Sam Levitt was going there.
Yeah.
This guy, whoever was doing the breakdown, had amazing information on the whole subject. By the way, it is January 8th, 6 days into the transfer portal, and Sam Levitt still does not have a school.
That? How about that?
Do you think he just declares for the draft?
Maybe.
The Cardinals.
Okay.
We didn't get to our leaving things early question, our responses anyway, from social studies. Let's see what we got here. What is a big event you left early? Did you regret it? You said Stevie Ray Vaughan.
Yep.
I said Lollapalooza and not watching the end of Game 1 of the '88 World Series.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got here.
Mine didn't really fit because it wasn't something I left early, but I just kind of went on a tangent.
Tom Foss left Foreigner concert during Encore, forgot about the song Hot Blooded, was at an outdoor amphitheater and could hear the song in the parking lot, still regret it to this day. When I worked at an alternative station, I left our own festival during Incubus, a band that I liked, and I wanted to beat the traffic. And they broke out a cover version of Purple Rain that I could hear from the parking lot. And I was like, damn it.
It's funny that you said you left Jane's Addiction early, because the only concert I've ever left early was Jane's Addiction.
Really?
It was Tom Morello, then it was 9 Inch Nails, then Jane's Addiction was the headliner. And my friends all had imbibed too much.
Yeah.
And left, or they wanted to leave. So we're leaving. Jane's Addiction was the band I most wanted to see. So we're in the parking lot and coming down the mountain.
Oh, man.
I'm like, man.
Listen, that's one of my rules to live by. I am always get out right at the beginning of the last encore. Skedaddle time. That's me. And I will fight anyone over this. Whatever you get in that last song is not worth the extra hour you're going to have fighting traffic. So I had to convince my wife and daughter to bail on the last on Rio from Duran Duran. We walked out downstairs onto Jackson Street. Vinny, we were into the parking garage and out before anybody. I went the back way out of the city to 7th Avenue, got my daughter home in like 18 minutes.
Oh, wow.
It would have been because you've had to do that after Suns games.
Yes.
You know what it's like trying to get out of that garage?
There's nothing worse than being just stuck in a garage with nothing moving. It's so frustrating. But
you got
the encores are when they play the fan favorite songs.
I know that. So you do you.
Look,
but if you're going to a concert with me, you're leaving early.
Their set list was pretty strong, and they only did it. You called it because Rio was the last song of their encore. I just looked it up on set list.
Yeah, and that, by the way, is one of the most invaluable tools ever created.
Oh, like knowing the set list
Exactly.
before? So you like to know the set list before you go to a concert?
Absolutely.
It depends on the artist.
I'm with you,
For
Vinny.
me, if it's an artist that I'm not completely up to speed with, I want to get familiar with the music, so it's a very valuable tool just to focus on those songs. If it's a band that I know all the songs, I don't want to know.
There's a band. I mean, there's bands also.
That's wild.
Yeah. But there's bands with like huge catalogs that play, like Pearl Jam will play a different set every stop along their tour, or different order, or different songs, stuff like that.
Duran Duran didn't play my favorite song.
Which is?
New Moon on Monday.
That's right, they didn't.
No. But they played Union of the Snake.
They did.
I think we played that as a bumper today, too, didn't we?
We did.
Yeah.
Again, one of those songs where the lyrics make 0 sense.
I don't know if I could.
Zero.
I don't know if I could give you a Duran Duran song.
Really?
Hungry like the Wolf.
Gets played every day during Wolf and Luke at noon. Wolfing down your lunch. Sammy doesn't listen to the station. Thanks to Kurt Warner and Kellen Olson for joining us. We'll catch you tomorrow. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You know, for me, base earnings right now, this is what I want. I want a guy who has head coaching experience. That's what I want.
I think you have to.
Number two, I want an offensive mind as well. And number three, old school mentality when it comes to the game. Old school mentality. You need somebody who understands the true nature of this game. That means the blood sport on the line of scrimmage and how you win and lose football games. And if you want to allow fighting as well, that's fine.
You wouldn't be upset with that. Maybe bring the fullback into a more prominent role. Is that what
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than just a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. That's what they're all about at Berg Simpson. Dave Burns here. So good lawyers changing lives. What does that mean? Well, it means they're nationally renowned and recognized trial lawyers looking to change lives for the better by preparing for trial, fighting in court, getting families compensation for their injuries. It means putting a high priority on giving back to their community, getting involved and making a difference. It's the heart of everything they do, here to help people who need it the most. Frankly, when we were involved in an accident years ago, we made a mistake by not calling them. So when you've been injured, Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury trial lawyers, they're going to fight for you and what you deserve. You'll get more money for your case when you hire a trial lawyer, and it doesn't cost you anymore to hire a trial lawyer. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination, and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns got back to winning ways last night in Memphis with a 117-98 win that felt comfortable the whole way. Dillon Brooks led the way with 21 points, and the Suns had 7 players in double figures, and here was Dillon Brooks post-game.
We're not playing down our competition, that we're diligent and, we're focused on, our goals, and this is a part of it.
The Phoenix Suns will be back home Friday night for the New York Knicks. Last night, GCU handled Boise State 75-58, led by Jaden Henley's 22 points. The Arizona Wildcats improved to 15-0 last night in their 101-76 win over Kansas State, and BYU proved to be too much for ASU and Bobby Hurley in a 114-76 loss. Tonight, the Fiesta Bowl from State Farm Stadium in Glendale will feature the Miami Hurricanes and Ole Miss Rebels for a chance to go to the national championship. That game will kick off at 5:30, and you can listen to that in its entirety on ESPN 620 or join the progress after Big Red Rage at 7 right here on 98.7.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Thursday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
Yeah, what's going on, Luke? How you doing, buddy?
Doing good.
We got a little football tonight, do we not?
Oh, yeah, right here
the
in town.
The Verbo Fiesta Bowl, here we go.
I tell you, I'm really looking forward to this game tonight and the game tomorrow.
Yes.
I hate the twist on the game tonight where Ole Miss doesn't have some of their assistant coaches now because Lane Kiffin took them. I understand the calendar and college football is a mess, but I hate that had to happen right before they're going into the national semifinal. But it should be a great game tonight. And then, of course, NFL playoffs coming up this weekend. Let's start, though, Wolf, with the NBA and the Phoenix Suns playing a game that, especially when Ja Morant was ruled out, that they absolutely should have won. And you know what they did? They did win. They ended up winning by 19 points, and they were in control pretty much the whole night.
Yeah, this is, as a former professional athlete, Basinonians, this to me is huge. I appreciate this so much. When you go out and you compete, when you compete against somebody you know is just as good as you are, or somebody that's better than you are, oh my goodness. You go out there and it's easy to generate the requisite intensity you need to go out and do your job. What happens when you go out and you know you should beat these guys? We were talking about this yesterday. The Phoenix Suns, I thought, were a better team than the Grizzlies. Now, I didn't know that Ja Morant was not going to play. He was questionable at that point in time going in. And, of course, the Grizzlies have suffered all sorts of injuries as well.
Yeah.
Yet at the same time, to go out and generate the requisite amount of energy that the Phoenix Suns did, especially in that first half, man, that says so much about this team.
We're going to start the show off today agreeing on this. And I know that if you are maybe a fan of a different team or whatever, you're like, yeah, big deal, you beat Memphis, you were supposed to beat Memphis. Well, it's not last night, though, Wolf. They've consistently done this. This is a characteristic of this team. I told everybody I was really hyper-focused after they beat the Lakers to end that 14-game stretch, and they had the Pelicans twice and then the Wizards coming up. What are you going to do? Are you going to beat these teams you should beat? You went 7-7 on that tough stretch, which ends up being great if you then follow it up by beating the teams you should beat. And since then, they have played the Pelicans twice, the Wizards, Cleveland, Sacramento, Oklahoma City, Houston, and Memphis. If you just go by teams you should beat, you probably should beat everybody on that list except Cleveland, Oklahoma City, and Houston, in theory, okay?
Yes.
Cleveland right there. They're a weird team because they're better than their record indicates. Well, the Suns in that stretch beat the Pelicans both times. They beat Washington. They beat Sacramento. They beat Memphis last night, and they beat Oklahoma City. If you're going to beat the teams that you should beat in the NBA this season as the Phoenix Suns, you're going to be in the postseason, and there's a chance you are going to be a top 6 team in the West.
Yes, yeah, there's no doubt about it. You know what I loved? I just loved how they came out swinging in this game. They took care of business. They laid the standard down, ladies and gentlemen, and it was their standard. It was not the Grizzlies' gimpy standard. And I say gimpy because they were banged up.
Yeah, absolutely.
I believe it was 8 rotation players.
Yes. I mean, again, a game you need to win, but this is the NBA in 2026. You're going to run into teams that are just missing half their roster.
Look, once again, dogs are dogs. And dogs going to bite, bro. Dogs going to bite. When you go out and you compete, that's what you're going to do. And it was, thank you, Jamal. I appreciate that, honestly.
There's got to be another dog song. It can't be like, we have like DMX barking or something.
Honestly,
Can we just play that
now,
instead?
I'm not saying the Phoenix Suns are one of the best teams in the association. I'm not saying that, Basin Orleans. I'm just saying right now, if you would have told me coming into this season that we were going to have a team that had a pack of dogs on it, that just were going to go out and compete, I would have said, that's enough. That's enough for me. I had the whole competitive, non-competitive thing. In the beginning of boy, this is brilliant, Wolf. You're going to go ahead and you're not going to count wins and losses. Were they competitive? Because that honestly is what I care about. Because you can't always have the requisite talent. You can't. It's hard to do. Everyone out there is trying to find the best basketball players in the world, trying to do it and win games. It's not easy to do. And yet, man, to watch this team go out and compete, again, I can't say it enough. I say it every day, but this is a pack of dogs.
So I got a couple things for you here, okay? First of all, they are now 10-2 following a loss since Halloween.
Dog mentality.
If we did, and maybe we'll do this at some point, a power poll of our favorite things about this Suns team, that's right up there. The fact that if they lose a game, they don't lose 2 in a row.
Dog mentality.
But the other thing, your competitive, non-competitive stat, I still think it's relevant. I just think you need to go back and do it for every single team in the league.
Yes.
And then compare where the Suns are to these other teams because
that's not going to happen.
No, well, that would only take you like a month straight of just sitting there with a
right
pen
now,
and
where's
paper.
Vetter?
But there's Vetter's turning his phone off right now. This is just, I think that's one of those things that the Suns are, I don't even know what their competitive, non-competitive record would be right now, but I don't remember a whole lot of games where they were non-competitive, and I would venture to guess that there are some teams ahead of them in the actual standings that have been non-competitive in more games. I mean, that's just, again, that's the NBA in 2026 where you have, like Oklahoma City wasn't competitive against the Charlotte Hornets the other night, lost by 27. By the way, what is going on with Oklahoma City?
Come on.
It's like they went out there and decided like, oh, the Suns beat us. Well, we're going to diminish that at every turn. They went out there and played horribly last night, too. They barely came back and beat Utah in overtime.
It just kind of shows you how difficult it is to actually keep that consistent dog mentality. And OKC, to me, you could talk about all the talent they have, and rightfully so. They have a ton of talent. What makes them great is their dog mentality. You want to talk about a pack of dogs? Yeah, the Thunder are a pack of dogs.
Devin Booker after the game last night talking about bouncing back after that loss to Houston. Again, they are 10-2 now in games after a loss going back to Halloween.
Yeah, we're always on to the next mission, the next job to handle. Coach been doing a good job of, getting everybody to regroup, refocus, and try to not make the same mistakes twice.
Another one from Book.
Everyone's getting experience, everyone's getting opportunity. We've had a lot of guys out this year, so, finding ways to still be effective, finding ways to put confidence in everybody because, it's going to take the whole unit, to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, the whole unit to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish. You can't have a weak link when you want to be this kind of team. When you want to be a kind of team that is going to go out and be competitive and be intense and be physical, you're just as physical as your weakest link, Luke.
Mm-hmm.
You are.
Yeah.
And that
because they'll just find that guy.
They'll find that guy, exactly. Listen, they came out, they scored 30 points in the first quarter. They allowed the Grizzlies 23 points on 35% shooting from the floor. They laid it down. Great energy, great effort, great intensity. Duh. Have we... I say this because this is who they are. Great energy, great effort, great intensity. Duh. Yeah. That's who they are, man. And you cannot put a price tag on what we're seeing right now with this team. And it's not just Dylan Brooks. Look, Brooks.
If it was just Dylan Brooks, it wouldn't be as effective.
Exactly right. It's not just Dylan Brooks. It's a guy like Jordan Goodwin as well. Ryan Dunn, the effort Ryan Dunn gives. Not saying Ryan Dunn is going out there and dominating, but watch the effort that the guy gives.
Book kind of hit it right there, too, when he I don't know if he was saying this intentionally or not. I don't want to read too much into a comment after a 14-second soundbite right after a game, but where he's talking about we've had guys out all season, other guys step up. It's tough to hear that and not think of last year. And last year, whether this was the case inside that room or not, this is what it started to look like. If they had injuries, it was kind of a built-in excuse. We had a lot of injuries. Brad didn't play tonight. So-and-so didn't play. So-and-so was out of the game. How are we supposed to win? We had injuries. It's almost overlooked at this point that Jalen Green has missed all but 1.25 of the games. That's supposed to be your number 2 scorer, and they're doing all this. In addition to, Grayson Allen was back and playing well last night, but he's missed a lot of time. Guys have missed time, and it hasn't been a built-in excuse. Like I said, I don't know if this was intentional last year, but it definitely seemed to feel this way in the second half. There was always the sort of we lost, but, all our guys are missing, so, yeah, okay. Or, we're losing, but KD will hit a big shot at the end. There was always just this, we can kind of cut corners here. This team does not cut corners at all. They leave nothing to chance in any of these games, and it's refreshing, especially after last year.
Just cannot.
It's incredible. All right, when we come back, significant NFL news that might very well, at least peripherally, impact the Arizona Cardinals and their head coaching search. We'll explain that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Gigi Jackson dribbles out the final second, and the Suns win 117-98. The final score here at FedEx Forum in Memphis. They end a 6-game skid in the series against the Grizzlies, and they get back to a season-high tying 7 games over 500.
More on this nice Suns road win in Memphis heading your way on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfleger from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You're going to be happy you did. You don't want to move yourself. Take a little tip from your Uncle Ron, Basinonians. You do not want to move yourself. You need the pros to do that. That is Moving Team 6. Tim Lee is a good buddy of mine. He is the owner, the founder of Moving Team 6. He started this company all the way back in 2012 with his sons, Garrett and JT. They are a family-run business right here in Phoenix. And what I love about this company, they are built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. Why do I know that, brothers? Because, once again, I know the Lee family. The family is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. You can trust Moving Team 6 to move you and do it right. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Okay, let's talk about something a lot of people deal with, but almost nobody wants to admit: defaulted private student loans. When that happens, it feels like this giant weight you're dragging around everywhere you go. But you don't have to keep dragging it.
Hi, it's Vince Murata. Why Refi works specifically with people who are already in default. They help you refinance into a low, fixed-rate payment that fits your budget, not a fantasy budget, your real one. And they do it without judgment. They're not here to lecture you. They're here to help you start fresh. I've heard from people who felt completely buried, like they had no options left, and then Why Refi stepped in and gave them a path forward. It's honestly just a relief knowing someone's willing to work with you. That's what Why Refi does. You can't change what happened, but you can absolutely change what happens next. To learn more, go to whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hey, it's Gambo. Who are some of the players the Cardinals could be keeping an eye on in today's Fiesta Bowl? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Quick shout out to Sun Lakes. What's going on, Sun Lakes?
Yeah, hey, Sun Lakes, it's always about a girl, isn't it? Sun Lakes.
Quick shout out to the YouTube chat as well. You all right over there? Wolf making himself laugh 17 minutes into today's
Crack
show.
myself up, brothers. I love it, man.
Hey, the YouTube chat is good and active today, too. A bunch of different people chiming in on stuff.
Really? Okay, yeah. What up, YouTube?
So YouTube's going strong. I'll read through some of them. I've been reading through them during the breaks. Wow. I just happened to look up and see John Morant to the Suns for Grayson Allen in the YouTube chat.
Oh, okay.
Oof. Well, okay. That's interesting. Yeah, let's get to some, I would say, significant news in the NFL for anybody that maybe has missed it. So, kind of to reset on the Harbaugh thing, okay? So, John Harbaugh obviously becomes available. What that was Tuesday afternoon. Well, then the story comes out. Adam Schefter. Okay, well, there's 7 teams with head coaching vacancies, and Harbaugh's agent says he got 7 calls within the first 45 minutes. Well, you quickly do the math, and you realize Baltimore probably didn't call. That would have been awkward.
That would have been weird.
Hey, John, we take it all back. It's been 45 minutes. We'd love so at least one team that didn't have a coaching vacancy called. Maybe more. There's no guarantee that, like, the Giants called or the Cardinals called. There's no guarantee.
Yeah, right.
But at least one team that currently has a coach called. Then there was the story yesterday. I think it was Josina Anderson had it, that the Dolphins were interested in John Harbaugh. Well, the Dolphins fired their coach this morning. So they're apparently real interested in John Harbaugh.
Yeah, right now, you know me about this, too. I don't think there are any accidents that are out there. If the Miami Dolphins went ahead and fired Mike McDaniel, to me, they have some type of inside information. They feel really good that they actually have a shot at John Harbaugh.
Have to, right? Because you didn't fire McDaniel on Monday.
No.
You didn't. Your season ended and you were fine with Mike McDaniel, and the only thing that has changed, not that you have to fire your coach on Monday if you're going to fire him, I get it.
Correct.
But the only thing that has changed is John Harbaugh became available, and you apparently were linked to being interested in him, and then all of a sudden the next day, you don't want Mike McDaniel anymore.
Yes, and Miami was also linked heavily to the possibility of Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, John Harbaugh is drifting out there.
Yeah.
And you've got Jim Harbaugh as weighing in on John, his brother.
Oh, yeah,
If I'm John, I'm calling up Jim saying, Jim, gag rule for you, okay? Don't say anything. Don't say anything about this whatsoever. Just say no comment.
How often do you think in his life John Harbaugh has had to call Jim Harbaugh and say, hey, Jim, maybe calm down. Maybe don't say things publicly.
And I love Jimmy. You know that.
Oh, I know you do.
I'm a big fan of Jim.
Although he did make you late to curfew in training
Yeah,
camp
he did.
once.
Are you kidding me, Jim?
Jim, not John. I feel like John is punctual everywhere he goes.
Oh, of course.
But here, you brought up Jim Harbaugh. Here's his reaction to John Harbaugh's firing at the hands of the Ravens earlier this week.
Yeah, John Harbaugh is the best coach I know, best coach I've ever seen. And you may say, okay, well, I'm his brother, so I might be biased. But then you have somebody like Tony Dungy. Wouldn't we all like that? You know, wouldn't we all like somebody like Tony Dungy, especially Tony Dungy himself, to say that? It's great, seeing that kind of outpouring and of support, and also just so cool to see all my brother's accomplishments, and be recognized for that. And as I told him, whatever team he goes to is going to be formidable. And I just hope it's in the NFC.
Yeah, I love the Harbaughs. I am. I'm a big fan of Jim and John Harbaugh. I really am. The Harbaugh family, to me, their history is so much about the game of football, the blood sport, and the mentality that they both had. Jim Harbaugh, for being a quarterback, had a very physical mentality and has a very physical mentality.
Yeah.
So it's so cool to see this. Anyways, John Harbaugh is out there. I think there's no doubt about it. The Miami Dolphins are in the running. That's just a guess.
I think, let me play this cut from Peter Schrager first, because it's worth playing. Schrager's pretty connected around the NFL, obviously. This is what he said on Tuesday. Now, again, this is before Miami fired Mike McDaniel.
Haven't seen mentioned yet, but worth noting. The Arizona Cardinals, whose general manager, Monty Ossenfort, has a long history with Baltimore, and in an Arizona market where the expectations and the standards and the pressure might not be as high, and an owner who, quite frankly, might be okay with the fact that the Baltimore Ravens might be paying some of John Harbaugh's salary, it becomes a very interesting opportunity out there in Arizona where the pressure is not even nearly as high as it would be in New York City.
That's Peter Schrager right there. And wow, I'll just say this. You know my stance on this. I said it yesterday. I just want to hear that the Cardinals are legitimately trying for John Harbaugh. If they don't get him, like you were saying yesterday, some of that's out of your control when the name is this big, but I want to hear that they're in on it. We really haven't heard anybody being linked to John Harbaugh yet except Miami loosely. Now, we know a bunch of teams are calling. I'm assuming the Cardinals are one of them. You got to go all in on this. This is a guy that can change almost all of the negatives other than what the players control. He can change perception. Yes. He can change culture. He can change the direction of your franchise, quite honestly. You got to go all in. I tend to believe that it's somewhat naive. Well, now I have to rhyme for the rest of the show.
Okay.
That the idea that John Harbaugh was just going to go to a team that had a coaching opening when he got fired. You know what I mean? Like, realistically, Buffalo could be in on him. Like, there are teams that are in the playoffs. Right. Green Bay that could lose this weekend and be like, you know what? Get John on the phone. Not Jim, John. Make sure you call John, not Jim.
Yes. You played something yesterday. Who was it that you played yesterday? That was like, hey, the Arizona Cardinals.
Dan Orlovsky.
Dan Orlovsky. That was it right now. You've got Peter Schrager and Dan Orlovsky. Play the Peter Schrager one more time for me. Listen to this, Space Underneath.
Haven't seen mentioned yet, but worth noting. The Arizona Cardinals, whose general manager, Monty Ossenfort, has a long history with Baltimore, and in an Arizona market where the expectations and the standards and the pressure might not be as high, and an owner who, quite frankly, might be okay with the fact that the Baltimore Ravens might be paying some of John Harbaugh's salary, it becomes a very interesting opportunity out there in Arizona where the pressure is not even nearly as high as it would be in New York City.
Well, there you go. You have to think about that. Is John Harbaugh worried about the pressure? I really don't know. I really don't know about that. I think John Harbaugh, to me, is a class act. There's no doubt about it. But Peter Schrager, once again, do you think he has his connections? This is what is so fascinating. Of course he does. And Dan Orlovsky, he's got his connections as well. And yet they're hinting at the Arizona Cardinals. And we've heard absolutely nothing in regard to the Cardinals being involved on Harbaugh.
I think what stands out to me about that Schrager cut is he highlights a couple things about Arizona that are unique. Now, I don't know, John Harbaugh, it doesn't seem like he shies away from the pressure. If he wants to go to New York, I don't think he's going to be like, well, it's New York, I'm scared. I think he'll just go to New York or wherever. But there are unique selling points here, and this is why if you're the Cardinals, you got to be on this, and you got to be calling, right? Because, look, did you think Corbin Burns was going to approach the D-backs and be like, hey, I live here, I want to pitch for you guys? Or Alex Bregman, I know he's not on the D-backs right now, but by all accounts, he wants to play here. Don't you at least need to call John Harbaugh and be like, hey, we'll pay up, and you can come play in Arizona. You're in the NFC, you don't have to deal with Jim Harbaugh, but you're not that far from Jim if you want to see your brother. I mean, this is one of the closest teams geographically. We know
the NFC West is a mother.
I wouldn't bring that up.
We know that, right? We also know that our quarterback situation is kind of a mess right now.
So is Miami's.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's really going to Miami, their quarterback situation might be even more of a mess than the Cardinals.
Yes, and Miami doesn't have as much cap space as the Arizona Cardinals. Just saying, once again.
Take that, Miami. You want to be paying Tua for the next 3 years?
They're number 25. The Cardinals are 14, ladies and gentlemen.
Obviously, everybody knows that. It's a tier system. I just think you got to call and you got to make your push because you don't know what specifically appeals to an individual. It's going to be tough because, again, there might be playoff teams that come calling based on what happens this weekend for John Harbaugh. But I think there are ways that you can stand out ahead of a lot of these other teams that need a head coach right now. All right, when we come back, are the Phoenix Suns officially a top 10 team in the NBA? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a new year's a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home and reduce your energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work. And I know because they replace my windows, and they look outstanding. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and then they'll guarantee them for life. And during their New Year's sale, you'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows and $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. That's 480-764-2110 or online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center, and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns made it look easy last night in Memphis. The Suns took down the Grizzlies 117-98 last night, led by the villain Dylan Brooks. 21 points. The Suns defense has been on display all season long, and it was no different last night. Here's head coach Jordan Knott on the disruptive defense.
You want to disrupt for sure. There's different points and parts of the court where we really feel like we can be extremely disruptive. They do a good job moving it. They played really fast. But where there was points to really disrupt, we wanted to heat them up as best we could. Again, we know they're in the second night of back-to-back. They're without a lot of guys. We want to apply our pressure every night, but especially we felt that we could disrupt them, and then that really helps our offense.
The Suns will host the New York Knicks tomorrow night. The number 9 ranked BYU Cougars were too much for ASU last night as they lost 104-76. Richie Saunders led the way with 31 points. And the Arizona Wildcats remain undefeated as they took down the Kansas State Wildcats, 101-76. Braden Burries led the team with 28 points. And the Fiesta Bowl is tonight. Trinidad Chambliss and the Ole Miss Rebels take on Carson Beck and the Miami Hurricanes at State Farm Stadium tonight. Kickoff for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620 or join in progress on 98.7 after the Big Red Rage tonight. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted number 1 by consumers 15 years in a row. Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us for a Football Friday playoff edition as we get you primed up for a huge weekend in the NFL. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Wolf and Luke on a Thursday morning, heading towards the Fiesta Bowl tonight. It'll be fun. When we need that because the Suns don't play tonight. I'm firmly in the hey, do the Suns play tonight mode. That's really where I am now.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about it, man. The joy of a Phoenix Suns game day. And not because we talked to K-Ray.
Somebody brought up in the YouTube live chat that now I'm going to have to wear that bright orange Suns. Yeah.
You know I love you, Kay.
You're over there
he knows
rhyming and dropping beats and laughing.
Yep.
That I'm going to have to wear the bright orange Suns hat yesterday that I wore. Now every time they play,
I know,
and maybe, but they've been winning without it. So I don't want to have to commit to that yet. Yeah. I don't want to feel like they need that because they obviously won however many.
We
games
definitely don't need that.
You know what we need is the internet to work so I can read the story that I'm trying to reference
to win.
Here.
What is wrong? I mean, your internet. Where's IT?
So I have a story, ESPN's power rankings, and for the NBA. Let me start here, Wolf. At any point this season, before the season began, did you expect to see the Phoenix Suns in the top 10 of ESPN's power rankings?
No, I did not.
Well,
and
that's where
honestly, right now, I will reject you openly and say I'm not going to believe they're in the top 10 right now.
I think they've actually been in the top 10 for ESPN for 2 weeks now. And this was even before last night's win over Memphis, that's not like a needle-moving win. I get it nationally, but still. And how about, let me read you the first couple sentences. I guess this is one sentence. Maybe I should go back to school. Let me read you the first sentence, okay?
Okay.
And just think about how different this is from last year. Phoenix's defense is a strength. All right, there you go.
Yes.
With Dylan Brooks bringing an edge. They also didn't have that last year.
Yeah.
That has been adopted by the entire group. They felt like they were like 3 or 4 individuals last year.
Yes.
That one sentence right there, which is, it's somebody for ESPN writing a story and they're putting together a quick write-up of the Suns, but there's a lot in that sentence when you compare it to last year. If I walked in here in the middle of February last year and I was like, Wolf, all right, let's talk about the Suns. I really want to talk about how their defense is a strength and they play with an edge, the entire team. You would have been like, leave.
Yeah.
Get out. Just get out of the studio and probably the building.
Yeah, where do you begin on this one? You know what? I hope the Phoenix Suns continue to reject openly any type of top 10 ranking they get. And just say we don't even care. We're just going to go out and we're going to ball. We're just going to do what we do. When you think about it, they are number 6 in points allowed in the association. Think about that. Number 6 in points allowed, giving up 112.4 points per game. Not only that, we know they lead the NBA in steals every game, and they're number 3 in opponent turnovers, 16.3. The 2 teams in front of them right now, the Detroit Pistons at 16.4, and then the Thunder at 17.3.
Well,
think about those 2 teams and what they do and the way they play. And that, of course, is how the Phoenix Suns play. I think the association is going through a paradigm shift right now collectively. I think the Trae Young trade is part of this. I think it's part of the evidence that this is happening right now because I think when you look at the Phoenix Suns and the alignment of the Phoenix Suns, what they said is we need talent and we're going to do it, Luke. We are going to memorize the words to the Michigan State fight song.
Have you listened to the whole thing?
No,
I listened to the whole
haven't.
thing. It is lengthy.
Is
so
it really?
I think we need to.
Can't do the whole
no, we can't do the whole thing. But this is what I think we do. If they make the play-in, we're going to do, I don't know, the first 20 seconds of it. You and I will sing it. But if they make the playoffs, we'll do another 20 seconds. If they win a round, we'll do another 20 seconds. It's like a 2-hour fight song, it felt like, and it's got all these words and stuff.
Yes. It's amazing because I was reading this ESPN article today, Macedonians, and they're saying the Hawks are going back to a paradigm shift where they're looking at their young core and defending and how they win games and actually being on a string, everybody on a string, and how important it is. And they say that Atlanta is defending better with Young on the bench and much worse with him on the court. Mm-hmm. And that was one of the big reasons why they moved him. Think about that. Talking about a raw talent like Trae Young.
Are you trying to brag that you have internet and I don't? You're over there reading ESPN stories?
No, I'm not, as a matter of fact. But I thought it was salient, was it not?
Yeah. I think that's a significant trade. Trae Young is like one of those guys from the 2018 draft.
My goodness.
That, a couple years ago, you're like, the Suns, they took DA over Luka, and also they took him over SGA, and also they took him over Trae Young, and all these other players. It's a great draft. But for Trae Young to get traded from a team that is in contention, and as a play-in team in the Eastern Conference, and for him to then want to go to Washington, that's a whole different story. But this is Bill Simmons, and you remember Bill Simmons and Matt Ishbia kind of got into it loosely before the season. And Matt Ishbia, Simmons said something about them we're probably going to have one of the worst defenses, and Matt Ishbia was like, I'll bet you that we don't. And obviously Matt Ishbia has been right so far. But this is Bill Simmons on his podcast. I think this is the most recent episode talking about the Suns.
I think it's the most stunning thing of the year. I was under on them for 31 and a half games. They're exceptionally well coached.
Right.
He's awesome. Every game, everybody seems like they know where. It's same thing with the Celtics. They know where they should be, what their role is. They're bought in. Everybody gives a shit, which is another thing I talked about a couple weeks ago. With the secret to the Celtics' success this year is every single guy in the team has something to prove. I think you could say the same for Phoenix. So you go down the line, every single guy has something to prove. Brooks is mad they traded him. Gillespie wants to show he's a player. Mark Williams got traded to the Lakers. They pulled out of the trade. He's in you mode. Charlotte trades him. But you go on down the line, and all these guys are bought in and have something to prove, which, during a regular season matters. But, the fact that they can defend with guys that are just fringe guys that a lot of teams could have had. But the Booker piece is the main piece to me. Like, they have somebody at the end of these games. The same thing the Celtics have with Jalen. They have somebody that can go toe-to-toe with whoever the other guy's best player is. You have to have one of those guys now because you get into these 4 minutes left situations, and if you don't have the guy to match baskets, you're going to lose.
But they really only have one of those guys now instead of trying to have three. And it's working so much better.
Yes, it's working so much better. The only thing I would disagree with Bill Simmons on is the fact that they have something to prove. I think the alignment part of this, the fact that they brought guys specifically onto this team because of this, to me, every game is the same thing. It's always about that. I know this because there were guys that I played with in the NFL, guys like me, that they had something to prove every game they played. They were in a state of proving it. You're either made like that or you're not. So many other people, when you achieve, and you know this yourself, Basinonians, if you're listening right now, you know there are people out there, once they achieve this goal, I've arrived, baby. Maybe it's you that's driving around right now, and you know, hey, you know what? I got to get back to it. I got to get back to what brought me here.
Maybe you're in the transfer portal right now.
Maybe you just need to be, guys. Maybe you just need to be who you are. And that, to me, maybe you're not trying to prove something. I would disagree with Bill Simmons. You just are in prove-it mode every day, period.
I want to ask you this before we go to break, because I've never have asked you this. Who was somebody you either played with or against that was wired like you?
Bill Bates.
I thought you were going to say
Bill Boy Bates.
That's what I thought you were going to say.
You know who
Your
else?
nemesis.
You know who else? Mike Singletary.
He's pretty
Mike Singletary. Oh, my goodness, you dog. Sing out of his mind.
Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big, and we want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Wolf and Bernsey on the Arizona Sports team. What kind of sign are you doing?
I have no idea what's going on.
You don't even know what you're doing.
That's right.
And Bernsey on the Arizona Sports team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event on February 21st. Text HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today. When we come back, ASU keeps
the Cardinal Climb. Oh my goodness! Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you're doing it.
I'm doing it with Dave Burns, as a matter of fact. Don't just gloss right over that thing. Okay,
I've mentioned this many times.
This is really, really. How can they do that? How can they get involved in this?
You can text HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today.
You text HIKE to 620-620 and you can sign up today. Okay, but also go ahead and at me. I'll respond to you.
Oh,
go ahead and at me, and I'll tell you, hey, this is what we're doing, and you can go ahead and join us.
February 21st. Clear your calendars.
That's
Still got
right.
time, too. It's not like it's like tomorrow. Like, you got a month and a half to kind of clear things up. All right, when we come back. What are you doing?
Just doing the Cardinal Climb.
So when we come back, ASU, another significant addition in the transfer portal. And what do you expect in the Fiesta Bowl tonight? We could be watching at least one player that is an Arizona Cardinal next year. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The Cardinals should hire John Harbaugh tonight.
I tweeted him back. You think they're going to pay him $20 million a year?
If they ever did that, it would completely change the perception of the organization. Michael Bidwell, the ownership, and the whole organization. If they said, you know what? I've always said, how committed are you to winning? It's a question, right? That would be a screw you, Gambo. We're all in. If we, and everybody else that believes that the Cardinals aren't committed to winning. Like Michael could sit there all day while, they've been in Arizona since the 80s. They've had 6 winning seasons.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Man, choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make, man. Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care right here in their state-of-the-art facility, of course. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles, restore Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results that you can trust. Dr. Job, so cool, man. Got a great buzz cut. He wears a bow tie. Very cool and knows what he's doing when it comes to dental implants. This is your health base, Onines, we're talking about. Go experience the ARIA difference. You're going to be glad that you did. ARIA is helping patients regain the quality of their life with thousands of dollars, saving those thousands of dollars, I should say, compared to the other corporate dental implant centers out there. Go to ARIADentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Dan Bickley here, and a new year is a great time to get moving. And if joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting. And these treatments happen right in the office, and you go about your day. Simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. So skip the invasive surgery and the 3 to 6 months of pain, recovery, and rehab. Plan the upcoming year on your terms. Move better, get stronger by taking care of your pain the smart way with game-changing regenerative treatments. Stop managing your pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now to schedule your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Ready! Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. If you ever find yourself in need of any help in your home as it pertains to your plumbing or air conditioning, there's only one name to think of, and that's Ready Services. At Ready Services, we treat our customers fairly, we give honest pricing, and honest assessments of your issues. We'll never leave your home without you feeling satisfied with the job that was done and your experience with our technicians. To learn more about how we can help you at Ready Services, reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey, and we're going to react to how the Suns fared last night in Memphis. And, of course, get you the latest on the Cardinals coaching search. Gambo and I start at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. All right, we got the Verbo Fiesta Bowl tonight. Ole Miss and Miami. I mean, at this point, you could convince me any of these teams wins the whole thing, honestly. So certainly something to keep an eye out on tonight. There's a real good chance that at least some players the Cardinals will be looking at number 3 or in the second round or third round are playing in this game tonight and tomorrow. Before we get any deeper into that, though, Wolf, I want to throw this out there. You know, read into what you will when it comes to recruiting rankings or transfer portal rankings or any of that. I think you and I have made our feelings well known on how much of a mess we believe college football is with the transfer portal, and there just really is no rules as far as tampering or whatever, and you're seeing that with LSU and Damon Williams and all that stuff, and that's just the latest example. But this is the game that you have to play right now, and ASU is really good in the portal, and they went out and landed another top 5 receiver yesterday with 6'5" wideout Reed Harris from Boston College.
Yeah, wow, this is really significant, is it not? You go out and you land 2 top 5 wide receivers in the transfer portal?
I hesitate to say what I'm about to say, but I have to say it. I put more stock in and if a guy is ranked highly in the transfer portal than if they are a highly ranked recruit out of high school. Because to me, if you spin it forward to the NFL, that's almost like, yeah, we got this guy who's a high draft pick, but he's never done it in the NFL.
Yeah.
Whereas the transfer portal is like, we went out and got this guy who's proven at the college level. Like Harris is proven at the college level. Amari Miller is proven at the college level. There's no guarantee it immediately translates at ASU. I get that. But you're talking about two of the best receivers that were available in the entire country in the transfer portal. And I've seen highlights of Harris. I mean, Miller, I think we've all seen play pretty consistently over at Colorado. He is good.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. But once again, the very first thing I think of is, okay, you go out and get a new quarterback in Cutter Boley, and you bring him in here, and suddenly you get two of the top 5 receivers, 2 of the top 5 in the nation in the transfer portal, and you bring him in. It's, are you trying to make a statement there? I don't know. I don't want to make this personal whatsoever. It just seems like, my goodness, that is making a statement to go out and you've got a brand new quarterback in a brand new direction with Cutter Boley, and then you go out and get Reed Harris and Omarion Miller and bring them in. Okay, now, if we can stand him up, if we can stand up Cutter Boley in the pocket and keep him erect, that's going to be great because he's going to be able to throw the ball and he's going to have options.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, you got to block for him, certainly, but it feels like, and I'm looking at 24/7 Sports, they have ASU's transfer portal ranking overall right now as number 8 in the nation. And they actually have Oklahoma State pretty high, but 2 Big 12 teams ahead of them, so 3rd in the Big 12 when it comes to this right now. I think the receiver thing in particular is especially of note because look who your receivers coach is. Like, just put yourself in a position of being a really highly rated college or even high school recruit. If I'm a receiver or a quarterback, it makes sense I want to play for ASU. And I'm not saying the other positions don't, but I look at ASU and I say, realistically, you can draw a distinction with Kenny Dillingham and his track record with quarterbacks, not just here, going back to Bo Nix and Jordan Travis and other quarterbacks he's worked with as an assistant in college. His ability to identify a quarterback like Sam Leavitt that really had done nothing in college till he got here, help him develop. That's why I think most of us are pretty confident that he saw something legitimate in Cutter Boley. And if I'm a receiver, why would you not want to come play for Hines Ward? And clearly they do, because you're talking about 2 of the best in the country transferring here to play for Hines Ward.
Yeah, no, that's really a great observation by you. It's just, to me, it is very, very interesting that Sam Leavitt leaves, and suddenly you bring in 2 of the top 5 receivers in the portal. I mean, that to me, I did not see that coming. And not only that, Cutter Boley, what is he going to bring to ASU? What kind of offense will Kenny try to build around him? Well, the one thing we do know is this: if you don't have options to throw the ball to, you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
And here they're losing Jordan Tyson, losing this great impact, this great wide receiver, and now going out and targeting 2 very talented, excellent. I mean, the fact that Reed is 6'5"?
Yeah.
217 pounds.
That's not normal for a college receiver. Yeah.
It is not. It's fascinating to me.
I think if you're looking for reasons to be encouraged by ASU in this era, it's what we just said. And I'm not looking so much specifically at just this year. Like, you just feel like ASU is going to be able to identify and land good quarterbacks. They may not be able to go out there and buy the highest rated one, but they seem like they're able to find and develop guys into one of the highest rated ones. And also, for the most part, as long as Kenny Dillingham's here, I feel like they're going to be able to retain these guys. I mean, you can't retain everybody. I understand it. But if you just look at guys they've lost in the transfer portal last year and this year, starters, it's not very many compared. I have to guess it's near the top of college football in terms of retention rate when you do develop a guy. That's why everybody's freaking out so much about Leavitt, because not only is he leaving, he's not even acknowledging ASU. That's why it's weird enough that he's leaving, which is totally understandable. I get it. Go ahead. but it's rare in this era for ASU.
Here's the very interesting thing about this. We all know what Kenny is. Kenny Dillingham. And we were talking about this before the broadcast, but it's so true. In college football today, you are who your head coach is. You are. That's who you are.
It's the only consistency.
It's the only consistency. It is. I mean, even all this player movement is incredible. And how many guys are in the transfer? Over 3,700. Over 3,700 players are in the transfer.
How many of them do you think Lane Kiffin texted to put on there? 3,600?
I don't even know, man, but it's incredible, right? And when you've got that kind of turnover all the time, and this is the way that it's going to be, at least until they change it, it's going to be about who's your head coach and what kind of ability does he have, not just to recruit, but also retain, also identify players that are going to fit his scheme and his system. It becomes all about your head coach. And the fact that they were able to lock up Kenny Dillingham again.
It's such a game changer.
It's huge for this program and for this university, of course, and it's huge for us. But, man, now you've got Kenny Dillingham identifying Cutter Boley and saying, that kid, we can help this kid get better, and he's going to get better here. Let's give him options at the receiver position. But here's the cool thing about this, Space Audience. Sam Levitt was a product of Kenny Dillingham. And you could say what you want, but Sam Levitt, there's a lot of people out there say was the number one quarterback in the portal. There's a lot of guys out there that are saying that, of course. And there's a lot of schools that would agree with that. That's because of Kenny Dillingham. He's got the reputation. Now if Cutter Boley comes here as well, to your point, Luke, and you've been saying this, but if Cutter Boley gets better the way that Sam Levitt got better when he came here? What are people going to start saying about that? And there's quarterbacks that are out there that are watching this. So who's the next after Cutter Boley? The next quarterback where hey, man, you want to play quarterback? You want to get into the NFL? You want that? Hey, you go to Kenny Dillingham. He's building his reputation right now.
That's why it was so big. And you just drew the distinction that I tried to draw a lot of times with people when Michigan was talking and trying to bring Kenny in, and you talk to people and they're like, dude, you don't get it. ASU's not as big as Michigan. It's not about ASU being as big as Michigan. In this day and age, if you have Kenny Dillingham, you have a huge advantage over a team like Michigan. Now, Michigan ended up with a good coach, but you see what I'm saying? If you have a coach like Kenny Dillingham that can hit the portal and can, for the most part, retain his guys and develop them at the quarterback position, you have an advantage over 90% of college football. It doesn't guarantee that you're going to the Big 12 championship every year, but I will take the team with the really good young coach who relates to players and can pretty much give you a good quarterback every year, as opposed to the team that won the Big Ten 20 years ago. I know that's not Michigan. Michigan was great 2 years ago, but I'm just saying like that. It is a different landscape. Sam Levitt, when he got to ASU, had thrown 2 touchdown passes in his college career. Cutter Boley's already thrown 17, and he's going into his sophomore year. So for what it's worth, you're actually maybe starting a little bit ahead in terms of production from where you were. And Levitt was great, obviously. They don't make the college football playoff without Sam Levitt in 2024.
Coach.
We come back. The last time we talked to Lorenzo Alexander, the Cardinals were still playing, and JG was still their coach. So things have changed a little bit. Zoe's going to join us in here to react next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Weekly at Marana Morning.
This year, I think, is going to be full of mea culpas for the Phoenix Suns, and I've already issued mine because I was adamant that you cannot speak great culture into existence in the NBA. But I'll be darned if Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory didn't go out and do everything they said they were going to do, even though at most everybody, myself included, rolled their eyes.
You mentioned rolling of the eyes. There was a lot of people that watched the Brian Gregory press conference when alignment came up. How many many times was it said?
19 times.
Guess what? They're freaking aligned!
They're totally aligned!
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. My brothers, my sisters, if you've got some type of back issue or you've got a neck issue, you need to go see DISC. That's right, the spine surgeons of DISC. They've helped me in the past. It's one of the big reasons why I love recommending them to you because of my own personal experience. Disc surgeons, they utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical endoscopic spine surgery and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. Disc surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery, and they're known all over the world for this. That's right. Listen, they train other surgeons, not only here in the United States, but worldwide in endoscopic and minimally invasive spine surgery. You know what? It's time for you to enjoy life again, brothers. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a new year's a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home and reduce your energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work. And I know because they replace my windows, and they look outstanding. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and then they'll guarantee them for life. And during their New Year's sale, you'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows and $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call, tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. That's 480-764-2110 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
KMVP-FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to our own John Gambadoro, Arizona State has landed Michigan quarterback Mikey Keene in the transfer portal. Keene starred at Chandler High School and has played at both UCF and Fresno State, but after not playing at Michigan last season, Keene entered the transfer portal and has landed with ASU. The Phoenix Suns made it look easy last night in Memphis. The Suns took down the Grizzlies 117-98, led by Dylan the Villain's 21 points. The Suns defense has been on display all season long, and it was no different last night. Here is head coach Jordan Knott on the Suns' disruptive defense.
You want to disrupt for sure. There's different points and parts of the court where we really feel like we can be extremely disruptive. They do a good job moving it. They played really fast. But where there was points to really disrupt, we wanted to heat them up as best we could. Again, we know they're in the second night of back-to-back. They're without a lot of guys. We want to apply our pressure every night, but especially we felt that we could disrupt them, and then that really helps our offense.
The Suns will host the New York Knicks tomorrow night. And the Fiesta Bowl is tonight. Trinidad Chambliss and the Ole Miss Rebels take on Carson Beck and the Miami Hurricanes at State Farm Stadium tonight. Kickoff for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620 or join in progress on 98.7 after the Big Red Rage tonight. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The energy and passion he brings to the game is something I think that's contagious.
Intercepted by Lorenzo Alexander. Now he laterals to Aqib Talib.
When you talk about a great pro that you wish every one of your players would emulate.
He's one of those guys, he's like a lunch bell guy. That blue-collar appeal to coming to work. He's going to outwork you every single play.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke to give us the lowdown on the Cardinals and the NFL. Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com today.
Well, you know what that means. That sound means Lorenzo Alexander is here in studio as we have wrapped up the regular season. We're finally heading towards the playoffs here in the NFL. So what's going on, man?
I'm good. I'm doing well. Always glad to be in the building. You know, every time I come in, you know, regardless of when I see Wolf, whether it's before the show or as soon as I walk in, he always asks me how I'm doing. And I'm always great. I'm always blessed. But I think as I always get into these New Year's, I think we all do this. And especially for me, kind of where I'm at, and I just heard a thing on Instagram the other day, right? A lot of men, a lot of people in general, typically hide in their success, right? And so playing in the NFL for a long time, you know, financially stable, beautiful family, right? But then sometimes you can kind of be complacent in that. And really just searching, you know, how can I continue to be more impactful? And obviously I'm content, but I never want to become complacent. And so just starting on this new journey, you know, how can I impact people, you know, trying to educate myself, learn new things, and be proactive, get organized, all those things that come a part of that. And I think that's why it's always good to make sure that whatever is driving you, and I think Wolf talks about that, I think the best way is that it comes from internally, right? And for me and Wolf, you know, that's our faith, that's the God that we serve. And I know other people, right, think about, you know, the money or the fame, which are things that can motivate you. But at some point you have to, I think once you mature, you transition to something that's more eternal. And that's going to drive you throughout your whole life, because at some point you may achieve those things, right? And so what do you do then? So just kind of in that place every year, I think just kind of really having that at the forefront. So
out of the comfort zone.
Yeah, absolutely love this, because once again, this is your legacy, and it's not what you say about yourself.
Right.
Legacy is what everyone else says about you. And when I love this. Mm-hmm. Whenever we play Zoe's Open, to listen to all those coaches, those great coaches, and listen to the players talk about Zoe. That's your legacy. What other people say about you.
For sure.
So I love you, bud.
Always.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Yep.
We're definitely gonna have. I mean, you could make that open for Zoe. You could just be 10 minutes, and then we just go to break. We didn't even talk. I mean, we had to trim it down to that. Well, Zoe, it's always good to have you in here. Now, this season was getting rough, obviously, for a while, and we were looking. I mean, it's always easy to talk football with you, but when we were talking Cardinals specifically, it was like, okay, here's the same thing again.
Right.
Well, things are dramatically different now because the season ended and JG's out. And who knows who's coming in to replace him? Who knows what other changes we're going to see this offseason? But let's just, while we have this in the present moment, what we know right now is Jonathan Gannon is out. So what was your reaction to that, and kind of what do you think needs to be next now?
Yeah, I was genuinely shocked for a lot of reasons. I was actually texting with Mark McClune, and he was like, hey, what do you think is going to happen? And I didn't see it for, you know, maybe 30 minutes or so. And then I texted him back. I was like, actually, I think he's going to be safe, you know, replying to him. And as soon as I texted that, he said, I'm actually on my way. They just fired him.
I'm not laughing at that. I am not laughing at that, because I am a JG guy.
Yeah, I was shocked.
Spirit coach.
It flipped, though, because we did crosstalk with Bickley and Murata Monday morning, 9:45 to 9:56. And we were talking about, okay, I don't know, like if he's coming back, then what do they have to do? Like, what else can they change? And we started our show at 10, so it's 4 minutes difference. And Jamal hit breaking news that he was out. Like, that's how quickly it flips.
Right, yeah, and then I hear the Honey Badger Tyrann Mathieu speaking about it too, about the lack of passion that he communicated, in like interviews, which I thought was more of, okay, he knows he's safe, so he's not getting really angry because he understands the situation, right? Most people get angry because they can't control it or things are out, but he kind of knew the situation, understood the whys, and so why am I going to get upset that we're losing when I know we don't have our best out there right now with the injuries and all that? You can be upset about the losing, but I think he talked more about like the lack of passion that he saw from not being probably local and really being tuned into it. So I wonder how much that played into it as far as being evaluated over the course. Like, why aren't you being more passionate in terms of your emotion and how that shows up day to day at work? I don't know in terms of why it happened, because I didn't think it would happen.
For me, though, I just think of that. Why does a coach need to show passion? I don't.
Yes,
I'm not buying
yeah. So
okay.
from your standpoint, Wolf, and I get you're built different, right? In terms of the era that you came up in. What was demanded and what the culture was for a player, and you talk about you're intrinsically motivated. And also, we come from a place of where if we didn't do our job, if we didn't go all out, we were out the door.
Gone.
So our journey to the league in terms of what we needed and what I needed from someone else was much different, because most people was going to overlook us, and because they were looking past us, we knew we weren't going to get it from them, so we had to figure out how we were going to motivate that within ourselves. That's not everybody. I mean, I've been around a lot of young guys that need. Why do I need a mentor? Why do I need somebody to help me? Right, as far as perceiving and switching and really understanding what it takes to be at that next level. And I think your head coach creates that. I'm not saying JG didn't, but I'm saying you do need somebody that needs to create that. And, yeah, I do need someone when it's the dog days to be able to provoke something out of me emotionally. And that's why there's some guys that I would run through a wall for. Yeah. And some guys that I'm still going to run through the wall, but it's not the same like when I was playing with Kyle Williams, right? And what he meant to me and how he talked and how he motivated. Oh, this dude is a dude. I want to rock and roll with him.
Yeah, I think
but even from a head coach, Danny Smith, I would run through a wall for Danny Smith. Danny Smith called me now.
But so you would run through a wall anyway.
Not for everybody. There's some coaches I had that if they called me right now, I would maybe not answer the phone.
Okay, yeah, right now.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, because
they want
right now because you're older. Yeah, but when you were in the league, you were going to run through the wall.
But you're wired a lot like Wolf.
Yes,
too.
but there's still a different sense of, man, I'm in it with, and I had coaches that I didn't really like when I was in the league too. Yes, I was still, but it wasn't as enjoyable going through it. I would do it.
Enjoyable,
but that means
change what you were going to do.
But collectively, that matters. People can sense that, like I'm doing it because it's a job. I'm showing it because it's my job. Oh, I love being here. Oh man, now I'm impacting other people because of my energy. Right? Because I love being here so other people can feel that versus me just being here. I'm clocking in. I'm here. Yes, I'm going to do my job. And then as soon as I clock out, I'm gone. I'm out of here.
Yeah. I just think of Bill Belichick, okay? Bill Belichick, how many people did he inspire and motivate?
But
Zero.
There were guys that couldn't play for him.
Correct. There's a ton of guys.
Well, and that's the one thing about it, too. Go out and identify people that are going to be brought into your locker room who are going to go out and be the type of player.
But how many Tom Brady's are walking around that's going to galvanize, or even before that older group of guys that before even Tom came on that I think fit more into your. How many of those guys do you find in the NFL these days that can galvanize and you doing this? Because not only am I built like you, Wolf, but I'm also the best player in the locker room.
Man,
How many?
We have no time.
I'll play the Tyron. Let's come back and I'll play the Tyron Matthew clip for everybody that hasn't heard it yet. And then we can kind of go from there. And so we'll do that, and then we're also going to get into the playoffs here as well. The WM Phoenix Open is making its triumphant return to TPC Scottsdale February 2nd through the 8th. We're giving you the chance to win tickets. Just text GREEN to 620-620. You can win Greenskeeper passes. Text GREEN to 620-620. When we come back, continue this conversation, then we'll get into the NFC playoffs and get Zoe's perspective on that. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Gigi Jackson dribbles out the final second, and the Suns win 117-98. The final score here at FedEx Forum in Memphis. They end a 6-game skid in the series against the Grizzlies, and they get back to a season-high tying 7 games over 500.
More on this nice Suns road win in Memphis heading your way on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Arizona's #1 pool builder. That's right. Whether you want a total makeover and want to build a luxury resort-like pool, or you want a pool that doesn't break the bank. Listen, Presidential Pools, they've got you covered. What I love about Presidential Pools, they got a 5-year warranty. And they can build it in 60 days. That 5-year warranty, Basinonians, that is tops in the business, in the industry. And they can build your pool in 60 days. And let's not forget the kind of value that this will add to your house. But you know what? More than anything else, too, it's also about the family. And being able to go and hang out on a Saturday, hang out by the pool with your family. Man, that to me is what we are doing at the Wolfley compound. We're building memories, courtesy of Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona. And yes, they are making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 electrical inspection, which includes a full panel and circuit safety check, the GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards, an inspection for outdated or overloaded wiring, and a detailed report with safety upgrades and energy-saving suggestions. All you have to do is go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona sports. Here we go, fellas! 15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke.
A guy who epitomizes class, integrity, and is a true gentleman.
The Lowdown. Brought to you by Y-Refi.
Quick shout out to Queen Creek. Queen Creek, everybody out there. Everybody everywhere. Everybody everywhere. How's that? But specifically Queen Creek right now. Thanks for listening. As I think everybody expected, that conversation went right through the break. I purposely
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Me and Wolf always go. We've disagreed many of times.
Oh, absolutely.
And then he finds out later that I was right, and then he apologizes, right? And so it's good. You know, we good. We all apologize, right?
I'm gonna play this cut from. I hesitate to reopen this, but I purposely walked out so I didn't hear what you guys said, so it would still be spontaneous for me when we got back on the air. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is Tyrann Mathieu. This is the In the Bayou podcasts. Let's see which one of these we should play. Let's play this one actually instead. Talking about, it's the quote you referenced, Zoe, but this is for everybody to hear it.
Even from him, like I just don't believe in his passion.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, you got to have some passion, man. You got to mean something to you, and, just too many times in press conferences, and I think we talked about this, but too many times in press conferences and stuff, he's just like nonchalant, or
like it really don't matter.
He's arguing with Josh Weinfuss, and I'm like, I remember Josh was there when I was there, right? And Josh is like that dude in the room. He's like, when you're doing well, I'm gonna support you, and when you're doing bad, I'm gonna ask those hard questions,
right?
And he still haven't figured out that. So it's like, it's hard to create fans, like.
And you're losing.
Under those sort of under that sort of environment.
Right.
So, I wish him well. I thought he did a great job with the Eagles when he was the D coordinator. Sometimes, man, sometimes coaches is not ready for that sort of a step.
So I'm just gonna say this, and then I'm gonna back out of the conversation. But Zoe, to your point, the very fact that Tyrann Mathieu is even bringing it up, and that is it's the Honey Badger, right? The very fact that he's even bringing it up, to me, is indicative that that's a lot of players in today's NFL that they feel that way.
From a younger perspective, and Tyrann was another guy that didn't need to be motivated. It was a dog. I mean, I got to see him play, and especially as a young guy, didn't need it, but he understands that it's important. It means something when your coach is passionate. And when I say passionate, you don't have to give me a rah-rah speech. BA never gave the team rah-rah speeches, but you can feel it. Like, some guys, like we've talked about this all the time, are good defensive coordinators or position coaches. Some people can extend or elevate to a head coach, and it's more than just creating a structure, because that's done every place I've played. I played for 5 different organizations. The structure is pretty much the same, right? Off Monday, or come in Monday, watch film, off Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, right? Wolf talks about it all the time, right? It's the same everywhere, right? What we talk about, situational, same thing everywhere. So what separates guys? Calling plays, right? You have these different ideas of what it looks like to call plays, different ways to win in that way. So what separates great head coaches or non-head is the relatability, and you be able to connect with players where guys are going to show up and do their job well, also be content in what they're doing, not complacent, content, and they also want to be able to grow into something more and different and become that all-pro player. And that takes a lot of energy, and I think it's done differently in today's world just because of the way players and our culture is set up. And again, I'm a Brit, so I saw this. When I first got in the league, there were like grown men, and maybe because I was 20 and I'm in there with guys they were 30, but they felt like they were just old. You know what I mean? It's like maybe that's how they felt when I got there, man. This old, man. They felt like they were my dad in a lot of ways, or my aunt. It just felt different. Yeah. And then when I, as I transitioned out, and maybe because I came one of these dudes, but I never felt like I was as old as them, and this is just my perception, but guys that came in just felt overall that locker room was younger, the things they talked about were different, and the connection and even the way coaches started operating in practice, having a ton of music out there, right? The vibe.
The game changed a lot as you
right.
were playing.
It just different ways that the league changed in terms of, right, people started doing the breaks because phones became really popular, very different, right? I'm on my phone, so we're going to take phone breaks. So when you're in the meeting room, you're focused. And so that is what I'm talking about more, where you have to connect with guys in the culture, because things that the new generation is dealing with, I didn't necessarily come up on it, right? Wolf's generation definitely didn't come up on it. And so that is what I mean, where you have to connect. You may have to get up and present yourself differently and be able to connect and vibe, because that is what's required. And then from a motivation standpoint, just like I said, with the portal, when you turn on Instagram, you got Instagram, Wolf?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Scroll through it. Go just look up AAU and what they're allowing kids to do and what coaching and what that looks like and that whole world itself, not even before you get to college.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of intrinsically motivation coaching going on a grand scheme of things, right? It's all about the flash and who can win, who can blow people out by 50. They're not developing people for life and to be serving. They're developing people for themselves and who can do the most, and let's get all the all-star. That's what the culture is for the most part.
Okay, for me, though, the problem I have is people want to see it. They want to see a coach go off. They want to see it. Who knows? How do we know if he's not going off in the locker room or he's not going off in the team meeting?
Right, but I guess what I'm saying is, okay, so I mean, and I guess this is in the moment because like people are bringing up the DeMarcado thing, right? He went off then.
Yeah, he did.
Right? And that wasn't maybe not even the worst thing that happened to him all year.
And once again, I do wonder what kind of impact that had on the guy.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you right now.
So he showed it, but he showed it in a negative way, in the way that was formed, even though he probably meant well, he just lost his emotions. And so maybe that's why he became ultrally just non-passionate as far as what he sounded like every time. And that's why I thought he was safe, because he's like, man, I'm good. I'm trying to get to the next year. But at some point you think, even the way I sound, yes, I'm going to say the right things, but you're going to feel the way I'm talking right now, like I am upset and we got to do some things differently. We cannot go back to work and go right back to the game plan and do what we've been doing, because it has not worked. And if stuff doesn't start happening, we're going to start the bottom 10 guys, they're going to be going in and out. We're going to bring up, in and out, right? And that's just the way the league works. And I've been on teams, Steve Keim did that all the time, right? We're going to rotate guys, man. You come here, come back. You're not doing your job. You're not doing up to this. Nope, you're out, right? You can't do it to everybody, but that's the type of culture we're going to create. So people start feeling uncomfortable. So I don't get just used to whatever's going on in the locker room. And I will say this, too, also with JJ, I think that hurt him as well was, and this is not on him, and maybe some of it is the coaching staff and people you have around you, right? People put a lot on the head coach, but if you don't have coaches that have been there, done it at a high level, they're just operating with what they know. And I think they had a very young coaching staff.
Yeah,
and I think and I think that also hurt them as far as the communication, being able to make adjustments within games, just because they didn't have a lot of time on task. Some coaches that had their room started coaching in 2020.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, and it's nothing against him. He's probably really good. That's why he's elevated, but that's still not Tom Moore in there, right, as your consultant telling you, hey, man, when we did this back in 1985 or whatever those years were, that's a lot of history to be able to help guys and point them and shift them. And they didn't really, I think, have anybody on staff that can help that.
I just think, once again, there's so many players that are about personal responsibility. So many guys that understand that. There are general managers, there are head coaches that know how to find those guys that still are responsible and take responsibility for how they play. Don't ask me how they do it. The vetting process, I talk about it all the time. How you vet players, to me, is critical.
Correct.
And there are good, it was like my dad. My dad, he could just read somebody. All right? My dad was not a smart guy at all. He was a truck driver. That's what he was. But, man, he had a feel for people and reading people. I think a general manager and a head coach need to be the same way, and you can still identify and find guys who take personal responsibility for themselves. And that's the kind of guy you want to bring in. Find the guys that are talented. No doubt about that. Find guys who are talented who still think like that.
Especially now because they're becoming more rare.
Right, right.
Those guys have more value.
It is more rare, and it's hard, right? And it's one thing to be, and this is always the age-old thing. I can be accountable once I walk into this building, but we know if you want to have longevity and be great at this game, you got to have accountability when you walk outside that building, and that's the hardest thing to really. Right. Because working hard is one thing. You have an idea of what it looks like, but typically you're underworking than when you need to be, right? Yeah. When you get around someone that's really worked, like Myles Garrett, for example. I heard a story of a guy talking about him. They went on a big trip, and they hanging out, they young guys, and he treated everybody. And then one of the guys like, "Hey, man, you not drinking?" Nah, man, I'm trying to be great, baby. Y'all can do it. I'm going to provide it because this is what we do. But that's not what I do, right? Yeah. So that level, that's a different level of stepping into that as well. So you can work hard, but there's levels to working hard. When we talk about Mamba mentality, there's levels within the game that guys see too. And once they get, oh man, Pat P did all that before practice even started. I got to see Ray Lewis is here at 5:30 a.m. with us, and he in there grinding, right? You got to see it. And sometimes you don't have that opportunity to see it and really understand that next level, even though you may be accountable to, he shows up, he likes ball, but does he work it?
I just want to make a point of emphasis in regard to this. Players had a bigger impact on me.
For sure.
Players.
For sure.
A bigger impact than coaches ever did.
All right, we come back. We are going to look at the NFL playoffs. Zoe's going to stick around we're going to do an AFC and an NFC preview. We're just going to jam them all together in the next segment. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The injuries, in particular, when it comes to the 2024 draft class, have kind of made it hard to evaluate and hard to understand, but you also have to work with what you've got. That almost entire 2024 draft class has been non-contributors. What have you extracted of value from the 2024 draft class? Nobody knows. We're 2 years into this, and nobody knows. And whoever's fault that is, the injuries or the selection and whether the right guy was taken or not, I just don't think you can sweep it under the rug.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfliger from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, the fiduciary advisors that are all fiduciaries over at Trajan Wealth, they understand no two retirement plans are going to be the same. They offer guidance on a variety of financial objectives, including ways to earn higher potential returns and tax concerns as well. Let Trajan Wealth help you develop a plan that will meet your financial goals, Basinonians. One of the reasons why you ought to call today, 480-360-7900. Trajan Wealth, they understand the importance of tactical investments and tailored insights for growth that are in line with your risk tolerance. So important. As an independent firm, Trajan Wealth is not bound to just one line of products or portfolios. 480-360-7900 for Trajan Wealth Advisory Services through Trajan Wealth LLC. SEC Registered Investment Advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-691-9999. That's 800-691-9999.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to our own John Gambadoro, Arizona State has landed Michigan quarterback Mikey Keene in the transfer portal. Keene starred at Chandler High School and has played at both UCF and Fresno State, but after not playing at Michigan last season, Keene entered the transfer portal and has landed with ASU. The Phoenix Suns made it look easy last night in Memphis. The Suns took down the Grizzlies 117-98, led by Dylan the Villain's 21 points. The Suns' defense has been on display all season long, and it was no different last night. Here's head coach Jordan Knott on the Suns' disruptive defense.
You want to disrupt for sure. There's different points and parts of the court where we really feel like we can be extremely disruptive. They do a good job moving it. They play really fast. But where there was points to really disrupt, we wanted to heat them up as best we could. Again, we know they're on the second night of back-to-back. They're without a lot of guys. We want to apply our pressure every night, but especially we felt that we could disrupt them. And then that really helps our offense.
The Suns will host the New York Knicks tomorrow night. And the Fiesta Bowl is tonight. Trinidad Chambliss and the Ole Miss Rebels take on Carson Beck and the Miami Hurricanes at State Farm Stadium tonight. Kickoff for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620, or you can join in progress on 98.7 after the Big Red Rage. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted #1 by consumers 15 years in a row. Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
Arizona sports.
It's crazy. I've never seen nothing like this.
Lorenzo Alexander, 15-year NFL veteran.
And he is going to get sacked. Lorenzo Alexander, the former Cardinal.
The Lowdown with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Y-Refi.
All right, welcome back. Lorenzo Alexander is here. This is going to be a quick look at the playoffs because we got to break a little bit late last time, so we're going to speed this up. But so I'll say this with the playoffs coming up, we were going to go conference by conference. Maybe we can dip into it a little bit next segment too. But let's just start here. Is there a first round matchup or team that really stands out to you?
Not really, and I think the way I would look at it is like this is probably the first time in a long time where all the lower seeds, I don't know if it's ever happened, 5, 6, 7, could go into wherever they're going and win and come out that way. I don't know if that's ever happened since we've added where you go 5, 6, 7. Obviously, the Chargers versus the Patriots, I think that'll be the hardest one for it to occur. But every other game, especially on the NFC side, right? Rams versus Panthers, Rams, Niners versus Eagles, we can see them beating them. Packers and Bears, it's a divisional game. I think Bears are a better team overall and playing better. But Packers, you just never know what can happen. I think Bills can beat the Jags. Texas can obviously beat the Steelers. It's just that Chargers one. So that'll be really unique if that actually happens, and then one of these lower seeds ends up getting a second round home playoff game, or the 5 seed, I guess it would occur too. So that's what I'm looking at. As far as watching a game, I'm always going to watch the Bills play, but I would say the Texans, I love their defense, how physical they are up front and on the back end, right? When you look at their secondary and how they've been just hitting cats and just playing physical football. Offense isn't elite, but this is where defenses really can step up and really be game changers, and they're built to go into a cold weather city in Pittsburgh as far as defensively and go in there and come out with the win, which a Steeler team that is not elite, right? Probably just a real average, solid team.
You know, for me, the best game of the weekend, as I see it, in the Wolfley compound, is Packers at Bears. And the reason being is because it's a divisional game.
Right.
Once again, I mean, the fact that this is going to be the third time you've played these guys. The second time you would play a division foe, you'd bring over a little bit of something that happened to you in the first game. Or maybe even the year before.
Right.
You would just bring it over. You felt like you got to almost know these guys just because you would play them every year and you'd play them twice a year. Now, 3 times, a third time.
Let me just add to that.
The grudge is there.
This is going to be the third time in basically the last month, because they played December 7th and December 20th. So this isn't even like, we met back in week 2.
Great point. Yes.
And they were both crazy games.
And it's just, again, the fact that you get used to playing against these guys, and, maybe some guy cheap shotted you in game 1, or maybe it was game 2, whatever it is.
That definitely happened in the Bears-Packers game.
Is he going to cheap shot you again? It's just the dynamic of playing a team for the third time is really bizarre to me.
One of the matchups that we really haven't talked about, because we've been looking at these, throughout the week, and Bears-Packers is it pretty clearly is the headliner. I actually do think Bills-Jaguars is right there, just because I think either one of those teams could win the AFC, but they're playing each other in the first round. So let's stick with that one for a second, Zoe. How do you feel about the Bills? Because you're still pretty tied to them. You still know a lot of the guys.
Right, just watching them. I mean, the biggest thing is going to be defensively, can they stop the run? That's really what's been their Achilles heel throughout the entire year, is giving up big chunk runs throughout the game, and then Josh has to, and the offense have to figure out how can we play catch up and make these miraculous plays. So that's going to be the difference for me. And then obviously the way Trevor Lawrence has been able to play, can they turn him over a couple of times, right? He hasn't been in the playoffs really, so as far as being able to turn him over and he's in a bigger moment that almost seems bigger, and kind of get him out of this flow that he's been in the last 4 or 5 weeks, I think is going to be the key in terms of winning. And then on the flip side, the Jaguars defense has been getting after people as well, being able to protect Josh, keep him upright, being able to run the football really well. And then again, play action off that and get down the field. But I think that's really what's going to be the key in terms of that game. Who wins the line of scrimmage offensively for the Jaguars and defensively for the Bills?
Yeah. What do you think is going to be the worst game of the weekend? If you had to pick one?
I'm going to say the Rams-Panthers.
Okay.
Because I think people –
I
think people think the Panthers – played better than what they did when they played the Rams the first time, and I think the Rams are going to come out.
You've been on that for a while. The Rams kind of beat themselves in that game.
They did. I mean, they got a couple of turnovers in the red zone. Stafford did in terms of tip balls. He didn't throw picks. Then on a couple of 4th and 2 or 3s, the Panthers were able to score touchdowns, big plays.
Yeah.
So I think the Rams, people say, they're not playing good football right now. I think they're going to travel across the country and come out and just lay it to them and let people know, it wasn't even a shot the first time. It was more us than them.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, because there are people looking and saying, the Rams are 3-3 in their last 6. And that's okay, that's fair. But one of them is that game you're talking about. Mm-hmm. One of them was the game against Seattle that they shouldn't have lost. I mean, there was a bunch of weird stuff that happened there at the end. One of them was the Atlanta game, which they did. They spotted Atlanta 21-point lead. And
right.
But still, all 3 of those games very winnable. And then if you zoom out, they're 3-3. They're also 9-3 in their last 12. And when you see them play to their potential, they look like the best team in the NFL. I mean, you got to actually do it. But
yes.
All right, when we come back, since we got Zoe for one more segment, let's get back to the Cardinals and a question that's going to be a big one this offseason. How do you fix this defense? How much talent is already on this defense? What's the first step to making this defense a much better unit, much more successful next year? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
On the subject of passion, when did we see the most passion from Jonathan Gannon? It came at his lowest moment as the Arizona Cardinals head coach.
Yep.
When he confronted and made physical contact with Amari DiMercato. That was his low point.
Yep.
But that was really the only thing resembling sideline passion that we saw during a game, win or lose. When it's kept in check and when it's controlled, there's nothing wrong with coaching emotion. Now, there's been coaches that have been absolute maniacs. A lot of those at the college ranks. Most of them coached at U of A.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. You got to have shade. Of course you do, especially if you're living here in Arizona. Now, these shades are commercial grade. They're industrial strength, Basinonians, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Of course, you get to choose from manual or motorized, sealed track, or cable shades. All Pro Shade Concepts, they have them all, man. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. That's right. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024 and into 2025. And they have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. And you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. That's right. There's over 1,000 of them, if you can get that, man. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. You got to have shade.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive's accident response can detect and send help when you need it most after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say Happy Holidays on someone's birthday. When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you. We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's accident response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona sports.
Here we go, fellas!
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke.
A guy who epitomizes class, integrity, and is a true gentleman.
The Lowdown. Brought to you by Y-Refi.
All right, it's almost noon on a Thursday. It's Wolf and Luke. Lorenzo Alexander's here for one more segment of The Lowdown, and so we got to talk defense. I really thought this defense was going to be good this season. I didn't necessarily think the Cardinals were going to be, I think I had 8 or 9 wins. But I remember my preseason, my optimism really surrounded the defense. Now, I do think the defense was good the first 5 or 6 weeks. And then I don't know if the injuries piled up. I don't know if they were asked to do too much in the first month and a half and it caught up with them, or maybe they just weren't that good. I don't know. But what is your assessment of the defense in terms of how quickly can it be fixed? Or, like, how far are they from being good next year?
I don't know if they're that far off. I mean, in the NFL, it's all relative, right? And so even when you go back and look at the stats, and we used to always do this when I played, when you go back and look at the difference between what 1 through 5 did, 5 through 10, and then let's say the rest of the league, it was like yards. It wasn't like a big gap unless you had an outlier. It'd be like 3 or 4 yards difference on average, right? Their issue, I think, giving up too many big plays, the explosives, and then not turning the ball over enough, right, to maybe overcome some of those things. So it really came down to those 2 things, and then situational football, getting off on third down, red zone, the execution, too many maybe busted plays. And a lot of that is a stem of you have some young corners out there, injuries, you have guys missing on the front, right? You know, obviously Calais was balling early on, and I was really worried about how that was going to wane on an older player regardless, right? At some point, the season, because it's forever, it catches up and you slow down a little bit, but he still had glimpses. It just wasn't as dominant as those first 3 or 4 weeks. And I think that's because he had, guys are out. Walter Nolan's out. D-Rob is out. And so if they can get healthy there, also having Mac Wilson being out, that was a significant blow because they do some things. They did some things schematically where they had the safety, mainly Buda Baker, coming out from the middle of the field or wherever he comes from, playing in the box, but sometimes he'd be fitting in the interior gaps. And as a young linebacker in Cody Simon, I think sometimes he would even fit wrong. And he even talked about not really being comfortable in the defense. So some of us is just going to be natural growth that happens, understanding the scheme, and obviously going to be a different scheme next year, really understanding how you fit in that systematically. Where's my gap? What's my area? And then from there, learning, like, how are people attacking us in this new scheme that's going to allow them to be more dominant. I think they have enough talent, right? You want to get some more depth. So when guys do go out, you can have guys step in. But I don't think they're going to have to deal with 6, 7, 8 guys that are starters or significant players being out as much as they did next year as they did this year.
Just real quick on the Mac Wilson thing, too, because, anytime you talk about injuries, people are like, oh, it's just an excuse. And I get it. Okay. And Mac Wilson is one guy.
Yeah.
But the difference, so when Mac Wilson's last game was the Dallas game. Mm-hmm. So when he left, the Cardinals were 3-5, and all 5 of the losses were 1 score, basically last-second games. After he left, they went 0-9, and most of the games were blowouts. Yeah. So I'm just like, I know that's not all tied to Mac Wilson, but it's not a total coincidence.
But it's a big difference. I mean, in terms of fitting the run the right way, getting calls in, maybe you don't feel like you can do as much when you have younger players, because we saw, like, when Garrett Williams wasn't out there, we didn't blitz as much. So maybe they didn't feel like doing certain things when Mac wasn't in there. Also, it comes down to tackling. Mac Wilson's much better tackler than Cody was, and so some of those tackles that he was missing in space, Mac maybe makes, and you get off the field or have more advantageous third downs. So it's all the game within the game where players do make a difference. And so, yes, you have to overcome injuries, but sometimes you just don't have that guy that's ready to step in and do it, right? If you're down in your second or third option, the NFL is incremental. And, if you don't have your guys going and you don't have the system or culture, because most people point to the 49ers, that's a whole different monster as far as, systematically how they're built and what they do. And this Cardinals team isn't there yet, culture, where they can overcome a lot of those injuries to say that, okay, well, let's just have the next man stand up and step into this gap and let's not see any drop-off.
And Nick Rollis as well used a lot of complex schemes.
Yes, for sure.
That's something that I think, too, Mac Wilson Sr. was way more comfortable with.
Yeah, and it's a big jump from college ball to NFL ball and what you're asked to do. And I don't know his scheme, intimately, But to your point, it did seem complicated at times. And then how much did it make sense? How much did Cody Simon do that in college or any of the other linebackers? And how well was it communicated, taught, and so that I feel comfortable? Because it's one thing to know it on a sheet of paper. It's another thing to go out there and things are moving around and you're quite not sure you know, but you don't know. And so I think with that another year of growth just from having that experience. So Cody Simon, I think, grew up a lot this year. And so whoever comes in next year, I think he'll have a great platform of experience to utilize a lot of the things he learned this year to be better next year.
Well, so that's kind of what I was going to ask you. I mean, assuming it's obviously going to be a new head coach, I'm assuming new defensive coordinator and everything. That's just typically how this goes. All the coordinators switch. How challenging is that for a young guy like Darius Robinson, Walter Nolan, Will Johnson, Cody Simon, all these guys to navigate? I
would say it's easier for defensive linemen because typically you're playing over and under fronts. I'm in a 3, I'm in a 5, I'm being violent, right? Defensive line mentally is easy. It's the hardest physically because you got to constantly battle with 2 big grown men trying to knock you off the ball. I would say DB typically from coverage to cover 1 is cover 1, cover 2 is cover 2. There's nuances in it, and whether or not it fits to your skill set as being more of a zone or man corner. I would say the person that has the most is typically the linebacker safeties because they have a lot of communications, rotations that can be extremely different from scheme to scheme that have to really learn. And so, yes, it's going to be hard for him to take what he learned this year schematically and maybe apply it to the next because it could be completely different. What you have to do, and what I teach young players now, is you can speed up that learning curve by partnering with things that are similar, right? So I know cover 4, sometimes you can play match cover 4, which means that whoever becomes the final number 2 and number 3 receiver, that's who I have, or it turns into man, but I understand what it looks like as far as schematically and who becomes my responsibility. I may do it a little different, but who becomes my responsibility is the very same. And so if you can take the principles of what cover 3 is, cover 4, cover 2, and then apply it to the new defense or defensive coordinator, how he teaches it, can help you make that transition quicker.
I only got a minute here, but I want to ask you this question right now. If the Arizona Cardinals hire a defensive coach, a defensive-minded coach, do you think that those are better odds of Kyler Murray returning or worse odds of Kyler Murray if they go with a defensive guy?
I think the odds of him coming back should be 0 at this point. I would be shocked.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I don't know. I would be shocked.
I'm with you.
Just how it all went relationally, knowing who he is. I don't know if he could step back in and everybody, I think that ship is sailed. I think he needs to go find a new home and start over and build who he wants to be somewhere else. I think it's just a good, clean time to do it.
Yeah.
Find our new quarterback, our new head coach. Let's start over right now instead of keep rebooting and having some of the similar issues that I've seen, whether it was Cliff, JG, and different players throughout the time as far as what that relationship has looked like.
Yeah, it feels like if he somehow is still here to start next year, he's just going to be here for 15 years. I mean, this feels like this is the time for everybody.
Just the time.
So, always great to have you in here, man. Thank you so much.
For sure.
That's Lorenzo Alexander with the Lowdown each and every Thursday during football season. When we come back, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information, man. Whether you're in the market for a new or pre-owned Ford, Santan Ford, they have all sorts of deals going on right now for you. Yeah, I would encourage you to go to santanford.com or just jump in your vehicle and drive on over from the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. That's where you're going to find Santan Ford, whether you're in the market for an Expedition or a Ford F-150, a Mustang Escape, whatever model it is that you love, Santan Ford is going to give you a smoking deal on that. Why do I know that? Because I know Tim Hovick. Yeah, it's Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. I've known him for 20 years, and I can tell you, Basinonians, not only is this a man that is going to give you a great deal, but he's a guy that's going to talk your ear off when it comes to sports as well. Go to santanford.com for more information. I am Santan, Ford.
It's where every slam dunk dream and memory of your favorite game is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you, you. Yet as many athletes know, a brain or spine condition can change that. That's why Barrow pushes the boundaries of neuroscience medicine and what's possible. Consistently ranked among the best in the country, Barrow fights to help patients hold on to their dreams, memories, and themselves. Right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to our own John Gambadoro, Arizona State has landed Michigan quarterback Mikey Keene in the transfer portal. Keene starred at Chandler High School and has played at both UCF and Fresno State, but after not playing at Michigan last season, Keene entered the transfer portal and has landed with ASU. The Phoenix Suns made it look easy last night in Memphis. The Suns took down the Grizzlies 117-98, led by Dylan the Villain's 21 points. The Suns' defense has been on display all season long, and it was no different last night. Here is head coach Jordan Ott on the Suns' disruptive defense.
You want to disrupt for sure. There's different points and parts of the court where we really feel like we can be extremely disruptive. They do a good job moving it. They played really fast. But where there was points to really disrupt, we wanted to heat them up as best we could. Again, we know they're on the second night of back-to-back. They're without a lot of guys. We want to apply our pressure every night, but especially we felt that we could disrupt them. And then that really helps our offense.
The Suns will host the New York Knicks tomorrow night. And the Fiesta Bowl is tonight. Trinidad Chambliss and the Ole Miss Rebels take on Carson Beck and the Miami Hurricanes at State Farm Stadium. Kickoff for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620, or you can join in progress on 98.7 after Big Red Rage tonight. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. No trust, your estate could go through probate, which means the courts decide who gets your money. Schedule your full estate planning review at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Arizona sports. The local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's Thursday, it's noon. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch, and Jamal is here. Jamal, what is up?
What's going on, fellas? We have some football tonight, boys. You guys were talking about it a little bit ago. The semifinal of the college football playoff will be played in the Fiesta Bowl at State Farm Stadium tonight, which takes us to our Arizona Sports poll question presented by Sanderson Ford, which asks, who will win Fiesta and Peach Bowls to meet in college football playoff final? Ole Miss in Indiana, Ole Miss Oregon, Miami, Indiana, or Miami in Oregon?
Okay, I'm going to stick with my answer from last weekend, but I will say both teams that I'm picking have taken fairly significant hits this week in terms of Oregon's lost a couple players, and Ole Miss has lost a couple coaches. My pick coming into this week was Ole Miss, Oregon. I acknowledge I could be completely wrong now, but I just think Trinidad Chambliss, I give him the advantage even against that Miami defense. He's been playing against SEC defenses all season, so I think Miami's going to have to score to beat him. And then Oregon, I just think it's tough to beat that team twice in the same season. But I say this fully acknowledging that Indiana's been the best team all year, and Miami's defense is absurd.
Yeah, for me right now, I think it's going to be Indiana, Miami.
The exact opposite of what I said.
Yeah, that's exactly. I think it's going to be Indiana, just Kurt Signetti. My boy Kurt! What's going on, Kurt? You're going to come on, right, Coach? Yes, of course. At some point in time, we're hunting Kurt Signetti for you, Basinonians, just so you know that. And he better come on or he's going to be ripped on this show for the remainder that I'm actually here broadcasting. Okay, can I just say that? But Indiana University, to me, on both sides of the ball, they are buttoned up. What I love about IU, Basinonians, they do not beat themselves. They do not. They go out and they execute on both sides of the ball in all three phases. Because of that, I believe Indiana's going to win the whole thing, but I believe Miami's going to give them a run for their money.
I at least think tonight's game is going to be really close. I know Miami's favored by 3, and I would think this probably comes down to the final 2.
I do want to say one thing, too. Trinidad Chambliss is awesome to watch. I mean, I don't know if I'm ready to say, take him at number 3. I'm not. I don't know. I don't think I'm there yet. I don't think I am. Yet at the same time, he is awesome to watch.
Does it matter at all to you?
3 picks. 3 all season.
Facing SEC defenses all season. And he unseated Austin Simmons. I mean, Simmons is a pretty good quarterback, and Chambliss came in and took the job right away from him. And not like a shady transfer portal move. He actually did it on the field. Are you concerned, does it matter at all to you that they are going to be missing some coaches now because they're going to LSU right now heading into this game?
No. Once again, coaches are important. There's no doubt about that. Players win games, and that's what I love about Ole Miss. They're proving that right now, aren't they?
I think it's going to be Ole Miss and Indiana. I think those are the 2 best teams remaining in the playoffs.
All right, so none of us agreed at all.
No, I'm also a little biased. Miami beat Ohio State.
That's true.
Yeah, whatever in Miami. But leading the way is Miami, Indiana at 43%. And then next in line is my prediction at Ole Miss, Indiana at 34%. Then it's Miami, Oregon at 15%. And then it's Ole Miss, Oregon at 8%.
Put me in the 8%. There I am in the 8%. I think Oregon, small upset over Indiana, and I'm not picking against Trinidad Chambliss.
Hey, that's where you belong.
In the 8%. Fine. I'd rather be in the smaller group. Wolf can be a follower.
Luke. I just love kicking him in the cradle.
With his 44%. It's probably going to be right.
Atlanta Hawks guard Trae Young was traded last night to the Washington Wizards, which means, boys, NBA trade season has arrived. With the NBA trade deadline just about a month away, are there any trades you think the Suns should make or anybody around the NBA that you would like for the Suns to trade for?
I really...
0.
Yeah, I don't...
Zip.
I don't want to make moves.
Nada. Nothing. Why?
Here's a series of syllables for Wolf. You put them together.
Here's the acquisition. Jalen Green. There's your acquisition.
Preferably before the trade deadline.
That'd be nice.
That'd be nice. It would be, but once again, the chemistry on this team is so vital to their success. I believe that. The culture and the chemistry and how they're built is vital to the Phoenix Suns' success. You don't want to mess that up. You don't.
So this is what I would say. I definitely think like one or maybe even two smaller trades could be there for the Suns.
I think that's going to happen, yeah.
But and this is where the Jalen Green thing now is kind of, maybe there is a little bit of urgency here. I need to see what the Suns look like with Jalen Green so I know if I need to make those trades or not. I have been operating under the assumption of like, hey, take your time with Jalen. You don't want to bring him back and have him re-aggravate it, and then here we are again. There's still 40-plus games left. I just don't want to be bringing him back 2 weeks before the end of the season and trying to put him in while you're getting ready for the playoffs. But if I'm Brian Gregory and Jordan Ott, I would like to see what this team looks like with Jalen Green for a couple weeks before the deadline so I know if I actually should be making any trades.
No, that would be beautiful. But again, like a Nick Richards trade. Okay, yeah, I see that happening. I do. But it's not going to be an earth-shattering situation to the Phoenix Suns. Small moves, I can totally see them making small moves.
But
Brian Gregory.
Don't you think you need to see what it looks like with Green before you can even make a small move? With confidence?
I mean, again, Nick Richards?
Okay, maybe that one. I want to see what the team looks like.
Some
with
other
Jalen
moves, I'm not talking about. Grayson Allen is not a small move. Jordan Goodwin, to me, would not be a small move.
I think Nick Richards will get dealt, and I think I don't want it to happen, but I think either Grayson Allen or Royce O'Neal might get dealt.
Wow. For me, again, Royce. Would you say Royce O'Neal? I don't see him getting dealt.
What's tough, though?
I don't.
I could definitely see two guys getting moved, and this is where you got to trust that Brian Gregory, who's been an NBA GM for a couple months, has a real good grasp on his team. Because if we're just impartial and we look at the Suns, it's like, hey, this is all being held up. How is it all being held up? How are they this good? Like, do you really want to pull any piece out of this puzzle? You want to pull Royce O'Neal out of this puzzle? What if that's the glue that's holding it all together?
I'm just saying, Royce O'Neal, does he try on the defensive end of the floor? Yes.
Absolutely.
It's important to Royce O'Neal. Can he shoot the three? Last night, 4-9. And you know what I love about Royce O'Neal? The catch and shoot quickness. Boom! Boom! Yeah. It's good. Did you see Grayson Allen last night, too?
Grayson Allen
same
looked
thing.
like he was
my
full
goodness,
speed.
he barely got it. It was gone.
The no dip.
He made it. Listen, the chemistry and the culture of this team is its strength. Why would you mess with that? Why?
All right, we're running a little late, but I wanted to get you guys' opinion on this. So last night I saw this. Richard Jefferson went on his road tripping podcast and had some interesting things to say about what the most important position is in sports.
They keep saying that a quarterback is the most important position in sports. I think that is false. The best player on a basketball team is the most important because he plays offense and he plays defense. You can have the best player, the most important position in all sports, only plays half of the time. I'm sorry, that's a narrative that needs to end. And we'll end it with this. The best player in all of American sports is Shohei Ohtani because he is dominant on offense and he is dominant on defense. You know who else that sounds like? It sounds like a Giannis. You know what that sounds like? That sounds like a Bron. The quarterback, sadly, in my opinion, has lowered his importance. Now, we can keep pushing the narrative. We can keep pushing. It's the most important position in American sports. How? He plays half the game. Half the game. So if you're telling me that player is more important than a Giannis, that's defensive player of the year and offensive, how? Show me the metric. Well, you can't win a Super Bowl with... So?
I've been in the belief that the quarterback is the most important position, both on and off the field, the pressure that the quarterback has to be successful. I don't necessarily agree with this, but I had to get you guys' opinion on this.
I get what he's saying, and I like that. for the most part, I like a lot of Richard Jefferson's takes, but the problem with what he's saying, I can quickly poke a hole in it. If you're going to say that for basketball, you could then say it for hockey, too. I mean, it's the same thing. It's absolutely the same thing. And I don't believe that there's any position in hockey that is more valuable than a good quarterback. So I think it's too easy to poke a hole in that.
Yeah, let me just tell you, what is the most difficult position to play in all of professional sports? Seriously. Where you've got to have the body, the soul, and the spirit all aligned. Mentally, physically, spiritually, all aligned. Quarterback, by far and away, the responsibility. And by the way, you're not going to have a good team and never will have a good team without a quarterback. You won't.
I'm looking at the playoff bracket even this year when we're all talking about how wide open it is. Oh man, this is different. This is the year that Mahomes isn't in there, and the Bengals never seem to be in there. But like Baltimore's not in there, and you're looking up and down. None of these teams have a bad quarterback. The only one you could maybe say is Carolina with Bryce Young, and Carolina probably shouldn't even be in there. They're only in there because of their division.
Right.
So they didn't have a winning record. Sam Darnold needs to prove it. But, I mean, everybody else is a good, at least above average quarterback. To your point, Wolf, you can't have any success. Now, I hear what Richard Jefferson's saying. If you don't have any good players, you're not going to make success in basketball. But you can say that about any team in any sport.
Yes. Look, just say this. My sport matters.
That's what
it matters, like. Please. Just say that, okay? Respect my sport, please. Really? Just... Dude.
All right, that was Wolf and Diner Lunch. When we come back, we're going to stick with basketball and the Suns and the idea they may or may not need to make a move, and the very significant move that happened in the NBA last night, and maybe more that could be coming. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We had Jonathan Gannon on every week. I think he was adamant that he was going to come back, but here's the reality. The guy was 3-13 against the West. He was 15-36 overall. He's got one of the worst winning percentages of any head coach, and the firing was justified. If you're Monty Ossenfort or Michael Bidwell, it was justified. It would have been very, very hard to bring him back as the head coach of your football team. Fan base, team, everybody all together. I think people would have thought that the organization didn't care enough if they would have brought Jonathan. I think that's what they would have thought.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER. Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit Vital4Men.com. That's Vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO. Well, Happy New Year, Roller. It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Now the script's about to kick off. This party looks whack. Let's take it back to straight hip-hop and start it from scratch.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday. Will the Cardinals be any closer to hiring a head coach? Will any of these teams be closer to hiring a head coach? That and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. All right, quick shout out to Glendale.
Slim Shady?
It is.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Slim Shady, not from Glendale. Quick shout out to Glendale.
Slim Shady, as Luke said, not from Glendale. What up, Glendale?
We'll make sure we get that Glendale shout out in there, Wolf. Pretty significant trade in the NBA last night. Trae Young going from Atlanta to the Washington Wizards. Jamal brought this up in Wolf and Down Your Lunch. The trade deadline is not that far away, about a month away. That's a guy that, a couple years ago, nobody's untradeable, obviously, in the NBA. Once Dallas gave Luka to the Lakers out of nowhere for no reason, anybody became tradable. But that's Trae Young's a guy a couple years ago. You would have been like, wow, they would never trade him.
Yeah, so talented, right, Basin? Oh, my goodness. Is Trae Young talented? He's talented, freaky talented, like KD was freaky talented as well. It's almost like the Atlanta Hawks desire to be aligned with their culture. It does. It's like they wish to be the Phoenix Suns of the East.
They beat the Suns this year, those jerks.
It seems like, they're going to go ahead and they're going to build around their young talent right now. And you better play defense. That is their culture that is taking over. It's very difficult to do that when your best player, the best player on your team, isn't that good on the defensive end of the floor.
Yeah.
Do you understand the conundrum that you find yourself in, the difficulty that you find yourself in? It's very similar to what the Suns were in.
It's a significant trade, obviously, and Trae Young has only played in 10 games this season, so his impact on Atlanta hasn't been there as much as it would be in years past. But this is a guy a couple years ago that was considered a franchise player and the face of their team, and he just turned 27 a few months ago. So, this is a guy from that 2018 class, like I said earlier, with DeAndre Ayton, but also with Luka and SGA and all these other guys, and he was a top 5 pick. He's essentially, if you really want to get technical, who Atlanta chose over Luka because of the trade and everything. And he goes to Washington for C.J. McCollum and Corey Kispert, who are both good players, but at this point in McCollum's career, you don't look at him as like the future of your franchise,
right.
and Kispert's not that guy either.
Yeah, no, it just, again, it's a shift towards being a much better defensive team. That's one of the reasons why, at least some of the stories that I'm reading now, so one of the reasons why they moved on. Listen, talent alone does not win or make you great. Talent alone does not win or make you great. Talent and toughness make you win and make you great. And if you don't believe that, just look at OKC and tell me what you see there. for me, and I know they've hit a rough patch. I know they have. But OKC is the pinnacle of what I believe, and that is talent and toughness. When you have a team sport, and it's a physical team sport, and I don't care what you say, it's not football, it's not hockey, I understand that, yet at the same time, playing in the NBA is still a physical, athletic proposition. And watching them play, you better have toughness, man. You better have talent and toughness, and OKC is exactly what I'm talking about. You're not going to get into the lineup in OKC if you're not going to bring that effort and intensity on the defensive end of the floor. You're not.
The other part of this that I think we all have to look at from a Suns perspective, because we were just talking during Wolf and Down Your Lunch, do you see the Suns making a big trade now? I mean, what's a big trade look like for the Suns? A big trade for the Suns would be trading Dillon Brooks. That's about where I guess they could trade Jalen Green. I bet those are the only big trades you can make. What you need is Jalen Green to evolve into a star player, because you're not going to be able to draft one really for a while. And they're very clearly not going to trade Dillon Brooks. So they're not going to make a big trade. But where you have to look at this from the Suns' perspective is, what do the teams around them in the Western Conference do? So Trae Young is traded. He stayed in the East. Okay. Giannis' name has been out there just hanging over this entire season. Where's Giannis going to go? I know he came out yesterday and said, look, I'm never going to demand a trade from the Bucks. That doesn't mean he's not going to get traded from the Bucks. It just means he's not going to demand a trade from the Bucks, who tried to go all in for him and brought in Dame. And, Dame obviously has been hurt. Milwaukee's not even in the play-in in the Eastern Conference right now. They're 16-21. You got to think there's a pretty good chance Giannis at least gets close to getting traded. And that's what you have to watch. Not, are the Suns going to trade for him? Is somebody in the West going to trade for him? Because that will shift things considerably.
Yeah, it will. Giannis to me is the sole
reason the Suns don't have a title.
No.
Oh, well, he also is.
Well, thank you. Yeah, you're right about that. He is Exhibit A in regard to what is happening in the NBA. And to me, what is happening in the NBA is, you better have talent and you better have toughness. I keep talking about this. But would you say Giannis is talented? Yes.
Yeah, Richard Jefferson would say he's the most important player in sports.
Would you say that he's tough as well?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, there's no doubt about that. This is what I think is taking over the association, especially when you look at OKC, who are the world champions, I might add, right now. And you watch them play and how they play. Guess what? The NFL is a copycat league. Anyone who goes out and does well and wins, man, they break it down in the offseason. General managers, head coaches, coaching staffs, they break it down and they look exactly, why was this team as good as they were? Why? The NFL is a copycat league. You know what? The NBA is as well. Right now, you've got the pinnacle of OKC and how they play the game of basketball. And to me, there's a massive gap between OKC and team number 2.
Well, I think to build on that, Wolf, I think before, now it's not a team that's forgotten, but they are missing their best player. Before OKC, there was Boston. Boston had your guy who was good on both ends, and then you built around him. You put the Jaylen Browns, you put the Derek Whites around him, and guys who are all physical and can shoot the three. And so teams like that are the teams that are the NBA is moving towards.
Yes, I just kind of feel like this is taking over in regard to having very talented players that are also tough. I don't think SGA gets enough credit for how he plays. I think he's an intense guy, and I think he plays hard on both ends. I'm not saying he's locked down, yet at the same time, when you find guys like this that are super talented, that are willing to go on the defensive end of the floor and not be a liability, I think that's what the association is looking for at this point in time.
Well, if you're talking
because it's possible to put a team together like that. And by the way, what does that look like when you do it? I think the Atlanta Hawks are searching just the way the Phoenix Suns were searching.
If you're talking about it being a copycat league, Giannis and SGA are the two players everybody's trying to copy, because you can't really copy Giannis because he's the Greek freak for a reason. There isn't a whole lot of players like, Wembanyama, you'd be trying to copy him. Well, good luck. There's one player in the world built like that. SGA is probably more the one you would try to copy because it's not like he's 7'6" and hitting threes and doing all this. If you look at SGA, you're like, okay, this guy's an athlete. He's probably a basketball player. You don't realize until you see him play necessarily, not just by his build, that he's the best player in the world on any given night. So that's probably the guy you're trying to copy the most, but you can't copy Oklahoma City because they have 5 picks in the first round every year.
Oh, my goodness.
It's just impossible. They have picks in the lottery this year.
Once again, I'm going to bring Lou Dort. Lou Dort.
Come home, son. To steal a line from Wolf.
That would
Come
be.
back.
Can you imagine? Would he fit on the Phoenix Suns?
Oh, he was at the ASU game the other day.
Oh, my. Like a glove. He would fit. That kind of mentality and that kind of talent. Again, this is what I think the NBA is looking for, a new direction as to how you build a team and the way that you build a team. And when you can do it like the Phoenix Suns are doing it, I think that's going to have an impact on the rest of the association.
All right, we come back into the coaching conversation for the Cardinals, but we're going to do this a little bit differently. We're going to go through the list of names who have actually been attached to the Cardinals so far. So, yeah, we all want John Harbaugh. Yeah, I would be interested in Kevin Stefanski. They haven't actually been attached to the Cardinals at all in any reports or rumors yet. So we'll do a quick power poll next of the guys who actually have been connected to the Cardinals so far. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Gigi Jackson dribbles out the final second, and the Suns win 117-98. The final score here at FedEx Forum in Memphis. They end a 6-game skid in the series against the Grizzlies, and they get back to a season-high tying 7 games over 500.
More on this nice Suns road win in Memphis heading your way on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Today at Berg Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
1-877-CARS for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2-REPAIR. repair. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to our own John Gambadoro, Arizona State has landed Michigan quarterback Mikey Keene in the transfer portal. Keene starred at Chandler High School and has played at both UCF and Fresno State, but after not playing at Michigan last season, Keene entered the transfer portal and has landed with ASU. The Phoenix Suns made it look easy last night in Memphis. The Suns took down the Grizzlies 117-98, led by Dylan the Villain's 21 points. The Suns' defense has been on display all season long, and it was no different last night. Here is head coach Jordan Ott on the Suns' disruptive defense.
You want to disrupt for sure. There's different points and parts of the court where we really feel like we can be extremely disruptive. They do a good job moving it. They play really fast. But where there was points to really disrupt, we wanted to heat them up as best we could. Again, we know they're on the second night of back-to-back. They're without a lot of guys. We want to apply our pressure every night, but especially we felt that we could disrupt them. And then that really helps our offense.
The Suns will host the New York Knicks tomorrow night. And the Fiesta Bowl is tonight. Trinidad Chambliss and the Ole Miss Rebels take on Carson Beck and the Miami Hurricanes at State Farm Stadium. Kickoff for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620 or join in progress on 98.7 after the Big Red Rage. And that is what's trending now.
Promptu. Oh, you're so clever. Power poll.
All right, here's how we're going to do this. We're setting aside John Harbaugh, Kevin Stefanski. We're going to do a power poll here right now, Wolf, just of the names who have actively been linked to the Arizona Cardinals.
Okay.
I don't mean like in an article. I mean like names that they are reportedly going to interview, okay?
Yes, okay. I like that.
So, and we
Top
have
5.
Yeah. And in order. And we have a tracker right now up on ArizonaSports.com that goes through them. Like, I'm really interested in Brian Flores, but they have not actually been linked to him. I wonder, I mean, Mike McDaniel's out there now. Does that move the needle for anybody? But they haven't been linked to him. So here, let me give the 7 names they've been linked to, and then we'll put them in order, okay?
Yes.
They have been linked to Vance Joseph, who, by the way, just conducted an interview with the Ravens. The Ravens just posted that. Raheem Morris, Matt Nagy, Thomas Brown, Clint Kubiak, Robert Saleh, and Anthony Weaver.
Okay.
Those are the 7 names. Doesn't mean the Cardinals haven't talked to anybody else right now, but those are the 7 that they have, through various reports, been linked to, that they've requested an interview with, okay?
Okay.
All right, so here we go. Let's start at number 5.
Number 5.
All right, number 5. I got to be honest, as I go through this list, I'm not super excited about some of these.
Yes.
Number 5, I have Matt Nagy, and I can hear Bears fans losing their mind right now. But I'm trying to stay consistent with what I've been saying. Only 4 of the names out of these 7 have been an NFL head coach before. So I'm leaving a couple just coordinators off my list. So I have Nagy on there, but I would have to be sold on that one. So I have him, yes, in the top 5, but it's only top 5 of these 7. Like I said, if you could tell me Brian Flores was interviewing or any number of these other names that are kind of tossed around, I would take them over him. But I guess I have Nagy at number 5.
Okay, Basinonians, let me think about this right now. I would have to say...
You want the number again?
Yeah, give me the number so I can stall a little bit.
Number 5.
Wow. That was louder that time.
I actually had Matt Nagy at number 5, but just listening to Luke, it made me think, why in the world would you do that?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to go with Anthony Weaver.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, the Miami Dolphins coordinator who just interviewed with the Baltimore Ravens as well, or at least has agreed to an interview, I should say, with the Baltimore Ravens. I think Anthony Weaver, offensive coordinator, of course, I think that is a guy that I would put in front of Matt Nagy.
The only reason, and I looked at Weaver, the only reason I don't have him ahead of him is because you're talking about a defensive coordinator who's unproven as a head coach.
I said offensive coordinator. I meant defensive coordinator.
So if I'm like the Raiders or if I'm some of these other teams, yeah, I would absolutely have Weaver ahead of Matt Nagy. For the Cardinals, I just want somebody who's established. But again, don't get this confused like I want Matt Nagy to be the next coach. All right, on to number 4.
Number 4.
Number 4, again, this is specific to the Cardinals because I do think this guy has good head coach upside. I could see him landing in Baltimore. It's Vance Joseph. I just think it would be weird if the Cardinals brought him back. I think the pressure on him to win right away because he's already been here in a different capacity. So I have him at 4, but if this were just for any team, I think I'd have him higher.
You know, this is going to be very interesting because I also have Vance Joseph at number 4 based on Ian's. This is a guy I've got a great deal of regard for and respect. I would be fine if, in fact, the Arizona Cardinals hired Vance Joseph. Defensive mind. It's not a surprise that the Baltimore Ravens are interested as well. Not a surprise to me whatsoever. Vance Joseph is definitely number 4.
All right, on to number 3.
Number 3.
Number 3 is the only coordinator I have on this list, but I had to have one because we only have 7 names to work with. All right, number 3, I have Clint Kubiak for a couple reasons. This is the one coordinator who's been officially linked to the Cardinals that I have some interest in. Look at what he's done with Seattle's offense. Yes, I know he has Jackson Smith and Jigba. I understand it helps. But for the most part, other than that, it's kind of a no-name offense in Seattle. He's made Sam Darnold successful. I know Darnold was successful last year in the regular season with Minnesota. And you'd also be taking a key piece away from the Seahawks. I can't discount that. So I don't want a coordinator who's unproven at the head coach level. But if you told me that's what the Cardinals were going to do, Clint Kubiak would be at the top of my list right now.
Okay, that's good. Give me number 3. Give me the number.
Number 3.
Okay, babe, so that means I'm going to go with Robert Saleh as number 3. Obviously a defensive-minded guy. Robert Saleh, the defensive coordinator for the 49ers. Got head coaching experience. He's got the mentality that I absolutely love. I don't know exactly his demeanor for the most part inside the locker room. Haven't heard an awful lot about him in regard to that, but I do like the fact that he is a very strong-minded, old-school guy, and because of that, Robert Saleh would be number 3 for me.
All right, Saleh's number 3 for you. On to number 2.
Number 2.
All right, number 2, and I have questions about all these guys, honestly. But again, this is a guy who has been a head coach before. He's at least established that he can handle the highs and lows of being a head coach. I have Raheem Morris there. Now, again, I'm going off this list that we have to work with. Don't freak out and be like, you'd rather have Raheem Morris than John Harbaugh. No, I wouldn't, but I'm going off the 7 names that the Cardinals have been reported to actually be requesting interviews for so far. Raheem Morris, he's been a head coach for essentially 6 years. I mean, he had that 1 year kind of in Atlanta during COVID. So he's been a head coach for 93 NFL games. Atlanta did seem to be turning a corner in the second half of the season. His players seemed a little surprised he got let go. Now, I know they missed the playoffs because they lost a game to the Jets earlier in the year, or a game to the Dolphins. It was not an amazing job. But he's at least intriguing because he brings something defensively, and he's been a head coach.
Is this number 2? Yes.
This is number 2. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going Raheem Morris as well. I love the fact he's a defensive mind. I love the fact he has head coaching experience. I think he got hosed on the quarterback position this year. I think that impacted an awful lot. But, man, I remember him, and he was the defensive coordinator with the 49ers. Raheem Morris is an excellent coach. He's number 2.
All right, on to number 1.
Number 1. Numero uno.
Unbelievable.
All right, I know a couple Jets fans that are going to laugh when they hear this, but of these names, I have Robert Saleh, number 1. Now, his career coaching record as a head coach is very similar to Jonathan Gannon's. Gannon's 15-36, Saleh's 20-36. I give him the benefit of the doubt that the Jets were a mess. And that's the best I can say. Now, he's never been better than 7-10. He would not be my first choice of everybody out there.
Yeah.
But of these 7 names, I would have Saleh first.
For me, give me number 1.
All right, here's number 1.
Number 1. Numero uno.
Unbelievable. I'm going offensive coordinator for the Seattle Seahawks, Clint Kubiak, right now. And the reason being, once again, is I believe that although he doesn't have head coaching experience, he comes from a family that is generational in terms of the NFL. This is a guy that understands the game of football. I love his mentality. And the Seattle Seahawks actually have a fullback. So because of that, I'm going to say that Clint Kubiak is going to be my offensive coordinator. And by the way, you're going to go get a quarterback, right? You're going to bring in a young guy. I like Clint Kubiak in regard to mentoring that young.
The other reason Kubiak is interesting, I mean, certainly you get to take something that is valuable to Seattle. If you were going to go the reclamation project path with a quarterback, if you were like, hey, Malik Willis is our guy, or Mac Jones or whatever, he has already shown success with that with Sam Darnold in Seattle. I think of all these names, if it was for any team, he would be first on my list.
That was not one of the reasons why I put him at number 1, just so you know.
Yeah, but still, I think it's worth it. All right, when we come back, go around the NFL. You heard Jim Harbaugh's reaction to his brother's firing earlier. How about Jerry Jones? Hey, Jerry Jones is speaking. We're going to play the audio. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The Cardinals should hire John Harbaugh tonight.
I tweeted him back. You think they're going to pay him $20 million a year? If they ever did that, it would completely change the perception of the organization. Michael Bidwell, the ownership, and the whole organization. If they said, you know what? I've always said, how committed are you to winning? It's a question, right? That would be a screw you, Gambo. We're all in. If we... and everybody else that believes that the Cardinals aren't committed to winning. Like Michael could sit there all day long. They've been in Arizona since the 80s. They've had 6 winning seasons.
Mm-hmm. Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? Well, that's the way to do it, and it's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You buy your new home now, then you sell the old one later. That way, you don't risk missing out on the new home that you just found. So here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy, move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You don't have to do any extra showings. You don't have to wait around on other people. You don't have to bend your schedule around the schedules of a bunch of strangers. I have done that. You maybe have done that, and if you have, like me, you don't want to do it again. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home, so you attract the right buyers. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town with smart tools and products to help you attract those buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home right now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home. That's important here with Orchard. And if you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's quick. It's easy. That's Orchard.com.
Great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is nice. Because you can just keep doing you. So keep on using that broken phone charger because it occasionally works. Keep quoting something you heard on a podcast as your own. Keep ignoring your sister's texts while you drive and after. And when baggage claim says, have a great trip, keep on saying, you too. And keep driving safely. And you could save with Snapshot from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Finding the right time to have your teenager's wisdom teeth removed can be challenging. Trust me, I know. My son's school and baseball schedule is always full, so we're doing what most parents do, and that is booking the extraction of his wisdom teeth during the school holiday winter break. And we're going with ProSmile. ProSmile has oral surgeons on site with state-of-the-art facilities, and they can get your child in and out and feeling great before they head back to school for the new year. So if your son or daughter needs their wisdom teeth out, you can rest assured they're in the best hands at ProSmile. And no need to dread it. They'll handle them with kid gloves, and don't let costs hold you back either. ProSmile takes most insurance plans and offers great finance options as well. You can even ask ProSmile about their wisdom teeth package deals. So make your appointment today before spots fill up. With locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620 for all the information. Hey, you might even see me there in the waiting room. And no, my kid is not allowed to put his wisdom teeth under the pillow expecting cash the next morning. Not happening.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us for a Football Friday playoff edition as we get you primed up for a huge weekend in the NFL. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Let's go around the NFL here very quickly. Play this cut from Jerry Jones. Well, just because...
Jerry.
I feel like we have a whole section of our audio vault here at the station that's just Jerry Jones quotes. So here's Jerry, of course, owns the Cowboys, who are nowhere near the playoffs this year.
My goal in life is to retire as the owner that won the most Super Bowls. That's my goal. To be retired in the NFL as the owner that won the most Super Bowls. We've got 3. How many more do I have to go as a single owner? Bob's got how many? 6? So I've got
work to do.
Got work to do. I got work to do, but at least I'm up to the second rung in the ladder.
Yeah.
Don't dismiss any possibility. It's unlikely.
Yeah. Boy, it's... Okay, it's kind of hard right here. It really is.
I'd love to hear from a Cowboys fan on this. Go ahead.
I just, my goal in life is to love God and love people, basically. That is my goal in life. I don't know, when I think of this in Jerry, I'm sure he's talking specifically about football. I'm sure that's what he's...
I don't know.
I'm sure he's he's got to have other goals, right? I mean, there are other things that there's bigger fish to fry than winning Super Bowl trophies, right? I mean, I think we all would say that.
I would agree with you. I don't know Jerry Jones. I would hope this isn't his only goal because he's not going to attain it. I mean, he mentioned Robert Kraft. Robert Kraft's closer to winning a 7th one than Jerry is to winning a 4th one.
I think Jerry's just talking about the game of football, period. And I'm going to give him credit in regard to that. But, man, it's, 3 more you got to win, Jerry. And that means 4. Yeah. If you want to retire with the most Super Bowls, you got to win 4 more.
When's the last time the Cowboys won the Super Bowl?
Man.
We're going back like 30 years, aren't we?
Been a while, bro.
Yeah. All right, let's get back into these playoffs. So we're going to do tomorrow what we've done a version of this last few years. We're going to draft teams for the playoffs. So it'll be me, you, Jamal.
Yeah, I like that.
What do you think, guys? Should we bring in somebody to do the 4th? Like, we can each have 3 teams and then just give Rick the 2 leftover teams since he took like a 2-month vacation right before the playoffs. Or we can bring somebody like Aaron or Lauren or somebody in to draft a 4th team. Either way, Rick's getting the 2 leftover teams. So, Rick, you get Carolina, just to tell you that right now if you're listening.
I think we should do that.
So should we bring a 4th person in?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I'm asking. We'll work this out on the air. Okay. Who's the 4th person going to be?
Rick gets Carolina and, Jackson. Jacksonville's good.
Yeah, Jacksonville's too good for Rick. He doesn't
Let's think about that. Let's think about who the 4th person should be.
So you, me, and Jamal will draft tomorrow. We're each going to end up with 3 teams. The 4th person will draft with us.
Yeah.
We need to bring in, Kurt Warner to draft with us or something.
Hey, Graybeard, go ahead and at me, if you will, right now, if you're listening. Would you do that? Would you come in as the fourth?
And then Rick gets the 2 leftover teams. That's the best part of this.
Okay, can I just say this right now? The game, the best game of the weekend coming up for me is definitely the Packers and the Bears. I was talking about this earlier. I think this is going to be hyper physical. It's going to be a grudge game. Grudge. This is not just about going out and playing a game against a division rival. This is going out and playing a playoff game against your division rival. Can you imagine the intensity level? Can you imagine what this is going to look like on the line of scrimmage? I will tell you right now, the best game of the weekend, Packers at Bears, the third time they're going to play each other. And it brings back so many memories of just playing against your division foe twice a year. And Basinonians, can I just tell you, back when I was playing too as well, oh my goodness, did the NFC East have some Super Bowl teams and Super Bowl winning teams. I'm talking about the New York Giants, LT. Hello. Talking about the Washington Redskins at the time, okay. Commanders. Talking about them. Oh my goodness, Joe Gibbs. Oh, look, everybody. Here comes Buddy Ryan and the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, it was a brutal division. And yet, man, I look at Packers and Bears, and I think of 3 games that they're going to play. This is going to be a grudge game, if ever there was this weekend. Because of that, I can't wait to watch it.
So they have played, this will be, today's January 8th. So they're going to play on the 10th, 11th. They're going to play. So it's going to be a little over a month. But they played December 7th, and they played December 20th.
You said this earlier. This blows my mind.
And you mentioned earlier, so they're going to play January 10th. So, you're basically talking 3 times in, 5-6 weeks right there?
Stop.
But you mentioned earlier, like, hey, what if there was a dirty play or whatever? Well, that Keyshawn Nixon hit on DJ Moore, I think certainly the Bears feel like it was a dirty hit, and that was just 2 weeks ago. It wasn't the only physical play in that game. I know the Bears and Packers have played football against each other forever, and a lot of people consider it the greatest rivalry just because they've met so many times. I find it hard to believe they've ever played 3 games in the span of 5 or 6 weeks, with the third one being a playoff game.
Yes. You think about this. On December 7th, 28-21, the Green Bay Packers won that game. 28-21. It was a hotly contested game. And then, of course, when you go to December 20th, the Chicago Bears won that game 22-16 in overtime.
Yeah, Caleb Williams had to play out of his mind in the final 2 minutes.
So once again, think about that, how brutal that is. Now, here we go with the rubber match of this game. This is what football is all about, especially when you're talking about, I'm just going to say this, especially when you're talking about Soldier Field, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, so I'm trying, that's 3 meetings basically in 5 calendar weeks, really. You had a couple games. You go, the Packers played the Bears, then the Broncos.
Bears.
But that's Bears. That's, they poke Bears. Do we have that sounder?
Oh, no. Don't.
So what is that, 1, 2? As far as actual calendar weeks, you're basically going 5 calendar weeks and 3 games against the Bears mixed in there. I want to throw this other game out that we really haven't talked about much, Wolf, because
Bears.
There it is. We've talked about Rams-Panthers a little bit because the Rams are the road team and they're the biggest favorite of the weekend. We've talked about Bills-Jaguars because I think in terms of entertainment value, that might end up being the best game of the weekend. Steelers-Texans is such an unknown. That's crazy on Monday Night Football. Chargers-Patriots, that feels like a game the Patriots should win, but you never know with the Chargers. What about Niners-Eagles? That's the game that we really haven't talked about at all this week.
Yeah, it's interesting because that is going to be what I think is a very physical game. I was thinking about this earlier, Basinonians. I was thinking about the fact that the Los Angeles Chargers and the New England Patriots game, if you look at how these teams have competed all season long, I think that might be the most physical game. Now, again, it doesn't make it the best game, doesn't make it the worst game, doesn't make it the most talented game, yet at the same time, I think that could be the most physical game of this weekend. The Chargers and the Patriots. I know that Mike Vrabel is a guy, all he does is talk about the physicality. I top 10 in terms of rushing yards per game, top 10 in terms of rushing yards per game allowed and rushing yards per game per your team. So, I mean, it's a situation where they're built on the line of scrimmage, both these teams.
When we come back, Dylan Brooks attempted 10 three-pointers in the first half last night. And it's working for him, but is he going to have that much freedom to shoot whenever Jalen Green comes back? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. Dump to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas and Matt Taxus. They're one part of retirement that most people never get ahead of.
That's true, and no one also plans for them. So once you start taking income from your accounts, taxes can impact everything. If you don't plan it right, you're going to pay Uncle Sam more than you should.
But you help people take control of that.
Absolutely. We look at all of your accounts, IRAs, 401ks, Social Security, all of these taxes to build a strategy designed to reduce all these unnecessary costs over time.
And the difference adds up?
It absolutely does. And smart tax planning can save you thousands of dollars over your retirement years.
And listeners can start that process today.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary tax review.
Hey, if you want to keep more of what you've earned, make the call.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
This is the one the world waits for. Be part of the excitement at Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions. January 17th through 25th at Westworld. There's entertainment for the whole family. Save with advanced tickets today at barrett-jackson.com.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to our own John Gambadoro, Arizona State has landed Michigan quarterback Mikey Keene in the transfer portal. Keene starred at Chandler High School and has played at both UCF and Fresno State, but after not playing at Michigan last season, Keene entered the transfer portal and has landed with ASU. The Phoenix Suns made it look easy last night in Memphis. The Suns took down the Grizzlies 117-98, led by Dylan the Villain Portland's 21 points. The Suns' defense has been on display all season long, and it was no different last night. Here's head coach Jordan Ott on the Suns' disruptive defense.
You want to disrupt for sure. There's different points and parts of the court where we really feel like we can be extremely disruptive. They do a good job moving it. They play really fast. But where there was points to really disrupt, we wanted to heat them up as best we could. Again, we know they're in the second night of back-to-back. They're without a lot of guys. We want to apply our pressure every night, but especially we felt that we could disrupt them. And then that really helps our offense.
The Suns will host the New York Knicks tomorrow night. And the Fiesta Bowl is tonight. Trinidad Chambliss and the Ole Miss Rebels take on Carson Beck and the Miami Hurricanes at State Farm Stadium. Kickoff for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620 or join in progress on 98.7 after the Big Red Rage. And that is what's trending now.
You've got this new head filled up with smoke. I got my veins all tangled close.
Hey, it's Gambo. Who are some of the players the Cardinals could be keeping an eye on in today's Fiesta Bowl? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Look at that. You got Brock Osweiler out there at State Farm Stadium right now. See on that TV over there? They're doing the pregame.
No, I missed that. What up, Brock?
There he is there on the far right. We are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios right now, and we're going to get to the Fiesta Bowl actually next segment. So if you are a Hurricanes or Rebels fan driving around right now, stick around. But until then, you're going to hear about Dillon Brooks, who is having a career year. And in fact, he was asked about that after the win over the Grizzlies last night.
Three things. First thing, I worked all tirelessly in the summer. The second thing is coach believed in me to put the ball in my hands and make plays. And the third thing is GM trusted me to make plays as well. So those are the three things.
Those were his reasons for his career year so far. I'm guessing when that question was asked, they didn't expect him to have a PowerPoint with three things ready to go, but he did.
Yeah. Can I just say this, Base Audience? That every time he shoots the ball, I don't think it's going in. Yeah, I mean, just this this laser beam. I don't think it's going in. And it goes in.
Well, you know what? He thinks it's going in every time, so you guys even each other out. You never think it's going in, and he's firing up 10 threes in the first half last night.
He did. He came out swinging, metaphorically speaking, and he did not get ejected from the game, as I thought
was right.
that he could. Yeah, you were right, Luke. That's right. Pat yourself on the back. You were right. I was wrong. And that's okay. I'm wrong every day of my life, brothers. But, he came out, he scored 18 points in the first half, 4 of 10 from 3, but he chucked up 10 threes. Yeah. Which is, if he chucked up 10 in a game, I could understand that. He was 4 of 10 from 3 at the half. He had 18 points, as a matter of fact. 15 minutes on the floor, he had 18 points. He finished with 21, but, man, Dillon Brooks came out and set the tone.
10 three-point attempts in the first half. The only other player in the game who even attempted 10 for the entire game was Grayson Allen. I mean, This is a guy, Dillon Brooks, you go back like a couple years. His first year in Houston, he averaged 5 three-point attempts a game. You go back a couple more years with Memphis, he was averaging 4.7 attempts a game. His first year, he averaged 3. His second year, he averaged about 2.5. Last night, he fired up 10 in the first half.
Think about this, though. The Phoenix Suns took 56 threes. 56 threes. Going into last night's game, the Suns averaged 39 threes per game. 39 threes. Now, wow, 56. That is incredible. They're already number 10 in the association in terms of how many threes they take in a game. But they blew that out of the water and, chucking them up for the most part, but shooting them well. They hit 22 of those 56 threes. As you said, Brooks had, 12 of those? Allen had 10. Royce, how about Royce O'Neal, 4 of 9. Goody was 3 of 8. And you know what my favorite was? Rasheer Fleming. 2 of 3.
Well, it's good to see him out there firing some shots.
Was it not great?
Yeah.
To see him out there slamming it down and actually hitting some threes.
Well, and also, I mean, I'm laughing because Dylan Brooks attempted 10 three-pointers in the first half of a game against his former team. But for the game, he did hit 42% of his threes. I mean, it's not like he was just chucking and missing, and he wasn't that guy at the gym.
5 of 12.
Yeah, where you stop passing him the ball because you're like, okay, wait, every time he gets the ball, he's going to fire one up, and it's not going in. His shots were going in. But it does bring up this question. We were all having this conversation before the show today. So Grayson Allen comes back, and you know why he's on the team. I mean, it's not only to shoot, but he's a shooter. And you're going to bring Jalen Green back here at some point. Jalen Green likes to shoot the ball. So it's been his calling card so far early in his career.
Yeah.
I don't want to mess with what Dylan Brooks is doing because it's working really well, but I'm not taking the shots away from Devin Booker.
I know.
So where is Jalen Green getting his shots? Now, I say this saying full well, okay, well, Grayson Allen played 21 minutes last night, and he got 13 shots up, and Dylan Brooks was still able to fire off 22 field goal attempts in the game.
Which was awesome.
So maybe he'll just keep finding ways to get the shots.
Yeah, you know, this is why I keep saying, what is it going to look like for the Phoenix Suns when Jalen Green comes back?
It's a real question.
It is a real question. It is valid. Listen, I'm going to put it in the positive category. I'm like, okay, this is not a bad thing that Jalen Green is going to come back and play for the Phoenix Suns. They're just going to have to massage this a little bit and figure out how it's going to go because Jalen Green makes them a better team. There's no denying he makes them a better team. I'm just wondering how he's going to fit inside the culture of this team. And that matters because culture is huge with the Phoenix Suns. We'd all agree on that and admit that. It's one of the reasons why they've won 22 games. One of the big reasons why they've won 22 games. This is who we are, and this is how we do things around here. Oh, by the way, now we're going to take this variable known as Jalen Green, who's super talented, and he's going to come in here. And how is it going to work from this point forward? They're going to figure it out. That much I know.
The other part to remember, I mean, we have one game to work with, one full game. I'm not looking at the 7-minute game that Jalen Green played, but the one full game he played, Jalen Green took 20 shots, okay? He played 23 minutes. He had 29 points. Great game. If you're wondering, if you can't really remember the specifics of that game from a while ago now, you're like, well, how many shots did Dylan Brooks do? Well, Dylan Brooks didn't play in that game. So we have not seen the two of them play a full game together yet. And I'm not saying like, well, if Dylan Brooks is taking all these shots, he's going to have to give them all up. It's just more a matter of the second Jalen Green's on the floor, the Suns are going to be better. But how much better is going to hinge on how, it's going to hinge on him fitting in and not disrupting what's going on, enhancing it, not disrupting it. It is going to hinge on Jordan Ott. It's going to hinge on shot selection. Some of these guys that have had freedom to fire up more shots and are having success with it are going to have to maybe be a little more selective. And how does that impact them? Because other teams in the Western Conference are going to get better in the second half of the season. Like, good teams are going to get better. Somebody is going to make a big trade. Somebody is going to get players back. Some of these teams that know, like Golden State knows how to play better in the second half in the playoffs of a season. There's going to be new tests for the Suns, and their clearest path to also improving is Jalen Green.
There are two concerns that I have in regard to Jalen Green. Once again, and this being within the context of Jalen Green makes the Phoenix Suns better. Okay? So I want to make that clear. But having said that, it's on the defensive end of the floor and the kind of effort and intensity he'll bring on the defensive end of the floor. And then it's how many shots he does take. And sometimes they are ill-advised shots that he takes. I think you could say that about anybody at some point in time, depending on where the shot clock was and what the situation was.
Or if they even have a shot clock if you're playing in Houston. But yeah.
But you get my point. It's going to be, he's such a talent. He's such a big variable. You're going to have to make an adjustment at some point. Players are going to have to make an adjustment. Coaches, Jordan Ott is going to have to make an adjustment. Because right now the chemistry is humming along for the Phoenix Suns. But, man, I refuse to make it a negative, but it is a variable that you're going to have to massage.
It's just a matter of how much of a positive can you turn it into. And I'm at the point now where I do think the timing matters because, like I said earlier, you don't want to get him back with 3 weeks left in the regular season, which is not on the table. He's supposed to be back soon. But you don't want to be like working this all out because the chemistry is the best thing they have going for them this year. You don't want to be working it out too late in the season, but you also don't want to be working it out like 3 days before the trade deadline because if you're going to make any small in terms of names and headlines, but still important if you're making the trades, you'd like to know what your actual team looks like on the floor.
Yeah, I fully expect Jalen Green to get so much better on the defensive end as well. That's the culture here. He's still young. He's 23. Get better.
Join Burns and Gambo from 2 to 6 this Friday at the TPC DraftKings Sportsbook in Scottsdale as they wrap up their fantasy football season in style. Come hang out, talk football, and while you're there, you'll have a shot at winning tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. When we come back, we got 4 teams left in the college football playoff, and they're all going to play either tonight or tomorrow. Are we watching any, maybe a couple, future Arizona Cardinals in these games? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
G.G. Jackson dribbles out the final second, and the Suns win 117-98. The final score here at FedEx Forum in Memphis. They end a 6-game skid in the series against the Grizzlies, and they get back to a season-high tying 7 games over 500.
More on this nice Suns road win in Memphis heading your way on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
They're going to go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday. Will the Cardinals be any closer to hiring a head coach? Will any of these teams be closer to hiring a head coach? That and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Quick shout out to Deer Valley. What's going on, Deer Valley?
Yeah, what up, Deer?
Wolf's a big fan of Deer Valley.
Deer Valley. Yeah.
So we got a couple games coming up in college football. This is a great time of year. You got college football semifinals tonight and tomorrow, and then NFL playoffs Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Fiesta Bowl, of course, tonight. Ole Miss and Miami. and then Oregon, Indiana tomorrow. And both potentially great games. We've been talking about this. You know, you could make a case for any of these 4 teams to win the national championship, and I don't know that that's always been the case in years past. You kind of have a sense of like, okay, this team probably isn't going to win, or this team definitely is. But I think you could make a case for any of these 4 teams and not have it be ridiculous. The other thing, though, to pay attention to, if you're not, super big into college football necessarily, is the Cardinals have the 3rd pick in the draft. It appears the first 2 picks in some order are going to be Fernando Mendoza and Dante Moore. Those guys are obviously both playing against each other tomorrow. It is possible, if the Cardinals really liked one of those guys, maybe they could work their way in to one of those top 2 spots with a trade. But the other part is, even if those 2 guys are off the board, well, then the Cardinals are kind of that team, the proverbial team that it's where the draft starts, right? But picking number 3, but the first 2 picks are kind of... So you can have any player you want in college football. I'm looking at a lot of these mock drafts. A lot of them have players from these 4 teams mocked to the Cardinals.
Like Reuben Bain Jr.?
A lot of mock drafts have Reuben Bain Jr. to the Cardinals, yes.
Let's see. Reuben Bain Jr., defensive end, ladies and gentlemen, for the Miami Hurricanes. Got a little butt to him. I really like that, too. 275 pounds. This is a guy that, could be moved inside. Could be moved around, as a matter of fact. And when I say inside, I'm talking about in third and obvious pass situations. I'm not talking about during rundown situations, but he's a guy that you can move around. Line him up over a guard. Line him up over a tackle, whatever it may be. Hey, go ahead and line him up over a center with 2-3 techniques to either side of you. Yeah, you could do a lot of different things with Reuben Bain Jr.
Yeah, it's one of, that would be a fun pick. Not necessarily a bad pick. I just have in my mind that they need offensive line, quarterback, offensive line, you know what I mean? But you are in a position, if you feel that you want to go down the cliched path and take the best player available, you're going to have the option to take the best player available, assuming Mendoza and Moore go as the first 2 picks, and maybe one of them is the best. But you know what I mean? Like any position anywhere, you're going to essentially control the draft at number 3.
Okay. So, you've got 4 quarterbacks that Dante Moore, of course, Fernando Mendoza, Trinidad Chambliss, and Carson Beck. And some people do like Carson Beck a lot. Now, again, not at number 3.
No,
still.
But I don't know that he'd be my first choice of that group I keep talking about that's going to be there in the 2nd and even the 3rd round, but he will be there. I mean, it's possible that Carson Beck, Miami win the national championship, and the Cardinals could take him at 35. If you're going to get Mendoza or Moore, you're probably going to have to trade up. A guy like Carson Beck will probably be there in the 2nd round.
Here's the one thing that is also fascinating about this. Would you say the combine is important? Is the combine important?
It's especially important to some people, yes.
I mean, it is important to where you're going to be drafted. I think it's hyper-emphasized for me, Basinonians. I think, to me, again, show me the tape, show me the tape, show me the tape. That's what I want to see. But I am willing to admit that the combine and how a guy goes about the combine, how he participates in the combine, I'm really big into that. I am. When you eliminate yourself and say, I'm not going to run, I'm not going to do this, I'm sorry. This is me. It's the old school that comes out of me.
You're not
all
apologizing.
of a sudden, question marks just start forming over my head. The thought bubble, the proverbial thought bubble, is definitely there. In regard to why? What are you afraid to compete? What? You're afraid to hurt your draft status. Why don't you just come out here and not worry about it and ball out? Why don't you do that? Well, that's not smart, Wolf. You know what? I don't care about being smart. How about just being a competitor where you want to show up and compete and you're not afraid to do it? I think it says an awful lot psychologically about you as a person. And your confidence level. What, you think you're going to compete and go out there and suck buttermilk, and because of that, your draft status is going to fall? Well, too bad. Then maybe you should have trained a little better, right? Or a little harder. I'm just saying, for me, it's all about the mentality. I want football players, Basinonians. If he's going to be the quarterback, I want that quarterback to have a mentality about him that is about the game of football, period. And it's one of the reasons why I love Mendoza. Now, Mendoza away from the field, I get it. Mendoza off the field, he's a happy guy. Why wouldn't he be happy? Are you kidding me? Why wouldn't he just see his mom?
He's the Heisman. He's going to be the first pick.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's a happy guy, and that's okay. He's filled with a grateful heart. That's important. Gratitude is really important, and he's got a grateful heart. And I love that in the kid.
There's another name that is linked to the Cardinals in a lot of these mock drafts. Like I saw Jeremiah Love mock to the Cardinals at number 3. I just, that's not a big enough need for me. I mean, he would have to be Bijan Robinson 2.0, Saquon Barkley, like such a game changer that he covers up a bunch of other weaknesses. And I just don't think they can do that at number 3. But Francis Mauigoa, the offensive lineman from Miami, so you can see him tonight too. I know it's a little bit tougher to be watching and scouting an offensive lineman, but this is a guy who might be the first offensive lineman off the board, so he's naturally being mocked to the Cardinals a lot. He's playing tonight as well.
Yeah, I love that. He is that war daddy type of guy too, that will come off the ball with a dark heart and a painted face. He is that type of guy. And you know what? I would be fine.
I was going to say, I can hear you talking yourself into this.
You know I would be fine if that were the pick at number 3.
Yeah, if you're going to go offensive line at number 3, you got to get it right. I think most people would be on board with that. It's not exciting. It's never exciting to take an offense. Hey, we got a top 5 pick and we're going to go offensive line. But it's exciting when your quarterback is upright next year if you get the right guy. So
it's exciting when you line up and come off the ball and suddenly pancake somebody. Mm-hmm. It's exciting.
Arvell Reese is being. I've seen that, but that's Ohio State. They're sorry, Jamal, but they're not in it. But that's a player that's also being mocked to the Cardinals here at number 3. I've seen that. Let me ask you this, Wolf. Any way that something could happen in the game tomorrow night where Mendoza or Moore would drop to 3? Or do you think that their floor now is each top 2?
I think there's a lot of time where somebody could drop to 3. I do.
And you think
honestly. And I think especially if they do run at the combine or throw at the combine and suddenly or interview at the combine, which they will. Oh, yeah, I think there's a lot that could still change, definitely.
But you're saying more so combine than tomorrow. It's not like, hey, Dante Moore had a bad game, so now he's there at 3.
No, I'll throw that in there as well. I mean, if Dante Moore goes out there and throws 3 picks, you're going to tell me you're going to be as committed?
Now, I don't know if I want him at number 3 if he's out there throwing picks.
Just saying, you know. I think, listen, NFL front offices don't actually go to work, let's put it that way, until the end of the season. That's when they go to work, the off season. All right, they're already doing stuff right now. Of course, they're doing it all season long, the scouts and the scouting departments, but so much of those scouts are also scouting other NFL teams and other players that are out there. So it's a situation where you don't really, until you start solidifying your draft board, hey, there's a lot of things that could really impact who's going to go at number 3.
Yeah, that's a good point because a lot of the mock drafts right now, you know, mock drafts are mock drafts. Take them for what they're worth. We always say this. But mock drafts, when you get to like March and April, these guys like Mel Kiper have been talking to NFL executives for a few months. Mock drafts right now, by and large, are just people's opinions of who are going to be the top, few picks or whatever. Like Mendoza, I get it. He just won the Heisman. He's, 6'4"? I mean, he probably will be the first pick in the draft. Dante Moore at 2. I'll be interested to see if Dante Moore is still there at 2 when we get to March, when these guys have been talking to people that are in NFL front offices that have actually truly been scouting this and not like, half these teams right now are out looking for a head coach. They're not scouting tape of Dante Moore or Ty Simpson or whoever from earlier in the season yet. But I think the Cardinals' need for a quarterback, it's almost impossible to not watch Oregon, Indiana tomorrow, right? I mean, just it's setting aside the fact that the game is what it is, but even from a Cardinals perspective, don't you kind of want to see what Dante Moore and Fernando Mendoza look like on that stage?
Yeah, on that stage, see. That is the context that you put that in, and I would agree with you. Again, this is a different paradigm. It is. This is for all the marbles. This is it. And that's the reason why this semifinal game, of course, and the final, the championship game, and who's in it, and who plays well. Oh, yeah, man. This is going to go. This is still a very fluid situation, but this is going to help solidify who could go as the number one guy. We all look at Fernando Mendoza and think he's going to be number one overall. Luke, I'm just telling you, you know what? Just hold on. We'll have to wait and see.
We come back to basketball. It may sound simple, but just how impressive is it that the Phoenix Suns keep winning these games that on paper they're supposed to win? They're stacking a lot of these wins now. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The injuries, in particular, when it comes to the 2024 draft class, have kind of made it hard to evaluate and hard to understand, but you also have to work with what you've got. That almost entire 2024 draft class has been non-contributors. What have you extracted of value from the 2024 draft class? Nobody knows. We're 2 years into this, and nobody knows. And whoever's fault that is, the injuries or the selection and whether the right guy was taken or not, I just don't think you can sweep it under the rug.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a New Year's a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home and reduce your energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work. And I know because they replace my windows, and they look outstanding. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and then they'll guarantee them for life. And during their New Year's sale, you'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows and $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. That's 480-764-2110 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's talk fees. I hear people all the time saying, I don't want to pay too much for advice, but sometimes they're looking at it the wrong way.
Exactly, Gambo. Too many folks, especially the middle market, people with $750,000 to $1 million saved, get fixated on finding a discount advisor. But being penny wise and pound foolish can cost them way more in the long run.
Yeah, meanwhile, the ultra-rich don't blink at fees. They pay 2% plus 20% of the upside because they know the value is there.
That's the key. At Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, we are fiduciaries. That means we're legally obligated to put your best interests first. And our pricing is fair, transparent, and reasonable without all the Wall Street games.
So, folks, don't settle for cheap when your retirement is on the line. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to our own John Gambadoro, Arizona State has landed Michigan quarterback Mikey Keene in the transfer portal. Keene starred at Chandler High School and has played at both UCF and Fresno State, but after not playing at Michigan last season, Keene entered the transfer portal and has landed with ASU. The Phoenix Suns made it look easy last night in Memphis. The Suns took down the Grizzlies 117-98, led by Dylan the Villain's 21 points. The Suns defense has been on display all season long, and it was no different last last night. Here's head coach Jordan Ott on the Suns' disruptive defense.
You want to disrupt for sure. There's different points and parts of the court where we really feel like we can be extremely disruptive. They do a good job moving it. They play really fast. But where there was points to really disrupt, we wanted to heat them up as best we could. Again, we know they're in the second night of back-to-back. They're without a lot of guys. We want to apply our pressure every night, but especially we felt that we could disrupt them. And then that really helps our offense.
The Suns will host the New York Knicks tomorrow night. And the Fiesta Bowl is tonight. Trinidad Chambliss and the Ole Miss Rebels take on Carson Beck in the Miami Hurricanes at State Farm Stadium. Kickoff for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620 or join in progress on 98.7 after the Big Red Rage. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey, and we're going to react to how the Suns fared last night in Memphis, and, of course, get you the latest on the Cardinals coaching search. Gambo and I start at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. I feel like Wolf hooked his phone up to the board here. This is your mic's... So have you heard of this?
The mic is on. There it is. Yes, it was on.
I don't know. I'm a little concerned.
Thank you, Jamal.
I showed you this the other day, Wolf. I have this button on the screen that just says reset, and it's a big X.
Right.
And that wasn't there when I started working here, and I feel like if you hit that, it just resets everything.
Yeah,
okay. So I'm going to turn the screen back off.
Okay,
right
thank you.
It's just going to go over there by itself. The Phoenix Suns beat Memphis last night. This is Jordan Ott after the game on what he liked about the win.
Yeah, offensively, we just moved it. That's how you get 56 threes, is by moving the basketball. They were aggressive at the point of the pick and roll, and our ball handlers got off of it. So Book did a great job. Colin, Grayson, those guys getting off of it allows us to get some shots from three. And then I thought in transition, we really ran. Obviously, didn't know they were on the second night of a back-to-back. Then just defensively, just our intent to really guard. I thought our pressure bothered them at times. Again, second night of back-to-backs, tough. We want to be one of those teams where it's tough to play against every night, especially on second night of back-to-backs, and our guys. It's really that second unit, I thought, in the first quarter, really got after them, set a great tone. And then the third quarter, our starters, when they got back in.
Man, I just could not agree more with Jordan Ott right there. It really was. You could just see it. They came out and they had a purpose. They came out and they ran the floor. They were up 23-4 in fast break points on the Grizzlies in the first half.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Just talking about the first half, they came out with intent to move the ball, and that's exactly what they did. They came out swinging, man, and had a little stink coming out of the side of their neck as well, scoring 30 points in that first quarter, and then doing a great job on the defensive end as well, limiting the Grizzlies to 47 points in the first half when they had scored 65. They were off and running, literally, in that first half, and they did it for a reason.
I told you this is my new favorite stat, even though it's not a new stat at all. It's been out there forever, but I've just been paying more attention to it with the Suns lately in some of these games. And like last night, percentage of the game led or trailing, they led for 92% of that game.
Man.
They trailed for 3% of the game. I mean, you would talk about a game that you were in control the whole night. They trailed for 3% of the game, and it was obviously early. And they should have beat Memphis. Memphis didn't have Ja Morant. Memphis is missing a bunch of players. Yes, the Suns are missing Jalen Green, but the Suns also came in with a better record. Memphis was the second half of a back-to-back. Not that it's a layup. It was the Suns' third game in 4 nights, but he said this going into the game yesterday. It's a game they probably should win, and then Ja Morant didn't play. But you brought this up before. Just because it's a game you should win doesn't mean it's a game you're guaranteed to win. And this is something this year's Suns team has been quietly very good at. If it's a game on paper, you're going into this probably game you should win. They live up to the expectation pretty much every time.
I know. This is the incredible respect that I have. When you think of the Phoenix Suns, do you think, man, this is one of the most talented teams in the association? Do you think that?
I still don't. No.
No.
But it doesn't matter anymore.
No. You don't think that. Okay, so having said that again, why are the Phoenix Suns 22-15? Why are they 7 games over 500 right now? Well, there's a couple of reasons. They do have talent, they do, but oh my goodness, we're just going to go out there and be better than you and try harder than you. That's what they're going to do. And they're going to compete and do it on a consistent level. And here's the one thing that I have so much regard and respect for. It's easy to get up against a team that is tough and is good. And I've said this many times, but it's the truth. How do you get up when you know you should beat a team? It speaks to each individual that is on this team. It's the individual, and it starts with you. Are you ready to give all you have when you know you should beat this team? Can you do it, Luke? That is impressive to me when you can.
It's quietly one of the most impressive things in sports to me. Like when you have a player that's supposed to be great and then they are and they meet the expectations. This is an offshoot of that. You know, these games that you go in and you're like, probably should win this game, and then you actually win it. And again, it's not just, they did it last night. Let's play a game here, okay? Indulge me on this.
Okay.
I'm going to, in reverse order, read all the games the Suns have lost this season, okay? So it's going to sound weird because I'm just reading their losses. But you stop me when I get to a game where you're like, oh, they should have won that game. How could they lose a game like that? And I'm just saying on paper, talent-wise, okay?
Yeah.
I'm just going to read you, and I'm going to go backwards from this past Monday. Teams they have lost to, because you're going to find all but one of them are really good teams. And there's like 2 that are okay. Okay, so here's the games they've lost. At Houston, second half of a back-to-back.
Yeah.
At Cleveland.
Yes, good team.
At Golden State.
Competitive, yeah. You know what? Golden State, yeah, they're right there
Pretty
with the Phoenix Suns. Yes.
Lakers, and remember they're 2-1 against the Lakers.
That's right.
At Oklahoma City. At Houston. Nuggets. At Oklahoma City. Houston. I mean, you see the pattern here?
Jeepers.
They're just losing to the same 3 teams.
Oh, my goodness.
Against Atlanta. Okay, Atlanta now, especially now. But at the time, Atlanta was okay. But especially now, that's a game.
Yes.
But that was 2 months ago almost. They lost that game. At Golden State. And then anything else is in those first 5 games of the season where they lost to Memphis by a point. They lost at Utah. That's the game. That's the only one on paper you would look at and say, on paper, they should have won that. It's the only time all season they've gone into a game where you would say on paper they should win this game that they haven't won.
Yes. And you know what's amazing about it, too? The Golden State. You mentioned Golden State. Of the 3 times they played, they've lost twice, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Golden State. Okay. What is it with Golden State? Well, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, Steph, of course.
Yeah, don't forget
Steph
Steph.
is the
Steph's
talent.
decent.
Steph is, yeah, he represents so much of the talent. But again, the one thing you can also say about Golden State is they try. They come out and they ball. And they're going to do it night in and night out for the most part. That's why I kind of see them as very similar to the Phoenix Suns. But, man, it's impressive, Luke, to hear you say that.
Doesn't it feel like if the Suns are a play-in team, now I fully acknowledge there's a chance they could sneak into the top 6, but let's say the Suns are a play-in team. Doesn't it feel like they're going to play Golden State? Isn't that kind of where this is all headed?
Yeah,
like,
it does kind of feel that way.
That's because if you look at the top 6, like Oklahoma City, San Antonio, Denver, the Lakers, those 4 are definitely going to be there, probably the Rockets. So you'd have to jump Minnesota to get there. Right now, 7 and 8, the first 2 play-in teams are Suns Warriors.
Okay. Okay, it does feel that way, yet at the same time, what if they didn't have to play in the play-in?
Well, that would be better.
Well, that would be better. Is that possible? Yes.
Yeah.
I believe it's possible.
If they had beaten Houston the other night, they'd be 23-14, and Houston would be 22-13. So you'd basically be even with Houston if you had beaten Houston the other night.
Yeah.
That's that you're 1 KD 3 away from currently being in the 6th spot. I think on percentage points, the Suns would actually be in the 6th spot right now if just that one game had gone
Isn't this incredible that we're having this conversation right now?
Yeah, I mean, if you heard that, if you could go ahead and listen to the podcast 4 months ahead of time somehow, and you heard this back in like September, you would have thought, hey, these guys lost their mind in early January.
Awesome.
That's cool.
Surprise!
All right, we come back to the Cardinals and their head coaching search, and maybe the twist and turn from earlier this morning with Miami firing Mike McDaniel. We'll get into that and Kurt Warner's thoughts on the whole situation next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
This year, I think, is going to be full of mea culpas for the Phoenix Suns, and I've already issued mine because I was adamant that you cannot speak great culture into existence in the NBA. But I'll be darned if Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory didn't go out and do everything they said they were going to do, even though at most everybody, myself included, rolled their eyes.
You mentioned rolling of the eyes. There was a lot of people that watched the Brian Gregory press conference when alignment came up. How many times was it said?
19 times.
And guess what? They're freaking aligned.
They're totally aligned.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection that includes a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues, a water heater flush and safety inspection, a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and a peace of mind report. Go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution, too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, it's Gambo. Who are some of the players the Cardinals could be keeping an eye on in today's Fiesta Bowl? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, final segment of the show, Wolf and Luke, on a Thursday afternoon. And in case you missed it this morning, it's not Cardinals news directly, but it certainly impacts the coaching search. Mike McDaniel let go by the Dolphins this morning.
Yeah.
And if you recall, Mike McDaniel was that seventh team that reportedly had reached out to John Harbaugh right after he got fired by Baltimore on Tuesday. So you remember the sort of the timeline on that. It was, hey, all of a sudden Tuesday afternoon, John Harbaugh is being let go by the Ravens. And then Adam Schefter had that report that, within 45 minutes, 7 teams reached out to Harbaugh. Now, that doesn't guarantee that the first 6 were all teams that didn't have a coach. Like, it doesn't just guarantee it was the Raiders, Browns, Titans, Cardinals, Giants. It doesn't guarantee it was those. But you knew at least there was one extra one in there that had a coach that reached out, and it sounded like that was Miami, and then this morning they fired their coach.
Can you imagine if you were Mike McDaniel and you heard that? Honestly.
Yeah.
The Miami Dolphins have reached out to inquire about John Harbaugh. What would you do if you were Mike McDaniel at that point? I know there's a lot of legalities that are involved as well, because maybe he's got an out clause. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe if he gets for cause, he gets fired. Maybe he gets some type of benefit or bonus, whatever it might be. I don't know. I don't know what the particulars of his contract. But could you imagine still being the head coach after they tried to go behind her back and say, we're bringing John Harbaugh in here?
Yeah,
I would resign. Would you not, Basin O'Neens? Just resign. And again, I don't know. Maybe he gets money for being fired as opposed to resigning.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because sure, in real life, like if you're giving your all to something and whatever, your company or the person you're with, like, by the way, if this person's available, I'm leaving. But this is great.
Yeah.
Then
we tried to get him in here to take your job, but
then
we couldn't get him.
I would just walk. But this is the NFL. There's only 32 of these head coaching jobs. I don't know. I mean, it happens so quickly. It's not like Mike McDaniel was the Dolphins coach with that hanging over him for a month and a half. It was a day and a half.
Listen, you know what, though, Coach? You're good, right, bro? I mean, you're good. You know what I mean. Again, you're a mercenary. This is the way. Never forget, you're a mercenary.
He's also out there now. I mean, that's a name. It's not just that.
I think offensive coordinator is probably where he's going to resurface.
What do you think happens to Cliff? Because Cliff's out there too, and I can tell you the Commanders' players are not happy that Cliff's out there. And it wasn't Cliff's decision. I mean, Washington sounds like they could be a little bit of a mess behind the scenes right now.
Yeah, I know. Interesting that Dan Quinn is okay.
Yeah. I don't know. With Harbaugh out there, I wonder how many of these teams like that, or even a team that maybe loses in the first round of the playoffs this weekend, because there was a report that Harbaugh said he's not going to start doing interviews until next week.
Yeah, I did see that. I was shocked by that.
Yeah.
But then what did it make you think?
It made me think that he wants to see if Buffalo or Green Bay or somebody loses in the first round.
Somebody in the playoffs right now. And, the whole Sean McDermott, the whispering that is going on in regard to that, I could see that happening. And you know why? Listen, I love Sean McDermott. Oh, my goodness. Zoe, of course. We know the affinity that Zoe has for Sean McDermott and the respect that he has for him. What a great coach he is. But the only reason why I think that is a real possibility is because now all of a sudden Josh Allen, how many years? You have to change something else. You have to change the paradigm up in Buffalo. How do you do that? You bring somebody else in and see if that pushes Josh Allen over the top.
Well, he's been there 8 years, right? I mean, we all remember the Josh Allen draft as the Josh Rosen draft. So it's if a guy like John Harbaugh is available, then you start to look at teams that are still in the playoffs. Like most coaches that become available, like Kevin Stefanski, I think that could be a real good fit potentially for the Cardinals. But we're all looking at that as okay, which of these 6 teams at the time would want Kevin Stefanski? Where does he want to go? But when a guy like Harbaugh becomes available, you then have to look at the playoff teams and be like, okay, well, which teams are good with the Patriots, the Chargers? They're not changing coaches. I mean, I would assume the Eagles aren't changing coaches, right? I mean, You never know with them, but I would assume they're not. Jacksonville, I'm sure, is happy with their coach. They should be. He might win Coach of the Year in his first year. Chicago's happy with theirs. The Niners, I would think, are happy. The Rams, certainly. Carolina, where they are. Denver, Seattle. But, yeah, Green Bay, there's been talk if they get bounced in the first round that maybe they would look at something. I don't think you would unless John Harbaugh was available, but he is. But Buffalo's the one, because if you're John Harbaugh and you can pick where you go.
Oh, man.
Well, and Rick's not here, so I think we can say this openly. You'd like to go coach one of the two best quarterbacks in the NFL. I know Rick has him like outside his top 15, but Josh Allen's pretty good. It's him and Patrick Mahomes as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Josh Allen and unlocking Josh Allen. We all know the talent that he possesses, the ability that he has. But I think this is the reason why I buy into the Sean McDermott thing again. You have to. What are you going to do? You're just going to run it back again? The Buffalo Bills, again, how many times you're running back Josh Allen and Sean McDermott together and failing in the postseason? How many times are you going to do it before you change something? And even though Sean McDermott does not deserve to be fired, in my opinion, talking about one of the better head coaches in the National Football League, you can't fire all the players. But you can fire the coach. A good buddy of mine taught me that once.
That would be an example of the NFL isn't fair, but that's just the way it is. I mean, if you could change something about Buffalo to make them a Super Bowl favorite, it wouldn't be Sean McDermott. It would be their run defense. But what are you going to do, right? So real quickly, I want to play this. Kurt Warner was on the morning show, and I'll tell you, I'm going to play, instead of the coaching cut, I'm going to play what he would want in the next quarterback for the Cardinals. They asked him about this.
I think there's a multitude of different ways. You know, you guys know how I believe that regardless of how athletic or unathletic you are, the game is still won, and big-time games are won in the pocket. That, you know, even, you know, the greatest athletes that we see at that position, you know, outside of maybe one or two, they're not great enough to live in the world of, I can be a better athlete than everybody else on the defense, and I can, you know, create and be athletic most of the time and think that's going to win for me. You love to have those guys that can give you 4 or 5 of those plays a game, whatever that looks like. But primarily, you need a guy that can see it, throw it, make the plays, let the offense work for them, make the game easier for them and for your team.
I wonder how Kurt felt. You know, remember we played that cut earlier, Luke, on this beautiful broadcast right there, and it was Richard Jefferson, was it not? Mm-hmm. Richard Jefferson guy. I wonder how Kurt felt when he heard Richard Jefferson. We need to actually send that to Kurt and see if we can't get some type of response from Warner.
What was the Richard Jefferson quote, essentially, Jamal, that the most important position in all of sports is not quarterback, it's a good basketball player?
Yeah, it's Giannis he's basically said Giannis is the most important athlete in the world.
Yeah, but he was using it as just a good, your best basketball player. That's the guy that is most important. That's what he was saying.
That's a joke.
That was the position, was having a great player is the most important position
exactly
in sports.
Right.
And it's unfortunate because Zoe texted me and he said, dang, I wanted to talk about that. I would love to get Lorenzo Alexander's perspective on that.
We got to do that. Remember that for the next time Zoe comes in.
What are the odds any of us remember that?
I know. Well, we will.
I'll tell you what.
I can't remember what I had for breakfast this morning.
Okay. I mean, I can't remember what I had for dinner last night, but bacon and onions, I'll guarantee I'll remember. Hey, Zoe!
You guys need to start remembering what you eat. Jamal just said he can't remember what he has for breakfast. You said you can't remember what you have for dinner. Yeah, I'm looking at the list. Jamal, you could have used this for your argument with Rick, too, going back just all the starting quarterbacks that have won Super Bowls over the last few years. Your argument when he said Jalen Hurts is better than Josh Allen because Jalen Hurts has won a Super Bowl should have been Nick Foles, because Nick Foles started a Super Bowl with that Eagles defense.
Oh, I brought him up.
Oh, you did?
Okay. And Rick is... Well, Rick is Rick, and we'll stubborn.
This conversation puts me in this weird spot of, like, I think Jalen Hurts is a really good quarterback. He's just not Josh Allen.
No, he is not.
And with Richard Jefferson, yes, Giannis is important. Having an elite quarterback is the most important position in sports.
I have so much respect for Jalen Hurts. I do, because of what he did. Yeah,
he could do it again.
You have to have that kind of respect. He did it once. He could do it again.
With that defense, I mean, is there a team in the playoffs that the two teams that make the least sense to me right now, or that I feel are the least predictable, are the Eagles and the Steelers, like the two Pennsylvania teams. I could see Pittsburgh losing to Houston 23-0 or Pittsburgh beating Houston Philly could go out there and implode, or they could go to back to the Super Bowl.
I can tell you what Steeler fans would be saying. No, Luke, they're going to get knocked out. They always get knocked out. 10-7, another winning season, got knocked out.
Yeah, pessimism. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We had Jonathan Gannon on every week. I think he was adamant that he was going to come back, but here's the reality. The guy was 3-13 against the West. He was 15-36 overall. He's got one of the worst winning percentages of any head coach, and the firing is justified. If you're Monty Ossenfort or Michael Bidwell, it was justified. It would have been very, very hard to bring him back as the head coach of your football team. Fan base, team, everybody all together. I think people would have thought that the organization didn't care enough if they would have brought Jonathan. I think that's what they would have thought.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical Technology is great. Where's my script? There it is. Arizona State football has reinforced their quarterback room for a second time this offseason, Mikey Keene has transferred to Tempe via the University of Michigan. Keene is a native of Chandler, Arizona, and faced ASU when he was the quarterback of Fresno State back in 2023. However, the Devils did lose a key offensive contributor today. Running back Raleek Brown has committed to the University of Texas. Brown had previously declared for the NFL draft, but pivoted when the opportunity with the Longhorns opened up. In the NFL, an 8th head coaching job opened up today. The Miami Dolphins announced that they have parted ways with Mike McDaniel following a 7-10 season. Miami is also one of 2 teams in search of a new general manager, along with the Atlanta Falcons. And in the college football playoffs, Glendale is the site of the Fiesta Bowl. Miami and Ole Miss face off for the right to play in the championship. Kickoff from State Farm Stadium is at 5:30. You can hear the action over on ESPN 620 AM and right here on 98.7 FM after Burns and Gambo. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Thursday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Are you well fed? Are you back?
Yes.
Back on the wagon?
Yes.
Or is it off the wagon? Which one is it?
I sent you a picture today. I went to the Bagel Man and got a bagel. 37-and-a-half-hour fast.
It does.
37-and-a-half hours.
It begs the question.
Yeah.
It really does.
Yeah.
If you were going to go 37 hours without eating, as Gambo chose to.
Yeah, I did a fast.
What would be the thing you would choose to eat first? But you obviously chose a bagel.
I got a bagel with cream cheese.
Is that what you? I mean, was that what you were dreaming of the whole time? Was a bagel?
I was thinking I'm going to get up in the morning. I don't want to have a Power Crunch bar. I don't want to make eggs. Let me just go somewhere. So I went and got a bagel.
Okay. Well, but okay.
Well, like I also,
what would you have? Is that what you wanted? I mean, was
that or a scone? Okay. I love scones.
Scone.
And the bakery next to the bagel shop makes these great scones. So so I like scones.
A big slice of Chicago-style pizza.
Well, the problem is, like, my fast ended at like 8 in the morning.
I would have had the pizza in the fridge, standing by to throw in the oven and heat up and ready to go.
Yeah.
Lauren, Mitch, you wish to chime in on this one? You don't eat for 37 hours. Your first meal is
a chocolate croissant.
Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Chocolate croissant. I want carbs. I'd want bread, and I'd want something sweet.
Okay, Burnsy is going to Italy in a few months. You are going to love the croissants.
Yeah.
You're going to love the pastries.
But I'm also not going to be on a 37-hour fast one.
No, you're going to be 37 hours of straight eating.
You're damn right I am.
I will also shout out my sister here, quite the baker. She makes croissants every once in a while, and she'll caramelize the bottom of them.
I'm in.
It's incredible.
I'm in.
Sister Koval, let's go.
Sarah, come on.
Sarah,
come on.
If you're listening, the Burns and
Does
Gambo
she make
show
scones?
like this.
Yes.
I freaking love scones.
Yeah.
Cranberry, chocolate chip, blueberry scone. I love scones.
I love a blueberry scone. Mitch, real quick, what would you choose to eat after 37
hours? Well, see, that's the thing. Is to your point, what time of the day I think matters a lot.
Yeah, I don't
At
think
least to me.
It doesn't to me. It's like I've gone 37 hours without eating. I'm going to eat whatever I damn well please. If that's pizza at 7 o'clock in the morning,
I did
it's pizza at 7 o'clock in the morning.
I did it. I feel good. I might do it again one day.
Either that or just a In-N-Out double with fries.
7 a.m. Are they open?
No, but yeah, that one would be hard to do.
I think I'll find myself in either an IHOP or a Denny's. How's that?
Okay, that's fine.
That's fine.
That's fair.
Syrup and butter on a.
Well, he's well fed. He's energized. He's ready to go.
I did eat, yes.
And we've got a Suns blowout win to talk about.
Let's go!
Weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Including picking up another 11 steals, leading the NBA in that category still. And now G.G. Jackson dribbles out the final second, and the Suns win 117-98, the final score here at FedEx Forum in Memphis. They end a 6-game skid in the series against the Grizzlies, and they get back to a season-high tying 7 games over 500.
Now that's how you take care of a vastly inferior opponent missing 7 players
on the second night of a back-to-back. That's what you do. You just make it so it's over halfway through the fourth quarter. You're done.
You weren't worried when they were down 4-0 to start the game?
No, I was not worried.
You weren't worried?
No, I was not worried. I was not worried. If anything, I was like, at one point, Devin Booker was in the fourth quarter. I'm like, why is Devin Booker out there? Get him off the floor.
Because it got under 20. I was looking at that too. I was keeping a very close eye on that. You know, when you started the fourth quarter and you started it with that group, it was Goodwin, Oso, Allen, Gillespie, and Dunn. And I'm like, okay, and they're up by 26, right? They're up by 26 after Colin hits a three-pointer. But then all of a sudden it's 19, and he brings back Book, and he brings back Mark, and he brings back Brooks, and he brings back Oso. And I'm like, okay, all right. You know, no, not Oso. He brought back Booker, Mark, Williams, and Brooks. And it was like, there's 8 minutes left. He probably didn't want to take a chance, and he wanted to make sure they closed it out. And then Royce O'Neal hits 2 3-pointers, and Mark has the 3-point play, and it's up by 25, and the ball game was over.
Yeah.
Good win. You got to beat these teams. You can't. I love what Dylan Brooks said after the game. It was my favorite comment. We can't play down to our competition. I love it because I think they've done such a great job of it this year.
Yeah, they have. What is it, 14-4?
14-4
against teams that are below 500?
That are under 500. 14-4. Memphis is a team that's in the play-in. I think they're 14-3 against teams that are not in the play-in, but 14-4 against teams under 500. Memphis is a team that's under 500, but happens to be in the play-in now.
It's just I don't have any proof to point to on this one. It just seems like the last few years, and I know this team is vastly different than the one we've seen from the Suns the last few years. It seems like the Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, Devin Booker version of the Suns would, on the regular, play down to their opponents and would allow a team like this to hang around, and they would build confidence, and it would be a game in the fourth quarter. And now Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, and Devin Booker all have to play in the fourth quarter and log serious minutes when you just like to have an easy one. It's nice to see this team take a look at the Memphis Grizzlies, missing all the dudes they were missing on the second night of a back-to-back, and just and hit 22 threes. Right, and just put the thing away and not have to play guys super heavy minutes and be able to take care of business the way they did. Dylan Brooks led the charge.
You know, I miss him. And, you know, talking about basketball stuff, talking about personal life. Jaren called me ugly, but he's uglier than me. You know, it's great playing against my old teammates, especially when they're over there. And it's great, always great coming back to Memphis.
He was motivated to play Memphis.
Than me.
He was a little. What did he have? 10 3-point attempts in the first half. I mean, he was jacking it up.
He was jacking them up.
I mean, just reckless.
Yeah.
He had 18 points
on 16 shots.
On 15 shots.
Oh, I had 16
in 13 minutes.
Oh, wow.
It's like, dude.
Yeah.
Dylan, we get it. We get it. All right. We understand. Yeah, he was looking to shoot against his old team last night and that was kind of the rub for him, was that Memphis believed he was a low-usage role player type.
Only take 5 or 6 shots
a game. And they
game.
didn't think he was capable of doing much more than that. And so he says, oh, yeah, watch this. Watch how many I'm going to shoot my shot. I'm going to do it again and again and again to the tune of 22 shots taken. But he had a great game, and he continues to lead the charge.
And again, the most important thing to me is you've got to win these games. They're 22-15. They're in 7th in the West, comfortably in 7th. 3 games better than the 8th place Golden State Warriors. They're only 2 back from 6th and the Timberwolves. I still did the Lakers lose last night? They were losing.
I didn't know.
I had to go to sleep because I was on my fast. But if the Lakers lost it, I think that's the team that they can catch. LeBron didn't play. He's got like 17 injuries right now. The Lakers lost, right?
They lost, okay.
Yeah, I think that's the team that they can catch. Keep your eye on the Lakers. The other thing I like, and I want you to comment on this, 10-10 on the road.
Yeah.
10-10 on the road.
That is gonna suit them very well because this month they're on the road almost the entire month of January. They're home for 2. The Knicks, and then I can't remember who on Sunday, and then they go right back out on a 6-game road trip. Yeah, this team is they're just different. They just are. They're different than the teams that we're used to seeing. They're gonna get Jalen Green probably at some point in time during that next road trip back.
Yes.
That's gonna help. We'll talk about what that means for the rotation and how it's gonna kind of all shake down without him. But yeah, this team just has a different level of toughness to them. It wasn't even a great Devin Booker night last night. He had, 8 assists? Very quiet. 13 points. It wasn't about him last night. It was about the three-point shooting.
I think all those points were in the first half, too, right?
I think you're right. Yeah, Grayson Allen had a great game. Yeah, this team is just wired a little bit differently to where going on the road, you play 500 on the road, you're going to do just fine in this league, and you're going to do just fine in your conference.
Yeah. Listen, what I want to see is what happened last night. They had an 18-point lead, then it grew to 24, then it grew to 26, and they were in complete control. They never let them back into the end. Had a nice, comfortable win, responded well after losses. I'm always big on responding well after a loss. They did that. Matt Ishbia is going to join us at 3 o'clock, the owner. So he'll be on with us at 3 o'clock.
He was courtside last night. He was there. I was courtside at Memphis. Saw him.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw a photo. He was went to go support his team. Nice.
He was there. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, and then there were 8. Is 8 enough? 8 head coaching openings in the National Football League. How does this latest one impact the Arizona Cardinals?
Is 8 enough?
Is 8 enough? We'll find out next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
GG Jackson dribbles out the final second, and the Suns win 117-98. The final score here at FedEx Forum in Memphis. They end a 6-game skid in the series against the Grizzlies, and they get back to a season-high tying 7 games over 500.
More on this nice Suns road win in Memphis heading your way on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, back here to tell you about Global Credit Union and that number that I like to tell you about, $195 million. I am pretty sure that number is going to get a little bit bigger when I start talking about what Global Credit Union was able to save their members last year. $195 million they saved their customers and their members back in 2024. And I'm pretty sure that number is going up in 2025. It's a better way of banking. It's a way of banking that keeps money in your pocket, whether it's through low fees, no fees, better interest rates than you can get at a bank. Global Credit Union, when it comes to your checking accounts and your savings accounts and your loans, it's a better way of banking, one designed with keeping your money in your pocket in mind. That's what they're all about, and that is why more and more Arizonans are becoming members of Global Credit Union. They have proudly served Arizona for over a decade, and now you can explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com. Or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us for a Football Friday playoff edition as we get you primed up for a huge weekend in the NFL. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Speaking of the YouTube channel, hello. Hi, YouTubers. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Haven't had a chance to say hello to you yet. We also want to say hello to our audience in Buckeye for joining us on this wet and a rainy Thursday afternoon. Stay safe out there in Buckeye. Stay safe all throughout the valley, if you would. 25% of the National Football League is now looking for a head coach. 8 is indeed enough. 8 out of 32 of the head coaching jobs are currently available in the National Football League after Mike McDaniel was let go today as the coach of the Dolphins, which now suddenly kind of makes you think that they might have been the team that reached out to John Harbaugh after all. The team that had a sitting coach.
35-33 in a regular season. 0-2 in the playoffs. They were 7-10 this year. I thought he might have been safe because they kind of finished strong. Yep. They were playing really poorly, and then they kind of finished strong. And we'll see. You know, that's an interesting job. Tua. A few years ago, he led the NFL in touchdown percentage and yards per attempt, and he was really doing well, and they had that offense really rolling. But injuries and struggling defense at times really did them in. So he gets fired, and now yes, you've got openings. 8 openings in the NFL. It was an interesting thing when I was reading on one of the Cleveland papers. Mary Kay Cabot, who covers the Browns for a long time, said that McDaniels has history with the Browns organization, and she believes that he is a candidate for the Cleveland Browns head coaching job.
I got to think it's crazy. I got to think he becomes one of the more coveted names out there. And if the question is, how does this impact the Cardinals? I have yet to read anything about the Cardinals reaching out to Mike McDaniel to schedule anything. I don't know. But if he is one of the more coveted names out there, I think what it does is it slides other names, kind of like the John Harbaugh effect. Maybe it slides Kevin Stefanski down into reach a little bit. Maybe it slides one of those guys that maybe wouldn't have considered the Cardinals down into your reach. Or because there's now 8 teams looking for coaches, maybe nothing changes at all, and the Cardinals still aren't going to get exactly the cream of the crop when it comes to the choices. I don't know. I saw another story that suggested that, look, if he's willing to just be an offensive coordinator, that Dan Campbell would love to have Mike McDaniel to be his OC with the Lions. Like just would. But that's one of those. Is he just good enough to be a coordinator, or can he be a head? He did have. I think he had a decent amount of success in Miami. I mean, they won. I know they went to the playoffs, I think, twice when he was there.
Yep, twice. He lost both games, though.
The Tua injuries, and I know the big thing with him was that with McDaniel was that every time they played an above 500 team, they did not do well. The story on ESPN pointed out they were 4-17 under Mike McDaniel when they played against a team that was above 500. So they always struggled against the better competition whenever they would play him in Miami.
I know they had to go to Kansas City one of those years to go play in the cold weather, which is never a good. Those warm weather teams going on the road for a playoff game in January in Pittsburgh, Baltimore, Buffalo, Kansas City, it doesn't usually work very well. That's why Peyton Manning needed to get home field advantage that one year instead of always having the Patriots get it because you're a dome team. So it makes a difference. He was with the 49ers as an offensive,
yes.
I think a coordinator
and running backs coach.
So he had some success with the 49ers. At the very, very least, he will get a job as an offensive coordinator.
Oh, yeah, at the minimum. Would you want him as your head coach?
Sure. No.
Okay, sure.
No. Sure, I thought you were going to say offensive coordinator.
Sure.
Would I want him as my offensive coordinator? I don't like.
You're Cardinals fan, and Mike McDaniel's
I don't look at him as a leader of men.
Okay.
I don't know why. Maybe because he's 145 pounds. I just don't know that I could look at a guy and be like, that's my leader.
I don't understand. So wait. So I understand. Well, let me make sure I got this correctly. Yesterday, you were ripping overweight coaches, and now it's underweight coaches?
I didn't rip him. I said the Giants had success with an overweight coach. The Big Tuna won 2 Super Bowls.
Okay, so for you,
I wasn't ripping him.
Truly head coaching success based solely off of the weight of the head coach?
I don't know, man. Could you be led by a guy that wears skinny jeans? I don't know that I could.
I don't know.
They had Cliff for 4 years.
That's what I'm saying. Did you look at Cliff as a leader of men?
You wear joggers to work every day, and you're our fearless leader.
But not skinny jeans.
Fearless?
They're got sweatpants on. I got a hoodie.
Do we?
I don't know. That's just me. He's like, maybe he can lead. I don't know. I wouldn't want him as my head coach.
He's had more success than I was expecting when I saw his kind of resume. I'm like, wow, he really won that many games? I guess he did win that many games.
Two guys tell you to run through a wall. One's Robert Saleh. The other is Mike McDaniel. Which one are you listen? No, be honest. You could chime in, Lauren.
Mike McDaniel.
Robert Saleh.
Right. Like, hey, I need you to run through that wall. I'm like, dude, you're wearing Capizios and skinny jeans. I can't run through a wall for you.
This was so a conversation I was not prepared to have. But, I mean, I think Robert Saleh tells you to run through a wall, and chances are you're going to do it with a little more passion.
Someone posted a photo today on Twitter that was just the bottom of Mike McDaniel's leg, like with his joggers pulled up tight and his tennis shoes. And I saw it and I went, oh, that's Mike McDaniel. That's what you attribute to him not running through a wall.
Yeah, Robert Saleh's not wearing skinny jeans.
And he was wearing the pants that were like 5 inches too short, right? They kind of were like
gold chain and the magical now curly hair because he lives in Miami. And he's got sunglasses on the sideline. I get it.
All right, you know
Me
what?
and Lauren are on the same page here.
You've talked me into this.
We're on the same page.
He's just too wispy to be the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. Too much of a waif. Just can't do it. Yeah, he doesn't wear socks. His pants are too tight and too short. Get him out of here. I don't want him. Don't want him to be my head coach. Sorry, I did not expect to have this conversation. But it does. But it also now there's another team to compete with 4 head coaches. But here's the thing with the Miami.
Weren't they last when they hired Gannon?
The Cardinals?
Weren't they dead last?
Yes.
They were last when they hired Gannon, and I think they were last when they hired. I know they were last when they hired Bruce. I don't remember Steve, and I don't remember Cliff. I know they were last when they hired Bruce.
Gannon was last.
Yeah, Gannon was last because they were waiting for the Super Bowl, right? They hired him like 2 days after the Super Bowl was done.
Well, they weren't really waiting for the Super Bowl.
They were, tampering issues right there. According to NFL.com, I'm glad you reminded me to bring this up, and I think this is significant. According to NFL.com and their coaching tracker, the Cardinals have scheduled 6 interviews. Okay, so they've been linked to 7 names.
But 6 interviews scheduled.
But according to NFL.com, Vance Joseph has been scheduled. Clint Kubiak has been scheduled. Raheem Morris, Matt Nagy, Robert Saleh, and Anthony Weaver have all been scheduled.
Okay.
Now, Weaver's not in the playoffs. Nagy's not in the playoffs. Morris got fired. So the ones they would have to wait on would be Saleh. They'd have to wait on Kubiak, and they'd have to wait on Vance Joseph in order to do like face-to-face or anything beyond a virtual interview or working around. And then there's Thomas Brown.
But Denver's on the bye.
Yeah.
So you could reach out to Vance and have contact
He's already
with
interviewed
him.
with Baltimore. Vance has.
You could interview Vance.
But I thought they could only do virtual. I thought you can't do a face-to-face interview with a coach who's in the playoffs until like January 16th or something like that. So you can do a virtual. Yeah, no, you can interview. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Thomas Brown is the only coach that isn't on the scheduled list, according to what NFL.com is reporting. And while we're at it, the betting odds are out there, and the 2 candidates that are leading the way so far, Vance Joseph and a guy who's not been scheduled for an interview, Brian Flores, the defensive coordinator of the Minnesota Vikings.
He is going to interview with the Ravens.
Yes.
Brian Flores.
And he has already interviewed with the Cardinals 3 years ago when they hired Gannon.
Right.
He made it pretty far through the process. Both of those guys are the leading odds getters. Clint Kubiak is second. Mike McCarthy, Lou Anarumo, Joe Brady, the OC of the Bills, Chris Shula, the DC of the Rams, they're all next on the list. A lot of those names they haven't spoken to. This list, too, is a little wonky. Drew Petzing is on it. Cliff Kingsbury is on it.
Can you bet against that? I mean, honestly, can you bet? Hey, you guys, is there odds where you could bet against Drew Petzing being the head coach?
You would not get very good odds to do that. You would not.
Can I do a parlay? I'll bet that neither Cliff or Petzing will be the head coach. What can I win?
Not get very good odds. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, more help has arrived for the ASU Sun Devils, and it comes at a very interesting position for the ASU Sun Devils. We'll get you the latest when it comes to the Devils next on the Burns and Gambo show.
the Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It's the absolute dream team when it comes to taking care of your smile. Pro Smile, their dental implant center, second to none. Dr. Mehta, Dr. Valangi, and Dr. Hassini. This is truly the dream team that can help your smile makeover with the all-on-X implants and cosmetic veneers. If you're not happy with your smile, you want to feel better about yourself, you want to chew with confidence, you want to smile, you want to smile at the world, you want to take photos and videos and not be covering your mouth. How many people do you see they cover their mouth when they eat? They cover their mouth when they talk because they're not confident in their smile. They got bad teeth. They just have bad teeth. That's why you need to know about these three incredible doctors at Pro Smile. Dr. Mehta, Dr. Valangi, and Dr. Hassini. These three are the dream team. They can make it all happen for you. First and most important thing, they don't use regular dentists to do oral surgery. They use oral surgeons. They're oral surgeons to help you with your surgery when you get the All-On-X implants. Free consults, free 3D scans. They also have great financing available, interest-free financing and financing up to 10 years. You don't have to wait to have the perfect smile. You can have your perfect smile right now with Pro Smile Dental. All you have to do is go to ProSmileAZ.com. That's ProSmileAZ.com, or text PRO to 620-620.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Arizona State football has reinforced their quarterback room a second time this offseason. Mikey Keene has transferred to Tempe via the University of Michigan. Keene is a native of Chandler, Arizona, and faced ASU back when he was quarterback of Fresno State in 2023. However, the Devils did lose a key offensive contributor as well. Running back Raleek Brown has committed to the University of Texas. Brown had previously declared for the NFL draft, but pivoted when the opportunity with the Longhorns opened up. Add another name to the Cardinals coaching candidate pool. Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley has reportedly been requested for an interview That according to Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer. In the NFL, an 8th head coaching job opened up today. The Miami Dolphins announced they have parted ways with Mike McDaniel following a 7-10 season. Miami is also one of 2 teams in search of a new general manager, along with the Atlanta Falcons. And in the college football playoffs, Glendale is the place to be. The Fiesta Bowl coming up later tonight between Miami and Ole Miss. The winner gets to play in the championship game in Miami. Kickoff from State Farm Stadiums at 5:30, and you can hear all the action on ESPN 620 AM, or stick around right here after Burns and Gambo. We'll be joining in progress when we get off the air. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday. Will the Cardinals be any closer to hiring a head coach? Will any of these teams be closer to hiring a head coach? That and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I'm glad Mitch mentioned the Verbo Fiesta Bowl coming up tonight. It starts at 5:30. You can hear it on ESPN 620. We'll join it in progress after the Big Red Rage.
Who you rooting for?
At 7. Oh, I'm rooting for Ole Miss.
Let's go Ole Miss, man. Stick it to Lane Kiffin.
And it has
Stick
nothing
it
to do
to
with
Lane
Miami.
Kiffin.
It really, and Jody
No.
Jackson, if you're listening, I'm so sorry because I know she went to Miami and she's a big fan. It has nothing to do with them.
Nothing to
it
do
has
with them.
everything to do with sticking it to Lane Kiffin.
Stick it to Lane.
Really does.
I'm leaving so I could go win a championship. Yeah, let Ole Miss win one.
Yeah, he's taking coaches with him during this process. Like there have been.
Yeah, Charlie Weiss has to go back and forth between Baton Rouge and.
Yeah, 2 of the coaches are just gone.
Where's Ole Miss? What town is that?
Ole Miss is in not Starkville, but it's in come
Baton
on.
Rouge and.
Oh man! Right now, there's 10,000 Ole Miss fans that are listening to us who are screaming at us. Ole Miss.
Where is Ole Miss?
Location. Oxford.
Oxford. Oxford. Okay, back and forth between Oxford and Baton Rouge. And every time they win, he gets his bonus from LSU. It's so ridiculous.
It is. It's ridiculous.
It's so ridiculous.
Go Ole Miss. Absolutely go Ole Miss. I'm sure with the rain, traffic getting out to State Farm Stadium in Glendale is going to be a little bit of a mess. So if you are going to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl, my suggestion is you start heading out the door right about now for that game. Starts in 3 hours because it might take you a while to get through there. You broke the news today. Go ahead and share it with everybody now about ASU and what they got this morning or last night in the transfer portal.
Yeah, well, they've had a big day. Obviously today they ended up landing the Michigan transfer quarterback Mikey Keene, who starred at Chandler High School under Sean Aguano.
Chandler High School.
Yeah, Chandler High. Keene, he did not play at Michigan, but he was 2 years before that. He was a starter at Fresno State. He was at UCF. He's had a lot of starts. Passed for 8,245 yards, 65 touchdowns, 28 interceptions in his college career. He's a terrific local quarterback. He will compete with Cutter Boley for the starting job. He's got a lot of experience. Matter of fact, Kenny's first year, he took it to Kenny. 281 yards passing, 2 touchdowns. He lit Arizona State up when he was with Fresno State in 2023.
I remember that game. It was like 23-3 or something like that. It was a game where you went, oh my God, they've got a long way to go. If Fresno State's going to beat them like a drum like that, I forgot all about that game.
Mikey Keene was the quarterback then for Fresno State. He went to Michigan. He didn't play for Michigan, but he's transferring here. It's just a good quarterback room. They got a lot of competition. They've got 4 really good quarterbacks right now. I think it'll be Cutter Boley and Mikey Keene that will battle it out for the starting job. It's, again, just good get, local kid, Chandler High School, starred there. You look at what they've been able to do. And last night we reported that they got the Boston College wide receiver, Reed Harris.
Yep.
He was heading back to Montana, but then they did end up getting him. He officially committed. I got the message when I was on my way home last night that he did commit. So that, you start to look at what they're doing, the running back, the wide receivers. They've added a punter. They've added some defensive players. I would love for them to get the kid from Centennial High, Noah Carter. But I think that, he's at Florida State. We'll see if they can get him. That might be a money thing. We'll see how that plays out. But if anything, they've rebounded really nicely from losing Sam Levitt.
Yeah, you mentioned the safety. Lyric Rawls is his name, the number 26th ranked safety in the transfer portal. He is leaving Kansas, going to ASU. He had 73 tackles last year, 7 pass breakups, and an interception this past season. I don't know how he changes the rankings. I know so far when it comes to the transfer portal, albeit with fewer kids than a lot of other teams have signed, ASU, as of this morning, largely because of the Boston College wide receiver they got last night, moved up to number 8 in the transfer portal ratings, the 8th best class. Now, still 3rd in the Big 12 behind Oklahoma State and Texas Tech. Texas Tech, I think, jumped up to 3. I'm not sure who they got that allowed them to do that. But yes, this is, and it's funny. It's funny to not love the transfer portal process, to see what Sam Levitt's going through, to see the story today. The agent of the
kid in
Washington, the Damon Williams kid, dropped him.
Good.
The agent came out on social media and said, he is no longer my client. He's not working. Because he
looks stupid.
Well, he needs to get other college kids to, let him represent them. And no one's going to work with this guy if this is the kind of business
Damon
his
Williams
clients
Jr.
pull.
So
he had to drop him.
It's a fascinating story. Like, they're going to try to hold him to the contract, but do you really want the kid? He's entering the portal just like 2 days after he signed a contract in the mid $4 million range
my point,
to play for the Huskies. $4 million.
And my point being was that we can sit here and hate the NIL era, the transfer portal era.
I hate it more than just about anything going on right now.
But we also need our local team to be really good at it.
And they are.
Right? I mean,
they're going to be top 2 in the Big 12.
It's such a two-sided coin because on the one hand, I don't like it either. I think it's led to a product that it's just hard to even recognize it anymore with college football. But if you're going to tell me this is how it's going to be and this is how it's going to work, I need a coach and I need a program that can do well in this environment. And Kenny Dillingham can do very, very well in this environment. He's clearly, he proved it 2 years ago when he basically built from scratch a team that won the Big 12 title in year 1. And he's proving it again this year by having one of the top-ranked portal classes in all of college football.
Why can't it start to? Why can't they wait until all the college games are over with to do it? What's the difference with a few weeks?
That's
why do they have to have this stuff going on right now? Isn't it taken away from the product on the field? These games that we're seeing.
Sure, it is. Of course. Yeah.
Why do you have to have this? Why? I mean, coaches leaving and taking coaches with them.
It's
a terrible situation to put Ole Miss in.
It is.
It's a terrible. It shouldn't be allowed.
It is.
It shouldn't be allowed.
And
you should not be able to do anything until the season ends. Unless your team if your team's out of it, maybe that's a different story. But this is, I don't know. I understand it's almost like free agency every year, and some kid's going to play for 5 different teams. I mean, look, you look at Mikey Keene. This is his 4th team.
Mikey Keene's bounced
this is
around.
4th team.
Yeah.
Right. This is the way it's going to be. But they got to fix the timing.
And let's look at the quarterback room in general for the Sun Devils. You think
Dyer, Fetty.
You think all 4 of these guys are going to be around a year from now, right? Like you think they're all going to. You think Fetty's? You don't wonder if Jake Fetty is already starting to look around, going, "Oh boy, what'd I do? Where am I going to go?" And you hope that the spirit of competition prevails and he comes in and goes, fine, go get all these guys in the transfer portal. I'll just beat him. But when he doesn't, or if he doesn't, then he's just going to end up doing the same thing. That's the world we live in now in college football. That's just how it goes. I'm not saying it's a guarantee he leaves, but when you've got a room that is that full now, you certainly run the risk of not being able to ever develop a quarterback
every kid,
and just leaning on the portal every single year.
All of those kids, when they signed with ASU, felt that they were going to be the starting quarterback. Dyer, Fetty, they all believed that they were going to sign here and then be the starter. And then, but they're always looking to look. It's college sports. If they could do better than you, they're going to do better than you. If they could find somebody better and that guy wants to play for you, they're gonna push you to the side.
Yeah,
no loyalty.
Yeah, but as long as this is the system and as long as these are the rules, I want to coach. And I think this is what benefits Kenny Dillingham is especially on the offensive side of things, and that's why you're seeing 2 quarterbacks, 2 great wide receivers coming in. You're seeing the running backs coming in because of the. I think Kenny has proven not only with the quarterbacks, but in general on offense, hey, look, come to us. Come to us because look what I did with Sam Levitt. Come to us because Jordan Tyson's going to be a top 10 pick in the NFL draft. Come to us because look what we did for Cam Scadaboo. We came in here from an FCS program in Sacramento State, and now he's one of the up-and-coming stars at the position in the National Football League. If you're an offensive player and you're looking to make a name for yourself, boy, you can see why ASU is the place for you. Now, I'm not saying defensively it's just different, right? Like it feels like so far in the portal, it's been all offense. And I think that speaks very loudly to Kenny Dillingham's reputation, not only in the business, but when it comes to these kids in terms of what he can do for them. And that's why he's doing so well.
He'll do a great job. Now he's got to get some beef. He's got to get more beef. Offensive linemen, defensive linemen, he's got to build up, that's going to be important too. But from a skill position player, yeah. What skill position player wouldn't want to play for Kenny Dillingham?
You would think so, right? You would think so.
Yes.
As the announcements keep coming in, and as the transfers keep coming in, you mentioned a kicker, there was a safety, things like that. So the list is getting longer and longer. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, how does the Cardinals' best player feel about the departure of his second ever head coach? My God, is the next guy going to be Trey McBride's third coach? We'll talk about it next in the Burns and Gambo show.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about M-Drive. As people know, I put a lot of time and effort into working out, staying in shape, and right now it's time. It's time for you to take a look at mdriveformen.com, rebuild your strength, reclaim your drive. All you have to do is go online. It's a quick quiz. They'll even send you 10% off when you go online at mdriveformen.com. You can get the great product that I use every single day. For those of you, there is a New Year's sale going on right now. It's got a day and 9 hours left. So if you want to get a discount, you could use the code New Year for 20% off of everything right now on mdriveformen.com. 20% off everything at mdriveformen.com. For those of you out there that are getting a little bit older in age, and you can't lose those extra 5 to 10 pounds, you've got to check out Boost and Burn. It's science. It's biology. You're eating right. You're working out. You're like, why can't I lose these extra 7 pounds? You can't. Your body's not letting you. But M-Drive Boost and Burn will. M-Drive Boost and Burn was built for that stage of your life. It supports steady energy, healthy metabolism, fat burning. You put the work in, M-Drive Boost and Burn will get you where you need to go. All you have to do is go to mdriveformen.com. You could also find M-Drive Boost and Burn at Sprouts or on Amazon, but I recommend going online, mdriveformen.com.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, here's Lauren with today's poll question of the day. Don't forget Matt Ishbia, Suns and Mercury owner, set to join us in about 15 minutes from right now.
Do you root for your boyfriend or do you root for your brother?
Your brother.
Do you root for your brother or your boyfriend?
You root for your brother.
This is a really good question.
And she asked her brother for the tickets to the game because they're going to be better than the ones her boyfriend can get her. So,
so take that.
Somebody please explain this to the audience in
All right,
case they're not
so
paying
Cole
attention.
Cole Kmet, the tight end for the Bears.
Yes.
His sister is dating the Packers defensive lineman Lucas Van Ness.
Okay.
So a Bears player is dating a Packers defensive lineman. So it's a fair question. Do you root for your brother or do you root for your boyfriend? That could be your husband. You might have children with this person.
Mitch is giving me sign language.
I don't know. I don't talk to her on Packer Week, so I'll find out after the game.
You don't talk to her?
No, I'm kidding. Well, she did ask for tickets, and I just sent her the tickets, so I didn't really respond to anything else besides that. But
could you ask the other guy?
No. They wanted the better seats. That's why. So I had to help my sister out. No, all kidding aside, but I usually find that out after the game. Usually she's just she's happy to see both of us healthy and all that good sister stuff. But I hope deep down she's rooting for us.
All right, I will say this. I hate the people that wear split jerseys. Like half Packer. Pick one. Honey, pick one.
So,
your brother or your boyfriend.
So
pick one.
A mom who's got two kids in the NFL.
Yeah, you root for Markeith or Marcus Morris. Pick one. Which one you like better? You have to like one
Travis
of your kids better.
Jason Kelsey. You have to choose one of your kids.
Yeah, choose one. You can't root for, but you have to root for one.
You are required to love one of your kids more than the other. That's the Gambo doctrine.
Don't tell that to Max Melton's mom.
That's the Gambo doctrine right there.
Yeah, you're rooting for the Eagles or the Chiefs. Who do you want? Now, if you want to say I'm rooting for Jason Kelsey because Travis has the Super, then that's fine. But find a reason to root for one of your kids, not both. You can't root for both.
Okay, but that's not the situation here, unless she shows up wearing a split jersey.
She has to root for either her brother or her boyfriend.
I don't know what she'll show up wearing.
How long has she been dating the boyfriend?
I don't know. I don't know how long.
If it's a
they've
new
been dating.
relationship, that's an easy answer. If she's been with the guy for 6-7 years, then it gets really complicated.
I don't think so. There's no complications here.
Would your daughter root for her brother or her boyfriend?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
It's never really been a problem. She was never dating
anybody who played against Jason.
Anybody who played against. No, she never did. She never did.
The pause had me intrigued.
I had to think
for a
about. I was
moment.
just trying to think if she dated somebody from another high school or something like that. But no, she didn't. So, not a problem. Is this the poll question?
No, this has nothing to do with the poll question.
I thought that was the poll question. All right.
No,
I'm wrong. My bad. I'm sorry. Bring it
No,
up.
it's fine.
All right.
It's fine. I'm
trying to have fun.
As always, I'm entertained by you, Gambo.
Yeah. All right.
What is the poll question?
Poll question today has to do with something that you guys actually brought up in the first segment of the show, which is there are currently 8 NFL head coach openings. When do you think the Cardinals will make their new head coach hire compared to the other 7? Will they be the first team to make a new hire?
Hell no.
2nd through 4th.
Okay.
5th through 7th.
Okay.
Or last to make their new hire.
5th through 7th.
I'm going to agree with my esteemed colleague over here to my right. 5th through 7th. I don't think they'll be last this time around, but I think they'll be on the back end.
And you guys are with the majority of our listeners. 44% going with 5 through 7. 36% going with last to make a hire, again, like they were with JG. 18% going with 2nd through 4th. and a lowly 2% going with first to make the new hire.
Boy, if you're in the 2%, I don't know what optimism you've got. You think they're going to strike that fast when it comes to this? Yeah, I'm like I say, I know they were last with JG. I know they were last with BA. I don't remember for Wilkes, and I don't remember for Cliff. I
Definitely were last with Gannon.
Yeah, I don't remember about those other two. I know they were definitely last for Bruce. That for sure. All right, that's the poll question. And of course, if you want to weigh in on the other topic, the YouTube chat is, I'm sure, exploding.
Some people like your sweatshirt, Lauren. Madeline Island. Where is that?
Wisconsin.
Okay.
Wait, you're a Chicago Bears fan. What are you doing promoting a Wisconsin?
Oh!
What are you doing? What are you doing in there?
Good catch.
I'll have you know.
What are you doing?
I'll
Good
have you know.
catch.
As I got dressed this morning, that thought did cross my mind that somebody would ask, and I'd have to say Wisconsin, but it's not Green Bay. So
Okay.
we're in the clear.
Okay. All right. Trey McBride yesterday was one of 4 Arizona Cardinals to golf at the TPC of Scottsdale, which we're going to be nearby tomorrow, as a matter of fact. We're going to be at the TPC DraftKings Sportsbook out there. And there were media out there. Our own Tyler Drake was out there. And Trey McBride was asked his thoughts about Jonathan Gannon getting fired.
Obviously, not what we expected, not what, but I totally understand the decision. Disappointing, but at the same time, I understand the business. It's a bottom line business, and if you don't win, they move on. So feel for him, loved him as a person, loved him as a coach, and I'm excited to see where he heads next.
Apparently, Trey McBride was operating a leaf blower while he was conducting that interview. Hey, Trey, put the leaf blower down, man. We're all here to talk to you. Do you mind?
I think the players, they respected Gannon. They liked Gannon. I haven't heard anybody say anything negative, and usually they don't. But I reached out to a couple players, and we talked. I asked about the meeting at 10 o'clock, and he said that players I suppose looked at us in the eyes, and he was a man about it, and we respected him. So they just didn't win. So that's why I understand it. I'm excited for what happens to him. I'm also excited what happens to us because look, all those guys want to win football games, and you know this because we've been around this business a long time. There's only so many times you could keep telling players, follow me, we'll win. Follow me, do it my way. Do everything I'm telling you, we'll win. This is how we're going to practice. This is how we're going to prepare. Do it this way, we'll win. Nobody does that and say, do it this way, we'll lose. Do it this is, you're listening to your coach because you're believing in him that he's going to lead you to victories. And when you lose 14 out of 15 games, it's hard to have the faith in the coach that, hey, listen, I'm listening to you, but we're not winning.
Yeah.
So, after a time, that's why it's time to go.
That's a good point. And I think the other thing I'm thinking of, and I'm not necessarily accusing Trey McBride of this or anybody of the Arizona Cardinals for this, but you also don't want the players liking the coach too much, right? Like you because then
like friends.
Yeah, well, yeah, like because it at some point if you like him too much, then maybe the relationship was not properly structured in that they were. And I'm not saying that was the case here. I'm just saying in general, a coach that is too player friendly. Right? A coach that is too, oh, yeah, everybody loved him, man. Everybody just thought he was great. Yeah, chances are you loved him and thought he was great because he wasn't that much of a disciplinarian and he kind of lets you get away with stuff and maybe he wasn't as detailed. And I'm not saying that's the case with Jonathan Gannon. I'm just saying that in general, I don't know if you want a player in a locker room to like their head coach too much because it might shine a light on what the relationship was like in the locker room in terms of that coach letting you get away with too many things. But they all want to win. If the next guy comes in, if they hire the next Ben Johnson, if they hire the next Liam Cohen, if they hire the next Mike Vrabel, and the guy comes in, trust me, they'll all get over whatever feelings they have for Jonathan Gannon. And Jonathan Gannon's going to be fine. In fact, not more than anything, but I am curious where Gannon ends up.
There's 8 spots for a defensive coordinator.
I know. I'm curious to see how much traction he gets for one of those gigs. There was a report I read today suggesting Dallas might give him a call. They fired Eberflus as their defensive coordinator, and there's obviously some good defensive coordinators out there on the market. I don't think Gannon's going to get another head coaching job this cycle. Clearly, he'll have to wait a few years to get another one of those.
It's usually ties. It's not like I don't think you could look at teams. I think you got to look at ties. Gannon's had stops in Atlanta, Tennessee, Minnesota, Indianapolis, Philly. Who is he tied to there?
The OC, who was his offensive line coach.
Okay.
Not that he's in charge of doing the hiring, but Clayton Adams, I would think if there was one guy to go to Brian Schottenheimer and say, hey, dude, I'm just letting you know. Yeah. Jonathan Gannon's a hell of a defensive coach, and he'd be a great addition here. Maybe Clayton Adams would say that about him.
So I think it's usually connections and ties. It's like, is a coach going to hire him without even knowing it? Maybe not. Usually these coaches, like you said it, like you're going to come in and if you hire a defensive coordinator, you're going to come in, you're going to ask Robert Sala, who's going to be your OC? He knows.
Yeah.
Like, he knows. He's been in the league long enough. I know who I want to be my OC if I'm Sal or Vance Joseph.
So to your point real quick, let's say the Colts, hypothetically, lose Lou Anarumo and he becomes a head coach somewhere.
Right.
Shane Steichen was on the same Eagles staff as Jonathan Gannon. And if they need a defensive coordinator, you start connecting dots and you realize that could be somewhere where he ends up potentially. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Suns won again. They are rolling. All is good in Suns land. And joining us next, the owner of the Suns and the Mercury, Matt Ishbia. That is coming up here on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
On the subject of passion, when did we see the most passion from Jonathan Gannon? It came at his lowest moment as the Arizona Cardinals head coach.
Yep.
When he confronted and made physical contact with Amari DiMercato. That was his low point.
Yep.
But that was really the only thing resembling sideline passion we saw during a game, win or lose. When it's kept in check and when it's controlled, there's nothing wrong with coaching emotion. Now, there's been coaches that have been absolute maniacs. A lot of those at the college ranks. Most of them coached at U of A.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Early detection saves life. LifeGuard Imaging can save your life. They take a lot of pride in saving 1 to 3 lives every single day. They've got a coronary artery heart scan, a lung scan, an abdominal pelvis scan, a full body scan from shoulders to the base of the pelvis, a virtual colonoscopy. And right now they are offering you, our listeners, absolutely free. This is incredible. A lot of people have taken advantage of it, and I'm glad you do. Let's stay on top of our health. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from LifeGuard Imaging. It's a $600 value. It's free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Look, some things are hereditary. Sometimes you just, whatever your parents give you, you get, no matter how good you eat and how much you work out. But LifeGuard Imaging saves lives through early detection. 1 in 2 men will be diagnosed with cancer. 1 in 3 women will be diagnosed with cancer. Most are not going to find out until it's too late, which is why LifeGuard Imaging can save your life. The scan takes about 5 to 10 minutes, but it can help you get ahead of any issues that can help you so you could be there for your family down the road. Call them at 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Dan Bickley here, and if you've always wanted a beautiful green sparkling lawn, my friends at Turf Monsters are offering a smoking hot deal, 15% off all new turf jobs through the end of December. This includes dog runs, poolside turf putting greens, and outdoor spaces perfect for grilling and game days. Take advantage of this great offer by visiting turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call at 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you're sitting there thinking, my private student loans are in default, nobody's going to help me, let me stop you right there, because Why Refi will. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and this is literally what Why Refi does. They help people who are already in default get a fresh start with a low, fixed-rate payment plan that actually fits their life. Not a temporary fix, not a Band-Aid, a real plan. And they're not going to make you feel bad about it. They're not going to ask you a million questions about how you got here. They know life happens. They know people try their best. They're just here to help you move forward. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that's the end. Why Refi is built for the people who have been told no. Default does not have to control your future. You can take back control today. To learn more, go to yrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-444-2013. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-444-2013. That's 800-444-2013. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona State football has reinforced their quarterback room for a second time this offseason. Mikey Keene has transferred to Tempe via the University of Michigan. Keene is a native of Chandler, Arizona, and faced ASU back when he was quarterback of Fresno State in 2023. The Devils did lose a key offensive contributor as well. Running back Raleek Brown has committed to the University of Texas. Brown had previously declared for the NFL draft, but pivoted when the opportunity with the Longhorns opened up. Add another name to the Cardinals' coaching candidate pool. Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley has reportedly been requested for an interview. That, according to Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer. In the NFL, an 8th head coaching job opened up today. The Miami Dolphins announced they've parted ways with Mike McDaniel following a 7-10 season. Miami is also one of 2 teams in search of a new general manager, along with the Atlanta Falcons. And in the college football playoffs, Glendale is the site of the Fiesta Bowl between Miami and Ole Miss. The winner gets the right to play in the championship game in Miami. Kickoff from State Farm Stadium is at 5:30, and you can hear all the action on ESPN 620 AM or right here on 98.7 FM after the Burns and Gambo show. And don't go anywhere, because Suns and Mercury owner Matt Ishbia chopping it up with Burns and Gambo next, right here on Arizona Sports.
Home of the Suns. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Coming off the court, you hear it straight from a Suns player with Burns and Gambo.
Suns player? Suns owner? Sure. Joining us right now on the Burns and Gambo show after their win last night against the Memphis Grizzlies, for which he was courtside, by the way. The Suns owner, the Mercury owner, Matt Ishbia, joins us here on the Burns and Gambo show. Matt, welcome back to the program. Happy New Year to you and to yours, and we appreciate the time, man. How are we doing today?
I'm doing great. Glad to talk to you guys. Appreciate the time as well.
You know, before we talk about the team, I want to mention something to you that you probably don't even know about. I've got a lot of Suns fans that follow me for news like all over the world. And like about 4 or 5 months ago, I had a guy reach out to me from Austria. And he's a big Suns fan. He follows our show and he listens to the show. And he's been a Suns fan since 2004. He watches every single Suns game from Austria since 2004. And he said he was going to come to the Valley and see the Suns for the first time. And so I reached out to your staff, Josh and Mikey Weisberg, and just let him know that this guy was coming. And I just want to give the organization so much credit. This guy said him and his fiance had the best weekend of their entire life. You guys treated this fan like he was a king. He got to meet some players. He got to go on the court and watch, warm-ups. He just had the best time ever. And I just want to give credit to you guys because I never met the guy. I met him on Friday. I went to the game on Friday. I never met the guy, but he had reached out to me. And so I reached out to your staff saying, hey, this guy's coming all the way from Austria to watch you guys play. You guys treated him like royalty. And that meant a lot to that kid. It meant a lot to him.
I love hearing it. Yeah, and we want to make the fan experience amazing. So when they come from Austria, they come from downtown Phoenix, we want to do something special. And I love hearing that story because we always want to go above and beyond. I love having our fans. We have fans across the world at Phoenix Suns, which is pretty special and an honor. And so thank you for sharing that. That's great to hear. I'm glad, and we're going to keep doing those types of things.
Yeah, credit to Mikey and Josh Bartelstein and everybody for the job that they did to make his weekend here in America special. You promised the fans they would have a team that worked their asses off and made the fans proud. You've delivered on what you've said. When did you realize that promise was going to come to fruition? When did you realize that you had that type of team?
Yeah, well, thank you. It's important because I love Phoenix, and we got to do the right thing. And I think that's the first step is creating a culture and identity. And so I actually knew it back in the summer when we started. When we said, hey, listen, we got to tear this thing and do it the right way with an identity. And I knew that every decision from who we hired, from the GM to the coach to the assistant coaches to which players we decided to keep and not keep, to which players we added and subtracted, like all that mattered. And so did I know it would be as good this quickly? Maybe not, but I didn't think the results might not be as quickly, but I definitely believed in the concept and the idea, and the results have been great. The city seems happy. The players are loving it, and everything's going great right now. But we're only 37 games in. We got to keep stacking it, keep building. But I feel really good about the direction we're going now.
So if I heard you right, even you are a little bit surprised by how quickly the success has come. Would that be fair to say, Matt?
Yeah, well, if you consider the success 22-15 without Jalen Green all year, that's different than what I would have expected. Okay. Now, not because I believe in the team, but because it takes time for a new team to gel. We have a lot of young players. A lot of guys are stepping up, and some guys are doing more than we expected, and that's fantastic. And some guys are doing exactly what we expected, and that's fantastic. But the key has been we set the identity, and the players are bought in. The coach is fantastic. The GM is fantastic. The CEO is fantastic. Everyone's bought in, and we're all living it together. I know everyone joked about us saying we're aligned, but that's what we are. We're all aligned on what we're trying to accomplish, and I think the fans are seeing it.
Matt Ishby is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. You said something there that kind of caught my attention, and it's something we've been talking about for a few weeks now. What is it about your front office and your coaching staff that has allowed the discovery of some of these players and their development over the course of the season? Talking about the Jordan Goodwins of the world, the Bouyes of the world, even a guy like Oso Ighodaro. What is it about your front office's ability to find these players and your coaching staff's ability to get the most out of these players, Matt?
Yeah, well, we have a belief system around player development and around getting players better. Just because who you think they are doesn't mean who they're going to be. And some players get better, some people regress. And the work that they put in this summer from the minute we hired them to a lot of the guys, Oso, Ryan, Colin, a lot of these guys were there all summer working, not like going off all over the world. They were there working and like building that and developing that. And that's not just in the off season, it's during the season. And so getting better every day, the assistant coaches are aligned. They all have different focus with each player. Each player has goals, focuses, and that's what we're working towards. And it doesn't always work perfectly, but we're on a path and a trajectory that we all feel good about.
Boogie Cousins tweeted out, that was NBA Central tweeted out, that Boogie Cousins thinks the Lakers should trade Austin Reeves for Dillon Brooks. You responded, don't bother calling. The Suns aren't interested. Dillon's not going anywhere. The last couple of years, there were tons of rumors, and a lot of people believed them. The belief now is that you guys have a good team. That you're gonna see what happens when Jalen comes back, and you're gonna maybe make a small move at the deadline. But that you actually like this. They're having fun. They have a lot of chemistry together. So tell me about you going out there and just killing some of these rumors early.
Yeah, sometimes I see some of that stuff. I don't see that much of that on there too often. But when I saw that and there was so much excitement around it, there's zero chance that's happening. Zero chance we have any interest in trading Dillon Brooks. I just talked about identity and culture and leadership and grit and toughness. I mean, I'm defining the Suns, but it defines Dillon Brooks. Everything that we love about what the Phoenix Suns are doing right now, Dillon Brooks represents that. And by the way, so does Jordan Goodwin. I'll go through all the guys. Devin Booker. I mean, I can go through the guys, but Dylan Brooks we traded for a reason. And so, these guys online, they'll say, we're going to trade this. I know they're trying to get clicks and all that stuff, but sometimes I see it and I just figure, let me just shut this nonsense down real quick, and that's what I did.
Yeah. A lot of people look at the situation you're in. You're a little bit over the tax, $300,000 or so over the tax, and you might be able to make a smaller move or two to get under the tax. Does that matter to you? Because I know there's some punishments for repeat offenders and things like that, but is that something that you're thinking about?
Not worried about the tax. Like I said, I've always said, like, I'm willing to spend. However, with the comment of it's almost mismanagement to be $200,000 or $300,000 over the tax. Either you're over the tax and you're paying, or you're under the tax and you're getting a check. So you're not going to be $200,000 to $300,000. So we'll either be under, or we'll trade and make a move that puts us over, and we'll be, proudly over, not $200,000 over.
Interesting. And so along those lines, understanding the Dylan Brooks thing isn't happening, I'm curious, given how well the team has played so far this year and how you don't want to mess with much, how active do you expect the team will be up until the February 5th trade deadline, Matt?
We'll be active because we talk to people every day, but the truth is we love our team. We love our guys. We love our coach. We love everything we got going. We don't need to mess with a great thing. And we still have to see our full team, which we'll see hopefully very soon with Jalen out there and the whole group. Like, we don't need to make a change at all. We could go nothing and do nothing at all and feel good about it, and we can find a way to get under that $300,000 with something creative. But the reality is this. We don't need to do anything. We like our team. We're proud of our team, and we're building. Now, if something comes up and we make a move, we'll look at things. We're not going to be head in the sand because we're always trying to build and get better. But we like where we're at. I think the fans love who we are right now, too.
Do you think you'll get 10 to 12 games of Jalen Green to see where you're at with him before the deadline?
Yes, I do. I do think so. I think Jalen's very, very close. I think, I don't know what the timelines they give everyone, but I do think he's not missing 10 more games, if that's the question. So I don't know how many games we have between now and the deadline, but I expect him to come back, hopefully sometime on the end of this road trip or right after this road trip coming up.
I really like the way Rasheer Fleming's playing lately, and he is that guy that could give you that power forward, that body that I think you guys desperately need. Going back to Burnsy's point on how well the organization and the coaching staff has developed players. I mean, I had a lot of doubts about Oso, but I think he's developed so well lately under this coaching staff, and I'm seeing the same thing with Fleming. Do you feel like he could be a big piece for you going forward at that power forward spot?
Absolutely. We love Rasheer. We love Kaman. These guys are, one of them was 21 and one of them just turned 19. We believe in these guys more now than when we drafted them, to be clear. And there's a process. And the thing is, when you're a good team, rookies don't play much when you're a good team. And we're actually a good team. It's not we're not a lottery team that has 2 or 3 rookies playing every day and putting up stats on a bad team. We're a good team competing for the playoffs, not for the play-in. We're actually in that 7 seed right now, and we're, I think 2 games out of the 3 seed, I think, if I looked at it correctly. And so we're a good team. I don't expect rookies to play much on a very good team. They're developing. And you watch Rasheer, he's gotten better every day. Kaman's gotten better every day. You'll see that throughout the season. You'll see it next season, the season after. And those guys are going to be great parts of the Phoenix Suns organization for years to come.
Leave me with this. Jordan Goodwin, I don't even know where you guys would be without his contributions. He has been absolutely sensational. Your organization, you and Brian Gregory and Josh and Jordan, you picked him to be on this roster. Jordan's trusted him with major minutes. I believe you guys just guaranteed his contract, which was coming up. So I believe you guys just did that. But tell me about, adding him and getting him. The Lakers let him go. They waived him because they wanted Marcus Smart. Just tell me about how he's fit the Suns' DNA.
He's exactly like we talked about. Very similar to Dylan Brooks. He's Suns' DNA through and through. And, when he got waived, there's a process. Then people go and sign free agent. We actually claimed him off waivers. That's how much we wanted. We targeted it. We knew what we thought of him. He obviously competed for the last roster spot, and quite honestly, it wasn't close. He was the guy, and he was the guy that's not only been make the team, but he's going to make us better, and hopefully for years to come, because he's our kind of guy. And so, extremely happy with him. Great rebounder, great defensive guy, great culture guy. we had him a couple years ago. We loved him back then. We had to get included in that Royce O'Neal deal, but we were so happy to get him back. And I love having Jordan Goodwin on the team, and I think the fans do too.
Matt, we appreciate the time as always. Congratulations so far on the season up until this point. We're all watching to see what happens next. But thanks for the time this afternoon. We really appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys. Have a great day.
You got it. Thanks, Matt.
Matt Ishbia, the owner of the Suns and the Mercury, joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show as we're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big, and we want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Ron Wolfley and myself on the Arizona Sports team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event on February 21st. Please text the word hike to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today. The new Cardinals head coach, whoever he may be, what is he going to do when it comes to the Cardinals quarterback position? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Coming off the court, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
G.G. Jackson dribbles out the final second, and the Suns win 117-98. The final score here at FedEx Forum in Memphis. They end a 6-game skid in the series against the Grizzlies, and they get back to a season-high tying 7 games over 500.
More on this nice Suns road win in Memphis heading your way on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
The Lund Mortgage team has done a tremendous job of helping people like me and you every single day with their mortgage needs. Now, if you haven't revisited your mortgage in a while, you may want to. Rates have come down quite a bit. So if you had purchased a house in the last few years and did a refinance, you may want to call the Lund Mortgage team and say, hey, here's where I'm at. What's out there? Is there a way to save money? Is there a way to pay my house off quicker? Is this a good time to maybe go from a 30-year to a 15-year mortgage and let them work for you? The Lund Mortgage team is local, over 30 years of experience right here in Arizona. From Stan Lund to Lisa Lund and Matt Oliver, it is a family-owned mortgage brokerage that could shop the best rates for you, save you money, and find the right mortgage for you. You can call them at 623-889-0130. This is also a great time with rates coming down for her first-time home buyers. A lot of houses on the market, and the rates are good. So if you've never thought about buying a house and you're starting to think about it, let's contact the Lund Mortgage team where they can get you pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Wolf. Which head coach vacancy will be filled first? We'll react to the latest head coaching news tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Burns and Gambo hanging out with you on this wet and rainy Thursday afternoon here from our Phoenix studios on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. That's right. We're up here in Phoenix, just in case you wanted to know. So we're waiting on this Cardinals coaching search, and we're probably going to be waiting a while. I don't expect anything to happen anytime soon with the playoffs and not being able to meet face-to-face with any of the coaches on any of the playoff teams until after their teams are eliminated or after a couple of weeks.
I'm excited about it.
About the coaching search?
Because, of course. Listen, the most important, from Halloween on, we've been waiting for the season to end.
Yeah.
It was a miserable, rotten season, the worst that we've ever experienced as Cardinal fans in our lifetime, the worst we've ever experienced. It's time to, kind of like the Suns, when they got rid of Durant and Beal and Budenholzer, like it's time to start anew. There's always the hope, there's always the hope that they'll get the right guy, they'll get the right quarterback, they'll build something, that could be something that everybody's proud of. There is that hope, so I am looking forward to the hire.
I hope I wasn't giving the impression that I'm not. I'm very much looking forward to this offseason. Now, I don't know if they're going to get it right or not. But given that we don't know who the coach is going to be, we don't know who the quarterback is going to be, we don't know who the number 3 pick in the draft is going to be, like there's so much mystery about what this is going to look like and what it's going to be that I'm not saying it's going to be great. I'm not saying it's going to be awful. It's just the fun comes into not knowing, and kind of discovering it all together to see what it's going to be. What I'm interested in, though, is there were a pair of stories today on ESPN.com, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, under the idea of, hey, what if the new coach comes in and during the interview process says something along the lines of, I believe in Kyler Murray and I can fix him. I believe in, if Mike McDaniel comes in and interviews for the head coaching job and he's like, no, dude, you can totally win with Kyler Murray. Or Clint Kubiak comes in and says, yeah, Kyler Murray's the guy. I don't want him to go anywhere, and here's my 5-point plan on how it's going to work with Kyler. The reason I bring that up, on ESPN today, there was not one but 2 suggestions that Kyler could stay. The first one started on a piece that was headlined 2026 NFL offseason, free agents, draft notes, and predictions. And they looked at all 18 teams that have been eliminated from the playoffs. And on the Arizona Cardinals, their big prediction for the offseason from Ben Solak was, and I quote, the Cardinals will keep Kyler Murray. Everyone expects a trade, but his level of play and his contract aren't so bad that the Cardinals need to deal him right away. If they don't find a solid offer for Murray, keeping him one more year is very defensible, close quote. Okay, there's one.
Okay.
And the other one was a story, same website, ESPN.com, ESPN intel on the coaching search. And under the Arizona Cardinals, the intel they had, and I quote, it doesn't seem totally off the table for the Cardinals' next head coach to inherit Kyler Murray as a starting quarterback. Close quote.
Whatever coach comes in is going to want to win. Whatever coach that comes in, I'm going to want to win. I'm going to want to be competitive. Kyler Murray gives you the chance to be competitive. I don't think Kyler Murray gives you the chance to get to where you want to go. I don't think he has the ability to sit in the pocket and make the throws. And, he has a chance to win you games. But overall, he's got a losing record, and he's never won a playoff game. He's been here for a long time. I think they need to move on. But I'm taking it from a coach's perspective, not a fan's perspective or media's perspective. Mm-hmm. As a coach, you're coming in, you're going, okay, what's my options? I got Kyler Murray or Jacoby Brissett, or I got Kyler Murray and I got Malik Willis. I got Kyler Murray or Ty Simpson. I probably have a better chance of winning with Kyler Murray. I mean, if the coach will probably say that. Now, I look at it, and I'm looking more longer term. Like, Kyler's not the long-term answer. He's been here long enough. I don't think Kyler could take you where you want to go. Can Kyler help get Michael's, what Michael wants is a quick turnaround in 1 year? Try to win 8 or 9 games, maybe try to make the playoffs at 9 and 8. Maybe. I've always said Kyler's not a bad quarterback. You've never once heard me say Kyler sucks. I've never said Kyler sucks. I never said Kyler. I've always said he's a middle of the pack quarterback. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of teams in the playoffs. Some middle-of-the-pack quarterbacks are in the playoffs. So, there's a chance that coach comes in and wants to sell Monty and Michael on, let me keep Kyler. Now, is that what those guys want to hear?
That's a good question.
I mean, if I'm the GM, listen, I'm the one that's giving you the ingredients. What ingredient do you want to give the coach? Is it Kyler or is it somebody else?
Yeah, I think the biggest takeaway from what you just said for me is that there is a very real possibility that Kyler Murray is just a better quarterback than the option that they'll have otherwise. That whatever's behind door number 2 or door number 3 is just not going to be as good as Kyler Murray. He'll be different. He'll be new. He'll be, it'll be a surprise to watch them play, but there's a real chance that they won't be any better than Kyler Murray. And I do also think that there is a very real chance that one of these interviews will have a guy, I think even multiple guys, who will come in, if it's one of the defensive coaches, hey, I have an offensive coordinator in mind, and he loves Kyler Murray. He's figured out a way to make this work. Or it's one of the offensive minds. It's a Clint Kubiak type that comes in. Yeah, I know exactly how you can win with Kyler Murray. I know exactly the kind of. I guarantee you, they will hear that. And so what I'm more interested in, and you just said it a second ago, and I don't know the answer to this. How open-minded will Michael and Monty be to that? Or are they going into the process of, yeah, Kyler's not going to be an option for you, so don't tell me how you're going to win with him. He's not going to be here anymore. I wonder how open-minded they are to that idea, or how much they try to, one of these reports even suggested that the money that Kyler is owed might mean that they want to give Kyler another chance. They're motivated to give Kyler another chance because of the money that they're paying him. So I'm very curious to see either keeping him or letting him go, how open-minded Monty and Michael are to either sticking with him or letting him go, or have they made their minds up one way or another? It's got to be this or it's got to be that. I don't know the answer to that.
Listen, if there's any way that either of the top 2 quarterbacks falls to them at 3, then your mind's made up. But you've got to make a decision before that.
Do you feel that good about Dante Moore?
No, I don't love Moore.
Okay, because
he's had 4 games where he's thrown for under 200 yards. He was terrible against Indiana the first time around. I don't think he threw a touchdown in the game against Tech. I don't think he threw 1 touchdown in that game. I'm not a fan of Moore, but okay, just say Mendoza. Like, if you knew you could get Mendoza, well, then you're done with Kyler.
Yes.
But if you can't get Mendoza and say you can't even get Moore, it's like this is a really difficult situation for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, it is.
It's a really because here's the other thing. If you bring back Kyler, you're going to win enough games to not have a top 5 pick again next year. You will.
Mm-hmm.
Because Kyler's a middle-of-the-pack quarterback. He'll win enough games for you to not be a Super Bowl contender, not win a division, but maybe win 7 or 8 games to where you're not picking in the top 5. So do you sell a new coach on, look, let's take it on the chin, let's lose a lot of games, and the next year we'll get your quarterback? I would go that route. This is my route. My route is not bring back Kyler, because to me, Kyler's not the long-term answer at quarterback for the Cardinals. And I certainly don't want to get to the point where I got to give him another contract.
No.
To me, it's I would sell the coach on, we're going to lose. We're going to lose. And we're going to get a top 5 pick in the draft, and we're going to get a great quarterback next. Maybe we got Arch Manning next year. But we're going to get one of these quarterbacks. But to get to that point, we can't win 8 games.
I'm going to sell the coach on, we're moving on from Kyler. We've seen enough organizationally. We're ready to do something different. Who do you want? Who do you want? Tell us who's out there that you think you could do something with. Is it Dante Moore? Is it Malik Willis? Is it Mac Jones? Who's out there that you are convinced you could bring in and in year 1 win with that guy? The same way they won with Daniel Jones. Okay, yeah, a guy I can get. You know what I mean? Like Seattle stumping for Sam Darnold a year ago. Indy stumping for Daniel Jones. Who's your guy? Who's your guy? Coach X, Coach Y, Coach Z? Because I think it is time to move on from Kyler. I do. I agree with you on that. It's time to move on. I don't want him back. I don't. And whatever that leaves you, the mystery of what that leaves you, is fine with me. I'm fine with taking the risk that the guy you bring in isn't going to be as good as Kyler. I'm fine with taking that chance. But I also want to hear what the new guy says about Who do you like?
Eventually,
who can you win with?
You're going to have to get a young guy that could lead you for the next for a few years, not just a stopgap guy.
One member of the Suns needed a bounce back last night. Another member made himself known league-wide with a thunderous dunk. Does that mean he's going to get more playing time? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to climb that ladder. I'm going to give you my two names, Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory. Get in line. Be aligned. Those two guys by far. Undeniable. Undeniable.
I'm looking up the words to the Michigan State fight song during the break. I'm gonna have to learn.
And
this.
anyone who disagrees, sit down and be quiet.
If the Suns make even just the play-in, I think you and I need to learn the words to the Michigan State fight song and sing them on the air.
Okay,
with the music in the background.
Okay, if they make the play-in.
Make the play.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electric, ready to help you right now when it comes to a plumbing inspection, an AC inspection, an electrical inspection. 50 years in business right here in Arizona. Christian Brothers, 50 years in business. It's the company I use for all my needs. Matter of fact, I have them coming out for some outdoor wiring in my backyard real soon, for some new lighting around some trees and plants that I got. So I'm going to have them put the lighting in because they have a great electrical department. But right now, they're offering $50 inspections to celebrate 50 years in business. They lose money on these deals. By the time they pay the technician who's going to spend hours at your house and the gas and everything, they lose money. But it's all about making sure they get in your house and show you the quality work they do. Their plumbing inspection is second to none. They'll do a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues. They'll do a water heater flush to help preserve your tank so all the hard water sediments will be gone. So they'll do a safety inspection and water heater flush. They'll do a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage. And you'll get a peace of mind report with expert repair or upgrade recommendations. You don't have to do anything. You just paid $50. Maybe everything's great, or maybe you have some upgraded work that may need to be done. They'll give you a great report, and then you can decide if you want to use them or not. But most importantly, you'll have peace of mind knowing what if there's any issues at all, if there are no issues at all with your plumbing. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona State football has reinforced their quarterback room a second time this offseason. Mikey Keene has transferred to Tempe via the University of Michigan. Keene is a native of Chandler, Arizona, and he faced ASU back when he was the quarterback of Fresno State in 2023. 3. However, the Devils did lose a key offensive contributor as well. Running back Raleek Brown has committed to the University of Texas. Brown had previously declared for the NFL draft, but pivoted when the opportunity with the Longhorns opened up. Add another name to the Cardinals coaching candidate pool. This time it's Packers DC Jeff Hafley. He's reportedly been requested for an interview, that per Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer. In the NFL, an 8th head coaching job has opened up today. The Miami Dolphins announced they have parted ways with Mike McDaniel following a 7-10 season. Miami is also one of 2 teams in search of a new general manager, along with the Atlanta Falcons. And in the college football playoffs, Glendale is the site of the Fiesta Bowl. Miami and Ole Miss face off for the right to play in the championship in Miami. Kickoff from State Farm Stadium is at 5:30, and you can hear the action on ESPN 620 AM and right here on 98.7 FM after the Burns and Gambo show. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. Our old friend Mikal Bridges and the New York Knicks are coming to town tomorrow. So how can the Phoenix Suns send the Knicks back home with an L? We'll preview Suns-Knicks tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Just his reps. He's just becoming more comfortable out there. He had a great cut and finish at the rim. Just his gifts. Like right now, where can you help us with your gifts? And then over time, that's going to grow. Need you to defend. He's a really good off-ball defender. He's learning the league as we do it. Rebound, you can feel his size in the paint, next to the rim, and then on the glass. Then offensively, just do the simple things. We want you to be a great cutter, ready to catch and shoot. He's shooting corner threes, drive a closeout if you have it, and then get on the glass. Find ways to get us possessions on both ends.
That is Jordan Ott last night after the Suns win against the Memphis Grizzlies, and he is talking about Rasheer Fleming, who certainly had his moment last night in that dunk that he had over Jaren Jackson Jr., in which he displayed the go-go gadget arms, right, and the Inspector Gadget move with that crazy long freaky body that he's got and that athleticism and all that.
Had a great block shot on him too.
He did, yeah. And so he's slowly starting to get a little bit more in terms of the minutes and the run and the play. It feels like we're kind of past the Isaiah Livers phase, right? And then we're past the Nigel Hayes-Davis phase, and we're into, hey, if those minutes are going to go to somebody, they're going to go to him. I'm just curious, Gambo, like when Jalen Green comes back, not that they play the same position, they don't, but minutes are just going to become scarce for everybody, and I wonder how Rasheer Fleming is going to be able to continue to get his minutes when everybody is probably going to see a little bit of a cut, right?
I think it's a position of need, so I don't know that he's affected by it. The best thing that could happen for the Phoenix Suns is that he develops enough to where you're comfortable playing him 20 minutes a game at power forward in a matchup that you need a power forward. There might be some matchups you don't need him to play 20 minutes, but when you're playing a bigger team, he gives you size and athleticism. He could rebound. He hit the 2 threes, which was great. He hit those 2 threes, which was fantastic. One in one corner and the other in the other corner. So I think that he's a little bit different. I think I'd be more worried if I'm, Bouye, or I might get my minutes cut if I'm Goodwin. I might get my minutes cut if I'm Collin. I might get my minutes cut if I'm Royce O'Neal. But I think that there is a beautiful spot open right now for somebody to play 20 minutes a game at power forward. I don't think he's affected by it.
Yeah, I guess I'm having a hard time explaining what I mean by it. I guess I just think because they play so small all the time, that it just
out of necessity.
Well, it is out of necessity. But does Jalen Green's minutes impact Ryan Dunn's minutes because it impacts Royce O'Neal's minutes because it impacts there's this trickle down for everybody in terms of how it affects their minutes. And I wonder if somehow Rasheer Fleming will feel the pinch of that when Jalen Green's playing, so it can't give. We got to give Royce O'Neal his minutes. So it's going to take away from this. It's going to take away from that. And before you know it, Rasheer Fleming's down in minutes and he's not going to be able to develop it because, I get they play totally different positions. I just think that if there's going to be a trickle down, it might impact his minutes. I don't know. I like seeing him play he's the one player,
He's the one guy that's
at the one position. And I also think
they're giving him time. They're giving him some opportunities. Started the second quarter.
Yeah.
He started the second quarter. I threw an air ball up there, but by the end of the game, he was getting more comfortable. He's got the body.
Oh, he's way got the body.
He's got that.
He's got
that.
He's got a level of athleticism and length that they just don't have. I mean, they don't have it. You know,
not about
like
athleticism
that.
now, but not the combination of size and athleticism.
No,
You're right.
No, they don't. I mean, they got size at the center position. They got plenty of guys who are big. But in terms of that body, those arms, they don't have a ton of that. I hope he could. I think he could be the difference if he develops. And I just, like anything, when Jalen Green comes back, I'm just kind of curious about how it all works. And I'll tell you another guy that I'm kind of curious about is not that I think he's in any danger necessarily, but Ryan Dunn feels like he's been really uneven lately. You know,
he went over. I wanted to look this up, but last night the stats don't like regenerate right away after the game. But his 3-point shots were terrible last night. And I think he shot an air ball or two, and so I wanted to look at what his 3-point percentage was, and it's worse than it was last year. Last year he was at 31.1%. This year it's at 30.8%. He again, the problem with Ryan is that you can leave him wide open in the corner and he's not going to knock down a shot. His 4 shots last night, 3 of them were wide open. They're not guarding him.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to guard him. And that becomes a problem in the playoffs. Oh, okay, you're going to play Ryan Dunn? I'm going to leave him wide open in the corner, and I'm going to double team Green. I'm going to double team Book, and I'm going to have some help. And that's the problem with Ryan's inability to knock down the 3-point shot. Now, again, I've always said you can always work on your shot, but this month so far, they played 4 games. He is shooting 23% from 3-point range. He is 6 for 18. 6 for 18, 4, 6 for 8, 6, 18. Yes, for 18. He's shooting 23% from 3-point range. Last month, he shot 22% from 3-point range. Now, he opened the season really well. In November, he shot 42%. But if you take November out, and you're probably better figuring this out than me. From December 1st on, his shooting percentage is somewhere around 22% from 3-point range.
From December 1st on, he is shooting 23% from 3-point.
How did you do that? I wish I knew how to do that.
I'm a magician.
Right, I would add it up. I'd be like 2, 6, 8, 10, 12,
Your guess
14.
was really close. I mean, for what it's worth, your guess was very close.
Yeah, I would have to add it all up and then get a calculator and stuff like that.
22.9%.
I just don't know how to do that.
It's just a website that I use. It's a website that a lot of people use.
From December 1st on, he is shooting 22% from 3-point range.
Yeah.
They're not going to guard him.
No, they're not. And so
take the shot, young man. They're not going to guard him.
And so he has to be elite defensively. And I don't know if he's been as elite lately. You know, like a couple guys go by him last night, and he's got to find other ways to contribute, because I think that is where the Rasheer Fleming minutes could come in potentially. Because Ryan Dunn's basically playing the 4 for this team, a very, very small 4, but kind of the 4 out there. And so if you're looking for wing minutes and somebody who's going to do it very, very differently than Ryan Dunn is. The other guy who stood out last night, and it kind of against an inferior opponent, so we're used to this to a certain extent, is Mark Williams. He played very well against me. He had 12 points, 12 rebounds, 6 shots last night. He looked great. Now you need him to do it against the better teams.
I thought of something as I was watching the game last night. I forgot to put it in my notes, but I was thinking about this as I was watching the game. And we always used to talk about centers take longer to develop. We always used to use that excuse with DeAndre. And people in the NBA, coaches and GMs will all tell you that. Centers take longer to develop. They just do. We always used to say that, like with DeAndre, like it takes centers years to develop. Mark Williams has played 137 basketball games in his NBA career. He's 24 years old. He hasn't even played 2 seasons yet of full games. 82 games is a full season. He's played 137. So 137 minus 82, I could do that math. That's 55. He's played 82 games plus 55. He hasn't even played close to 2 full seasons.
No.
So there's a lot of development left for him. I love the way he runs the floor. I love when Book got blocked by Jaren Jackson Jr., and then Jaren Jackson Jr. went down the floor and Mark blocked him. He could block shots. He runs the floor extremely well. He's got great hands. I just think he needs more games.
I don't think you're wrong. I would just like to see him be consistently better against the better teams.
I know.
That's all. I don't disagree with you.
Could that come with just more experience in these games?
Absolutely. Absolutely. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo, all right, since it's real quiet on the Hot Stove League, let's play a hypothetical. Would you rather bring back Zach Gallen or bring back Eugenio Suarez? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
This year, I think, is going to be full of mea culpas for the Phoenix Suns, and I've already issued mine because I was adamant that you cannot speak great culture into existence in the NBA. But I'll be darned if Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory didn't go out and do everything they said they were going to do, even though at most everybody, myself included, rolled their eyes.
You mentioned rolling of the eyes. There was a lot of people that watched the Brian Gregory press conference when alignment came up. How many times was it said?
19 times.
And guess what? They're freaking aligned!
They're totally aligned!
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here, and a new year is a great time to get moving. And if joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting. And these treatments happen right in the office, and you go about your day. Simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. So skip the invasive surgery and the 3 to 6 months of pain, recovery, and rehab. Plan the upcoming year on your terms. Move better, get stronger by taking care of your pain the smart way with game-changing regenerative treatments. Stop managing your pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now to schedule your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution, too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday. Will the Cardinals be any closer to hiring a head coach? Will any of these teams be closer to hiring a head coach? That and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
John Morosi, our buddy on MLB Network today, on the latest that he's hearing on the Zach Gallen free agency market.
I would be surprised if the Cubs land Zach Gallen. Again, there were reports at different points of the offseason about Gallen and the Cubs being linked. It seems likely to me now that Gallen is heading elsewhere. And I'll mention the two teams that we keep hearing are very much involved in the starting pitching conversation, broadly speaking, Mets and Orioles. Both of them are potential landing spots for Zach Gallen. It seems as though the other teams that were in there on the starting pitching market, like the Giants, for example, they seem to satisfy their need for that elsewhere with other acquisitions. And so it's not the easiest scenario right now to project out where Gallen winds up.
Can you imagine if you're those guys on the MLB network and you're just waiting and waiting? I mean, at least us here on the Burns and Gambo show and Wolf and Luke and Bickley and Murata, we can talk about the Cardinals. We can talk about the Suns. We can talk about ASU and the transfer. There's 100 other things we can talk about. If you work for the MLB network,
it's like watching paint dry this season.
Like somebody do something to give me something to talk about.
Well, did you see what they did yesterday?
No, what they do?
So yesterday was January 7th, 1/7. So they did an entire day dedicated to Shohei Ohtani.
Shohei Ohtani Day. I did see that. They promoted. They replayed like a bunch of his games, a bunch of his moments.
Why?
Because they've got nothing else to do. There's nothing else to talk about right now. How many more times do they want to talk about where Kyle Tucker is going to end up? You know, or where Bo Bichette's going to end up, or Alex Bregman's going to end. Nothing's happened. Nothing's happened. It's
kind of like us during COVID.
Oh, God, I don't even. God, that was a bad time.
There's
for all
nothing
of us.
for us. We get nothing. What was the soccer league we were following? The Bundesliga, the Buden something or other.
The Buden. What wasn't the
Bundesliga?
The Bundesliga. We're following some German soccer league.
They were the first sports league that was back, and we were following the Bundesliga.
We all had a Korean baseball team we were
all
following
had
too.
a Korean baseball team that we were following, and those were rough times. Look, I at some point it's gotten so bad. Somebody even suggested today, and I've got the email up here in front of me, about the Arizona Diamondbacks re-signing Eugenio Suarez because the market's been so slow.
So slow.
They predicted like a 2-year, $40 million deal for him to come back. And so, okay, hypothetical. Who would you rather have, Zach Gallen or Eugenio Suarez back?
I'd rather have Gallen, but I don't think they've had any discussions with Gallen. I don't think there's been any. They got Merrill Kelly. I've always thought that they could not keep keep Kelly and Gallen.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of that was based on what we thought Gallen was going to get. Now, obviously, if somebody's price goes way, way down, then maybe you steal a guy. And but the thought always was that Zach was going to get a really big contract. He was going to get 5 years. He was going to get. I always said the average annual value between him and Merrill Kelly are going to be about the same. But Gallen wants 5 years, where Kelly was okay with 2 because their age difference. So that's where it was like, okay, Kelly made more sense for the Diamondbacks than Gallen did. Now, like if Gallen's price came down and the years came down, I'm never going to say never. But I don't believe that there's been any discussions at all between Zach Gallen and the Arizona Diamondbacks. I think they're going to clear up this Marte thing and probably by, over the weekend or Monday or Tuesday at the latest. And then from there, they'll move on to other things. Suarez, I haven't heard his name, so I'm not going to report on this, but I'll speculate or I'll just talk about it as a talk show host. You could play him at third. You could also play him at first. If you're looking for a right-handed bat at first, he could probably be your platoon guy there. It's a lot of guys that play third can play first base. He was so bad in Seattle.
He was
so bad, and he strikes out so much. And I kind of think they got everything they could out of him. And I don't know that I want to go back to that well. He does give you power in the middle of the lineup. And Torrey has a good rapport with him and got a lot. Torrey did a good job with him. Torrey got a lot out of Suarez. Torrey should get a lot of credit for that. But I that's an interesting thing, but it's just, would you want Suarez and the low batting average and all the strikeouts and the Dave Kingman home run or bust type player?
He's good in the clubhouse too, which I think I'm not going to say
the clubhouse.
They missed that, but certainly he's really, really good in the clubhouse, and I think he's well liked and he's very all of the things that you want, good vibes, Gino, and all of that. I think the price would have to come way down, and I don't even think that the market is frozen right now because of the prices necessarily. I just think that the big names they haven't figured out. I think the minute Bregman and Bichette go, that you'll see a whole bunch of teams signing players almost immediately thereafter, right? Like once those two guys decide where they're going to go and how the market is going to shake out, then I think a deal will come for Suarez. I think that, Zach, I don't know when it's all going to happen. Look, as far as bringing those guys back, I mean, I do think they need another starter.
I'd like to have one more, too.
I think they need another one. I just given the injuries that tend to pile up at that position and the fact they don't have a lot of minor league depth there. I understand what they've done in the offseason and bringing back Merrill Kelly and Soroka and all that, but they're gonna need another. And if the market just completely dries up for Zach and he's willing to come back on a 1-year deal, okay, fine, let's talk.
Sure.
Let's do it. I would be far more agreeable to that than Eugenio Suarez coming back. I just think Suarez coming back, I do agree with what you said. I think you got just about everything you could ever hope to get from him, And it's probably time. You don't have any great options right now, but
Nobody
it's probably time to
else has signed him. Yeah, it is fascinating, right? There hasn't been that one move in free agency. Said, okay, now everything's going to flow. Like, now everything's going to go.
No, but the fact...
no Bregman, no Tucker, no Gallen. Marte hasn't been traded.
Alonso went.
Okay, but
and
that's...
Schwarber went. And what were and all the relievers went, all the closers went, all
the
of
closers
that happened.
all went.
Yeah, that all
the
happened.
The closers all went, right.
But I still... this makes it sound like I'm rooting for Ketel Marte to get traded. And if I'm just being honest, I guess in a way I kind of am. Because I still think...
I don't think he will be.
That is the best way for them to check off 3 or 4 boxes all at once. I really, really do. I mean, it's a really efficient way for them to go because they need a whole bunch of things.
But if that offer was there, they would have done it.
I tend to think that too.
Offer, to your point, if you could check off 3 or 4 boxes, make the trade. What if you can only check off 1 or 2?
Yeah.
What if you're really like, hey, we'll
then
give
you look at it and go, it's probably not worth it.
And that's where I think they're at. I mean, look, we're at January 8th. Nobody's made an offer. If you could check off 3 or 4 boxes, that trade would have been done.
Pitchers and catchers report in like 5 weeks. 5 weeks. They got some. And today they settled arbitration cases with Ryan Thompson, Gabby Moreno, and Alec Thomas, right? Just those 3 that we know of.
Yeah.
So they all came back for, figures that are reasonable. I think Ryan Thompson was like 3.5. Gabby Moreno was like 2.5. Yeah. Alec Thomas was like 1.9. So those guys have signed 1-year deals and avoided arbitration. But look, we're all still just waiting. And if next week really is the week where they come out and they just say, okay, we're keeping Ketel and that's that, we're moving on, then you would think that would loosen things up.
I can 95% guarantee you this thing will be over by next week with Ketel.
The Ketel thing.
Either traded or not traded. I do not think this I'll even say by the middle of next week, this thing is done.
Okay.
By the middle of next week, this thing is wrapped up one way or another.
Time to reset the show. Halfway home on this Thursday. Here comes Lauren. Lauren comes by to tell us what's going on in sports. Next on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You got to get there one day. One day you're going to get there and you're going to look back and say, did I make the right decisions financially in my life to put myself in a position to retire on my terms? Most people do not get to retire on their terms. They don't get to go out when they want to go out. They end up working many more years than they wanted to because financially they just can't retire. That's why I tell people now to make the call to Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. An experienced financial advisors, local, 5 locations in the Valley. You've seen them on Fortune, Forbes, Fox 10, The Money Channel, Channel 3, 12, CBS 5. You've seen them everywhere. And they do a great job of helping people like me with my financial plan, retirement plan, tax plan. Stuart Willis told me if you don't have a tax plan, if you're a financial advisor with a tax plan, he's not doing right by you. Because it's not about how much money you've been able to save. It's about how much of that money are you going to be able to keep. That matters. You might sit there, okay, I got $1 million. How much of that million are you going to be able to keep? That's important. That's where they come in to help you. That's why it's worth it to make the call and get a free portfolio review at 602-877-PLAN. It's real simple. Meet with them. You may want to work with them. You may not, but either way, you'll get great advice. Call 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Arizona State football has reinforced their quarterback room a second time this offseason. Mikey Keene has transferred to Tempe via the University of Michigan. Keene is a native of Chandler, Arizona, and faced Arizona State when he was quarterback of Fresno State back in 2023. However, the Devils did lose a key offensive contributor today. Running back Raleek Brown has committed to the University of Texas. Brown had previously declared for the NFL draft, but pivoted when the opportunity with the Longhorns opened up. Add another name to the Cardinals coaching candidate pool, this time Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley. He has reportedly been requested for an interview, that per Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer. In the NFL, an 8th head coaching job opened up today. The Miami Dolphins announced that they have parted ways with Mike McDaniel following a 7-10 season. Miami is one of 2 teams also in search of a new general manager, along with the Atlanta Falcons. And in the college football playoffs, Glendale, the site of the Fiesta Bowl, Miami and Ole Miss face off for the right to play in the championship. Kickoff from State Farm Stadium is at 5:30. You can hear complete coverage over on ESPN 620 AM, and then you can hear coverage later on tonight here on 98.7 FM following the Big Red Rage. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Time to get you caught up on everything going on in sports. We call it the 4 o'clock reset. It is run by our producer, Lauren Koval, and she is here with the top stories of the day. Lauren, off you go.
All right, guys, we're going to start with the Phoenix Suns today because they beat the Memphis Grizzlies 117-98. Dylan Brooks led the way for the Phoenix Suns with 21 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists. And you don't have to wait long because the Phoenix Suns are back in action against the Knicks tomorrow at 7 p.m. at Mortgage Matchup Center.
2 games at home, and then they're back out on the road for another 6-game road trip all along the East Coast. It's going to be a very tough road trip. You think Jalen Green, you hope at some point will come back during that road trip?
Matt Ishbia said he's expecting him back very, very soon.
Yeah.
I would expect I would expect a week from now. Whatever that game, a week from today, tomorrow.
A week from?
Right around now, middle of January. I'm going middle of January, so 15th, 16th.
A week from today, they are at Detroit playing the Pistons.
Either that game or the next game. That's what I'm going to say.
Either that game
or the next game
on Saturday the 17th against the New York Knicks.
I think one of those two.
Yeah, Dylan Brooks was clearly motivated to show the Memphis Grizzlies that he can handle a high volume of shots and not just shoot it 5 or 6 times a game.
Right.
He took 10 3-pointers before halftime. He was it was like, yo, Dill, I mean, like we get it, all right? We get it. You want to show them a little bit more. Good win, good quality win. Not against a great opponent, but they did the things you're supposed to do against bad basketball
Here's
teams.
the thing about Dylan Brooks. I'll just say this real quick. When Jalen Green comes back, he's going to take less shots because Dylan Brooks wants to win. His points don't matter to him. He's not Kevin Durant. The points don't matter. If you need him to score, he'll score. But if Jalen Green comes back and he's got to be more defensive-minded and facilitate, he'll still get – but he's not going to take as many shots.
Yeah.
And over to a trade in the NBA.
Oh, here we go.
Boy.
Yeah, that's the exact reaction because the Hawks dealt Trae Young to the Washington Wizards last night. In exchange, the Hawks will receive C.J. McCollum and Corey Kispert. No draft picks going in either direction.
Somebody posted at Luka Doncic and Trae Young, 3rd and 5th picks in the draft, got traded for one total first-round draft pick. That's a terrible trade for the Hawks. It's a terrible trade.
And I understand they play this year in particular. They've played a lot better without him, and they're kind of like changing the identity of the basketball team with Jalen Johnson and Nickeil Alexander-Walker and all of that stuff. It also has put them firmly. Like, are they going to go get Anthony Davis? They've got all this cap space now. Are they going to be in the running for some big superstar trade that might happen closer to the deadline around February 5th? But it is shocking. No matter how far off of the map Trae Young has fallen, that's it? C.J. McCollum and Corey Kispert was the best you could do? It's crazy.
It was one of those things where, like, let's just get off the money.
Yeah.
Let's just get off the money. Because in the end, I mean, McCollum's got an expiring deal. So for them, it's like, it benefits them with financial relief. So player option for $49 million comes off the books next season. CJ's on an expiring deal for $39 million. So we'll reset. We'll reset and we'll have money now.
There's also multiple reports that I believe originated with the athletic reporter covering the Wizards who said do not find it unexpected if Trae Young barely plays, if at all, this season with the Wizards.
Because of injury or just...
That was it.
Tough.
All the report said. Don't be surprised if he barely plays.
Well, he's missed a lot of games this year.
He has. Boy, it's... Okay.
He was look. A lot of people said, man, if you could have traded him a year earlier, you would have got so much for him.
He was the assist leader in the NBA last year. I think per game, he led the NBA in assists last year. But
somebody made a crazy Bleacher Report. Bleacher Report had a trade for Trae Young to the Phoenix Suns, and the Suns were giving up I think I got it.
It was like
Jalen Green, Nick Richards, Rasheer Fleming, a 27 first-round pick, and a 29 second-round pick. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it
or none of that.
It wasn't going to take any of that to get him.
Not even close.
No, and in the NFL, we have another head coaching vacancy because the Miami Dolphins have fired Mike McDaniel after a 7-10 season. He has an overall record of 35-35 over 4 seasons. He met with ownership over the weekend, in which then he came out on Monday and said, I will be part of the GM search for the Dolphins. And then they met on Tuesday and decided to fire him.
The cap hit if they move on from Tua, is $99 million.
That's why he's not going anywhere.
So the new coach better come in with a plan and a vision of how to make it work with Tua Tagovailoa. Because there's no other option in Miami. It's got to be him.
Tua's coming back. For that price, he's coming. We always knew that. He was coming back because the price is too high. The price is wrong.
But it had been reported that there were 7 teams that called within 45 minutes John Harbaugh, and that one of those teams currently had their head coach and was not a coaching vacancy. It was widely reported that team was the Miami Dolphins, and that would seem to get a little validation with the firing of McDaniel today, that maybe the Dolphins were the one that called about John Harbaugh, even though they still had a head coach.
Yeah, we'll keep you unless we could do better. And, we think we could do better, so you're gone.
And the Arizona Cardinals added another name to their head coaching list today. That would be Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley. He is added to the list already. That includes Raheem Morris, Matt Nagy, Thomas Brown, Clint Kubiak, Anthony Weaver, Vance Joseph, and Robert Saleh.
More research is required. I know the Packers had a very good defense this year. They were a disappointment offensively, which is why LaFleur has been catching a lot of heat all season long from the Packer fan base, and their defense has been kind of the reason why they're in the playoffs. But beyond that, I can't say that I know that much about Hafley and what kind of coach he would be.
No, I don't know. I mean, the Packers' offense has really struggled. It's had its problem. Now, I thought Malik Willis came in and just lit it up for them and looked great the last game they played, but then he got hurt in that game. We'll see. The Bears are the Bears a big favorite in this game?
The Bears are underdogs.
Yeah, Packers are a 1.5 favorite.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
Yes, they are. Packers are a 1.5 favorite.
Okay. I'm not a gambler. I don't gamble.
But
it seems like a lock to me.
You can't say that to me with a straight face.
Wow.
She's the pessimistic Bears fan who's very used to disappointment.
Yes.
It's
like a weighted blanket. Disappointment.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Packers, they've split their season series.
Yeah. Getting Jordan Love back, et cetera.
And the Chicago Bears are getting Rome Odunze back. It'll be his first game since their Black Friday game against the Eagles.
But C.J. Gardner-Johnson is out. He's out. So
Tyreek Stevenson will move into.
Did we find out who Cole Kmet's sister is rooting for?
No, and I hope
she's
it's the Bears.
She's dating a player on the Packers.
Yeah, she's dating Lucas Van Ness. I hope. Come on. Just come on.
Family
Find her on
boyfriend.
Instagram and ask her. Find her. Who you rooting for? I want to know.
Okay, I'll get right on that.
We want to know who you're rooting for.
Yeah.
And also, some other injury news around the NFL. Devontae Adams is off the injury report for the Rams, so he's ready to go. Fred Warner was seen running practice off to the side today.
Oh, okay.
He's looking to make his return for the Niners, and Trent Williams was back at practice today for them
49ers
as well.
Eagles, I think that's one of the 2 best games this weekend. I'm really looking forward to that one.
Yeah.
Really looking forward
Eagles
to the Jags and the
defense
Bills.
versus 49ers offense.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to the Jags and the Bills. I think those are the 2 best games.
Jags and Bills will be
I think that's a
very
really
exciting.
good game. Yeah.
And some NCAA news. Michigan transfer quarterback Mikey Keene is committed to ASU along with Lyric Rawls. He's the number 26 overall safety in the transfer portal. He's transferred over from Kansas. And Arizona running back Raleek Brown has committed to Texas.
Arizona State running back Raleek Brown.
Thank you.
Yeah, no
Yes.
problem. Yeah,
We broke the Mikey Keene story. He's a Chandler High grad, and we got a great story up on ArizonaSports.com right now on that.
So you can go check that out there. And then we'll wrap this up
U
with...
of A! Down goes Kansas State.
Truly, 101-76 last night. Burries had 28 points, 9
He's
rebounds,
so good.
and 4 steals
Burries
in that
is
one.
so good. They couldn't hit a 3 to save their life in that game. They didn't hit any threes. They had 1 or what?
3. The most remarkable thing about that game to me last night was they scored 101 points and hit 3-pointers. 3 3-pointers.
But they were 0 for 13 before they hit their first.
How do you score 101 points in a college game by hitting only 3 threes? I mean, it's
they're so good.
Creating turnovers, creating steals,
Getting to the
driving
line.
to the paint.
I mean, all the
Grievous
things.
was great last night. They can run the floor. They've got athletes everywhere. They rebound the basketball as good as anybody in the country.
They have won by 18 or more in 10 straight games. They're at TCU on Saturday.
There's some losses coming up because the Big 12 is just a juggernaut. There are some losses coming up.
They have about a 3-week stretch starting at the beginning of February where now they're well equipped to handle it, but it's a brutal, brutal stretch for them. But yeah, that was
the crowd had such a hard time getting into that game last night. The crowd they couldn't even hear the crowd at McHale. It was so quiet. They just couldn't get into the game.
Well, when you blow a team out, it's a little hard to get
Just could not get into that game, the fans.
And on the other side of that coin, ASU lost to BYU 104-76. That was not a close one up there in Provo. And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
All right, Lauren, we appreciate it. Thank you very much. Those are your top stories of the day here on Burns and Gambo. When we come back, Kevin Durant feels like he was scapegoated by the Phoenix Suns. Well, yeah, that's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
On the subject of passion, when did we see the most passion from Jonathan Gannon? It came at his lowest moment as the Arizona Cardinals head coach.
Yep.
When he confronted and made physical contact with Amari DiMercato. That was his low point.
Yep.
But that was really the only thing resembling sideline passion we saw during a game, win or lose. When it's kept in check and when it's controlled, there's nothing wrong with coaching emotion. Now, there's been coaches that have been absolute maniacs. A lot of those at the college ranks. Most of them coached at U of A.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dan Bickley here, and if you've always wanted a beautiful green sparkling lawn, my friends at Turf Monsters are offering a smoking hot deal, 15% off all new turf jobs through the end of December. This includes dog runs, poolside turf, putting greens, and outdoor spaces perfect for grilling and game days. Take advantage of this great offer by visiting turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call at 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Hey, basketball fans. Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us for a Football Friday playoff edition as we get you primed up for a huge weekend in the NFL. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I want to give a shout out to our audience in Peoria for joining us on what is now a sun-splashed Thursday afternoon. Can we close the shades now that the gray has passed?
No, I don't even see a shadow in here. Looks good.
Okay.
Sun's almost down anyway.
Good.
Sun's just about down.
So hello Peoria. Thank you for joining us on today's Burns and Gambo show.
Hello Peoria, my old friends.
Kevin Durant's Monday after the Rockets game. We all remember what he said, right?
Does it mean any more to you to be able to hit that one against your former guys?
Most definitely. You know what I'm saying? A place that I didn't want to leave, and my first time being to sound, I don't want to sound too dramatic, but I will, to be kicked out of a place, you know what I'm saying? And felt like that, you know, I've been scapegoated, you know what I'm saying, for the issues we had as a team last year. Yeah, it felt good to beat them and hit a game-winning shot, but that's all it is. It's not just for the moment, you know. It's something tomorrow I won't even think about, you know. So it was a fun game. Like I said, of course, yeah, I felt you play with a little chip on your shoulder against your former team, especially when they trade you.
Guy named Prince Grimes, you don't know where he's from, wrote a story on For the Win. The Suns scapegoating Kevin Durant was apparently the right call. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kevin Durant had his thoughts about his exit in the Phoenix Suns. And tell us how you really feel, KD. But he just goes on to say that, it was a win for both sides. Kevin Durant is better off in Houston. The Suns are better off with Kevin Durant not on their roster. Two things can be true at the same time. Mm-hmm. This will work out great for Durant. He'll have a chance to win a championship with the Rockets. He'll be more appreciated and loved. He went to school there in college. It'll be, when Kevin Durant retires, it'll be more likely that Houston is the one place where he felt like home more than anything else, more than Oklahoma City, Golden State, Brooklyn, or here. He's never really felt well appreciated by the fans or the media anywhere he's been. I know that. I know that's how he feels, that he's never felt appreciated by the fans or the media. He will in Houston. And for the Suns, look, it didn't work. He wasn't the only reason why, but he was a big reason why it didn't work. Bradley Beal was another, Mike Budenholzer was another, but in the end, you had to start over. And to start over, it was almost like, okay, shuffle the deck, let's keep the ace and get rid of all the other cards. Mm-hmm. And they got rid of a lot of the cards.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of those, Tyus Jones is gone. Yusuf Nurkic is gone. There's a lot of other players on that roster from last year that are gone. Now, some are back, of course, but a lot of those, they reshuffled the deck, and it was the right thing to do.
It's easier to stomach because it's working out so well without him. You know, like it's a lot.
So true.
It's a lot easier to have this conversation and to kind of, oh, great, yeah, Kevin Durant, okay, yeah, you were a scapegoat and all that stuff. If the Suns were who most of us thought they would be this season, it'd be kind of a tough conversation to have, right? Like if the Suns were going to be as good as like me or most people thought they were going to be, then it might have hurt a little bit, wondering what if, and should you have kept him, and should you have done this? But because the Suns are having the success that they have, it's really easy to say, yeah, great, okay, yeah, have your flowers, eat your cake, have your moment, that's fine, because you know what? We're doing just fine here without you too. And everybody won with this. Everybody won with this. And it does make it a lot easier to process that. I wonder, something you said a second ago made me think, I don't know it's a guarantee that it's going to work out that he's beloved in Houston. He's not been beloved anywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if we're playing the odds are that he won't end up being beloved. Yes. Yeah, that it won't end well in Houston, because when has it ever ended well for Kevin Durant anywhere? And that doesn't mean it's his fault, and it doesn't mean it's his problem, or it doesn't mean that he's the reason necessarily, but I think there's at least a decent chance it won't end well in Houston, and he won't be beloved there, because that's just been kind of part of the Kevin Durant tale.
I had a player tell me every KD team doesn't have great chemistry. The Suns, when they went to the finals, had great energy and chemistry. Jay, CP3, Mikhail, Cam, they all loose, having fun. But it just doesn't happen that way with Kevin Durant. And they said this to me. No player ever says they loved KD ever. Old teammates will never say, if you ask them who they loved playing with, they'll say KD. They'll say James Harden. They'll say Kyrie Irving. They'll say Devin Booker. They'll say LeBron. They will not say Kevin Durant. Fascinated by this. I was fascinated by it. You know, he doesn't do things that leaders do. Doesn't get the team together for dinner. Doesn't do stuff on the plane. He was on tour with Drake all summer. Like, every KD team doesn't have great chemistry. That was the point that was made to me. And KD cares about his numbers, not about the things like weak side defense. He complains about the plays that are called for other players. It's KD is KD. He's hard to play with.
Mm-hmm.
He's a great player, and you respect that you're playing with a great player that can make a shot from anywhere in the court at any time. He's that great. But he's not the best guy to play with. He's not. Now, that takes nothing away from his individual greatness. He's won 2 championships. You can't take that away from him.
Yeah.
His individual greatness is second to none. And I'm just saying what I've talked to players and coaches about Kevin Durant. Nobody says he's not a great player, but they do say it's just, it is harder to play with KD.
I feel like this is the first time that I and maybe I'm missing something, and chances are I probably am missing something. But I feel like I'm going to go way back here because I've followed the Suns since I was born, basically, being born and raised here.
Okay.
When Charles Barkley left, you were extra incentivized to be bitter about it because the team wasn't very good for the next few years after Barkley left.
Rodney Rogers and Tony Delk.
And when Steve Nash left, and granted that was a little different because he was really at the end and everybody kind of knew it.
He never even played for the league.
I know, but the era that followed after Nash left was a very kind of era, right? Like it's just the team wasn't very good, and it took them years and years and years to get it back. I feel like, and in both of those cases, Barkley and Nash were 2 of the best players in the history of the game. So here comes Kevin Durant. There goes Kevin Durant. And in his absence, it feels like the first time where a really, really elite player in the history of the league just walked out that door, and you're fine. And you're fine.
That's a good point.
You're not going through oh, man, Barkley left and we suck.
You're happy about it.
Oh, yeah, Nash left and, oh, God, what our team is terrible. We're not going to be any good anytime soon. This feels like the first time in forever that one of the very best players in the history of the league just became an ex-Sun, and we're not really that bothered by it because we're having success without him. It doesn't seem like that happens I don't know what it's like around the league, but here in Phoenix, it doesn't feel like a very common occurrence when one of the best players in the history of the league leaves your organization and you're better off for it. That's never happened as far as I can't think.
Just the history of the sports here in Arizona. You could go through it and when Luis Gonzalez left, when Randy Johnson left, when Curt Schilling left, when Keith Kachuk left, when Jeremy Roenick left.
Doesn't usually work this way.
No, it doesn't usually. No.
And so
outside of the KD hunks, who just love KD, and to the death till their dying breath, those fans are just they're not Suns fans. They're not basketball. They're just KD fans. There are fans that just love Kevin Durant. They don't love the NBA. They just love Kevin Durant. They don't love the Suns. Wherever Kevin Durant is, that's where they're happy. But outside of that, true Suns fans, they know. They're smart. They know.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, beyond the head coach and beyond the quarterback, the Arizona Cardinals do have plenty of roster decisions to make. What are they going to do at running back? What are they going to do on offensive line? We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Gigi Jackson dribbles out the final second, and the Suns win 117-98. The final score here at FedEx Forum in Memphis. They end a 6-game skid in the series against the Grizzlies, and they get back to a season-high tying 7 games over 500.
More on this nice Suns road win in Memphis heading your way on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
You've been told you're not a candidate for LASIK surgery. Your vision's no good. You're struggling. You still wear glasses, contact lenses. Once upon a time, you went somewhere and they said you're not a candidate for LASIK. Well, at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, there are other options. There's the Clear Lens Exchange. There's the Evo ICL. Dr. Jay Schwartz is the best in the industry at what he does. He's the team ophthalmologist of the Diamondbacks and the Suns, and he's been my family eye doctor for 25 years. If you are looking for someone that can help you with your eye care needs, nobody does it better than the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz can help you and your family. And if you've been told, hey, you're not a candidate for LASIK, let's get you a free thorough eye exam at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Free thorough eye exam. And see if you're a candidate for one of the other procedures. They also come with interest-free financing. The Evo ICL, the clear lens exchange, may be right for you, so you could finally rid yourself of the glasses and the contact lenses, or stop relying on them so much and see the world better. Call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Arizona State football has reinforced their quarterback room for a second time this offseason. Mikey Keene has transferred to Tempe via the University of Michigan. Keene is a native of Chandler, Arizona, and faced ASU when he was quarterback of Fresno State back in 2023. However, the Devils did lose a key offensive contributor as well. Running back Raleek Brown has committed to the University of Texas. Brown had previously declared for the NFL draft, but pivoted when the opportunity with the Longhorns opened up. Add another name to the Cardinals coaching candidate pool. Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley has reportedly been requested for an interview, that per Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer. In the NFL, an 8th head coaching job opened up today. The Miami Dolphins announced they've parted ways with Mike McDaniel following a 7-10 season. Miami is also one of 2 teams in search of a new general manager, along with the Atlanta Falcons. And in the college football playoff, Glendale is the site of the Fiesta Bowl. Miami and Ole Miss square off for the right to play in the championship. Kickoff from State Farm Stadium is at 5:30. You can hear the action from start to finish over on ESPN 620 AM, and then right here later tonight on 98.7 after the Big Red Rage. This report is brought to you by ProSmile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Visit ProSmileAZ.com today to book your free consultation.
Hey, it's Wolf. Which head coach vacancy will be filled first? We'll react to the latest head coaching news tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, along those lines, just a real quick, and Mitch did it just a moment ago in the What's Trending Now. Jeff Hafley is the latest name to be added to the list, according to Albert Breer. The Atlanta Falcons, Arizona Cardinals, and Tennessee Titans have all put in requests to interview Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley for their head coaching jobs. He cannot interview until next week, as Green Bay is playing Chicago on Saturday. His name gets added to the list of Raheem Morris, Vance Joseph, Clint Kubiak, Robert Saleh, Anthony Weaver, Patriots tight ends coach and passing game coordinator Thomas Brown.
Yeah, leave no stone unturned.
Chiefs offensive coordinator Matt Nagy. Yeah, and
leave no stone unturned.
For Cardinal fans, they're naturally waiting to see if John Harbaugh's name is going to get added to this list. I read today where he's not taking any interviews or scheduling any interviews until next week. He's going to kind of take his time and he can slow play this a little bit. Still haven't seen Kevin Stefanski's name on this. Mike McDaniel is obviously the new name. Whether he gets an interview for the Cardinals or not, I have absolutely no idea.
You know what's fascinating? Like, you look at the Phoenix Suns. Their goal was to hire a first-time coach. They wanted to hire a first-time coach. They had gone with previous coaches that had experience and actually won NBA championships. They're like, we're not going to do that. We're going to do a first-time coach. And they hired a first-time coach in Jordan Ott, who's having all the success, doing a great job. Should absolutely be considered for Coach of the Year. He's done such a good job. A great hire. And then you look at the Cardinals, and like they hired a first-time coach in Gannon, it didn't work, and now it's like, okay, hire an experienced coach. We don't want a first-time coach. Go hire Robert Saleh. He's got experience. Go hire Vance Joseph. He's got experience. Go hire one of these guys with experience. It's just it's amazing the pendulum swing.
Yeah,
back and forth depending on the sport and the time.
Right.
Depending on the time.
Sometimes it's a pendulum swing between I want an offensive guy, I want a defensive guy. Sometimes it's a pendulum swing between I want an experienced guy, I want a first-time guy.
I don't know, and there's not a right or wrong answer.
No,
some first-timers would be right, and some first-timers would be wrong. Some experienced guys would be right, and some experienced guys. You could have hired a different coach than Mike Budenholzer and had success with them, but you didn't. You hired Budenholzer.
Yeah.
You could have hired. They interviewed 15 guys. Jordan Ott got the job. It's possible that they could have hired somebody other than Jordan Ott, and they wouldn't be 7 games over 500 right now.
I think that the difference is that with the Cardinals and with Cardinal fans, they'd be quick to point out that the pendulum very rarely swings on the side of experienced coach for the Cardinals. I mean, they've really, the best of my memory since they've been here in the Valley, they've only done it twice. Denny and Buddy. And Buddy wasn't even an experienced coach. He was just kind of a hot name that you were going to have to spend a lot of money for.
Who hired all his
kids and all of his buddies. And
miserably.
it was terrible. It was a disaster. It was a 2-year disaster. He wasn't an experienced head coach, but he was the big hot name on the market. They went and got him. The pendulum for the Cardinals in their coaching search never swings in the direction of let's go get the experienced guy. And maybe this is the year it swings back the other way. But beyond the coach and then the decision about the quarterback, is the decision about the rest of the roster. For example, James Conner. We assume they're going to move on. There's money to be saved if they do. The Cardinals, I think, are middle of the road when it comes to cap space. I think they don't have a ton of money available. There's always ways to create it.
Well, that would
certainly
create
moving
some.
on from James Conner would be one way to do it if they wanted to do it.
Yeah, Mike Jurecki tweeted earlier today he anticipates Conner being released this offseason. Cap number is $10.2 million. They'd save $8 million and $2.25 in dead money. Yeah, that makes sense. That's why, like, there was a mock draft yesterday that had Jeremiah Love, the running back, going to the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Pick number 3.
Didn't Mel Kiper Jr., Mitch, didn't you? Yeah, you sent us some audio of Mel Kiper Jr., in which he kind of said the same thing. He thought Jeremiah Love for the Cardinals at number 3, which...
Right. But here's the thing. Like, what happened with the Cardinals, and it sucks for Monty. We never got to find out if Trey Benson could be a number 1 running back because he got injured. And he never came back. So you cannot go into next season with any thought of him being a number 1 guy. You have to go get one. You can't just assume that because you don't know. We've had 2 years of Trey Benson, and nobody knows if it's any good or not. Nobody knows.
Nope.
So you've got to go get a number 1 guy, and he could be a number 2, but you can't count on him being a number 1 guy.
No, and there are other guys. James Conner's not the only one, certainly, that if you're looking to create cap space, Dalvin Tomlinson could save you money. Zaven Collins could save you money. I'm just looking at the list right now that's kind of in front of me. Evan Brown could save you money. Yelda Froholt could save you money. I mean, there's guys. Sean Murphy-Bunting, who I'm assuming won't be back next year, could save you a lot. You can create cap space and you can go get guys. But if we're talking about head coaching jobs and head coaching candidates, that's certainly one of the things that you're going to ask. Hey, how much cap space do you have? What's your plans with it? Like if the conversation is a two-way street and the Cardinals are interviewing the coach just as much as the coach is interviewing the Cardinals.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? How are you going to spend your money? What's your off-season plan? Hey, you're not the only team I'm talking to, guys. what are you going to do? You know, and that becomes very much a part of the conversation.
To do?
Exactly.
Come on, you got to go with that. That's your favorite.
Look, you're using the Suns comparison, and I know I make this comp all the time, but when the Suns hired Monty Williams, and when Robert Sarver hired Monty Williams, it was described to all of us in real time very much as, hey, Monty was interviewing Robert too. That was not a one-way street, right? Monty had some questions that he had of Robert Sarver about the organization and about the way things had been run and about how things were going to be different. And depending on the guy who comes in here to interview for the Cardinals job, he could and probably should treat it the same way. What are you going to do with your cap space? What's your plan this offseason? What are we doing? You know, like to find out.
I looked at your roster, and here's where I think you need the biggest holes.
Yeah.
But I also know these are free agents. Would you be willing to go get guys like this? Yeah, I know these guys. These guys played for me. I want to add this guy, and this guy.
The other decision.
You know, look, when Jonathan Gannon came over, did he not add players from the Eagles? Did he not add Kaiser White? Did he not add Josh Sweat? Did he not add some players that he was familiar with?
Sure.
So whatever coach comes in is going to have a tie to some teams and players, and he might say to Monty, like, okay, I looked at your roster. I watched game film. Here's where I'm going to tell you I think you guys need the biggest improvement. What are you prepared to do about that?
What are you prepared to do? And then what are you prepared to do? My favorite. Did I tell you?
One of the best actors ever.
That Kellen Olson, when he was filling in for you, had never seen that movie.
That's not true.
And I convinced him to see it. And he texted me that night. He's like, "Oh my God, that's a banger of a movie." I'm like, "Yeah, you're right. Damn right it is. That's a."
I miss Sean Connery.
He was really good. He's really good.
Scottish, right? Scottish.
I believe, which is why it was always painful to watch him try all these other accents in these movies. He was trying to play an Irish cop in The Untouchables, and he just sounded like he was from Scotland. He was trying to play a Russian sub-commander in The Hunt for Red October. It's like,
that was a good movie.
Oh, it was a great movie. It's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Hunt for Red October was great.
But he could not do a Russian accent.
Yeah.
His life.
I'm going to go to Scotland this summer. That's one of the countries I've never been to. I'm going to go to Scotland this summer. Edinburgh.
Paris Johnson Jr., fifth-year option is another. I would assume that gets picked up. But this is, Paris Johnson Jr., like, he's going to get paid at some point. I do wonder how much he's going to get paid. He's been good. I think there are varying opinions on how good he's been for the Cardinals. He's not going anywhere. He'll be back. I just wonder how much a Paris Johnson Jr. gets on the open market.
I think it's interesting because in this article that went through all the players, first-year players that are extension candidates, they give a lot of yeses. Like they gave a no to Anthony Richardson, the 4th overall pick. They gave a no to Tyree Wilson from the Raiders, the defensive end, who was the 7th overall pick. Most of them were yeses for the player. They gave a no to Lucas Van Ness, the guy who's dating Cole Kmet's sister. Van Ness was a part-time player at Iowa and hasn't really flourished as a consistent threat for Green Bay. Take that.
Do you want to be associated with a loser, or do you want to be associated with Cole Kmet?
Yeah. Exactly. So Green Bay wouldn't have traded for Parsons if this guy had lived up to his billing.
That's funny.
Yeah. So here's what they said about Paris Johnson Jr. Johnson has been just okay for the Cardinals, earning strong grades from Pro Football Focus, but also ending each of the past 2 years on injured reserve. Still, with all the changes on tap, including a new head coach and a departure of Kyler Murray, it will be important to retain solid players like Johnson along the offensive line, especially in the short term. So they say yes on exercising the option for Paris Johnson, but they said Johnson has just been okay for the Cardinals. I think he's been good. I don't think he's great, but I think he's been good.
I think solid is so the right word to use to describe Paris Johnson Jr. He has been solid. I would not want to see what this would look like without him. He's really, this past year in particular, he's one of 2 offensive linemen that I felt really good about every single week for the Cardinals. It was him and Yelda Froholt, where I thought, okay, they're set at those positions. They're maybe not elite, maybe not an elite left tackle in this league, but solid enough that you got to make sure the guy doesn't go anywhere.
They went to a Super Bowl with a very, just okay left tackle The year they lost to the Steelers. It was, Mike Gandy, I think it was.
That was it. The WM Phoenix Open is making its return to the TPC Scottsdale from February 2nd through the 8th. I saw where Scotty Scheffler just committed within the last 24 hours, #1 player in the world. We're giving you the chance to win tickets. Text the word green to 620-620, and you could win Greenskeeper passes. Again, text the word green to 620-620. The Verbo Fiesta Bowl kicks off in less than an hour from now. And Cardinal fans, you might want to keep an eye on this one. We'll tell you why next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
What if John Harbaugh was like, yeah, I'll come up, but I want Kyler. You guys keep Kyler.
So you know what? Okay,
I'll do it.
You know that we're all laughing. That's so funny. That's it, John. What are you talking about?
His track record's so good, I would do it.
Would you say that Lamar Jackson was similar to Kyler Murray in terms of quarterback and the skill set and the offense? Right. That's so funny.
I don't think that's the case. But let me just throw a wrinkle into this.
Once again, this does create a rare opportunity for Michael Bidwell to shock the world.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm not shy about this. My favorite vehicle that I've ever owned is a Lincoln Navigator. I love the Lincoln line. I used to love the old Continentals. And right now it's Sanderson Lincoln, Patrick Heigl and the great group over there. They've got the Lincoln Certified Sales Event. You can get 2.49% financing for up to 48 months on all certified Lincoln vehicles, including the Black Label. Yeah, you get a Black Label Navigator. Look, I love Lincoln. My wife is even saying her next vehicle, she wants to go to a Nautilus. She's had the Navigator. She loves it. But it's so big, and we don't, when the kids are growing up, and we don't need the bigger vehicle anymore. So she's looking at the Nautilus. It's a great vehicle. My neighbor down the block went to Sanderson and bought a Lincoln Aviator. He loves it. The Lincoln lineup at Sanderson Lincoln, second to none. Lincoln Aviator, the Corsair, the Nautilus, the Navigator, Sanderson Lincoln. You want a luxury vehicle? Sanderson Lincoln is luxury. You're going to absolutely love driving a Lincoln. I've always said the best ride I've ever had is the Navigator, and I love the Lincoln lineup. Go online at sandersonlincoln.net or go visit them. They're just east of the I-17 on Bell Road.
That's the sound of fun. All across the valley, families are discovering their new favorite game, pickleball. At Just Pickle Courts, we design and build custom pickleball courts for homes, clubs, and communities. Beautiful, durable, and made for connection. For a free quote, visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Justpicklecourts.com, design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, here's Lauren with an update on our social media poll question of the day. It has to do with the Cardinals coaching search and how long the Cardinals are going to take to fill their coaching vacancy.
How long has this been going on?
That's one of your better musical drops.
How long?
I actually like that
You
song.
like that song?
Yeah.
Has this been Why don't you give it to us at 5 o'clock?
Oh, wow. Look at that. I'll run and get it.
Yeah, you're great at that. You're very good.
Sure.
Yeah, why not? I like
listen,
it.
Why not? Yeah, why not? All right.
I think I haven't looked. I think the group is called Ace.
I couldn't tell you. I know the song. I
Yeah.
couldn't tell you who sings it.
I could sing nearly the entire song to you.
I think the group is called Ace.
Yeah.
I'm going to look it up now while you talk. Go ahead.
I'm sure that the YouTube audience will tell you already in the comments.
sure
they are on it like no other.
I'm sure
Yeah, our
they are.
YouTube audience has been increasing quite a bit. So thanks to all the people watching on YouTube.
No doubt about it. We appreciate
comment
all of
on
you.
there. There's a chat thing on there. If you do watch the show on YouTube, we do comment with you.
Yeah.
Chat, I laughed at your joke yesterday about my sweater looking like I was Steve in Blue's Clues. Thank you. That was a
On
compliment.
the chat yesterday,
Yes.
somebody said that. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. I enjoy the chat. It is. It's. I'm looking at it right now. It's good. It's good to see a lot of people on it still. So we appreciate the feedback. And occasionally, every now and then, I know swinging a Mitch Vareldas is very active on the YouTube.
He's a moderator. He's got a whole little
He does.
screwdriver wrench thing next to him. He's in charge.
You're in charge of the YouTube chat. I like it.
Somebody just said that Lauren's parents has a yacht at Madeline Island.
Okay, the sweatshirt is just a yacht club sweatshirt from there. My
Oh.
parents do not have a yacht. We do not go that far up north. No.
No. What's the poll question? What do you got for us today?
The poll question today is there are currently 8 NFL head coach openings. And when do you think the Cardinals will make their new head coach hire compared to the other 7? Will they be the first to make a new hire? Will they be 2nd through 4th, 5th through 7th, or last to make a new hire?
I'm in the second. I don't think they'll be last. I'll go 5th to 7th.
5 to 7, just because I don't know if they're going to be anybody's first choice. So a lot of the top coaching candidates, there might be a pecking order. You know, I think the Ravens are going to be a very popular job. I think the Giants are going to be a popular job. I think the Falcons are probably going to be a popular job. And the Cardinals just might have to wait until some of that happens. So 5 through 7, put me down for that too.
And that is still leading the way with 45% of the vote. 37% going with a last to make a new hire like they were with Jonathan Gannon. 17% going with 2nd through 4th. And 2% going with first to make a new hire.
Okay, that's the poll question. Thank you, Lauren. You can find it on our X page
Does
at
it matter?
Burns and Gambo. No, they were last when they hired Bruce Arians, and they got that very, very right.
Just get the right-
It
get the
doesn't
right
matter
guy.
to me at all. No, it really doesn't.
It could mean that your first couple choices went somewhere else.
Oh, of course. But even if that happened with the Bruce Arians year, they still got that so right. I didn't care.
Yeah.
You know, like it doesn't. It could very well mean that your first choice went somewhere else. And to be perfectly honest, I'm kind of prepared for that as a Cardinal fan. You know, I've made my peace with the fact that the Cardinals might not get the first guy on their list they want because the first guy on their list might not want them. I'm at peace with that. I wish it were different, but I also understand the reality of the situation and what we're dealing with here. That doesn't mean you still can't get the right guy.
Yeah.
You know?
Totally agree.
Realistically, we could also have more openings in head coaches after this playoff weekend, depending on what some of them decide to do.
We very well. I don't think we're done. Depending on what happens this weekend with a couple of teams in particular, I don't know if we're done with the coaching cycle just yet. We'll give you the very latest on the coaching search coming up in about 10 minutes. In the meantime, down the way a little bit out there in Glendale, the Verbo Fiesta Bowl kicks off at 5:30 tonight, the first of 2 college football playoff semifinal games, the second of which is tomorrow between Indiana and Oregon. The 2 winners of these games, will meet up in the national championship. And it's fun, obviously, when you have the national semifinal in your backyard. Tonight's game is certainly interesting because I think most people would have expected an Ohio State-Georgia game.
Yeah.
And instead you get an Ole Miss-Miami game. But it's compelling in part because of everything going on with Ole Miss and their situation with Lane Kiffin. It makes them very
handling of the coaches
easy to root for, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, Miami snuck in as the final team. That team had lost to Louisville. They had lost to SMU, but they've been playing great football and proved that they deserve to be there. They upset Ohio State. They upset Texas. They started with Texas A&M on the road, and they won. So they've had a terrific season. You know, Ole Miss, not going to have their tight ends coach, not going to have their wide receiver coach, but they will have their offensive coordinator, Charlie Weiss Jr. You know, we talked about him going from Baton Rouge to Oxford, right? We said Oxford, back and forth. So they'll have him. I'm rooting for Ole Miss. I think they're a great story. I'd love them to stick it to Lane Kiffin for everything he's done to them. He seems so petty with the way he's handled this. There's a lot of people reporting that, hey, he was going to let the coaches all coach because he thought they'd lose last week and be done, and then they won, and so like he did, thought they were going to lose.
I know, it's just funny. It just makes me laugh thinking about it that way. Yeah,
right. So it should be a good game. Miami's definitely proved that they belong there. I think Carson Beck has been terrific to them. The Trinidad Chambliss kid has been great. It should be a good matchup at the Fiesta Bowl.
Miami's defense has been incredible. What they've done so far this postseason against Texas A&M, and then last week
Ohio State.
It's been. I think they've allowed 17 total points in the two games. For me, again, I just bring this back to being a Cardinal fan. There was a mock draft that came out a few days ago that had the Cardinals taking Francis Mauigoa, the offensive lineman from Miami. It's a chance to watch him tonight. It's a chance to watch one of their talented defensive linemen. Not that I think the Cardinals are going to go D-line in the draft after doing it the last couple of years with Darius Robinson and Walter Nolan, but Bain is a tremendously talented player who might be a top 10 guy. Tomorrow, again, I don't know if you're going to get either one of them, but Fernando Mendoza versus Dante Moore.
Yeah.
Potential, it's if you're shopping a little bit for your next football team and at the draft, these two games and these four teams kind of give you a little bit to choose from in terms of guys to watch.
It'll be interesting. It's hard to beat a good team two times. I mean, look what happened to Georgia. Like, they beat Ole Miss, and then Ole Miss beat them. Indiana beat Oregon and Eugene, earlier, very, very early in the season. They've come back. Oregon, the James Madison game, the Texas Tech game, they shut them out. They played really well. Dante Moore has struggled, though. He had 2 interceptions and 186 yards passing the first time they played Indiana. Indiana's got a great defense. Their defense is shut down. Moore, the Ohio State kid Sayin, the Bama kid Simpson. This Indiana defense is legit. So I think for Oregon to win, Moore's got to really play out of his mind. He's had 4 games where he's thrown for less than 200 yards.
Yeah.
So he's got to really elevate his level of play if Oregon's going to take down Indiana.
I saw where Dane Brugler, who's an NFL draft guy that I put a lot of stock in, he's with The Athletic. I think he really knows what he's talking about. I saw a video of him. I meant to include it in my email, in which he said it is not a guarantee that it goes quarterback at the top of the draft. And I think we assume that Fernando Mendoza is going to be the top pick. We don't know for sure, but we assume that. He was speaking mostly about Dante Moore, and just it's not a foregone conclusion that he's number 2. He doesn't have a lot of college experience. He hasn't played a lot of college games. The ones that he has played in, he very much looks like a guy who probably needs to go back to school and play another year and get a little bit more development.
We say that every year, but in the end, it's just man, this league is so dependent on quarterback play. Yep. We say that every year, and it's always like, oh, maybe the quarterbacks, they just don't.
Yeah, you're right.
Like, I don't think Simpson's that good, and he'll probably still go in the top 5.
Probably. That's how, you're right. That's how it works in this league. When we come back, we have a new head coaching candidate to tell you about, and a new job that's open in the league for the Cardinals to compete with when it comes to their next head coach. We'll give you the very latest on the coaching search next on the Burns and Gambo Show. Stay with us.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home, you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. Well, that sounds perfect, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. If you find the new home you want, that's a big deal. So buy it now, sell the old one later, and here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No showings, no waiting around, no double moves. You ever try to do a double move before? You don't want to do a double move. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home, and they make price-boosting upgrades for you. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. And they can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's quick, it's easy. That's Orchard.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Arizona State football has reinforced their quarterback room for a second time this offseason. Mikey Keene has transferred to Tempe via the University of Michigan. Keene is a native of Chandler, Arizona, faced ASU when he was the quarterback of Fresno State back in 2023. However, the Devils did lose a key offensive contributor as well. Running back Raleek Brown has committed to the University of Texas. Brown had previously declared for the NFL draft, but pivoted when the opportunity with the Longhorns opened up. Add another name to the Cardinals coaching candidate pool. Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley has reportedly been requested for an interview, that according to Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer. In the NFL, an 8th head coaching job opened up today. The Miami Dolphins announced that they have parted ways with Mike McDaniel following a 7-10 season. Miami is also one of 2 teams in search of a new general manager. along with the Atlanta Falcons. And in the college football playoff, Glendale, the site of the Fiesta Bowl tonight. Miami and Ole Miss face off for the right to play in the championship. Kickoff from State Farm Stadium is at 5:30. You can hear the action over on ESPN 620 AM, and you can hear it later on tonight right here on 98.7 FM after the Big Red Rage. And that is what's trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us for a Football Friday playoff edition as we get you primed up for a huge weekend in the NFL. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Did we get the group right?
It's Ace. Yeah.
Yes! This is Yacht Rock, isn't it?
Yeah, this is Yacht Rock.
I think we can slap some Brandon Fott highlights onto this bad boy.
Are we just missing D-back season? Is that it?
I'm
Totally
going on
right.
Spotify right now. I'm in. What year do you think this was?
I just looked it up. It's 1974.
It's right in my freaking wheelhouse.
Right in my wheelhouse, too.
Imagine if Michael McDonald did a cover of this bad boy. Ooh-wee.
Oh, we can only hope.
Yeah,
But you like this song, Lauren, right?
I do, yeah.
It's a good song.
I'm not saying it's a bad song. I haven't heard it in forever. God, there's some music. It's just Yacht Rock.
Here it
in
is.
particular.
Has this been going on?
Reminds me of being a kid. What?
I just added it to the Spotify.
How did we get on this song in the first
I
place?
started saying how long.
Well, I know, but why?
Yeah.
But why?
We're talking about the coaching. Is it the coaching?
How long it was going to take for
How long
the
it was
Arizona
gonna
Cardinals
take-
to hire a new head coach,
And-
and Gambo said how long, which then automatically launched his karaoke reflex.
My brain goes. Okay, there's a big difference. His brain goes to movies. His brain goes to movies. My brain goes to songs. Your brain goes to college basketball. But my brain goes initially to music. You said, like, how long? And immediately, how long has this been going
Where
on?
does Mitch's brain go?
Hopefully to that great bagel
You know
I brought
the
him in
monkey
today.
with the cymbals that just goes...
No, okay, I was laughing because I'm telling you right now, Karaoke Reflex, that's a great band name. That is a great band name. Karaoke Reflex. I've never thought about it. Yeah, that'd be a great band name. That is
Okay,
exactly
hit it
what...
one more time.
Oh, here we go.
I love the 70s was the best era of music. The 70s was the best era.
The 90s would like a moment with you.
The 70s was the best.
The 90s would like to have a word with you.
My wife hates driving in the car with
And
me.
the 80s wants to get out of the middle of this.
No, the 80s is like, yeah, you know what, you're right. The 70s or the 90s, not us. We weren't that great. But the 90s would like to have a word
My
with
wife
you.
hates my 70s music.
How long are we going to wait for the Arizona Cardinals to make a coaching hire? I think we're going to be waiting a while. I don't think we're anywhere near the conclusion of this, given that, you know, a lot of the guys they want to talk to are coaching in the playoffs, that they're certainly going to want to have a face-to-face with some of them, and they're not going to be able to do that. I mean, unless they are really blown away by somebody who is available to have a face-to-face right now. If Raheem Morris is reportedly on their list, he can talk to anybody he wants right now. If he comes in and blows them away, okay, maybe they can move.
But do you stop the interview process if you get blown away, or do you make sure you interview everybody you wanted to interview?
That's a great question. I'm more of the mind that you interview everybody you want to interview.
Me too.
But I do think there is at least a case to be made, and I'm voting for that one. But I think there's at least a case to be made for if somebody comes in and that person walks out, and Michael and Monty and everybody else in the room looks at each other and says, dude, that's the guy. That's the guy right there. And we can't let that guy leave because that guy is clearly going to be the next head coach.
And
for
just get him.
You know, you have to fight the urge to just hire him on the spot and make sure he doesn't leave town, because I do believe it would benefit them to talk to a lot of different people and just make sure on this. Because
Well, what you say is, like, you have absolutely advanced to the second round. You're getting a second interview, and let's schedule it right now. Can we meet again and that way gives you enough time to interview a couple.
Yeah.
The other thing is, I was like, 25% of the league is looking for coaches.
25% of the league.
You've got competition. Nobody's going to say this is the best job, the second best job, the third best job, the fourth best job. It's going to be listed. And the main reason is, one, quarterback play. You just don't know what quarterback. There are teams that have quarterbacks. This team, you just don't know what the quarterback play is. That's number one. Number two is, look, the history of the organization works against them.
No question.
You know, the history of the organization does work against them. There's a lot of, what, they've had 6 winning seasons since they moved to Arizona in the 80s. Like, that works against you. Like, it's a hard job.
It is a hard job.
It's a hard job. To win consistently here, nobody's ever done it. You've had guys that have come in and won for a year or 2 years, but nobody's ever put a 5-year run together.
No doubt about it. The current head coaching openings in the latest was added this morning when the Miami Dolphins fired Mike McDaniel, which was, it wasn't a surprise to me. I guess it was just a surprise that he said he was going to be involved in the next GM search, and apparently Stephen Ross, the owner, kind of slept on it for a couple of days and ultimately decided to move on. Now, maybe they did that because John Harbaugh became available. That's kind of what I think, but what do I know? The Dolphins are open. The Ravens are open. The Giants, the Titans, the Falcons, the Browns, the Raiders, and the Cardinals. Now, I do think what helps the Cardinals a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit here, is that they're not the only organization with a questionable history that's in this cycle. The Browns are the Browns. The Raiders are the Raiders, right? Like, those are two organizations that also should be struggling a little bit when it comes to finding the guy who wants them, because those are two jobs that are just very difficult to win in both of those locations. It always has been. I think the Giants will get their pick of the litter. I think the Ravens will get, a lot because of Lamar Jackson. I think the Falcons will be able to do kind of whatever they want to do. Not because
very committed to winning.
Yeah, and not because of their quarterback situation. It's kind of a mess there too, trying to figure that out. But they're just, nobody questions their want to. I mean, they don't have the best history, but it's not as challenging as it would be, say, for the Cardinals or the Browns or the Raiders. That was the other team that I was talking about. As far as the candidates, there was another name that was added to the list today, and that name was Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley. According to Albert Breer, the Falcons, Cardinals, and Titans have all put in requests to interview the Packers defensive coordinator.
It seems like they're going to hire a defensive guy, doesn't it?
See, you know what? And I'm glad.
I think I would say the odds are very high on them hiring a defensive coordinator.
Hafley, defensive guy. Morris, defensive guy. Vance Joseph, defensive guy. Saleh, defensive guy. Anthony Weaver, defensive guy. That's 5. 5 of the 8 have defensive ties. Nagy's an offensive guy. Thomas Brown from the Patriots is an offensive guy. Kubiak's an offensive guy. So you've got 3 of the 5 who have offensive backgrounds. 3 of the 8, that have offensive backgrounds. 5 of the 8 that have defensive backgrounds. I
wouldn't be surprised if they hired a defensive coordinator and made maybe Thomas Brown their offensive coordinator.
I wouldn't be either.
Hire one of the defensive guys and then Thomas Brown's your OC.
Yep, I wouldn't be. Do you hire one of the offensive guys and make Raheem Morris your defensive coordinator? But I would agree that and I think you could even do the same thing with Nagy, maybe, where, depends on if he wants to go lateral and if he finds that he's not getting much traction as a head coach candidate, that maybe you could hire one of the defensive guys and Nagy's your offensive coordinator. You could possibly go that way as well. But I think what we're all waiting on is to find out, will they get in on John Harbaugh? Will they get in on Kevin Stefanski? Will they get in on Mike McDaniel? I mean, just what I'm reading on social media from the fan base, they're kind of mixed on Mike McDaniel. And we had a funny little bit earlier in the show where you're like, hey, Robert Saleh tells you to run through a wall, or Mike McDaniel tells you to run through a wall.
Yeah, the guy in the skinny jeans that weighs 145 pounds, or Robert Saleh, who, looks like if you don't do what he says, he's going to kill you.
But he did win a lot of games in Miami with Tua Tagovailoa as quarterback.
Some really good success offensively, yeah.
It's
the
almost
overall record was right around
so.
500, 0-2 in the playoffs, but he won some games offensive. He's a good offensive mind. He might be great as an offensive coordinator. Would he be great as a head coach? I don't know. I mean, is he a leader of men? I mean, that's what you're going to look for. You want your coach to be a leader.
Yeah.
A leader of men.
Somebody on Twitter, one of the NFL gurus, one of the NFL insiders, had made a comment similar to that, like, if Mike McDaniel doesn't get a head coaching job, he will break the bank as an OC this offseason. Like somebody will be like, hey, just letting you know, we don't want you to be our head coach, but if you're willing to be an OC, there aren't enough zeros at the end of the check that we'll give you to be our OC. That he's that highly thought of as an offensive mastermind when it comes to scheming.
Could you hire a head coach with the caveat that, well, I'm going to hire you. You're the head coach. But we are going to pick the offensive coordinator.
I don't think you can. See, if I'm the head coach, I don't know if I'm interested in that job, man. I know who I want to be my OC. You know, where you got to, or at least you have to.
When Keim hired Cliff,
yeah,
Cliff didn't know anybody in the NFL. Keim made the coaching hires for him.
And that was a mistake. Well, I mean, okay, it wasn't a mistake, but it was a mistake hiring a coach who had no ties in the NFL.
He needed help. He needed help hiring his staff.
You don't want to hire a guy who needs help. I want to hire a guy who knows exactly what he wants to do.
That was a college guy. These are all NFL guys.
Right,
They should have
a plan.
Unless you could convince somebody, take the job, but we really like this offense coordinator. Can you work with them?
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, how will Jalen Green integrate himself with the Suns when he returns? And more importantly, will it be as seamless this time as it was last time? That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Gigi Jackson dribbles out the final second, and the Suns win 117-98. The final score here at FedEx Forum in Memphis. They end a 6-game skid in the series against the Grizzlies, and they get back to a season-high tying 7 games over 500.
More on this nice Suns road win in Memphis heading your way on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Here are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Bailey Leisure. Cardinals request to interview Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Havley for head coach opening. Can Suns find way around Bradley Beal's dead money at the NBA trade deadline, Kellen Olson writes. And Michigan transfer quarterback Mikey Keene commits to Arizona State. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, before we talk about Jalen Green and his imminent return to the Phoenix Suns, want to shout out the audience in Waddell, Arizona, located in the western part of the valley. Hello, Waddell. Appreciate you joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. This is Matt Ishbia from our conversation with the Suns owner earlier today. If he's confident that they will have enough games with Jalen Green to know who they are and what they are before the February 5th trade deadline.
Yes, I do. I do think so. I think Jalen's very, very close. I think, I don't know what the timelines they give everyone, but I do think he's not missing 10 more games, if that's the question. So I don't know how many games we have between now and the deadline, but I expect him to come back, hopefully sometime on the end of this road trip or right after this road trip coming up.
14.
Wait.
14 games between now and the trade deadline.
I'm going to play that one more time. Can I play that one more time? Because something he said at the end
did we miss it?
Kind of made me wonder. I'm going to play it again one more time.
Yes, I do. I do think so. I think Jalen's very, very close. I think, I don't know what the timelines they give everyone, but I do think he's not missing 10 more games, if that's the question. So I don't know how many games we have between now and the deadline, but I expect him to come back, hopefully sometime on the end of this road trip or right after this road trip coming up.
Sometime at the end of this road trip or after this road trip?
End of the road trip would be the 20th, the 23rd, or
Friday,
at home the 25th.
Yeah, Friday, January 23rd would be the end of the road trip. Sunday, January 25th would be the first home game.
Okay, good
after.
Good catch.
That's a little later than the middle. I mean, I know we're quibbling over days here, right?
Yeah.
But, okay, let's say, for example,
end of the road trip.
Atlanta. Friday, January 23rd.
That's literally the last game of the road trip.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games before the deadline. That's 7.
I wish there was more.
That's not a ton.
No.
That's not a ton.
If you figured you need 5 games to really start to work, like I said, the benefit is he's here, he's practicing with them, he's watched them play, but it's more about them kind of playing with him than him playing with them. Like, I think he's been able to watch and know how they play. They've got to figure out how to play with him. They've only had 1 game to play with him, a full game. So end of the road trip could also be like, let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games in the road trip. It could also be Philadelphia. End of the road trip could be Philly,
that's
Atlanta.
The second to the last game. Sure.
Okay, so that's the 20th.
I don't know. It was just a little kind of the end of the road trip is more
or right after.
Yeah, or
if it's right after. If he misses the whole road trip and it's the Miami game on the 25th, now you've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games before the trade deadline.
Because the trade deadline is on February 5th. They play against Golden State that night.
So you can't count that.
Can't count that game because that's after the deadline. So, I don't know. The way we were talking earlier, I was wondering, is it going to be like a week from today? Is it going to be a week and a half? And again, we're splitting hairs and we're talking about the difference of it being on the 16th versus on the 23rd. Maybe it doesn't make that much of a difference, but if your goal is to evaluate your team as best as you possibly can and figure out what you are before the trade deadline, every game in this situation does matter, right? Like the deadline's coming up quick. February 5th is not that far from right now.
What you know right now is you've got a team that's that is going to play playoff basketball. Whether it's play-in or not, I don't know. But you got a team that is going to be in the playoffs. You could almost take that to the freaking bank right now that they're going to be playing meaningful games after the season ends. Number two is I think you've got an owner, a GM, and a coach that are going to be very patient with what they have. What they have is working. There's great chemistry. Things are really working. They're not expecting to win the championship this year, but they've got a team that might be able to scare the hell out of somebody, maybe even win a series. I don't think they're going to do anything drastic to mess with it. I think the cap situation was an interesting question because there it's either like, look, we're either all in or we got to get under this damn thing. We can't stay where we are right now.
Not worried about the tax. Like I said, I've always said, like, I'm willing to spend. However, with the comment of it's almost mismanagement to be $200,000 or $300,000 over the tax. Either you're over the tax and you're paying, or you're under the tax and you're getting a check. So you're not going to be $200,000 to $300,000. So we'll either be under or we'll trade and make a move that puts us over, and we'll be, proudly over, not $200,000 over.
That I had never thought of it that way.
So that is, I'm going to add a big-time player, or I'm going to get under this thing.
Absolutely, because it does us no good to be over it by $500,000.
Right, I'm not going to swap Nick Richards for a guy making his salary or making $1 million more.
Yeah,
I'm not going to do that. I'm either going to get under, and they're going to pay me, or I'm going to. I'm going to go all in and get somebody that, that's going to help us try to win in the playoffs.
I've thought about the tax line and the importance of not being a repeater tax offender many, many times. But I've also never questioned Matt Ishbia's willingness to be a tax player. He obviously is more than comfortable spending money on this basketball team, but I've never heard him phrase it quite like that. And I love that he's looking at it like that. Like let's be real about this.
It's stupid to be where we are.
It's stupid to be $200,000 over the tax line.
Irresponsible.
It's just we can't do that. If we're going to be over, let's be over. Like let's get our money's worth by being over. We asked him if he planned to be active at the trade deadline. Here's what he said.
We'll be active because we talk to people every day. But the truth is we love our team. We love our guys. We love our coach. We love everything we got going. We don't need to mess with a great thing. And we still have to see our full team, which we'll see hopefully very soon with Jalen out there and the whole group. Like, we don't need to make a change at all. We could go nothing and do nothing at all and feel good about it, and we can find a way to get under that $300,000 with something creative. But the reality is this. We don't need to do anything. We like our team. We're proud of our team, and we're building. Now, if something comes up and we make a move, we'll look at things. We're not going to be head in the sand because we're always trying to build and get better. But we like where we're at. I think the fans love who we are right now, too.
I'll continue to believe, though, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, that if Jalen Green comes back and everything's okay, I do think Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen are a little bit redundant. And maybe if you were going to deal, you would deal from that little pocket right there.
If you could get a power forward
if you could just change
a little bit,
the balance of your basketball team a little bit, because I do think when Jalen Green comes back, they're going to have a hell of a time trying to figure out all the minutes with Green and Grayson and Booker and Jordan Goodwin and Colin Gillespie. And I mean, they're just so... Their backcourt's going to be filled with guys who are, they're not all exactly the same guy, but they're really similar to each other in many, many ways.
The redundancy. And I like Royce O'Neal.
I do too.
I think they can keep him. I like Royce.
It's just having too much of one thing and not enough of another.
Yeah, can I move this guy and get better at it? That's why we talk so much about Fleming developing. If he could develop and give them minutes at power forward, that would be great. But if he can't, then you might have to move one of those guys to help you in that area, because you are going to start thinking about, can we win a playoff series? I'd love to get those home games and the crowds. You can make a lot of money with home playoff games, a lot of money. So, yeah, I mean, that would make sense.
It was funny to have him, Matt Ishbia, kind of admit, even I'm a little surprised we're this good. Here's the cut.
Yeah, well, if you consider the success 22-15 without Jalen Green all year, that's different than what I would have expected. Okay. Now, not because I believe in the team, but because it takes time for a new team to gel. We have a lot of young players. A lot of guys are stepping up, and some guys are doing more than we expected, and that's fantastic. And some guys are doing exactly what we expected, and that's fantastic. But the key has been we set the identity, and the players are bought in. The coach is fantastic. The GM is fantastic. The CEO is fantastic. Everyone's bought in, and we're all living it together. I know everyone joked about us saying we're aligned, but that's what we are. We're all aligned on what we're trying to accomplish, and I think the fans are seeing it.
Yeah, but at the beginning there was a little bit of a, like if you'd have told me 22-15, no Jalen Green, I'm not so sure I would have thought that was going to happen. I think he's like
you
a
had
lot of us.
You had a great question on the development. I know we're running out of time here, but the development of, I think that's one of the biggest things I've seen is that the development of some of these players. Gillespie's development continues to go through the roof, and Oso Iguodaro has really surprised me with his development. They've done a good job with that.
Join us tomorrow. We're going to be on the road from 2 until 6. We're going to be at the TPC DraftKings Sportsbook in Scottsdale as we wrap up our fantasy football season in style, and we're going to be right there by the home of the WM Phoenix Open. You'll have a shot at winning tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. If you come out and say hi to us, watch sports, hang out, have lunch, whatever. We'll be there from 2 until 6 tomorrow. ASU continues to succeed in the transfer portal. The latest additions, we'll go through them and what it means for the program next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. This year, I think, is going to be full of mea culpas for the Phoenix Suns, and I've already issued mine because I was adamant that you cannot speak great culture into existence in the NBA. But I'll be darned if Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory didn't go out and do everything they said they were going to do, even though at most everybody, myself included, rolled their eyes.
You mentioned rolling of the eyes. There was a lot of people that watched the Brian Gregory press conference when alignment came up. How many times was it said?
19 times.
And guess what? They're freaking aligned.
They're totally aligned.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here to tell you about Berg Simpson, the law firm, and the great lawyers over at Berg Simpson, and why in a world filled with so many choices, and all you have to do is be out there on the roads in Arizona, and you're going to see so many billboards, and you're going to see so many signs, and you say this law firm and that law firm and this guy and that guy. You've been in an accident. You've been hurt in an accident. You want the very best. And you'll do your research, you do your homework, and you'll very quickly find out that Berg Simpson just has lawyers in their firm who are just different. And by different, I mean the best lawyers in America publication. There are over 24 Berg Simpson attorneys who are on that list. The Super Lawyers publication, there are over a dozen of Berg Simpson's attorneys that are on that list. They're consistently listed as one of America's most influential law firms by the National Trial Lawyers. There's just a different standard that is met when you hire Berg Simpson. I hope you're not in that situation. They hope you're not in that situation. But if you are, they're the best ones to call. If you're ever in need, let the best team represent you. Call 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000. Or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with JT Lee. That's right, all of the legendary JT, Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 actually has a culture.
Amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just want to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy, and that's what matters.
That's movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move. It's their mission.
They're going to go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best. Tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona State football has reinforced their quarterback room a second time this offseason. Mikey Keene has transferred to Tempe via the University of Michigan. Keene is native of Chandler, Arizona, faced ASU when he was the quarterback of Fresno State back in 2023. However, the Devils did lose a key offensive contributor today. Running back Raleek Brown has committed to the University of Texas. Brown had previously declared for the NFL draft, but pivoted when the opportunity with the Longhorns opened up. Add another name to the Cardinals coaching candidate pool. Packers DC Jeff Hafley has been reportedly requested for an interview, that according to Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer. In the NFL, an 8th head coaching job opened up today. The Miami Dolphins announced that they have parted ways with Mike McDaniel following a 7-10 season. Miami is also one of 2 teams in search of a new general manager, along with the Atlanta Falcons. And in the college football playoffs, Glendale, the site of the Fiesta Bowl, Miami and Ole Miss facing off for the right to play in the championship. Kickoff is just moments away, and you can listen to all the action over on ESPN 620 AM, and then later on tonight after the Big Red Rage here on 98.7 FM. This report is brought to you by ProSmile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Visit ProSmileAZ.com today to book your free consultation.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday. Will the Cardinals be any closer to hiring a head coach? Will any of these teams be closer to hiring a head coach? That and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Real quick, before we get into the latest in the ASU and the transfer portal, because, truthfully, I think we care more about the guys that are coming in than the guys that are leaving. I will say, with the Verbo Fiesta Bowl set to begin in just a few minutes, Pete Thamel, their college football insider on ESPN, just did a sideline hit about 20 minutes ago, reporting on College Game Day that quarterback Damon Williams is, and I quote, leaning toward returning to Washington as LSU was his likely destination, close quote.
Now, $4 million to go to Washington, and they were going to fight it, and he knew they were going to fight it. Just, hey, you know what? It was stupid. I had a 24-hour period of my life where I just wasn't thinking right. Let's go, Huskies.
His agent dropped him over it. Like, this is, I do not want to be affiliated with guys who do business like this. I'm not doing this. I'm out. I'm not your agent anymore. So now what this means it doesn't mean anything for ASU other than it allows Lane Kiffin, if he wants to go back to Sam Levitt and say, hey, sorry, man, brain fart. Like, you're totally our guy. We totally want you to come back in and be our quarterback. So it could be that puts Sam back in an LSU uniform because he was there visiting with the team a couple days ago.
NAU or LSU? You got to make a choice here. Because Burnsy's offered like $500 a month for you to be the quarterback of the Lumberjokes.
Not offered $500 a month for him to be the head.
Come on. We got all you NAU guys. You and Ash and who else went there?
Me and Ash. And
Jordan Bird.
Jordan Bird. We might be able to get you $1,000 a month to be the quarterback at NAU.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's going to happen.
What about head groundskeeper?
Anybody
maybe?
else?
Who
else went to NAU?
Pay up for him to be the head groundskeeper.
Heidi Hamel went to NAU.
There you go. Okay. Right? Look, we get
in our
10.
Newsroom. She went to.
We get 20 NAU people to throw in $100 each. There you go, Sam. $2,000 a month.
So someone go tell Heidi she just, without knowing it, she's chipping in $100 a month to get Sam Levitt to go to NAU. She doesn't know it. We've spent her money for her. All right, but that's enough of that because Sam's gone and we don't really care. You broke the news of another quarterback coming to ASU via the transfer portal, and they continue, and I'm not surprised by it at all, and I'll get into the reasons why in a minute, but they continue to absolutely kill it in the transfer portal over these last couple of weeks.
They've had a great, they'll be ranked in the top 2 or 3 in the Big 12 for what they've done in the transfer portal. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, they brought in another quarterback to compete with Cutter Boley, and that is Mikey Keene, who starred at Chandler High under Sean Aguano. He was a star player at Chandler High. He ended up having a great little 2-year career at Fresno Fresno State as a starter, went to Michigan, transferred to Michigan, didn't play in Michigan. Now he transfers to Arizona State. He actually played against ASU at Fresno and tore them up. Like, had a great game against ASU. 268 yards passing, I think, and 2 touchdowns, and they whooped ASU in Kenny's first year. So Mikey Keene, Chandler High guy, has had a lot of success. He's had a lot of starts. He'll be brought in here and given the opportunity to compete for a job.
Yeah, they brought him in. They brought in the big one they brought in last night. You mentioned this kind of on your way out the door last night. Reed Harris, who's the number 4 transfer wide receiver in the country. He comes over from Boston College. Big kid, 6'5", 217 pounds. I don't think he had a single drop last year for Boston College. Between him and Omarion Miller, it gives them 2 premier wide receivers. They got a commitment from another running back, an FCS kid who comes over from Delaware State, who's obviously trying to follow in the footsteps of Cam Scadaboo, who did something similar as an FCS kid coming in from Sacramento State. Carson Smith, a kicker, he's coming in. They signed a safety today. All told, when you kind of zoom out, you mentioned having one of the top classes in the country. Our buddy Chris Cartman over at SunDevilSource.com has a ranking that incorporates everything. All the kids you recruited out of high school, all the kids you recruited out of JUCO, and all of the transfers. Right now, ASU ranks number 26 nationally on that list and number 2 in the Big 12 behind only Texas Tech.
Yeah.
Not just in the transfer portal, everybody,
Everywhere.
all the sources, number 2 in the Big 12
competing
behind
with Texas Tech, even though they've got about 25% of their budget, competing with Texas Tech. That's a great job by Kenny Dillingham and his staff. They've done a tremendous job. Now, the Noah Carter kid, he left ASU. He went to Florida State. We broke that news the other day, that he was having a visit, that he was high on their list. He was a guy that they really liked. And I said that Arizona State is targeting Alabama defensive end Noah Carter, who started Centennial High School. Now, he was here, had a good visit, but he did leave to go to Florida State. I have not heard him make a commitment yet. You want to go play at Florida State, or you want to come play home here at ASU? We'll see what happens there. Money could be a factor in that one as well, but that would be a big-time get for them. That kid was out of Alabama for 2 years, and I think he has 3 years of eligibility left. That would be a big-time. That might actually catapult them ahead of Texas Tech if they're able to get Noah Carter.
In terms of the rankings, it very well could. It could raise them above that. And I think, look, it's not that hard to figure it out. Kenny Dillingham continues to be the Pied Piper for this program. He continues to be. He did this 2 years ago. 2 years ago, coming off of that awful year, he knew he needed to go in and remake ASU football. He went into the transfer portal. He got 40, 50, 60 kids to come in. And that team went and won the Big 12 in year 1. Now this year, he's had to go do the same thing. Losing guys to the NFL, losing guys to the portal. Let's go out there and reinvent our football team. And I think the takeaway for me is that Kenny Dillingham, even coming off of a good, not great season, that Kenny Dillingham is still the Pied Piper for this program.
Follow me. I'm the Pied Piper.
Exactly.
Can't you see?
I'm the guy. I'm the
Crispin St. Peter's.
You already got your one song request for the day.
Yeah, no,
Enough.
you're good. How long has this been going on? You're good. You're not getting another one.
Follow me, I'm the Pied. There was a grilling commercial a couple of years ago in which they played that song. I'm like, oh my God, I love the Pied Piper song. I love that. It was a grilling. It was a grill. It was going down a hill, and all these people were running after it. And it was like, "Follow me, I'm the Pied Piper." I don't remember which grill it was, but it was a commercial on TV. It was popular, and it was a grill going down a hill, and everybody was running after the grill.
Was it popular, or was it popular with you?
No, it was on the TV all the time.
Oh my God, it was on TV.
And I'm
It
like,
must have been popular.
Crispin St. Peter's, follow me, I'm the Pied Piper. I love that song. That's in my Spotify. I don't have to add it. I love that song.
Okay, you can listen to it on the way home if you want.
I might.
But Kenny's the guy.
Kenny's the guy. Follow me.
And Kenny has, he especially on the offensive side of the football. Now, it's not to minimize what they're doing defensively, but most of the big name additions they've made so far in the transfer portal, and even if memory serves in recruiting, have been offensive football players. And I think that's because with Kenny, there's whether you're a wide receiver and you want to follow in the steps of Jordan Tyson, Whether you're a running back and you want to follow in the steps of Cam Scadaboo, or you're a quarterback and you want to follow in the steps of Sam Levitt, Kenny Dillingham is the man. And he can go into a kid's house, he can FaceTime with a kid, and he can sell himself and by extension sell the program and get these kids to come here. It's the reason why ASU
is paying him all that money.
Had to keep him.
Had to.
You know, and they did. They did. You're seeing it. You're seeing the fruits of your labor right now for ASU.
I think the next step for Kenny after ASU would be NFL. I don't know if it'd be another coaching job. I think it would probably be the NFL, but we'll see. I think he showed his commitment here, right? There was other opportunities. He could have went after some of those other jobs, you know, including Michigan, but he's loyal to Arizona State, and he's got a great program, and he got his money for his coaching staff, and now, I mean, this guy works his ass off. He works it. I think he'll be in studio next week.
Oh, really? We're going to have Kenny in studio next week? Fantastic.
Yeah. Well, we talked yesterday. I think he's going to come in studio.
And not only that, but because of this new contract that he's got with ASU, it's allowed him to, in essence, add a general manager to the program, which helps them be even more thorough and more aggressive because he didn't really have one before. He had a guy who helped, but not a guy who, you know, in terms of paying them the kind of money, most big-time programs have general managers now when it comes to managing NILs and transfer portals and things like that, and that's what's helped.
Be nice if they could close the gap on Texas Tech, though. If you want to, you know, Texas Tech is all in. You know, that's why Kenny, you know, mentioned the businesses. I got to get the businesses involved. Somebody can write that big check because that would help them close the gap with Texas Tech.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, waiting on the Arizona Diamondbacks and for Major League Baseball to get moving on this offseason, for goodness sakes. We're going to start talking about that next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You know, for me, base and earnings right now, this is what I want. I want a guy who has head coaching experience. That's what I want.
I think you have to.
Number 2, I want an offensive mind as well. And number 3, old school mentality when it comes to the game. Old school mentality. You need somebody who understands the true nature of this game. That means the blood sport on the line of scrimmage and how you win and lose football games. And if you want to allow fighting as well, that's fine.
You wouldn't be upset with that. Maybe bring the fullback into a more prominent role. Is that what
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagus. And Matt, a lot of people are tired of the big box financial firms.
Well, they should be, Paul. Those firms push products, they follow corporate scripts, and clients end up feeling like a number.
So working with an independent fiduciary is a very different experience?
It is, and at Bright Wealth Management, our only job is to act in the client's best interest.
And listeners can get a complimentary consultation?
They can. Call now, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Start the new year in the driver's seat at Freeway Chevrolet. Whether you're looking for a rugged Silverado, a sporty Camaro, or a family-friendly SUV, we've got the selection and the deals to kick off 2026 right. Plus, with our award-winning service team, you'll keep your Chevy running like new all year long. Don't wait. Make this the year you upgrade your ride. Visit Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road or shop online at freewaychevy.com.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Dan Bickley here, and if you've always wanted a beautiful, green, sparkling lawn, my friends at Turf Monsters are offering a smoking hot deal, 15% off all new turf jobs through the end of December. This includes dog runs, poolside turf putting greens, and outdoor spaces perfect for grilling and game days. Take advantage of this great offer by visiting turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call at 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Set to begin any moment, the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Ole Miss versus Miami. In fact, when I say any moment, I mean literally any moment.
I got to record that right now. Let me go to my little app and record that bad boy.
Game is kicking off right now as we speak.
What channel?
It's on ESPN.
Okay.
Yeah, ESPN. I don't know if it's on ABC as well.
I'm rooting for Ole Miss. I'm rooting for Ole Miss.
Me too. And
just to stick it to Lane Kiffin. That's it. No other reason.
Jerseys they're wearing are sweet too.
Yeah,
well, I like that look. That powder blue look. I've always been a sucker for that powder blue look. I really like it.
You like the powder blue?
I do. I like the powder blue look. It's a good look. That's on tonight. Now,
who had the best powder blue look ever? Chargers?
The Kansas City Royals.
Okay. Kansas City Royals. Okay.
Kansas City Royals. The Phillies wore it pretty well, too.
Oh, the Tug McGraw, Pete Rose, Mike Schmidt, Greg Lazinski era was pretty good.
They'll wear those throwbacks
Steve
every
Carlton.
now and then, and it's like, oh, man, those are sweet looking. But if the
Larry Bowa.
Well, the North Carolina Tar Heels, maybe the ultimate powder blue team. The Michael Jordan era, Dean Smith, Roy Williams.
Yeah.
That might be the best powder blue of all time.
The Bill Belichick and his... Yeah, let's not go there.
No, let's not go there.
It's like powder blue. I could wear that.
Is that your impersonation of her?
Yeah.
Yeah, it needs some
Not
more.
very good.
We've got the Big Red Rage coming up next. Like Lauren,
want me to powder my nose blue?
Stop. You know what? Some guy in the YouTube chat's giving me a hard time for interrupting you. That's the reason why. Sometimes I interrupt him because he starts doing stuff like that. I'm trying to save him from himself before he starts doing impersonations of Bill Belichick's 24-year-old girlfriend.
You'll miss me when I'm gone.
I need to interrupt him. Sorry. Not sorry.
Okay.
It's necessary sometimes. Big Red Rage is on after us. I haven't seen do we know? I don't know.
Who the guest is?
I'm not sure. But Big
I can
Red
tell you
Rage.
it's not. I think Adam.
That's not cool.
What? I don't know who it is. I'm just telling you who it's not going to be.
Good insight, Gambo. That's what we had before.
That's what I'm here for. Breaking news.
Arizona's
inside information.
Ultimate sports insider.
Exactly.
He's been working the phones
One
all
of a
day
kind.
long to find that out.
Great insiders of all time. That's what you need. That's what you're here for.
It's not going to be
Tell
John.
you it's not going to be.
When Big Red Rage is over, we will join the Verbo Fiesta Bowl in progress here on Arizona Sports.
Okay, so right around 7.
Right around 7 or so. Yeah. What? It's on 620. Yeah, I mentioned that.
Yeah, it's on 620, and you can listen to it there on the way home. I'm going to listen to it on the way home.
As am I. I'm going to listen to it too because I'm hoping Ole Miss wins this game. screw Lane Kiffin. It would just be the
Unfortunately, he gets the bonus if they win.
By LSU. LSU pays him.
But he still
LSU's
gets the bonus if this team without him wins. That's kind of stupid.
Who is the coach that really went off on Lane Kiffin?
Oh, we got the sound.
No way, do we?
Yeah, Lauren.
Oh, you got to play it. You got to play
the sound. It was
who was some coach
Jimbo Fisher. Jimbo Fisher
went off on Lane Kiffin.
Play the sound.
It's selfish. That's what it is. It's stupid. And because here's why I say that. He wanted to coach and thought he didn't get his way. So everybody get on the plane with me. You don't have a job. All right? And he makes them all go. Then he gets down there and takes a PR hit because it looks bad that you really don't care about the kids. Then he says, okay, you can go back. But here's where he screwed up.
He thought they were going to lose.
He thought they were going to lose to Georgia,
Exactly.
and then the portal thing was all over with, and it was going to be all over with. And he said, okay, I'll look like a hero. Yeah. Now he's got egg on his face because the real Lane came back out. You know what I'm saying? And if those guys were allowed to coach the first game, they should be allowed to coach the fourth. Because those kids are doing something that you get one time in your life to ever do.
Literally.
That team and those guys, one time. And as a coach, listen, I know I've left a job. I get that. But if you took them on and said they're never coming back, that's fine. You set the rules of the game. You don't change the rules in the middle of the game. And as a coach, it's hurting the kids and it pisses me off.
It's hurting the kids and it pisses me off. Jimbo Fisher, former Florida State coach, A&M coach.
You have to say it with a Southern accent, though. It sounds a whole lot of, it's pissing me off.
Piss me off.
It's pissing me off.
It's pissing me
Lane
off.
Kiffin got egg on his face after the egg bowl.
These kids got one chance. One chance only to win that championship.
Yeah, that's
Can I pet that dog?
Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog? That's one of my favorite lines ever. Can I pet that dog? or who is the Zach Godley's mom? The preacher gonna preach. Remember Zach Godley's mom?
See, the kids on the other side of the glass.
Preacher gonna preach. Am I allowed to say that?
They're too young. Do you guys remember?
Zach Godley's mom.
Wasn't that a Walshy sideline interview, right?
It was Walsh or Jody, one of them.
Todd Walsh was interviewing Zach Godley's mom during a
Oh, my God, it was great. It was gold.
Classic.
It was just gold.
It was maybe the best work Todd has ever done, and Todd's done some incredible work. It was
I got some biscuits and grits on the table. You like grits?
Fantastic. It was really, really good. So that's what's on tonight. Speaking of Todd Walsh and the Arizona Diamondbacks, eventually at some point, one of these days, we're going to come in here and we're going to have news on the Arizona Diamondbacks. I mean, we've got some today.
I'm telling you that by mid next week, this thing is all over with Marte, one way or another. Okay. By mid next week. The conclusion is coming. It's not going to drag out. It's not going to drag out beyond next week. It's not. It'll be over. It'll be over either late this weekend or early next week. The Marte thing will be over.
Look, I don't know if I'm right or not. I don't. But I have this sneaking suspicion, I really do, that Alex Bregman wants to come here and that he's waiting to see if the Diamondbacks can swing a deal for Ketel Marte to be able to come here.
It cannot happen without a Marte deal. There is no way that they can have Marte and Bregman. No way that they could have Marte and Bregman on the team together. They don't have that ability to do that.
I have no sources on this one. It's just a hunch. It's just a little voice in the back of my head that is telling me Alex Bregman by now has probably gotten an offer that he likes to go back to the Boston Red Sox.
5 years, 160. It's been reported.
And that he wants to be here, and the only way he can be here is if Ketel Marte gets traded. And he's just kind of waiting to see if that happens. It's just the gut.
Could be.
Gut feeling that I've got. But the minute they decide to not trade Ketel Marte, then that dream goes away. You know,
Marte's got $100 million on the books going forward. If you got Bregman for $150, that's $250 million going forward on two guys. Like it's not they can't afford that.
Of course,
they cannot afford that.
And I don't expect
with Corbin
them to.
Burns' money, they can't.
No, and I don't expect them to. That's not what I'm saying.
I know.
I'm saying that Alex Bregman. That's my hunch. Is that he's waiting. He's waiting, and I want to see. I want to see if you do it or not. Just a guess. We'll see. But if it
my guess is that Marte's staying.
No,
my guess is Marte's going to stay. But I think we will have.